Leonhard Cattell is known as the one who's blessed, someone the system and the world had chosen to be a walking god. That's why he's the captain of the Heresy Inquisitors, so strong that no one knows he's always hiding his powers to look weaker. But right now he's facing someone who can only be described as a beast, a musclehead with something on his back. That thing was too big to be called a sword. Too big, too thick, too heavy, and too rough. It was more like a large hunk of iron. And that muscle menace sinks his feet deep and dashes towards Leonhard, who uses the system's blessing and his spiritualist talents to raise a barrier. At first it works, the sword deflects, and he says that the struggles of the boy are pathetic. But then the boy roars and penetrates the barrier with bare hands. Leonhard asked himself, he's strange, even with aura, these actions are destroying him. And that's when he notices that the guy was unconscious of his pain. Using his bare right hand, he completely shatters the barrier and creates an opening. He attacks with a simple vertical bomb that Leonhard dodges at the last second. He knew that what this guy was doing was not swordsmanship, it was something raw. He hits him in the face squarely, but the boy just bites his fist and grabs his head like a ball, and they kept trading blows. But Leonhard's shield was being completely crushed. That didn't make sense because from what he knows, this guy is a new hunter. So how does he fight like a 20-year veteran? The monster comes sliding at him, using his sword to launch a flying kick that throws Leonhard against the wall. Fighting against someone that attacks irregularly like that was too unpredictable. As the boy got up, Blondie made a decision. It was too dangerous to continue this battle. But then the guy raised his hunk of iron, which began to get enveloped by a sinister red aura. Before Leonhard could react, the crimson slash came towards him. But how did we get here? You know how in many stories someone is taken to a game to level up? Here it was almost that. This guy was chilling at his home when all of a sudden everything was taken over by smoke and he vanished. The same happened to the other 7 billion people on Earth. Then a voice said something about one person having a bug, but another responded that it was only one, and he was going to die anyway, so it didn't matter. They talked about giving the guideline, and a beam of light pierced the boy. And now there he is hitting the head of a demon dog countless times with a rock, because that was his welcoming the second he found himself in this other world. Unfortunately, that problem that the voice talked about was way worse than he imagined. We are at some years after his arrival. Bro gets ready for another battle. He tells himself he just needs to win once, but he keeps losing. The werewolf is insanely strong. Still, he tricks it. He drives his sword into its chest and yanks it up with all his strength, snapping the blade in half. That fight finally pushes him to level 4. But when the system window pops up, something is off. Instead of letting him move on, it says he can only reach the next area at level 5. Ryu screams in despair, begging to get out. Then a year passes, and he keeps killing monsters. 2 years, 3, 4, 5, he keeps marking the days on the wall. 10 years pass. In the end, he gives up counting. After that, he just attacks every monster he sees. He spends so long alone that he turns into one of the strongest beings around. He doesn't even remember his own level anymore, and he tears through giant monsters like nothing. Then the story cuts to a flashback. In a cave, a woman stabs a blonde man. Her partner warns her not to get carried away. They talk for a bit, then she says they should meet the man who came from another world with them. They call him Terrakayan. They're most likely talking about Ryu. Now we're back at the day he arrived in this other world. The system tells him his goal is simple: survive and grow stronger here. Right away, a dog bites him, and he wonders what the hell is happening. With one hand on a rock, the dog charges again, and he smashes it with the stone. The dog's jaw is wrecked, but it's still furious and comes at him. Then the system appears and says killing creatures earns experience. He crushes the dog with a stone. The system says he killed an infernal dog and gained 13 XP. Still confused, he asks what happened to him and says it's only been 3 months since he got kicked out of the army, and he didn't even get a girlfriend first. Then the system tells him he has less than a 5% chance of surviving in this world and asks if he plans to just stay down. Shaken, Ryu says these beings just kidnapped him and dumped him in a completely unknown world, then told him to kill monsters to level up. He forces himself to calm down. Whether he likes it or not, he can't quit here. If he gives up, he's dead. Right now, what he needs most is a way out. Then the system opens a menu and tells him to choose his specialty. Ryu checks the classes and sees Warrior first, but complains it's too close range. That might be fun in a game, but not in real life. So he thinks of becoming a mage and picks Wizard, but the system rejects it, saying he lacks the needed skills. He thinks that's weird since this system clearly judges people by their real abilities. He tries Swordsman next, but that gets rejected too. He also tries Healer and Priest, and both fail. In the end, only Warrior is left. He nearly cries, saying this isn't even a real choice. Then the system moves on to starter weapons. He tries picking a spear for better range, but all he gets is a longsword. He complains that this piece of junk is nothing like a spear. Looking through the menu, he sees the system keeps messing up. It even closes on him while he's still mad. Then he remembers that the godlike voice mentioned a broken system. That's when it hits him. He's the one who got it. He figures the guide should have been the only useful thing here, but even that is messed up. So he grabs the sword and starts fighting, saying this is where his hellish journey to level up begins. He starts training with the sword, but it's way too heavy. He tries a few swings and ends up smashing it into the ground. After 7 days, he's still fighting monsters. He has already tried talking to the system, but it won't answer when he asks how to go home. Ryu realizes the infernal dogs level up too. They're smart. When he attacks, they block and counter. And just like he's gotten used to fighting infernal dogs, they've gotten used to fighting him. He tries a surprise strike, but the dog blocks it and almost seems to laugh at him. He admits he has no talent with a sword, but then uses his piercing type skill and says he finally got a skill after reaching level 2. He says he still can't handle a sword well, but with that thrusting skill he can kill the creatures much more easily. Then he checks and learns infernal dog meat is edible, so even if the dogs are monsters, the meat can still be used. Their claws and fangs are too fragile though, which makes him think this place was made artificially. Ryu starts to believe there must be a reason he was put through all this. It also wouldn't make sense if the other chosen ones weren't somewhere out there too, so he wonders where they ended up. Then the system tells him he just leveled up and can move areas soon. It explains that he can enter a new area once he reaches level 5, and that his current region is the Rocky Mountains, a safe zone for people to grow stronger. Ryu is completely lost, so the system explains that this first area lets him grow from level 1 to level 5. After that, he'll be sent to a new zone for levels 5 to 20. Once he finally reaches level 20, he can leave this place. But then even more battles wait for him. Ryu still can't understand it. What does it mean to be sent to the continent at level 20? He asks what that continent even is, but the system only returns an error. So he asks if he can go home, and gets nothing but errors again. Ryu realizes he can't rely on the system for allies or answers. For now, he just needs to hit level 5. The next day, he starts hunting infernal dogs. He even makes rough armor for himself and says the infernal dogs are getting stronger as he grows stronger too. By the time he reaches level 3, the infernal dogs are already dangerous. One of them lands a hit, but he still kills it with a side slash. Then it becomes a cycle. Eat, sleep, fight, get hurt, then keep eating, fighting, bleeding, and killing, racking up more and more experience until he finally reaches level 4. After killing another dog, the system says he has enough experience. On the 27th day, he should have reached level 5. He even gets 3 skills, but when he checks, the system throws an error. And after that, he's back at level 1. Like everything reset. He's stunned and can't understand it. He says this has to be a bug, so he opens the status window. All his stats are still there, and he kept the 3 skills. But his level really did reset. At least his attributes didn't go back with it. At first, he tries to think positively. If he went back to level 1, maybe the infernal dogs did too. But that's not how it works. When he fights again, the infernal dog is technically level 1, but it's 5 times bigger. And every time he climbs toward level 5, he gets sent back to level 1. In fact, he never truly reaches level 5. Over and over, he goes from level 4 back to level 1, resetting again and again because of the system error. He says 7 years have passed. His only luck is that chosen ones don't age, and their wounds heal in a day thanks to their recovery. The real problem is that he can't learn new skills because he's stuck at level 4. So the only skills he has are stab, side cut, and vertical cut. Behind him is a mountain of infernal dog corpses that have turned into giant beasts. He explains that infernal dogs aren't strong anymore by his current standards. They only exist to be killed. But how do you kill something that's already dead? In the end, he says the same thing goes for him too. With the God's Sight, he begins Jerem's 5th operation. Even on the 5th try, he figures the players should need about a year to clear it, and hopes this batch will be better. Then he notices something is wrong. The world marked as discarded leads him to Proto's file, which says he's currently stuck in Tel Nahatna. After that, Proto wakes from a dream where he thought he was back home, about to sleep in. The system window snaps him awake and he panics, wondering where he is. He says he's been killing infernal dogs for over 10 years, and somehow he made it through one more day. Even after falling off a cliff, he checks his status and sees he's still level 1, which leaves him stunned. That makes him wonder if this is really any kind of life. Still, that thought only lasts a moment, because he doesn't want to die. He tells himself his life has to mean something, and deep down, a part of him still refuses to give up and wants to keep going. So he charges another infernal dog. After 10 years, he stops counting the days. More years pass, his mind starts slipping, and he picks up strange hobbies, building a house, sharpening his sword, and making new gear. He says surviving here isn't easy, but this is his life now. If he can't change where he is, then he has to focus on what he still can do. Today, he says, the weather feels great even if it never really changes. Then a monster steps on his house. He freezes in disbelief, and the beast attacks. But when it notices his arm reaching into his bag, Proto snaps. He spent 3 years building that house. How could this thing crush it in a second? Then giving off a scary aura, he says it's fine. Now he'll build a palace out of this infernal dog's bones. The infernal dog is thrown off and jumps back. Proto says he already knows its pattern. It usually starts head-on, charging power through its mouth before attacking. But this time, he doesn't notice the change, and takes a blast of fire spit. The beast thinks it won. Then it sees Proto block the attack with his arms. Now he's mad, not because he got hit, but because it singed the tip of his hair. The infernal dog starts casting some strange magic, but Proto slams the ground and raises an earth wall to block it. Then he slices through the barrier and rushes the beast with everything he has, but the strike misses. He admits he's still not very good with a sword, even after all this time. When the beast tries to bite him, he smashes its face and breaks all its teeth. After using the same 3 skills for so long, he says he finally fused them into one technique called triple-crossed attack. With that, he says he survived another day. Then we cut back to Deus. He's staring at Prota's file and says, this can't be the same kid who glitched the system. He talks about the 5th operation, basically sending people to another world, and says it's been 22 years since Prota was sent there, yet he's still trapped in the tutorial. He has no excuse for his superiors, and he can't just kill Prota either. Then he checks Prota's stats. He's level 4 and the numbers look terrible. Deus says none of it makes sense, but maybe the thing he had in mind will work. Then he gives a nasty smile. Back to Prota. He's eating a lizard tail from one of the infernal dogs. While checking his stats, he says he always thought level 4 felt too easy, so he asks to show the extra attributes, and that reveals his real power. He doesn't just have 25 strength, it's 25 plus 1,364. He wonders how strong he really is now, but pushes the thought aside. What he really wants is someone to talk to, or at least decent food, because he's sick of this meat. He wonders how much longer he has to live like this. As he plans his next house, he tries to stay positive and imagine the day he finally gets out. Then God starts hammering at something, and Prota looks up at the sky. The pounding keeps going, and it's clearly affecting his world. A portal opens above him and starts pulling in everything around it, including Prota. At least he managed to grab his sword. God says the transport of the Chosen Ones has begun. It looks like Prota is finally being sent to the other world. He crashes down like lightning, and then a dragon-like face appears. Looking around, it complains that demons keep falling from the sky. Prota has no idea what's happening, but his eyes light up because he's somewhere completely different and beautiful. He leaps up to see the horizon, laughing and yelling with joy, then drops into the water. After climbing out, he says he still doesn't understand what's going on, but the teleport finally pushed him to level 5 and even gave him new skills. So he wonders if reaching the continent didn't actually require level 20. Maybe God just sent him there directly. The system is still glitching, but a new window appears with a mission. Kill one of Hatana's 6 deities. The reward is eternal youth, immortality, a trip back to Earth with his stats intact, and 3 wishes granted. There are also conditions. Keep his identity as someone from another world secret, and register at the Hunters Guild in the city. Then he hears a roar from an Einvern and immediately thinks, great, his first beast here is already a dragon. The Einvern tells him he's a filthy demon from another world, and demands to know how he dared enter its territory. Then it asks if he really plans to fight unarmed. Prota looks down and realizes he isn't holding his sword, and the Einvern gets even madder as it charges up blue fire. Prota dodges to the side, jumps straight at it, and throws a punch. The creature calls him pathetic, but the hit sends it flying. A little later, the dragon's story comes out. His name is Afer, and he used to be the pride of a city. Then one day a prince tried to ride him, fell off, and died. After that, they wanted to execute him, but some soldiers helped him escape. Since then, adventurers from all over have come after him. Usually people drop from the sky. He never killed those other worlders at first, until they joined forces and tried to kill Afer. So he decided he had to wipe out all of them. Crying, he insists he isn't a dragon, he's an Einvern. The system says he's level 27, and he explains that dragons are bigger and have 6 limbs, while Einverns only have 4 and are smaller. Prota asks how he knew he was from another world. Afer explains that when those people die, their bodies disappear. On top of that, people from the city rarely enter his forest. Prota realizes Afer mostly guessed, and that nobody should be able to tell he's from another world just by looking at him. Then we learn he's in the forest of Sat in the kingdom of Greylit. Afer begs him not to kill him, and says he had no idea Prota was that strong. Prota tells him he should have kept his mouth shut and never attacked in the first place. Afer says that's because he thought Prota was a foreign demon. Prota fires back, asking who he's calling a demon. Afer completely panics. Then he says, this is all the deity's fault. Prota asks for details, and Afer starts explaining that people from another world began showing up in Hath 40 years ago. Before he can finish, he says he's in too much pain and asks to go home for medicine. Prota is annoyed, but he goes with him to Afer's home. On the way, Afer says humans here and humans from other worlds got along at first. Then the outsiders formed a group to kill the deities. He says those humans grew stronger way too easily, and nobody could stop them because they were level 100. He even names them Barolt, the Sovereign of the Sword, Zenobia, the Archmage, Garhen, the Terrible, and Holian, the Transcendentalist of life and death. Those 4 defeated the other humans from another world, and then the 6 deities blessed them. Afer says that's why people now call otherworlders demons and execute them. Prota gets furious. He says he was kidnapped, left to rot on a rocky mountain for over 10 years, and now that he's finally out, if anyone learns he's from another world, everyone will hunt him. That's the deal? Fine. Angry now, he says he'll just kill the deity behind this and drag the body home. Then he says he can't let anyone learn who he really is, and points his sword at Afer. Afer becomes sure he really is a demon, then quickly promises he won't tell anyone and will stay quiet. 5 days later, Prota follows his advice. Afer told him that once he leaves the forest, he'll find a huge wall. North of it is the city of Ormflis, a crowded place with dungeons nearby, where hunters risk their lives to get rich, so Prota heads straight for the Adventurers Guild. He starts walking through the middle of the city. Most people who come to the guild are hunters trying to make money, but not all of them fit that mold. Some outsiders from another world show up too, and the moment Prota walks in, all eyes turn to him. He's so big that nobody recognizes him. People start wondering if he's from another guild or some old veteran. Just as one guy is about to yell at him, the receptionist smacks that guy aside and welcomes Prota. She says this is the Hunter Guild, and asks if it's his first time there since she doesn't know him. Up close, his new clothes actually look pretty good, and she asks what he needs. Prota tells her he wants to become a hunter. Right away, the room tenses up like they're ready to jump him. Then we cut to a flashback earlier. Prota had asked for help. He needed clothes because he barely had anything to wear. Even then, she made it clear she'd still kill him someday. But after talking for a while, Prota was just glad to finally have a normal conversation with someone. Meanwhile, the wyvern hesitates, remembering something about adventurers. That memory changes her mind, so she agrees to help and grabs some gear from the corner. Prota starts taking his clothes off, but she quickly throws the new clothes over him and tells him not to strip like that. Then she explains how this world works and says the only way to find the divinity he wants is to become one of the 4 heroes. To do that, he needs a divine blessing, and the only path to hero status is hunting monsters in the dungeons. Prota says that part was in his guide too. She asks what guide he's talking about since she can't see anything. Prota figures only he can see it, but admits his system is busted and probably won't help much. Back in the guild, the receptionist says everything is ready for Mr. Eric. Prota tells himself to stay calm. She asks if he came from North Campbell. He says yes, but he's awkward enough that she clearly finds him suspicious. Still, she welcomes him to the Hunter Guild of Ampros. That makes Prota think he's in the clear, so he relaxes a little. She asks if he's transferring from another guild, and he says no, so she asks what she can do for him. He says he wants to become a hunter. At that, everyone nearby gathers around again. The receptionist starts sweating, and repeats that he isn't a hunter yet. Whispers spread through the room. People say he's an outsider. Apparently they already know people from remote places can be suspicious. Prota freezes, wondering what mistake he made, until the receptionist asks him to place his hand on an evaluation stone. He realizes nobody attacked him yet because they still aren't sure whether he's really from another world, but everyone is still watching closely. The receptionist gives him a doubtful look and says she's only following guild rules. All he has to do is touch the stone. Prota tenses up, starts thinking about escape routes, even about grabbing his sword, but in the end he puts his hand on the stone. As it checks him, Prota starts imagining what it'll reveal, since his stats are basically hero level. In his head, he's already dressed like a legend, ready to take down the evil god. Instead, the stone labels him a level 5 swordsman, and the whole guild bursts out laughing. Now they're mocking Prota for being ridiculously weak, and some even joke that he must be from another world. Even the receptionist laughs a little, then apologizes and explains that people from isolated areas who come to register often turn out to be outsiders. She adds that if Eric had a higher level, they might really have mistaken him for someone from another world. Other adventurers point out that those people usually start around level 20 when they first show up and ask to become adventurers. Then the receptionist says registration costs 300 EX, which must be the local money. Prota goes blank because 300 EX is almost all he has. He remembers Ivern saying she only had 400 EX, so he awkwardly says he'll pay later. The other adventurers laugh at him too. He's practically shaking over the price. After paying, he gets his level 5 adventurer emblem, and the receptionist adds that replacing it cost 80 EX. Then she asks what kind of job he wants. Prota says he wants to explore the dungeon. That sets off another rich kid type who asks if Prota is crazy or just wants to be monster food, because no level 5 could survive in a dungeon. Prota just stares at him, and the receptionist asks that guy if he's heading to the forest. He starts bragging nonstop, talking like he's the only useful person around and everyone else is worthless without him. The system checks him and shows he's a level 27 human, while the others with him are only around level 12 or 13, so his boasting isn't totally fake. Even so, Prota wants nothing to do with this loudmouth. Then the receptionist remembers that his group has an open spot. She tells Prota that doing missions alone is basically impossible, especially if he wants to enter a dungeon. The show-off is named Laudi, and he says his party already has one newbie, so there's no room for Prota. That newbie introduces herself as a level 25 mage, but Prota's system reads her as level 37, and she gives him a strange look. Prota says it's fine if Laudi's party is full, but Laudi keeps going and says he'll personally deal with this level 5 bug. Prota wonders if he should fight back, but if he does, he might wreck the whole place. Then Laudi asks if Prota really plans to become the sovereign of the sword while carrying that giant blade. Trying to show him up, Laudi grabs for the sword on Prota's back, but Prota, already annoyed, says it's too heavy. Then Prota lifts the sword with one hand, with Laudi still hanging onto it. While the crowd starts yelling for a fight, a man on the second floor watches and says he's finally found him. A moment later, Prota swings Laudi up along with the sword, and everyone in the guild just stares. Even the mustached man looks impressed. He walks over and says that with a body like Prota's, he could handle level 10 guild work easily. Laoji complains that Buckman shouldn't butt in because he's training the newbie. Buckman asks if Prota's name is Eric, then says a fight is fine, but if the guild gets wrecked, everyone will turn on him. That makes Prota notice he already broke part of the building. He grabs the sword again and says he doesn't want to fight. From the floor, Laoji snaps that no party would take a level 5 except his. With his hand itching to draw the sword, Prota admits Laoji has a point, since he already spent almost all his money just registering. Then Buckman tells Prota not to worry. With a body like his, leveling up should be easy. Buckman says he'd been looking for someone built like Prota, and asks him to join his team. He figures Prota must have trained hard because muscles like that don't appear overnight. So in Buckman's eyes, the only reason Prota is low level is lack of experience. The system checks Buckman and shows he's level 25. So Prota gives a thumbs up. Buckman's party agrees to let him join, and then we get a quick rundown on the city. Olympus grew rich because of the dungeon. Hunters bring back monster materials. Merchants trade them, and raw goods get turned into better products that drive the city's profits. The area has two main hunting zones: the forest entrance where the common monsters are, and the plains near the dungeon entrance where the stronger ones live. Some villages sit near the forest, but monsters usually don't leave it, so extermination jobs are normally rare. Lately though, monsters have been attacking those villages a lot more, which is why so many hunters are in the city now. The Devolks are common monsters in the forest. They're a little slow, but they're very strong. We then see Buckman's group fighting them. Buckman blocks a hit with his shield and counters, driving his sword into a monster's eye. When another attack comes from both sides, he gets help from his teammate. That's when Amber is introduced. She's a level 21 spear user, and the main damage dealer of the party. She worries about Buckman after he gets hit, but Buckman tells her not to stress. The two are clearly close, and then a healing spell reaches him. That's when Ewan appears. She's the party healer at level 16, and Buckman thanks her while Amber settles down. At the same time, the mage Hubert attacks another monster. Now the whole party comes together, showing how balanced they are. They've got a tank, damage dealer, mage, and support. Meanwhile, level 5 Prota is stuck doing nothing. He's been left out because of his low level. Still, Prota notices a problem. The monsters start heading straight for him. Then a Lord Devolk appears, an evolved kind of Devolk. As it charges at Proha, it suddenly gets hit in the stomach and dies on the spot. The cause? A stone Proha flicked at it. He launched it with just one finger. Even after killing a level 25 monster, the system says its level was still too low, and that he needs to defeat stronger monsters to gain real experience. So even though the system lists him as level 5, the amount of experience he needs is way higher than a normal level 5 would need. At this rate, he'll be stuck there for a long time, until another girl appears. The group support calls the Prota over, and says they're finished. Everyone gathers up to collect the monster's loot, and by loot they mean the useful organs. They also start separating the meat and other parts. The Prota handles it all crazy fast, and that gets everyone's attention. He explains he's been doing this for more than 20 years, so the support asks how old he really is. He says he's 24, but that's only the age when he got sent to this world. In truth, he's 44, even though his body hasn't aged at all. Then the mustache guy asks about his parents. The Prota says he was taken over 20 years ago, so he doesn't even remember them. He adds that going back home is impossible. Hearing that, the mustache group gets emotional, and they tell him he doesn't have to carry that pain alone anymore. He's family now. The Prota thanks them for accepting him. He's still surprised they took in someone as low level as him. The mustache guy tells him level doesn't matter. After all, he himself has been stuck at level 25 for 5 years. They explain that outside the dungeon, there just aren't many strong monsters. Even the Lord Devolke, the one the Prota killed with a stone, was the strongest thing around. So they don't feel any need to get stronger, because they never enter the dungeon. That shocks the Prota. If nothing here can give him enough experience, how is he supposed to level up? Trying to play it off, he gets up and says he's going to practice with his sword. The support says they never should have doubted a good guy like him just because he's from another world. And the magician decides to follow, since leaving him alone feels risky. But by the time the magician goes after him, the Prota is already gone. He runs through the forest in a panic, asking himself if there really isn't a single monster strong enough to give him experience. He passes a bunch of odd creatures, then remembers Einvern saying nothing in the forest is stronger than her, and she's only level 27. Realizing he's wasting time, he decides he'd better head back. Then he hears a sound that reminds him of an infernal dog, and he bolts toward it. Maybe it's not an infernal dog, but it could still be something strong enough to help him level. When he finally reaches the spot, he finds a person there, the mage from the tavern. More exactly, a wizard. The Prota wonders what he's doing out here, then quickly apologizes and says he must have been mistaken, since there's no monster around. He tries to leave, but the wizard stops him and says he's acting suspicious. A place like this isn't for a level 5. The Prota says he heard a noise and thought it was a big monster. He adds that his group is waiting for him and starts to walk off, but the wizard throws up a wall of fire. Then he orders the Prota not to move and demands to know who he really is, and if he saw a monster, he better show it. Instead of answering, the Prota grabs the wizard's wand. He says he has no idea why this is happening, but he's had enough. Then he asks why this wizard and Loud keep looking down on low-level people. The wizard says that wasn't his intention, but Loud has been watching from far away, and now thinks the Prota finally showed his true colors. The wizard winces, says the Prota is crushing his arm, and tells him to let go. He complains that first the Prota humiliated Lady, and now he's putting his hands on her ally. The Prota is totally lost. What lady? He thought Lod was a guy. The wizard realizes there was a misunderstanding and explains that Lod was a magic swordsman, and that pose means an attack is coming. A second later, Lod charges in, wrapped in lightning. The only thing on the prota's mind is stopping this from turning into a bigger mess. So he ducks down to apologize and Lada's strike misses, but the prota's sword hilt slams straight between Lada's legs. That night, the prota looks guilty while the big mustache guy says he understands what happened and knows it wasn't his fault. The prota says he gets that, but the pain Lade felt is probably impossible to forgive. Soon the healer comes out and they ask how Lade is. She says his life isn't in danger, but after what happened, all they could do was leave him alone to suffer through the pain. The next morning, Lade's group heads back to the city, and after Lade learns the wizard is actually a man, he can't even look at him anymore. 3 months pass and then the group starts talking about how Loud went into the dungeon alone. Amber says that at Loud's level, going into the dungeon by himself is basically suicide since the monsters there are far stronger. The prota says he thought Loud was high level, and Amber tells him that's only true for normal forest monsters, not dungeon ones. She explains that dungeon monsters aren't from this world. They were created by the evil god, and it's normal to run into creatures above level 30 there. That immediately gets the prota thinking. If monsters over level 30 are common, maybe the dungeon is where he can finally evolve. But the beard guy warns him that the problem isn't just the monsters. There are otherworldly beings down there too, and getting into the dungeon is heavily screened so they'd probably catch him. The prota asks why Laude would go anyway, and the beard guy says it's likely because of artifacts. Those are powerful items found inside the dungeon, with all kinds of forms and abilities. Rumor says one of them can cure any disease, so Laude is probably searching for it to heal his condition. The prota thinks that sounds like chasing a fantasy, but more importantly, he needs to reach the dungeon. So once everyone goes to sleep, he sneaks into the forest at night. No matter how many times he does this, the place still creeps him out. He wonders if maybe a giant monster lives in this part of the woods, and even thinks about asking Windvern, then turns and finds an otherworldly creature right there. Both of them freeze and get ready. The creature is a level 31 Tatsiro. Its skill lets it cancel physical attacks made with a sword, but it's weak to magic. What matters to the prota most is one thing. It counts as a dungeon monster. He wonders what a dungeon monster is doing here, then notices there are actually 3 of them, and they seem to talk like humans. One asks if he's a wizard, and another says that if he's carrying a blade, he's nothing special. Right before one of them gets split in half by a sword, the others are stunned and wonder if it's a magic blade, because normal blades shouldn't hurt them. One even says they usually devour sword users. The prota can only stare and ask what they're even talking about. Then the last one turns and runs, shouting that outside the dungeon is dangerous and he has to get away fast. The prota chases after him and asks where he's going. The creature hides under a tree and the prota tells it to take him along. He pulls at the tree and underneath it finds a small portal. The prota keeps asking what it is. The creature explains it's a teleport spell connected directly to the planet's dungeon. After discovering the portal, the prota asks if escaped dungeon monsters are the reason the forest monsters have been fleeing. He also wants to know who created them. The creature says it doesn't know and that it can't use magic. The prota presses him again and warns that if he really knows nothing, then there'd be no reason to let him live. So maybe the only answer is to destroy the portal. The monster panics and yells that he can't destroy it, and no one is allowed to enter because those are his orders. The prota ignores him and steps into the portal. Before going, he tells the creature to act like it never saw anything and make sure nobody interferes with his trip inside, so that person doesn't find out. The monster nervously agrees and starts covering the hole, repeating that he knows nothing. Inside the dungeon, a group of warriors is already fighting. Their attacks do nothing because these creatures are nearly immune to physical damage, except when the prota hits them. One warrior starts wondering if magic really is the only way to stop them. At the same time, a mage gets cornered and blasts a flash spell right into a monster's face. But another ally is struck, and when a warrior turns to look, he sees his friend already dead. Another beast rushes straight for the mage. She cries for help, but the others get hit too. Then, in an instant, something tears through all the creatures. When they see who did it, it's Lado. He asks if the warriors are from the Shield Guild, and they say yes, they know who he is. They also mention he's in the dungeon searching for some item, but Lado's own thoughts tell a different story. What really happened is that he was drinking, and when he woke up, he was already inside the dungeon. He doesn't remember entering, and he can't even find a way out. The mage says the item he's after is a healing artifact, but Lado is more worried about the injury on her leg. She says it's fine because the bleeding has stopped, but he still gives her a high-grade healing potion. A warrior tells him not to waste something that rare, and even the mage wonders if he's just trying to impress her. He denies it. And when she asks why he'd use such a valuable item, he says it wouldn't help with his own wound anyway. Though what he's really thinking is that a badly healed leg would be hard on her later. Embarrassed, she says she'll repay him once they get out of the dungeon. Lado tells her pushing forward with that injury would be stupid, and orders everyone to head back. The mage looks a little annoyed, like, "You're leaving already?" They've made it this far, and the mage says she's a hunter too, so Lado shouldn't look down on her. Still, Lado doesn't listen. He's focused on one thing, finding a way out of this dungeon. The real problem is his stomach. Then the ground starts shaking. At first they wonder if it's an earthquake, but dungeons come from another world, so that makes no sense. If it's not that, then a monster must be coming. Laudo says he'll protect the rookies. The mage quickly warns that whatever's coming can't be fought head-on. The rumbling gets even louder, so the warrior scoops her up and runs. Then Laudo sees what's causing it, a whole swarm of ant monsters. He starts to run too, but the ants aren't chasing him. They're the ones fleeing, yelling danger, danger, run. Laudo stops, totally confused. He has no idea what's happening. On the other side of the dungeon, Prota is the reason. He's tearing through every creature in sight. He expected a lot from a dungeon, but so far it's been all hype and no reward. He wipes out monster after monster, yet none of them give him any experience. To make it worse, the tunnels are too cramped for him to swing his sword properly. The ant monsters rush back to what looks like their king, and the creature barely gets a chance to react before Prota attacks. The king is split clean in half. After that, Prota spots an item nearby. It looks like an artifact, the fireball bracelet, a magic item. He wonders why there wasn't some boss guarding it, not realizing that King Totiro, the ant king, was the boss. Prota figures that if he takes the artifact, the surrounding creatures might vanish. He still thinks the real dungeon boss hasn't shown up yet, even though he already killed it. Checking the bracelet, he sees it has 30 uses left, so he activates it without thinking twice and gets ready to fire off a blast like a Kamehame. This also explains why monsters show up in dungeons. Hunters discovered that monsters don't breed there, they're made in a special room. The magic core in the middle creates endless monsters. Why that core sometimes takes the shape of an item is still a mystery. Those items are what people call artifacts. But when Prota tries to launch the fireball, nothing happens. Looking closer, he sees the bracelet needs level 31, so a level 5 like Prota can't use it. He immediately calls it trash. Then he thinks about selling it, but that creates another problem. A low-level guy carrying something this valuable would look suspicious. Now his level 5 status is causing trouble again. Still, the moment he removes the artifact, the floor starts to open and a staircase appears. That's the trap with artifacts. People get cocky after finding one. They think grabbing the artifact means they're strong enough to keep going, and most of them never make it back. Prota, though, just gets excited. He's sure this has to be the real boss room. So he heads downstairs, enters a huge chamber, and hopes the boss shows up fast so he can finish it and leave. He even yells out to see if anything's there. When no one answers, he walks up to the dungeon core, and the second he reaches for it, a tentacle grabs him. Then a giant eye opens and stares right at him. This is the dungeon boss, the Tentacle Observer, level 45. Prota thinks maybe this one will finally give him some experience. But right then Lauda shows up. Prota looks at him and Lauda stares back, muttering, "Level 5? Then he demands to know what Prota is doing there. Prota thinks he's been found out, but Lauda suddenly laughs and says the boss must be using illusions. According to him, this creature turns into a person's greatest trauma. Still, he refuses to believe it. There's no way a level 5 could really be here. So Prota plays along and goes, "Oh, so you figured it out?" And Lodi charges straight at him. He rushes into attack just as the creature swings at him, but Prota catches the tentacle before it can hit Lodi. Even then, Lodi keeps attacking Prota, sending him flying toward the monster. But Prota actually dodges. He jumped clear of Lodi's strike and jokes that if he hadn't, his pants would have been sliced in half. Even so, he starts wondering if this boss is way too weak. Lodi still thinks he's fighting a monster, so he keeps coming at him. As Lodi presses the attack, Prota tries to pull free, but the boss's tentacle is wrapped around his arm, so he gets dragged and slammed into pillar after pillar around the room. Lodi keeps shouting all kinds of stuff at him, but then Prota notices something. Lodi changes into the creature itself. The boss starts swinging Lodi around like a toy and mocks Prota, asking how he likes seeing his ally used like a ball. It's sure Prota won't attack if a teammate might get hurt. The creature can tell Lodi means something to him, and it taunts him. Losing a comrade by your own hand would be awful. Prota's only response is simple, bring it on. That makes the boss change tactics again, and it starts turning Lodi into a sub-boss. Lodi's body gets poisoned and twisted with tentacle arms. The creature declares that Lodi's first meal as a sub-boss will be Prota. Then Lodi is hurled straight at him. The boss boasts that no matter how strong Prota is, there's no way he can cut it down without hitting his teammate too. Then suddenly it wonders when Prota even moved his sword and says its vision is splitting. Lodi is thrown aside and the boss itself is cut clean in half. Dying, it can't understand how Prota did it. Prota just complains that the guide never showed up. The boss was weak, and once again he probably won't get any experience. The creature realizes Prota isn't human, and thinks that if a monster like him exists, there was never any point opening the portal. Before Prota can take the dungeon core and erase the dungeon, the boss tries one last move, but Prota crushes it, and asks if that was supposed to be an insect. Then he says it had better come back. After that, numbers start running through Prota's head. 550,000 millions, billions, 54 billion. Then the story cuts back to his group. Buckman says it's a beautiful morning. Amber asks where Prota went. Buckman says he hasn't seen him, and Amber grumbles that maybe he ran off to take a dump. Still, she notices his weapon is gone too, so she worries he went back into the forest and got dragged off. Then Prota suddenly appears behind her carrying a bug. Amber scolds him for vanishing without telling anyone and making her worry. He apologizes, and when she asks if something happened, he says nothing did. But a little earlier, Prota had realized he gained 100,000 experience. He compares that to the giant dogs. They only gave him 258 XP. It took just 1,100 XP to go from level 4 to level 5, so if the amount simply doubled, level 6 should have needed around 2,200. But when he checks, he sees he needs 54.5 billion experience to level up. That leaves him completely stunned. He starts doing the math, walks out of the dungeon in shock, comes back still in shock, and stays totally stunned. Even after spending the night, he's still not over it. A week passes and no monsters show up, so the group heads back to Ombros, the main city. When they reach the gate, a soldier stops the carriage and asks to see their permits. The old driver asks what permits, and the soldier says no permit means no entry. It's the law. The old man gets mad, and Buckman asks what he means by permits. Proto points out that usually showing a guild emblem is enough, and the soldier agrees. Buckman explains they were only out on a mission for about 3 months, so the soldier recognizes him and greets him. Buckman asks what happened, and the soldier says, "You really didn't hear? The guild called in all hunters and adventurers because the planet dungeon was sealed." That news hits everyone hard, while Proto quietly wonders if sealing the dungeon shouldn't be a good thing. As they move through the city, the streets are nearly empty. He asks who closed the dungeon, and they say nobody knows. Only a hunter from another world could have done it. Amber also brings up the Inquisitors sent by the church to wipe out the Terrakios. These Inquisitors target anyone suspected of being above level 20, and they torture stronger people until they confess. Proto calls that insane, and a mage says that's exactly why most hunters leave the town. Buckman says all they need to do now is finish their business at the guild, sell their materials, and then celebrate Proto's first completed mission. Proto decides to go to the shop by himself while the others head to the guild. When he gets to the store, the old merchant says he won't buy anything from him. He wants no part of hunter business, especially with the Terrakios and the Inquisitors running around. Who could he even resell those items to? Proto offers to sell for half price or even half of that. The old man says he's not short on money, but then he suddenly stops talking because an Inquisitor is standing right outside the shop, calmly saying he can continue, since he'll wait his turn. The old Inquisitor steps in. Proto stares at him, and the man thanks him for the introduction. Proto looks uneasy and tries to check his level. The Inquisitor asks if he has any quality goods, but then notices Proto's reaction and asks if something is wrong. When Proto checks, both the Inquisitor's level and species show up as immeasurable. So the man asks, "You can't see my level, can you?" Proto only says he has no idea what he means. And just like that, their little game of questions begins. The Inquisitor sizes MC up and says he's used to being the biggest one around, but even he thinks MC is tall. Then he starts throwing strange questions at him. Why didn't he run? What god does he follow? What stories does he like? MC keeps it simple. No religion, no real stories, just an orphan from a far-off village. An orphan from some distant place with no faith at all. The Inquisitor points out how odd that sounds for a hunter, then calls him a Terrakio. He quickly says he's only been a hunter for a short time, and insists the Inquisitor has the wrong person. That only makes the Inquisitor more curious. If the protagonist just became a hunter, then his level should be low, but instead, it shows level 5. Realizing the Inquisitor misunderstood something, Ryu tries to play it off. He asks if the inspection is over now so he can finally sell his items. The old shopkeeper is stunned that MC would say that right in front of an Inquisitor. He acts like it's no big deal. The Inquisitor just asks to see his license, then steps away. After that, the old man says he still can't offer much because nobody would buy these goods from him anyway. Ryu is panicking inside. He thought this would go smoothly. Instead, his heart won't stop pounding. He also starts thinking maybe he couldn't read the Inquisitor's level because of the mask. The old man then asks if he's planning to sell the artifact too, even though he doesn't know what it actually does. Ryu quickly refuses, just not that one. When the old man asks about another item, the protagonist fumbles and the artifact drops straight onto the Inquisitor's foot. The Inquisitor goes still, then asks for an explanation. How did a level 5 hunter get an artifact? The old shopkeeper bolts, yelling that he knows nothing. The Inquisitor keeps pressing. Someone at level 5 wouldn't even enter a dungeon. Still, he tells Ryu to protect it carefully because it's valuable. Then he says that if MC really is a beginner, he should hear a story as a warning. 15 years ago, a married couple lived in a small village. The husband was an experienced hunter. He wasn't the leader, but people naturally followed him. One day, he and his party took a mission. During it, he suddenly froze in fear in front of a creature that looked harmless. His teammates couldn't understand why their strongest member reacted like that, so they forced him to explain. He told them the monster was level 800. Nobody believed him even though he was telling the truth. He was a Terraqueo, someone who could see levels. But the monster found them anyway. The man stayed behind to hold it off while the rest escaped. Then the Inquisitor asks a simple question. Who died in that story? Ryu guesses it was the Terraqueo who exposed himself. Wrong. It was the party leader and everyone tied to the case, except the Terraqueo and the leader. The leader was spared because he told the Inquisitor the truth, but the rest of the team was killed for being suspected of siding with the Terraqueo. The Terraqueo survived and went home, but rumors about what he was spread fast. The villagers turned on him and burned his house. When he came back, no one was left to welcome him, so he slaughtered the whole village and ran. The Inquisitor ends the story by saying everyone connected to a Terraqueo gets erased. Then he looks at Ryu and wonders what crime a level 5 like him could have committed. He asks why he's being told all this. The Inquisitor says people are often used by Terrakios, or given things by them, and he'll grant the protagonist as much protection as he can. Then he asks what group the protagonist belongs to. The second he finishes, MC wants to smash him in the face. But before he can move, Atis steps in and greets the Inquisitor from right in front of him. If that punch had landed, everything would have blown up. Atis quickly says the Inquisitor got the wrong idea, and she couldn't just stand by. Ryu says that was way too close. Atis snaps back, calling him an idiot who can't even look after one simple artifact. Then she shifts the blame to herself, saying she shouldn't have left it with him in the first place. He has no clue what's going on. He just takes the scolding and shuts up, staying quiet the whole time. The Inquisitor asks who she is. Atis apologizes and introduces herself. She says her name is Atis Bannister, the 37th head of the Bannister family, then shows the family crest. The Inquisitor recognizes the name immediately, the Bannister family, and Atis the Dragon Hunter. He says he never heard she had a bad temper, so maybe those rumors were fake after all. Atis brushes it off. She says she's still inexperienced, but she's going to rebuild her family. The Inquisitor replies that even as a noble, she still can't remove her mask while working, then asks what her connection is to Ryu. Atis says he's just one of the pawns she hired. She makes it clear the protagonist doesn't understand any of this. MC starts to think she might actually be helping. She keeps going, saying she sent him to retrieve an artifact for research, and that's how this mess happened. The Inquisitor asks if she's involved in magic research. Ryu tries to jump in with an apology to his master, but Atis cuts across the moment. She says the darkness protects him, and the Inquisitor repeats it, linking that phrase to the black church that hunts down Terrakios. Even so, he silently thanks her as they start to leave. He says he shouldn't make her look suspicious or dangerous, but Atis throws the same idea back at him. What if she really is dangerous? That makes the moment even tenser. Still, the Inquisitor is the one truly paying attention. He suddenly stops them and asks one more thing. What power does that artifact have? They both answer at once. Ryu says fireball. Atticus says electricity. They look at each other and instantly know they're in trouble. The Inquisitor casts some kind of wind spell and tells them not to resist. Then he apologizes. They'll have to come with him. Ryu starts wondering if this is wind magic, but Atis says she can't feel any mana flow. She guesses it might be healing winds instead, which means he's probably a high-level spiritualist. The Inquisitor calmly tells them not to worry. If they try to leave, his people outside can stop them, so it'd be better to follow quietly. Then Ryu steps forward and asks if the Inquisitor is really searching for the person who cleared the dungeon. And if he finds that person, will everyone else be left alone? The Inquisitor says yes. Just as Ryu is about to confess, Laudu suddenly shouts that he was the one who cleared it. Then the so-called great hero story begins. Laudu explains he may have blacked out for a few seconds, but he defeated the boss, took the dungeon core, and cleared the dungeon. When he woke up, Ipin Plain was empty. He says those two saved him after that and tells them to remember the legend of Leti. The Inquisitor tells him to get in the carriage. Leti immediately backs off and says it wasn't him after all. Once they verify the artifact is real, everyone starts wondering who would believe Leti was the one who closed the dungeon. The Inquisitor apologizes on behalf of the Black Brotherhood. Someone asks what will happen to Leti. He says he can't reveal where Leti will be taken, only that there will be an investigation. If nothing is wrong, he'll be released. Then the Inquisitor turns to Ryu next and says he couldn't sell his items because of all this, so instead he writes out a check. The protagonist asks if needing his signature means it's some kind of recruitment form. The Inquisitor says they don't do that sort of thing. The Order of Light might, but not them. He tells Ryu to read it after signing. A moment later, the two are relieved it's finally over. But MC still looks uneasy and asks Atis for one favor to go to the guild. There, the receptionist is already apologizing. Buckman says none of this is her fault. The guildmaster ran off. She says she thought maybe Buckman never got the message. He tells her he did, but there wasn't much he could do anyway. Then the support member asks whether they managed to sell any magic stones, and the answer is grim. They only got 5 silver coins. That was all the money left in the guild. The guildmaster took everything else and disappeared. At least the beer is free, but Amber gets mad and curses them out. The guild is falling apart and they want to drink. Buckman starts talking about a promise he made 20 years ago. He said he'd look after this village, even if the dungeon and the guild were gone. Guild or no guild, his heart has stayed in this city, ever since he met Amber. Amber, already annoyed, says that's exactly why he's still single. Buckman blurts out her name, then says maybe, if it's not too late, the two of them could, but Atis cuts in saying there's plenty of food. Amber throws a coin hard enough to snap a stick, then asks Buckman if he wants to finish that talk after the party. He's so shaken he can only agree. Later, while the party is going on, someone opens the door. Atis walks in carrying Ryu's backpack. Everyone asks why she has it, and she says she needs help. Then she drops down with the bag, shocked that Ryu was hauling it around like it weighed nothing. Buckman asks what happened, why she brought his pack, and where the materials are. The others ask what happened to the protagonist too. Atis says she doesn't know. All MC told her was to bring his things here. Amber checks the bag and finds a money pouch inside, 10,000 EX. Buckman wonders if Ryu really sold everything, because that's way over the normal price. Atis also hands over something else. He told her to leave with Buckman, his hunter shield. She says she doesn't know why. She only knows Ryu looked terrified. Then she shows them the Inquisitor with the protagonist and says he wants to know what the protagonist knows. The Inquisitor holds something up in his hand. It looks like an Earth emblem. That makes Protata remember an old story about 4 great warriors from over 20 years ago. Still, he says no and asks if he's supposed to know what it is. The Inquisitor says that as a level 5 he wouldn't be expected to know this stuff, and anyone who does usually gets nothing good from it. But if Prota really came from another world, then even as an impossible case he might recognize the item. He tells him to think back to the story he mentioned before. That sets Prota off, and he slams his fist down. Not on the table from before though, this is just a memory. The moment he breaks the cart, a few rough-looking guys turn up like common street thugs. Back with Prota's old group, the wizard is angry, saying Prota couldn't just quit like that, especially without even talking first. Amber fires back that he definitely had something to say. The wizard argues they still could have tried to convince Prota to stay with them. But the mustache man shuts that down, saying their work is dangerous and they can't force someone else to live the same way. Then he tells Atis that if she sees Prota, she should let him know he's always welcome as the group's shield. The wizard agrees, even while everyone keeps arguing. Atis though realizes she doesn't really know why Prota left. Then Prota appears, fully awake after getting hit with a bucket of water. He's tied to a chair, surrounded by thugs. Prota asks where he is. A big guy says he's never seen him before, but with that sword he's clearly a hunter. He also heard that Prota broke some of his men's arms and legs, then passed out in their turf, which is how they captured him. Prota says sorry, but their arms and legs only got broken because they attacked him first. He adds that he only slept wherever he happened to find a spot. The thugs say nobody can be that tough, so he must have used magic. Prota says it wasn't magic at all. If they don't believe him, they can hit him again. Otherwise, they're just cowards like the others chasing him. One thug swings at Prota, and when he lands the punch, he only scrapes his fingers. Prota notices the guy is just level 11 and starts wondering what he should do. The people around him ask if he's a mage, a spiritualist, or a magic swordsman. Prota thinks about escaping, but decides it would cause too much trouble, so he waits. Then the boss of the place walks over to Prota and calls him a little dog. That annoys Prota, and he snaps back asking if he just called him a dog. He says he hates dogs because of those hellhounds, and figures they probably hate him too. The boss says Prota's got a nasty attitude and must be from the Rocky Mountains. Then he orders them to let Prota go. Prota asks who this old man is, and the old man simply says that if Prota had wanted to, he could have killed all of them. Prota asks how the old man knows about the Rocky Mountains. The old man smoothly answers that if Prota wants to know, he should work for him. So 6 months after the dungeon vanished in the city of Ombros, some men are looting a house. A woman screams in despair, asking how they can do this. They're clearly throwing her family out, and they say they already warned her they'd handle everything. Then a man rushes in, yelling and asking what they think they're doing, daring them to touch his family. One of the bosses says he's being a pain and tells someone to bring a hammer. The man sees it coming and can barely believe it's called a hammer. It looks more like an iron pole stuck in concrete. The chunky guy says that even if the guild went broke, he's still a hunter and can finish Prota. But when he jabs his sword into Prota's chest, nothing happens. Prota just tells him to move. The guy checks the blade, it didn't even pierce him, and now it's bent. Then Prota smashes his weapon right into the house. Everyone just stares. And after that, the family gets moved into a new home. It turns out Prota never joined some criminal guild. He only joined the association, where he helps tear down old houses and move people into new ones in the city. They explain the materials used in those homes are just as good as the ones in noble houses, strong against monsters and magic. Then the local boss says that if the family agrees to let a few soldiers use the house in emergencies, they can stay there and even get monthly pay to help maintain the castle wall. He says he already explained all this, but the man admits he was drunk last night and forgot, then apologizes. He says life as a hunter is really hard, thanks them, and wants to apologize to Prota for pointing a sword at him. Prota cuts in, asking, "Hey Karakovsky, are we done here?" Karakovsky tells him that when someone says sorry, he should at least accept it. The big guy even invites Prota to have dinner with them that night, but Prota only says he'll come back to file the report. Karakovsky says Prota can't control himself and acts weird. Prota answers, asking who's really weird here. But in his head, everything gets messy. Voices saying he doesn't need to use force, that he's weird, that nobody is rude to him, and yet he still acts like this, even a kid running by calling him strange. He even sees the Inquisitor mixed into those memories. Then he reaches for his sword, but it isn't there. That snaps him back to reality, and he just walks off. The chubby guy says he must have gotten mad. As Prota leaves, some stonemasons mention that he's been working there for over half a year and gets 600 EX per job. That's because he can finish in one day what normally takes a month, mostly demolition work. As Prota walks by, he sees several Inquisitors, though it's clearly just his shaken mind. The voices say Prota is known in many builders groups across different places, yet nobody ever even tries to talk to him. Then Prota goes to the old man, the city's leader. The old man asks if he has no manners since he didn't even knock. Prota asks what all this is and what's going on, saying homes like those shouldn't even exist. The old man starts explaining that's exactly right. Young people today have never seen houses like that before, which is why he paid Prota and sent him there. Prota asks what the old man's real point is, but doesn't say much, and the old man even says his son thinks Prota is mute. That makes Prota shout, telling him to stop provoking him. He says he did everything the old man asked for 5 months and still hasn't heard anything about the Rocky Mountains, so what does he want? The old man asks if Proto is done with his little outburst. Then he explains that 40 years ago everyone lived like normal humans, and that Proto is obviously someone from another world. He can't even sleep properly. He just eats, hides, and never talks to anyone. Then he asks if Proto knows why he says that. Proto answers, because I'm from another world. But the old man says no, that's not the reason. It's because Proto can't live like other people. He explains that 40 years ago the first Earthling appeared, and people became Earthlings by working as hunters. In truth, lots of people do other jobs too, while comparing themselves to hunters. Still, the reward for all that is the mixing of cultures, another world joining with this one. If Proto doesn't fight and just lives peacefully, no one will think much of it. If he wants to live like a normal person, then after this task he should stay away from hunters. Then the old man hands Proto a mission. Proto looks at it. It's a hunter request. The old man says it's a special one and asks Proto to take it. Then when Proto looks at the door, it's Atis, and he asks how Eric is. Proto asks how he found him when he always wears a mask over his face. The old man says he really thought that little rag could hide Proto's huge face. He adds that Proto never stops annoying him, but at least now he can hear him and he'll make sure not to bother Proto anymore. That makes Proto realize he really just doesn't want anyone involved with him, and he feels bad for Atis. Then Atis introduces himself and says it's nice to finally meet the president. The president says he knows Proto used to be a hunter, but now he works for the Builders Association. So Atis came here just to ask him to give Proto up, even though Proto is basically the best demolisher they have. Atis explains this isn't really a guild request, just a personal one, and that there was a small misunderstanding. The old man asks what kind of relationship they have. Atis says they were in different groups, so they weren't that close, but Proto protected him when he was found out by someone in his own group. The old man asks what the issue was. Atis says he was naked at the time and sadly can't explain more than that. The old man immediately gets the wrong idea, and after the mess with Lodi, he remembers the guild trouble that followed, including having to hand over a check for 1 million EX. So the old man assumes Proto basically took advantage of Atisa. He stands up, throws Proto out the window, and tells him to act like a man and take responsibility for what he did. Then he says not to come back until the job is done. Atis says the president was very kind to give him the permission he needed to help her, and Proto says he didn't even get to explain. Yeah, this is messy, but he's not a hunter anymore. Atis says it's only been a month, but he corrects him. It's actually been 5. Then he explains the job is just gathering materials, so it shouldn't be dangerous. And if anything does go wrong, Atis promises to protect Ryu. He also says they're teammates now, so MC doesn't need to be so formal. In the Sati forest, MC starts wondering why Atis picked him in the first place. A little later, Atis asks if he's tired already, even though they've only been there for 10 minutes. Ryu spots a level 2 beast and calls it cute, right as it tries to tear his arm off. He says they could catch it and raise it, but Atis just blasts it with a fireball. Then he tosses him a potion and says if they find another one for a sample, Ryu should let him know. So they keep moving. The problem was, Atis burned every cute creature he came across. He insists the forest is packed with dangerous monsters and asks if the protagonist got hurt. The protagonist just says Atis is banned from using fire magic. Atis starts to argue that he can put it out if he cuts the spell off. But MC doesn't care. Banned is banned. As they talk, he asks if Loda's group was the first one Atis joined. He says yes. It felt strange at first because he had no experience being in a party, and it was also his first time camping. Ryu asks why he joined the Hunters Guild at all. Atis says he just thought gathering materials himself would be fun. Then he explains that mages can grow stronger just by doing research. They don't even have to go into the field. Ryu jokes that a dragon hunter works from home, so Atis pushes back and says that's different. In fact, dragons haven't been able to reproduce, which is why seeing one now is incredibly rare. The protagonist asks if there really aren't any dragons left. Atis notices he's interested. MC says there are no dragons where he comes from, but what he's really thinking is that finding one could earn him some easy levels. Atis goes on to say dragons are terrifying. They soar through the sky on huge wings and burn the land with endless mana. But the worst part is that they grow stronger with every enemy they kill. They're also intelligent and can talk. Some might even be hiding somewhere, living alone. Ryu says that even if they're lonely, living safely is better. He adds that the Einvorn he knows can talk too, but prefers to stay hidden. Atis laughs it off, calling a talking Einvorn the dumbest joke he's ever heard. He says he's serious and that Atis has weird taste in jokes. After that little laugh, Atis asks if he has ever thought about becoming a hunter again. The protagonist says going back to Buckman's group would be pretty awkward, but Atis says he's actually planning to start his own team. That makes Ryu ask why him, and what Atis would do if he ran off again. Atis says he still doesn't really know why MC left the group, but if he's worried about his secret getting out, he suddenly gets tense, then laughs it off. He points out that Atis has secrets too. After all, what kind of mage uses magic without casting a spell? Atis answers that it's not exactly fair if they're both hiding things. So the protagonist asks if he takes him for an idiot. There's no promise Atis won't betray him. And the same goes the other way. Atis says that to him, Ryu is still just a level 5 rookie hunter, Luckily, they're deep in the forest now, and it's already getting dark. Then Atis suddenly takes a stance and apologizes. MC tells him to drop the wand, but instead, Atis pulls it out and warns that this place is dangerous. A second later, he strikes the creature behind Ryu. The spell hits it right in the throat. He asks what he just did, and Atis explains that he fired a shot straight into its neck, so it couldn't cry out and call its pack. Ryu admits that was fast thinking. Atis teases him, saying the protagonist must have thought he was just some soft young master who stayed home doing research. MC says maybe that speech can wait until after Atis convinces him to join the team, because this isn't the time. Atis tells him to cut the creature open, and he jokes that he didn't expect rich people to care about stuff like this. Atis says the monsters in this forest are acting weird because they normally don't come near humans, but today several of them went straight for the two of them. Ryu says that's not a big deal since Atis already explained it all, but when he looks closer at the body, he realizes it's a dungeon monster. Atis says the mana stone isn't the issue, the protagonist needs to keep cutting it open. Later that night, MC and Atis spot what look like kobolds on a watchtower. Looking over the village, they see plenty more. Atis says the finger they found in the other kobold's stomach probably belonged to someone from this village. Then he adds that the creatures apparently started eating humans after they ran out of everything else. Ryu asks if there's a dungeon nearby, and Atis says the city would know immediately if there was one close because dungeons warp the land. He asks why dungeon monsters are here, then says they've seen enough, so they should go back to the guild and report it. But Atis tells him to wait. There's something in the village well. He wonders if it's a survivor, and says they need to save them. Ryu points out that in this situation the person is probably already dead. But Atis isn't listening anymore. He already has an explosive dart aimed at the kobolds on the tower and explains that it's a tool for firing mana stones, the same thing he used earlier. He tells Ryu to hide while he handles all the creatures. But when the protagonist looks over, he sees the person there is human, and already dead. Meanwhile, Atis tears through the place with fire and explosive darts, and he starts figuring out that the kobolds have probably been here for over a year. The bound man might have been the last survivor. Then a kobold appears at the window with a stone in hand, but Atis answers by raising his wand and flooding the area with flames. He even taunts the kobolds, asking if they really thought they'd be safe from a fire mage. He uses the wand so hard that part of its gem starts to crack, and then another kobold jumps in close, ready to attack. He tries firing a dart at it, but misses. So he throws that wand aside and pulls out another one. He's carrying a whole arsenal. The kobold barely has time to react before an explosion hits it in the face. Once almost everything is burned down, MC walks over and says the fire Atisai used in the forest wasn't even close to this. Atisai admits MC was right, the man really is dead. He says he still can't believe it. The monsters dragged him up there and just left him hanging. Atis explains it wasn't the monsters that killed him. He died from the cold, but Ryu thinks that's strange, because he's lived around here for more than a year, and never felt cold like that. Atis says that's because this man was a level 27 hunter from the Hunters Guild. The protagonist finds that odd because there were guild badges scattered outside the ruined village. He starts piecing it together. Not every villager could have been a hunter, since there wouldn't be many jobs here, so they were probably disappearing one by one, and the only place the guild can lose track of missing hunters is inside a dungeon. Atis says the dungeon on the plains that Lodi cleared 6 months ago might have come back, but he still can't explain how the people were brought here, since traveling that far would take too long. Then Ryu notices movement in the well. He removes the cover and says this might explain it. Atis goes pale. A portal. MC asks if kobolds could really make something like that, and Atis shoots the idea down. The only things kobolds know how to do are pile up trash and bodies. Ryu jokes about the giant ants, but Atis tells him to stop messing around and explains that a portal can only be made by a spatial mage at level 40 or higher, and at this distance the mage would need to be at least level 60, maybe even more. He says that's terrifying and asks what they're supposed to do if the one who made the portal is an enemy standing right there. Then through the fog, a skeleton appears. Atis asks if it's a lich. Ryu says it sure looks like one, and a strong one. Its level is shown as 72, and it says it never expected to come back to guests. Then it adds that maybe they had some fun with the kobolds, since the two of them don't seem hurt. It checks the ashes and says there are traces of burned mana. Pretty solid firepower. Then it decides that Atis is probably the mage behind all this, and wonders who the other one is. Ryu asks what's wrong with this skeleton. Atis says that as one of the undead it probably doesn't have normal senses, but it can feel mana. He tells the protagonist the lich probably can't sense him because his mana is so low, which means MC might be able to escape. But the lich already launches an ice shard straight at Ryu's face. He dodges and grabs his sword, then says that after seeing that attack, there's no way Atis can beat it. The lich starts talking about a couple, then keeps going, slipping into some story from the past as it asks if he goes on with the story. He once asked his friend what makes a husband and wife truly married. His friend answered that a real couple walks the same road and faces the same way. The lich loved that answer. So he decided to take something from James and Catalina, a husband and wife. While he's rambling, he starts coming at them. Atis tries to stop him with a fireball, but the lich blocks it with ice. Then he tells them to give up. Protata snaps at Atis, asking why she nearly hit him. Atis says it wasn't her fault. The lich knocked the spell away. The Lich cuts in, saying it's pointless. No spell they use will ever reach him if it's that weak. Still, he enjoys watching people suffer, so he'll play with them a little longer. Atis immediately tells Prota to run, and he throws a dart at the Lich. The Lich starts to say he already warned them it was useless, then it blows up in his face. Prota asks why it worked this time. Atis figures he assumed physical attacks couldn't hurt him and didn't realize it was a magic stone, so he forgot to block. They decide to run for the forest, where the tree's mana might hide them. But as they flee, Prota senses something, grabs Atis's hand, and suddenly an ice wall bursts from the ground and seals them inside a dome. Protopia realizes they're trapped in an ice prison, and Atis says if they stay here they'll end up like the corpse hanging earlier. When she tries to use her wand, it freezes solid. She says the Lich lowered the mana's temperature, so she can't use fire magic anymore. The Lich explains it simply. Hot mana makes fire and cold mana makes ice. The two don't mix, and that means the mage standing there obviously can't cast fire while surrounded by ice. Then he says, class is over. Now it's time for experiments. He fires an ice shard. Protade blocks it easily thanks to his stats, but Atis is already freezing and struggles badly. The Lich mockingly asks how frozen lungs feel, then jokes that he wouldn't know, since he doesn't have lungs. He says it must hurt, but once they pass out they won't feel anything anymore. Atis drops to the ground, and Protata thinks that once she faints he can finally fight. Maybe that's his only shot to keep living a normal life. Then Atis apologizes, saying she was selfish. She places a fire wand against her chest and uses fire magic on herself. Protata asks what she's doing. The skeleton sounds almost excited. He likes it. Since she used fire magic to warm her body from the inside, he wants to see how long it lasts. Atis says this is Prota's last chance, and no matter what happens he has to run the second a hole opens in the wall. Prota asks what she's planning and how she thinks she can do this alone. She tells him to promise. Prota looks at her and says he promises. Atis charges straight at the skeleton and thanks him. The skeleton wonders what kind of magic she'll use to entertain him. Instead, Atis throws the wands. They explode against the wall and barely graze the Lich. He says he doesn't get that attack. It felt more like a distraction than a real strike, so he activates Mana Sight. Now he sees the shattered wands turned into gray mana around the mage. The Lich says everything seems to be going just as planned, and even the dungeon is gone. But then, out of nowhere, right as he talks about playing with a level 5, Atis appears in dragon form. Prota remembers the sound he heard in the forest, and now he understands why Atis was there, because she's a dragon. Atis says she can't explain it right now, but Prota has to trust her. The Lich can hardly believe it. He thinks it's amazing, an actual dragon. He judges her age at around 100 years old, which explains why Atis doesn't need enchantments to use fire magic. Dragons can breathe fire as soon as they start flying. Atis, already annoyed, tells him not to trust rumors. The Lich says maybe that's true, he doesn't know much, so he'll just learn now. Their fight starts at once. Every time he uses ice, Atis burns through it with fire. The Lich admits she's young, but still a dragon. In dragon form, her fire magic is far stronger, and freezing her won't work. Prota realizes the heat coming off Atis is turning the ice into water. Then he sees her real level, 52. Atis keeps blasting the Lich with fire. The Lich explains that it's wide-range magic, so of course no idiot would stand there and take it. He keeps dodging, but Atis was really aiming at the ice wall. The problem is the air is so cold that her flames weaken, and she can't do serious damage to the barrier. Atis admits the plan failed. She couldn't melt the wall. Prota tells her not to worry about him and to focus only on the Lich. He'll handle himself. Right then he takes another ice attack, but Atis blocks it with her hand. Half furious, she asks what he means. Don't worry about you. Did he forget his level? Prota tries to answer, but only tells her again to focus on the Lich. The Lich says a dragon could stop an ice spell like that with no effort, yet she's holding back because of a human. He finds that incredible. A dragon protecting a human. He even asks if someone brainwashed her. Why keep shielding Prota like he needs it? Then he notices one wand still stuck in the wall. While the Lich keeps talking, Atis just tells him to shut up and starts hurling fire at him. The Lich keeps dodging as he runs, still preaching his little speech about why strong beings like them should never hide among weak humans. How pathetic that is, and how humans should worship them instead. Then Atis slams a punch right into him. The Lich is stunned. A dragon punching? But while falling, he stops himself in midair and says it's a shame. If her level were just a little higher, that might have worked. Prota can only think that Atis needs to pass out already, but the look on his face makes Atis think he's scared of her for being a dragon. Prota tells her he's seen monsters way bigger than she is. Next to them, she's cute. Atis says she'd like to hear that story later, but there's no time. She asks if he'll keep his promise. Just as Prota starts to ask Atis something, a beam of light appears, the wand in the wall explodes, and the back of the dome breaks open. The Lich can't understand how it's shattered. Atis yells for Prota to run. He realizes she'll fight to the death if he stays, so he decides to get out first and think of another plan. The Lich says she acted desperately to save a mere human, then attacks from above with a long-range ice spell, Blade Storm. Prota starts thinking about where everything went wrong. It started when he thought he could block the attack, when he didn't tell Atis the man in the well was already dead, when he failed to stop the Lich even after learning his level. All of it happened because he wanted to live as a normal level 5. Then Atis appears again. Prota repeats to himself that he only wanted a normal life. The Lich calls it ridiculous and says he's already bored. Prota screams, asking if Atis is okay. Atis says she's just glad Prota is safe and tells him not to worry. Dragons have tough bodies, but the ice that pierced Atis has already melted, and now she's bleeding badly. Prota's mind races. If he waits until Atis passes out to fight, there may not be time to save her with potions. But if she sees him fight, Atis tells him not to make that face. This is all her fault, because she wasn't strong enough to beat the Lich. She says she promised to protect Prota, and she's sorry. Prota stares at her thinking, a promise? All this for a promise? Meanwhile, the Lich starts casting and says the little dragon has been tainted by humans after spending so long around them. Then he asks, is it really fair for the strong to protect the weak? Is that honor? No, it's just an illusion made by the weak majority, a trick to force the strong to guard them. So he offers a deal. If the dragon kills the human, he'll spare her and make her his companion. Atis says the Lich is right about one thing. In human eyes, dragons are nothing more than monsters. But instead of giving up living like a human and becoming something like the Lich, even if it costs her life, she'd still choose to live as a human. The Lich raises a massive ice sword and says goodbye, bringing it crashing down on both of them. Prota can only think, Atis, your life really is rough. All this for a promise. Living like a human really is hard, and so is keeping your word. Then Prota starts running, and Atis asks what he's doing. Prota says he also wants to live as a human, then jumps. The Lich wonders, is that flight magic? But it doesn't matter. He's still just a weak level 5. Then Prota says, side cut? That's all he says, and the skeleton is sliced to pieces. But even then, a spell chant rings out. From the wreckage, the magic continues. Ice prison. Tentacles start rising and grab both of them. The Lich appears again, reforming among the broken pieces, saying he didn't want to use this spell, but now he has to. Lich says he'll settle for their dead bodies. Ryu can't believe the monster is still alive if he already blew away the top half of its body. Atis explains that a Lich is made of mana, so normal physical attacks can't truly destroy it. The Lich says he figured that out too late. If the protagonist wants to avoid a painful death, he should explain why he hid his real power and acted like a level 5. Instead of answering, Ryu drops the vine he was holding. The Lich freezes in shock. MC tore through the prison tentacles with his bare hands. With a cold look, he speaks up. Hey, you dried up skeleton, let me ask you something. Neither Atis nor I ever told you our levels. So how did you know? The moment he says that, the skeleton goes quiet. He isn't upset though, his life on Earth had been miserable, so in this second life he stayed far more careful. It took a huge amount of effort to steal the Scroll of the Dead, and after all that he believed he had beaten death and fear, or at least he should have. Then he slams out an attack that shakes the ground. Atis is stunned, saying he is insanely strong and that he destroyed those tentacles with pure force alone. The protagonist says he definitely crushed the skeleton's bones, but it's still moving. The skeleton stares in shock and asks what kind of creature MC is. He fires the question back at him. If everyone thought I was level 5, then how do you know the truth? There are only two answers. Either you're a great seer, or you came from another world. As soon as the protagonist says that, the skeleton panics and tries to flee. He realizes the protagonist isn't some clueless country bumpkin, and before he can get away, MC is already right in front of him, smashing him across the face. The skeleton keeps trying to escape, but he is way faster, and tears through everything in his path. Ryu asks if he has any idea how many innocent people are suffering because of him. The skeleton tells him not to make him laugh, while summoning an ice spirit to fight back, but the protagonist shatters it at once. Then he lands another brutal hit, right across the face. Bones crack, teeth break. MC reduces him to pieces. Atis is stunned. MC clearly isn't a normal human, and he must be using aura, but Atis still can't understand how the Lich keeps regenerating. The Lich realizes that if he still isn't using aura, then maybe he wants to capture him and hand him to the Inquisitors. So he asks if this is all about money, because he can pay double the reward. Ryu says he has no clue what he's talking about. Then he picks up some rocks and uses stone throw, except it's basically just him hurling a rock so hard it pierces the monster. He tells him to quit trying to run. Atis tells the protagonist to attack with aura, since a Lich's body is made of mana. If he cuts it with aura, the Lich won't be able to regenerate. MC says he gets it. Atis can use abilities, but he can't because only a higher level swordsman should be able to use aura. Then he reminds him that he's only level 5. Atis starts explaining that aura is really just life energy, but then stops and thinks again. Wait, what does Ryu mean he can't use aura? The skeleton doesn't wait around. He launches another ice attack at him, but the protagonist swings his sword once and wipes it out. The skeleton says Ryu's attacks are useless without aura. Even so, if he can't beat MC directly, he'll go after someone else. Atis tells him not to worry about him, but the protagonist steps in front of him anyway and blocks the attack. Since MC moved away, the Lich starts building an ice cannon. He says that even if MC can block solid magic, he won't be able to stop pure mana. He condenses a huge mass of mana and says it's all meant for him before firing a massive beam. He has seen this move before, so he does the same thing as earlier. He strikes the ground and raises an earth wall. Atis thinks it may not hold for long, and yells that without aura there's no way to kill a lich. But Ryu says the skeleton looks more cracked than before and he wants a closer look. Atis asks what he means. Ryu bursts through the wall, charges straight at the lich, cuts through the compressed mana, and reaches him. He grabs the lich by the neck and studies him up close, saying he doesn't remember those cracks being there before. The lich is horrified. Ryu keeps going. Looks like you can't regenerate if I grind your bones down to dust. The lich screams. In panic, ice magic bursts out. He tries to run while ranting that he beat countless enemies to get this strong, and he won't be taken down by some nobody without aura. Then he notices he has no legs. He looks back and sees Ryu holding them. The lich begs him to stop. The protagonist ignores him and starts scraping the bones against his sword. The lich screams, but Ryu keeps grinding them until they turn to dust. A little later, Atis shows up in rough shape. MC throws a pile of healing potions at him. Atis says that many potions should help a lot. He asks why he always looks like this after transforming, and Atis says he really wishes he had clothes that wouldn't rip. Then he moves on from that and asks what happened to the lich. Ryu says he left him unable to move. But when they look over, the lich is basically just dust. The protagonist only left part of his torso intact. The lich screams that MC will pay for this. Ryu says he only pinned him down. Atis asks how he's still alive. He answers that the ribs are tougher than he expected, so he couldn't grind them into dust. Atis says that's fine. Capturing an enemy without killing him is never easy. Atis starts walking toward the lich, but the protagonist tells him to wait. There's something he needs to know first. The lich sneers that the dragon is underestimating him. Atis grabs the remaining bones and starts a mana infusion. The lich shrieks, and Ryu says he thought liches didn't feel pain. Atis explains that mana infusion is only a little painful for a normal person, but for something made of mana it must be unbearable. Then he demands the truth. Who were the companions the lich mentioned earlier, and why were they killing the other hunters? A coin falls from the lich's mouth. Ryu catches it and looks at the earth emblem on it. The lich says young dragons don't understand how the world works, but an older dragon would, since they joined us. Atis asks, what do you mean us? MC keeps staring at the emblem, wondering if us means people from Earth. The lich says they'll watch the world be destroyed together in the land of the dead. Then he bites down, triggering a surge of energy and a huge explosion. The story cuts to another place. This time, Ivern is packing up her things and trying to drag everything she saved, but it's too heavy. She starts crying, saying she doesn't want to leave her stuff behind because she spent so long collecting it all. But too many weird things have been happening. Fires in the forest, a giant chunk of ice falling from the sky, and a huge quake that felt strong enough to break the whole continent. She can't sleep, and even her scales look bad now. She starts thinking this might be divine punishment for helping that gorilla from another world, meaning Ryu. She says she's just a smart, cute Ivern when something appears at the cave entrance. She looks over but sees nothing, so she says she needs to leave soon. Then the man in front of her speaks, surprised to find a talking Ivern. She panics and asks who he is. The man says he's only looking for a friend, and he followed the sound of a voice to check who was there. The Ivern tells him no one lives here. He says that explains why he's been so hard to find. She answers that she hasn't seen another human in over a year, so she can't help him. The man says that's not it. She probably has seen him because his friend is a skeleton. Then it cuts back to the lich, his teeth glowing. But Atis says those teeth were magic stones and he's trying to self-destruct. Atis tries another mana infusion to stop him, but it won't work. Ryu asks what's happening. Atis tells him to run and nearly out of mana, says the lich is about to explode. Then he passes out. After that, only the aftermath of the blast remains. Sometime later, strange people arrive and ask what happened in this crater. One of them says that based on the mana traces, the magic used here went off about a week ago, and everything points to Shin's self-destruction. So Shin was the lich. Apparently these people were his allies. One woman wonders why he would self-destruct when he feared death so much that he became a lich in the first place. Then the blue-haired man asks what Leslie is doing. She immediately pulls her sword to strike him, but he blocks it with his own. She calls him Alejandro. He says he remembers just fine that she hates being touched. Then he jokes that touching her might still be worth it if she heals him later. Leslie warns him she'll slice him apart if he keeps it up. A flashy beam of light suddenly cuts between them, and another man tells them to stop. He says Alejandro shouldn't act like he knows what happened, since he got there late. Then he explains that the lich self-destructed. The blast was so strong it went past his power to regenerate, and as expected, there are no signs of any enemy here. The blue-haired man says that's exactly what makes this so strange. Leslie. One of them says the answer is simple. Whoever did this pushed a level 72 lich into self-destruction. But Alejandro points out that the real problem isn't that. It's where it happened. This crater is 2 kilometers from the actual battlefield, so someone moved him while he was about to blow himself up. That leaves the others stunned. Now it makes sense why they can't sense any enemy mana. But how did anyone pull that off? Procha casually says he just kicked him. Titsit stares at him. What do you mean you kicked the lich's skull? Procha says that's all he did. He kicked the head and then it exploded. Still, he insists he didn't hit it hard enough to make it burst like that. Titsit is baffled. To him, things exploding from a kick sounds crazy. Procha clears it up. The blast came from the lich's self-destruction, not from the kick itself. That makes Procha realize why he didn't get any experience. Then he explains how he carried the unconscious Atis back to the village. Atis complains that climbing over the wall was illegal, but Prota asks how else he was supposed to enter through the gate with a naked man on his shoulders. After that, he tried going to the office to speak with the crown. Instead, they threw him out and the guards even chased him. Later, he ran into some smugglers and beat them down, but none of that matters now. What matters is that Atitsit is okay. Atitsit admits he never expected someone this strong to save him. He doesn't even know how to repay Prota, and he can't imagine what would have happened if the Lich had captured him. After all, that thing came from another demonic world. Still, Prota is clearly different. Atitsit starts apologizing, and Prota explains himself. The world he came from had plenty of killers too. Even though he was sent to this continent on an infiltration mission and told to wipe out certain beings, he'd rather live like a normal person and fit into this world than become a murderer. That makes Atitsit wonder if most people from the other world are living normal lives too. Prota says, probably, at least at first. Most of them likely turned into killers later. The big difference with him, he says, is that his guide is defective. Atitsit asks what this guide even is. Is it the power people from the other world have? Prota says yes, the thing that lets them see people's levels. He also suspects it has some hidden ability the user doesn't even know about. Atitsit asks if that means people from the other world are being forced to commit those crimes by following orders from that demonic god. Prota says the reason he's listed as level 5 is because his guide system is broken. He just doesn't know how bad the defect really is, and he worries he could lose his mind someday and turn into a killer too. That's why he says Atitsit shouldn't get too close. He has plenty of money, and nothing is keeping him in this village. All he asks is for Atitsit to stay careful. Atitsit answers with his full name, Atitsit Empatir Ragnarok, a descendant of the dragons created by the entity of shadows. Among fire dragons, keeping your word means everything. And as a fire dragon, he says he will repay this debt no matter what. Prota smiles, then he leaves the room. That night, a carriage is prepared for him. The old man tells Prota to follow the map to his destination. He also gives him papers from the Builders Association so he can pass through the gates, and the president says a new identity will be waiting with an agent there. He tells Prota not to forget to find him. He also says to leave the carriage there and sell it. When Prota asks about the money from the sale, the president tells him to keep it. Getting rid of someone troublesome is worth more than that cheap cart. Prota thanks him and says he'll repay the favor someday, but the president makes him promise not to erase anyone's CPF, because if he ever starts doing that, he'll become a monster. Prota agrees. As he leaves, he shouts that he'll come back and visit one day. The old man looks up at the stars and says he hopes the entities protect them. Elsewhere, the people from the other world have tamed Wyvern. They head to the battle site and study the area. Wyvern thinks her luck is awful. She got captured by the Great Earth Group. The group argues for a bit, then agrees that the Lich's bones were reduced to dust by raw physical force. They say only a dragon over 500 years old should have enough brute strength to beat a Lich like that. Then they find dragon blood, and one of them orders the others to use it to track the source. Right after that, Proto's carriage shows up with a broken wheel. He complains that if this keeps up, the goods will spoil. A bunch of bandits surround him and laugh like it has to be a joke. Their boss tells them to stop fooling around and do their job. Then he walks up and greets Proto like a gentleman. He points out that the carriage is broken and says, with all those goods, maybe Proto could use some help. He even says Proto should feel honored that the Black Parade bandits are offering it. Proto responds by lifting the whole carriage with one hand, grabbing the fallen wheel and putting it back on. Then he keeps moving like nothing happened. On the way, he says he still couldn't figure out the route, no matter how much he checked the map. He was starting to worry, so he's relieved he found Mr. Callumhold. The man quickly corrects him. It's Kalimdor. Proto asks if he said something. The guy gives up and tells him to forget it. Then he tells Proto to look ahead. Proto is stunned. Athen, the dungeon city, is massive. Kalimdor explains that the canyon called the Parade is the most famous dungeon in the entire north. Proto asks if building a city there isn't dangerous. Kalimdor says the dungeon sits at the very end of the parade, so monsters almost never make it up. Proto figures getting down through that canyon and into the dungeon must be brutal. Then Kalimdor says they've arrived. He warns that entering the city takes time because of the inspection line. But when Proto looks back, the guy is already trying to run. He thinks he almost got caught by inspection, only to see Proto suddenly right in front of him. That scares him badly. Begging not to be turned in, he says Proto must be new here and not understand how this place works. He explains that there's a prison camp at the end of the valley where criminals from all over the north are sent. It's packed with vicious inmates, and a small-time bandit like him would never survive there. Worse, they recently locked up a being from another world there. Even the other prisoners are scared of him. Proto is surprised. A being from another world? The bandit swears it's true, and says that monster would tear him apart. Then a guard notices the scene and asks if there's a problem. Proto hands the bandit a money pouch and says there's no problem. This man just quit his job, and Proto was only stopping him. Then he shows his permit. The bandit is confused about the money. Proto says starting over is hard when all you have are the clothes on your back, so he's giving him enough to begin a new life and a new job. The bandit gratefully thanks him for the gold coins, and then Proto freezes. Gold coins? He checks his pocket and realizes the truth. He gave away the wrong pouch. The one he meant to keep had a silver and bronze, and when he looks back, the bandit is long gone. So Prota enters the city, packed with people and stalls selling everything. He keeps looking around, then realizes he won't even make it through the day with what money he has left. He starts wondering if he'll need to go back to the association, because nearly all the cash he earned was in that pouch. Maybe he thinks construction really is his true calling. As he walks, he starts checking the signs. That's when he spots a sketchy little notice looking for a veteran soldier, and the person behind it is Atis. Prota grabs Atis and drags him out of there. Next, they're in a house drinking coffee. Atis says there aren't many quiet places in the city, and this is one of the few spots where he feels at ease. Then he asks why Prota took 2 whole days to arrive. Prota shoots back that he wants to know the same thing. What is Atis doing here, and how did he get here first? Sure, Prota knows he was late, but still, why did Atis come here at all? Atis asks why he's so mad and wonders if the association director didn't explain anything. That makes Prota remember the old man saying he'd send an agent, and that agent was Atis. Prota says fine, but if Atis tries to recruit him, it's only going to bring more trouble. Atis replies that if that's true, then he wasted his money buying this house for nothing. So Prota quickly says he'll lead the group, mostly because he has nowhere else to stay. Atis asks how Prota can be the leader if Atis is weaker. Prota shrugs and says, I'm only level 5. How am I supposed to lead? With that reputation, he'll never get close to the entities. Atis realizes he has a point, and the Inquisitors would definitely come after Prota too. So Prota explains that at first he wanted to keep his level secret. He even tried hunting monsters, but it didn't help. Then he asks if there's any water, and Atis says there is in the fridge. Prota is shocked. A fridge? Atis says people from the other world really underestimate this world. Prota says he had almost given up after being trapped in the mountain, and now he can already picture himself drinking a cold beer, assuming this world even has beer. When he tries to open the fridge, it tells him his level is too low to use it. He grabs the fridge in disbelief. Why does everything here have a level lock? Atis yells back that it's a magic item, so of course it needs one. Prota fires back. Of course? What do you mean, of course? In our world, we don't have levels. Frustrated, he starts banging his head against the fridge. Atis realizes he's serious. These magic tools are made from dungeon cores, she explains. Prota asks what that has to do with anything. Atis says she just came up with a way to fix his problem and let him move around in public without exposing his level. Prota asks if she found some magic item that can hide it. Atis says it's way simpler than that and tells him they're going to try something else. A little later, they're at the Hunters Guild. Atis signs up at the desk. The receptionist congratulates him. Level 37 Hunter, full record included. He thanks her. The receptionist secretly thinks it's been forever since someone as pretty as Atis came through this dump and wonders why she has to deal with creeps all day. Then Prota walks in wearing an oversized shirt, his skin darkened for the act. She awkwardly asks Mr. Harry, then corrects herself and asks him to please keep his shirt on. Everyone stares at his build. Prota glances back at her and she quickly apologizes, saying she'll check his level with the evaluation stone. One worker nearby says this is the first time he's seen a hunter attract this much attention. Another replies that it happens sometimes, usually with muscleheads who love showing off. Atis cuts in, saying maybe using the evaluation stone on him isn't such a good idea. The other receptionist points out that without the stone, he can't be registered. Prota takes it, calls it a devil's stone, and crushes it in his hand. He declares that nothing demonic is touching his sacred body. Everyone is stunned. He destroyed the evaluation stone barehanded and called it evil on top of that. Atis just smiles while people whisper that maybe the rumors were true. Then the receptionist carefully asks if he might be a Volterra, the legendary warrior race. Back to the house up on the roof, Prota asks how getting a tan is supposed to hide who he is. Atis explains that the Volterras are proud people who love showing off their glowing bodies. Prota asks if she's sure they're famous warriors and not just a bunch of exhibitionists. She says the Volterras' traits are close to Prota's, and since they live far up north, hardly anyone knows what they actually look like. Most people just assume they're insanely strong and deeply tanned. So Atis builds a whole fake family story for him. A tanned grandfather, a tanned mother, 2 tanned kids, and Prota as the father. He immediately asks why he has to be the dad instead of one of the children. Still, he goes along with it and asks what this plan even gets him, if he has to walk around half-naked and embarrassed. Atis says the point is simple. People won't question his level if they believe he's a Volterra. They'll just accept that he's strong, and that kind of reputation could still draw the entity's attention. Prota reminds Atis about the evaluation stone. Atis just says, if anyone brings one out, smash it. He'll handle everything after that. Now the guild is buzzing with everyone saying he's a Volterra swordsman. Atis backs it up, saying he really does look like one, but adds that Prota didn't have to destroy the stone and scare the receptionist. Apparently the fake name Prota is using now is Naked. Prota admits he got carried away. Atis says his partner still isn't used to guild rules or city life, so they spread another part of the act. Volterra warriors are strictly forbidden from using items or artifacts. Prota agrees at once, saying those things are the devil's work. Atis says he'll pay for the broken stone, but asks how they're supposed to form a party if Prota can't even register as a hunter. Atis already has an answer. He says he'll register Prota as his bodyguard and shows his emblem. The receptionist asks for a certain document, but Atis smoothly says he forgot it and asks if they can keep that between them. She instantly melts and does it anyway. Another worker even calls Atis over for a drink. Prota can only think the guy's a total flirt and weirdly popular with women. Still, thanks to Atis, he can finally move around without stress. Too bad the attention turns right back to him, with people already treating him like the party's main fighter, and even reaching out to touch his muscles. That is definitely not what Prota wanted, so he tells everyone to back off and quit spreading nonsense. Far away, inside a strange rocky hideout, the other members of Great Earth are gathered. This part is mostly talk, so here's the short version. The healer praises Alejandro for bringing in so many people. Alejandro brushes it off and says he barely did anything. He only gathered the dungeon beggars, people from other worlds who hang around near dungeons. Leslie points out that Alejandro wasn't the real key anyway. The place they're using was given to them by dragons over 500 years old. The healer says that means there's probably a dragon older than 500 that betrayed them. Alejandro says the only place that dragon could hide is in a dungeon city. Leslie adds that the dragon blood they had has dried up, so they can't use local detection magic anymore. That means Alejandro will have to find the dragon himself. The healer asks why he called them all there. Alejandro opens the curtain and reveals a hunter. This is the one who killed other hunters inside the dungeons. The prisoner asks if he'll be set free if he does what Alejandro wants. Leslie says the man is level 37, but looks completely wrecked. Alejandro tells her to look closer. She checks again and notices an artificial guide mark on him. Leslie says people normally don't survive an implanted artificial guide, but Alejandro explains they changed the implantation method. He says they'll get to see the results for themselves. At the same time, Einvern is there too, forced to work for them. They call for a sacrifice and a girl is brought in. Someone says Einvern is kind and that this isn't her fault, but this hardly feels like a proper sacrifice. Even so, they keep going. One of the creeps asks if he can skip tomorrow's job instead. Alejandro tells him to enjoy himself as much as he wants. The man starts by pulling out a knife. He checks the girl's level 34 and tells her to beg for her life. Then he goes all in, attacking without holding back. Meanwhile, Einvern wonders what she's even doing there. She plans to wait until the Terrakios are distracted, then save the girl and run. But when she watches the fight, the girl is practically dancing around him, dodging every single attack. The man gets furious and asks if she's just going to keep dancing on defense, so she decides to finally do something, and in one move she slices off all his hair. Humiliated, he threatens to crush her. Leslie asks if the girl also has an artificial guide. Alejandro says her level is too high for that to make sense otherwise, and Leslie says she's good enough to use as a test subject. Alejandro tells them to watch closely. The man starts changing, the mark spreads across his body. Alejandro orders him to stop, but he keeps going and transforms into a dungeon beast. Leslie blurts out a confused question about why he looks like that. Alejandro explains that the mark was made to create hybrids. It cancels the implant's side effects, but the user transforms when using abilities. The moment he charges at the girl, she fires off a strong lightning attack, and he drops hard. He hits the ground like a sack. The girl calmly says, "Mr. Alejandro, please stop the test. My opponent has fainted." Alejandro agrees and tells her to take care of him before he loses control again. But the man forces himself back up, insisting he's still fine. Then Scar says the girl was amazing. Her sword and magic techniques were carried out through a guide, even if it wasn't an official one. He asks if that means Alejandro's artificial guide was a success. Alejandro says yes and no. Users with an artificial guide can kill enemies, but they don't gain experience from it. Leslie points out that the artificial guide clearly isn't the same as their real guide. Scar then explains the bigger issue. Absorbing experience from defeated enemies isn't just something Terrakios can do. Dungeon monsters can do it too. That's why Alejandro has been making hybrid experiments. He wants a subject who can gain experience from kills without being blocked by the artificial guide's limits. They bring up a draconic core they want to test next, hoping it can improve the artificial guide and maybe remove the no-growth problem. And if there really is a traitor dragon, they'll finally have the perfect test subject. Scar says the item he tossed over there is something Madam sent them. Leslie asks if Alejandro can really handle a dragon strong enough to fight Leech at his current level. Alejandro says getting an artifact is nice, but having a single powerful item is even better. The scarred man says they should report that the artificial guide is almost finished. Leslie reminds him they still have work to do, and they head out. He tells Blue Hair to handle the dragon, wishes her luck, and leaves with Leslie. On the way, he wonders how he's supposed to find a dragon without any tracking magic. Then he tells the girl to have Ivern clean up the area. She asks if she should really leave, and he says yes, so Ivern bolts. As she runs, Ivern panics, mumbling about guinea pigs and great dragons, wondering what kind of place this is. To her, everyone there has lost their minds, and if she stays any longer, she's dead, so she sprints for an exit. A moment later, she finally makes it out. Seeing the open sky, she tries to take off, but the blind girl is already right behind her. She rushes in and throws a lightning sword at her. Even so, Ivern manages to dodge and fly off, but once she's in the air, she gets caught by a lightning whip. The blind girl stops in front of her and says she's not getting away. Ivern fires back that she's free, and no one is going to capture her. The blind girl is shocked, and Ivern can talk? Then she tells Ivern to stop climbing because they're getting too high. That makes her wonder if a magic swordsman could survive a fall from that height. Right then, a strange light appears and strikes Ivern. Meanwhile, on the lowest floor of the valley dungeon, green ants swarm the area while Shin keeps feeding wood into the fire. He cuts down the monsters one by one, and they drop fast. Then Shin says he's about to use a great technique. He raises his sword and slashes through the whole group. Calling it his grand move, he jokes that all he really did was hold up the sword and charge in. Then he grins and says dinner is served. A fireball suddenly sweeps in and burns up the rest of the monsters. After that, tons of vital force fragments spill out, and Shin says he's never seen anything like this while gaining experience. He asks Atis how he feels. Atis apologizes for taking his prey, but Shin doesn't mind. If it helps Atis level up, that's a good thing. Still, Shin wonders why his own level barely moves. Atis explains that Shin can't level so easily anymore. Levels are tied to stats, and the higher your stats get, the harder it is to evolve. He adds that dragons grow in a different way by devouring an enemy's vital force. That power is absorbed through the draconic core, but the core has limits and is very unstable. If they take in too much, their whole body can break down. After saying that, Atis transforms and puts his clothes on. Shin asks if that means there's a limit to how much he can absorb. Atis says even water can kill you if you take in too much, but he's still happy after 15 years. He can finally raise his level again. Shin says Atis should gain at least 20 or 30 levels, then asks how old he is. Atis says he'll be 150. Shin blurts out, is he some kind of old man? Atis says not at all. By dragon standards, that's still like being a teenager. Since dragons can live over 1,000 years, Shin asks how strong an older dragon would be. Atis says it's hard to answer, because many of them hit a wall and stop leveling. There just aren't enough creatures around that can give them the vital force they need. Still, some dragons, even when they need huge amounts, keep slaughtering anything they can to reach the power they want. Even if each target only gives a little vital force, they keep growing. Shin says it's different for him. No matter how many level 25 monsters he kills, he gets nothing. The only time he gained experience was after taking down a level 45 monster. Atis explains that dragons gather massive amounts of vital force in one place. They call it great vital force, while humans call it a dragon's nest. Shin asks if someone like him could grow stronger in a place like that. Atis says without a draconic core, it's impossible. He explains that without a core, the energy can't be absorbed at all. Instead, that vital force would tear Shin's body apart and heal it at the same time. An endless loop of pain. At the same time, it cuts to Asura. People are yelling at Enrollment, telling her to get away because it's dangerous. She just tells them to fall back while Asura remains trapped in that cycle. Then she seems to slip into a strange vision, an endless sky in the middle of nowhere, until someone calls her by the name Asura. She knows that voice. It belongs to the captain of the knights, the one who met her as a child and gave her the name Asura. So she asks if he's really the captain. He jokingly corrects her. Not bald captain, but captain of the sacred warriors of the celestial dragons. Asura starts crying. She says the bald captain is alive, and he teases her for being such a crybaby. She claims it was just something in her eye. Then he tells her time hasn't come yet, and brings up the crown prince. The punishment for letting the prince fall during the flight was the execution of the entire celestial dragon squad. Even so, he tells Asura she's smart, careful, and wise, but she needs to trust others more. She can't do this alone. She needs someone by her side to wipe away her tears. Then a draconic core appears, and the blind girl yanks Asura down with the rope, dropping her hard to the ground. She's left in rough shape. The blind girl asks if she's okay, and tells her to get up. Atis explains that Ivern took in too much vital energy, which threw her own power out of balance. For now, they can only treat the outside injuries. Alegi asks for a healing potion, but Alejandro shows up and says it would be a waste. He didn't expect this Ivern to try escaping, but tells her to give up. Even great dragons would struggle to absorb that much vital force. On top of that, he says he has no potion worth wasting on an Ivern, and tells Alegi to end it quickly. Alegi asks if the Ivern's name is Afaris. She introduces herself and asks if she can at least close her eyes. Then the scene cuts. Alegi asks Alejandro one more time for a potion, and when he turns, she cuts herself. Then she asks if using a potion on her now would still be a waste. Alejandro gets annoyed but gives in, saying this is the first and last time he'll allow something like this. Another person brings over the potions, and Asura is healed, though still covered in scratches. Once the Ivern is treated, she says something feels off. She's sure Alegi has some kind of plan, and that's the only reason she was saved. Alegi admits there is a reason, and asks if Asura has ever cared for a plant before. Asura says she used to keep a garden, so she instantly panics, asking if she's about to be raised with the flowers or eaten beside them. Alegi says she doesn't eat flowers. She explains that the artificial guide lets her see the world, though not colors, since she's blind. What she can see clearly is mana, but inanimate objects are harder to make out, so flowers help her. Then she explains that she normally doesn't bother watering sick plants. Since Asura took in a huge amount of vital energy and still survived, she became interested. Asura asks if that's why she requested the potion. Alegi says most people would call it luck, but she can see the vital energy moving inside of fire, and because of that, she believes Fire has a draconic core. Fire says that's impossible. She's just an Ivern. But Alegi points out that an Ivern is still a kind of dragon. Add in her unusual intelligence and the fact that she can speak, and it starts to make sense. So Ifire asks if that means she formed a draconic core on her own while taking in that vital force. Aleji says she was already sure Alejandro had been searching for a draconic core. It's the last material needed to complete the artificial guide implanted in her. She kept that secret and brought Ifer here herself. Then she asks if Ifer really thinks she's some loyal subordinate. That makes Ifer start thinking things over. Yeah, Aleji clearly isn't loyal to blue hair, so Ifer asks if Aleji can recognize shapes even if she can't physically see them. Aleji says yes. So Ifer makes Alejandro's face and jokes that cows must lick his hair every day. Aleji laughs at that. Then Ifer also imitates Alejandro's two little lackeys. After that, in a wrecked house, Alejandro appears again. He's checking a list of hunters who evolved over the last month, and the search gets narrowed down fast. They're trying to find the hunters who beat the Lich. They compare guild members and others who recently leveled up, but find no one over level 50. Shin and Atis aren't even on that level either. Atis only reaches 52 in dragon form, while his human form is 37. Then they check the hunter's journal, though they doubt the targets are regular hunters, since the people they're after seem too low level and too easy to notice. Then Alejandro spots Shin and Atis and says with appearances like theirs, they could never stay hidden if they were the ones he's looking for. Elsewhere, inside the dungeon crater, some hunters are in the middle of a fight. They're joking around while battling, with one teasing another about needing help. Soon enough, the two of them finish off the monsters in front of them. The blonde guy boasts that he killed 10 more than the other. Then suddenly, two girls start screaming, asking where all this webbing came from. A spider even appears right above one of them. The blonde guy rushes in to save them, but gets hit instead. He complains as he scratches himself. His name is Brad. Yes, Brad. Anyway, the fight keeps going until someone casts ice magic and freezes the tarantulas. The others are totally confused and think it came out of nowhere. They first think it came from a monster, but we already know who did it. It was Atis and Ryu. The group recognizes them right away, and Atis says he wasn't planning to step in, but the two men should save the girls while he and him handle the monsters. Once the creatures are down, the others say it's an honor to be with them and admit they feel a lot safer now. Atis tells them not to worry and asks them to lead the way. One of the fighters says he heard Atis was a fire mage, so he's surprised to see him use ice too. Atis explains that after facing an ice mage before, he started studying those spells. The two girls quickly start flirting, saying they like strong, manly guys. They introduce themselves as spiritualists, who mostly play support. One is Aleje, and the other is Aleje. Then one of the warriors suggests they team up again after leaving the dungeon, but Ryu turns him down. The girls are clearly disappointed, so Atis smooths it over, saying Mr. Volterra hates distractions while training. Then the girls say they can all grab a drink after the dungeon. As they chat about what to do on their day off, the protagonist starts playing along, and Atis gives him a look. That leads into a memory of the two of them figuring out how to get famous faster. They decide they need witnesses, rumors, and people talking about them. If they show off their strength in front of other parties, those groups will start admiring them, and that attention might eventually reach the deities. To avoid trouble, they plan to help each group only once. Atis even says there's already a line of people who want help from the warrior Volterra, and adds that he is going to become the most famous hunter in the city. Ryu realizes everything is happening just like he planned. The problem is the women are focused on Atis, not him. Brad gets annoyed and tells them to stop fooling around. In his view, a hunter should give up free time to kill monsters. The girls fire back that he's only acting like that because women don't like him, and Brad insists Atis is only a little better looking than he is. Ryu stares at him for a second, then asks if he's really trying to pick a fight just because someone criticized his master. Brad also admits he doesn't buy MC's strength. Before that goes anywhere, MC says they've arrived. In front of them is what looks like a cage with a spider in the center, so Atisa asks if sealing this section would make the whole dungeon disappear. The answer is probably no. They explain that the crater dungeon is actually a chain of dungeons spread through the valley, so clearing one part won't shut down the whole thing. The group stops there and spots the dungeon artifact. If an artifact is here, that means there should also be a dungeon boss. Ryu starts to wonder if the spider in front of them is really the boss. One of the warriors says that kind of spider spits poison, then tells Brad and Atis to protect the girls. But without waiting for any answer, he charges ahead, saying he'll never let another party steal his reward. The other warrior says he'll leave the girls' protection to Atis and Ryu, while he watches for now. The girls cast support spells as the two men set up a pincer attack. The spider spits poison, so one girl throws up a barrier while the other casts a buff. The shield blocks the poison, and Atise praises them as skilled spiritualists. Then the two fighters move in, one from below and the other from above. Brad and the warrior both strike the spider's head, and it goes down. Everyone celebrates, but Atise says they're good, just not on Ryu's level. He comments that the boss was kind of weak, and the level here seems low. The girls are thrilled, saying they're finally real hunters now that they helped close a dungeon. The other two celebrate too, since it's their first dungeon clear. They start talking about moving up to the 4th district and finally becoming high-level hunters. Then one of the warriors gets slammed into a wall. Brad yells, "Martin, where are you?" Looking up, they realize the cage wasn't a cage at all. It was the legs of a giant spider. This is the real dungeon boss, the Tarantula Queen, level 50. A quick explanation follows. Information only gets updated when hunters actually fight monsters. If too many hunters die, the records stay vague. That's why some dungeons still hide monsters that are much harder to kill, usually the true bosses. The giant spider charges an energy blast and fires at the blonde fighter. Luckily, Atis is there and blocks it. Brad is stunned and asks if Atis's level wasn't supposed to be close to his, so how did his magic stop that attack? Atis explains that he sacrificed one of his rods to pull it off. Brad can't believe it and asks if he's crazy for throwing away a rod. Then the boss swings its legs and Brad shouts for everyone to be careful. Ryu moves first and blocks the strike. When Atis asks about the spiritualists, the protagonist says he already got them out of the dungeon. Brad starts backing away, yelling that the boss may be huge but it's slow, so they still have time to run. Meanwhile, MC and Atis calmly talk strategy. Getting onto its back would be risky, and Atis points out that since it's an arachnid, its shell is probably thick and hard to pierce. Ryu agrees it won't go down in one hit. Brad thinks they've lost it and begs them to leave. If they die here, no one will be left to warn others. Atis calmly says that's exactly why they have to kill it, so it can't threaten anyone again. Brad is practically seeing his life flash before his eyes. How are they this calm? While he tries to question their plan and says they clearly have no boss fight experience, he simply tells them to cover their ears and get ready to throw the sword. Then, without hesitation, he hurls the sword straight at the boss. It tears open part of its body, and Brad is left thinking, did he really just throw a sword like it was a spear? Even after that, the boss starts charging another attack, so Brad thinks it still isn't over. Then someone yells, "Watch out," a huge explosion goes off. Through all of it, the sword is still spinning through the air before dropping nearby. That's when it becomes clear the wand had been attached to the sword, and Brad is completely stunned. Ryu gains 200,000 XP, which still feels like almost nothing to him. Brad can only stare. The protagonist says they should close the dungeon, and Atis picks up the spear-like artifact. On the way back, Brad is off by himself, nearly in tears. Ryu looks over and says it's embarrassing to see him like that. If he can't do anything, then Atis cuts in and says Brad is probably just in shock. Not everyone is as strong as MC. Brad says he really did try his best, but he couldn't save Martin after he got dragged up and he was helpless against the monster. He admits he's jealous of Volterra since it seems like he was strong from the day he was born. Atis starts to say he had to go through a lot too, but the protagonist raises a hand and says, "You can complain about how unfair the world is, but that changes nothing. People do whatever they can to survive. If luck is with you, you live and grow stronger. That goes for me too. You were lucky enough to find us, so you survived. If you weren't, you'd already be dead." Brad is shaken by that, then shouts back. Still, he admits Ryu is right. Without them, he'd be done for. But what about Martin? MC bluntly says Martin must have died because he wasn't lucky. Right then, Martin shows up in the back and says, "Hey, you guys back?" The answer is yes, and everyone immediately starts yelling at him, asking where his gratitude is, calling him an idiot, and saying Volterra saved all of them while he's standing there talking nonsense. Brad insists he saw Martin get launched away. Martin explains that Volterra saved him mid-air, caught him, and even softened the landing. He just got lucky and survived. Brad asks if that's even possible, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. He calls out to them and everyone thanks Ryu and Atis, saying they owe them their lives. He just says he's heading on ahead and walks off. Martin starts arguing with Brad, saying Mr. Volterra was probably annoyed because of him. Then Atis makes them an offer. He says they can't really use the artifact themselves, so he plans to sell it. Since they went through a lot together though, he's willing to sell it to the group if they want it, for half price. He adds that this would also help make up for some trouble caused by the item. Brad is shocked and asks if he's seriously offering the weapon to them. Atis says this is luck too. That makes everyone light up. It's a real artifact, and now they finally have one. Ryu pauses to think it would have been a problem if any of them had died. Besides, he can't even use the artifact himself because of the level limit. Then a car pulls up in front of him. Someone taps the window and says they found the warrior Volterra. The man asks about the mage, and the protagonist says he hasn't left yet. The person with him turns out to be the man who was with Alejandro, and he says he hopes they'll be willing to help. Back with the party, one of them thanks Atis for Mr. Volterra's help. Hearing all of it, Ryu starts thinking. This only made him more famous, and he still handled things well. A win-win for him, and if he keeps this up, the gods might want to meet him again and give him even more contribution points. His real goal is to join hands with the gods and take down the heavenly demon, the one who sent him to this world. Atis looks around for Prota, not knowing he's hiding behind the house when the man from the carriage comes over and asks if he's Mr. Atse Bannister and if he can borrow a little of his time. As Prota steps out from his hiding spot, he wonders where they're going. Inside the carriage, Atis says he got in to talk, so why is the carriage moving? The man brushes it off like it's just for privacy. Atis realizes he used up all his wands in the fight and got careless. The man notices too and says he was smart not to reach for one. Then he adds that it's nice to meet him in person, especially since he's Adora Bannister's younger brother. That makes Atis ask if he knew his sister. The man says yes, at least by reputation. He explains that she fought the Great Dragons with the 4 heroes 10 years ago, and thanks to her work, the Superior Draken was created, the group that keeps the Great Dragons in check. He even says she likely would have received a blessing if she had lived. Atise cuts him off. Bringing up his sister won't win him over, so he tells the man to get to the point. The man says he understands and apologizes. He only came because of rumors about the current head of the Bannister family, stories that he shut himself away after his sister died. Seeing Atse in person puts those worries to rest. Atse asks what exactly he means. Then the carriage stops, and when he opens the door, the man says they picked a place with no one around, so they can talk in private. Atse looks out and sees it's his own house. The man is completely confused and asks why they're here. A voice answers that he has a real gift for driving carriages. The man panics and asks if he's some kind of beast. What did he do? Proto calmly says the driver was heading the wrong way, so he fixed the route. Right away, he figures this man wasn't part of Atise's little fame plan. Atise agrees the stalker part was definitely unexpected. The man tries to argue that he's not a stalker, and this is all a misunderstanding, but Proto politely tells him to explain everything. A little later, Atse says he can feel sacred power coming from an amulet linked to Arca, the goddess of light. Proto wonders if that means this man is a priest from the Order of Light. He's already been roughed up too, with at least 2 punches to the face. The man finally says his name is Otto. He's a high priest serving Arca, the goddess of light, and he's level 45. Atse apologizes, saying it just never crossed his mind that a priest would try to kidnap him. Otto insists he wasn't trying to kidnap anyone. He only wanted a private talk. He says he understands why they reacted that way, but still complains that they didn't even let him explain. He calls out for Walter to say something too. Proto uses his translation skill to speak in Walterian, and tells him to quit acting. He knows Otto understands him. Atse says it's strange that the Order came looking for him instead of the warrior Walter, which means Otto must be here for some secret mission. So the priest admits Atse is sharp. In his head though, he's thinking most of the dragons have badly underestimated this young one. That's a huge mistake, especially if he's the one leading a Valterra. Otto can't believe Atse is only 17, but the truth is Atse is actually 150. Otto decides to trust him, and asks him to listen carefully. He says he's investigating a man named Alejandro, then shows a picture of the blue-haired suspect. Otto believes he's somewhere in the refugee villages around the Crater Valley. Atse immediately guesses Alejandro is leading some kind of criminal group and using those villages as a hiding place. So Otto says he needs to explain the refugee villages first. The refugees weren't originally from this city, but after the crater dungeon appeared and hunters started pouring in, housing costs shot up because of the Lord's orders, so they were pushed outside the city walls. We then see the same man Proto gave money to earlier returning home, and after a short talk, his wife asks if he found anyone willing to help the village. Then a man comes running over yelling, "Hyum!" The father tells him to run back to the village, but the monster chasing him swallows him whole. Now the beast charges in and the villagers say they need to be realistic. No guild would take a request with a reward this low. They've already asked for help before, and if anyone were coming, they'd be here by now. The little girl calls for her father, but the monster lashes out its tongue. The father freezes. Otto explains that normal people, even if they train hard, usually stay under level 10. Monsters are far stronger than most civilians, so their only real hope is hunters. But the Order can't interfere with local rule, so it has to rely on hunters instead. In return, Otto can offer contribution points, which raise someone's chances of meeting the gods. At first, Atse seems ready to help and almost says they can begin right away. But when he's about to agree, Otto stops him. Atse realizes something doesn't add up. If this were really just about saving villagers, there'd be no reason to search for a dragon hunter. Otto admits he's right. The real mission is to find Alejandro's base, the dragon's nest. He's sure Atse has heard of it. Atse says that should be impossible. The nest was supposed to be wiped out, and even if some part of it survived, dealing with it wouldn't be a hunter's job. It should be handled by the Order or the Brotherhood. Otto agrees. The Order has investigated Alejandro fully, but they still couldn't find any crime they could pin on him. In fact, to the refugees, he looks like a hero. Right then, Aloz drops in with Invern like lightning and takes out the monster. Otto stares and asks who they are. The two answer that they came from the dragon's nest and were sent by Alejandro. In a flashback, Aloz J asks if Alejandro really wants her in a fire to save a village. He says yes, just help the poor refugees by killing the monsters around them. He then asks another man if he can handle the rest. Andy says he can, and that he never expected being there earlier would earn him a chance like this. He promises to do his best, but Aloz J wants to know what Alejandro is really planning. Alejandro also tells Andy to watch Invern closely, since she tried to escape before. Then he says the dragon's nest stayed hidden in the shadows for the sake of justice, but now any refugee who wants to come can be evaluated and welcomed in. That makes Aloz J suspicious. This place stayed hidden for so long, so suddenly trying to recruit lots of people feels very strange. Back in the present, she faces more monsters while Invern finishes one off and asks if Alozi is hurt, but she's just soaked. So Uffer flaps her wings to dry her off. Aloz J says she's fine, but Uffer insists her beautiful hair still needs drying. The two chat for a bit, and Aloz J talks about the guide. She's trying not to rely on it so much when she attacks. She wants to use the magic scream on her own instead of depending on the guide. While Uffer brushes her hair, Aloz J remembers her childhood when her mother used to comb it. Her mother was a magic swordswoman, though Alozwan once thought she was a dancer because the way she moved with the sword looked so graceful. Then one day her mother went out to hunt and never came back. A few days later, Alejandro was the one who came for her, and he forced the guide onto her body. That's how she lost her sight. Now every time she tries to practice her mother's scream, she ends up leaning on that artificial guide again. What scares her most is becoming nothing more than a servant. The fire tells her they should run away. They can fly west. Aloji says she's thankful, but if she runs, Alejandro will kill other people. Afoji asks why she doesn't report him to an inquisitor, but Aloji says that's impossible. She once tried to ask for help for a D1 long ago, and the next day that person was dead. When she later refused to train, she was forced into a test, and Alejandro told her that people's lives are cheap and he would make her obey. In the end, she says there's only one way to escape Alejandro and all the other Terráqueos. The dragon's nest has to absorb all the vital force and explode. When that happens, a fire will need to use the draconic core she got. A fire says she doesn't even know how to absorb vital force. Aloji tells her not to push herself. She's brilliant and she's sure a fire will figure it out. When that day comes, she'll become a legendary wyvern. A fire says they need to move fast. Now that rumors about the dragon's nest are spreading, more dragons will start showing up. That makes Aloji realize something. Alejandro is using the dragon's nest as bait to draw in a huge dragon. She knows he can't beat one in a fair fight, but Alejandro never acts without a plan. He must have found a way to pull a draconic core out of a giant dragon. Meanwhile, during the talk with Ataise, Otto explains the mission. Ataise has to sneak into the nest by himself and only go through the evaluation test. Since Alejandro is looking for gifted mages, Ataise should get special treatment. Otto adds that other spies will be sent in too. Prota says he's going as well. He argues that sending Ataise alone into the enemy's hideout is basically suicide, and he already told Otto to find him a way in. Otto points out that Prota would stand out too much. A Voltarian warrior would draw way too much attention. So Prota refuses and tells them to pick someone else. But Ataise accepts the Light Order's request anyway. That ticks Prota off, but Ataise reminds him he's only the backup. The Master decides whether to take the mission. Otto cuts in and says it's settled. They'll meet at the East Gate where he'll hand over the papers and gear. Prota asks how Ataise could accept a mission without even knowing the full details. Helping the Light Order might be good, he says, but none of that matters if Ataise goes in alone. Ataise answers that he accepted under the name Bannister, and this is something tied to that family name. Prota gets mad and asks if people without family names don't matter, then throws a jab about Ataise getting technical. The problem is Ataise is a dragon while the Bannister family is human, so they aren't even blood relatives. Ataise tells him to take that back, but Prota still says he'll cancel the mission, and demands to know why the Bannister name matters so much. Ataise says he may be a dragon, but he owes that family a debt. After his sister gave her life trying to destroy the nests, how could he ignore another one? He asks if the Terráqueos know nothing about honor. Prota fires back that honor means nothing. If you're dead. Ataise gets upset, then says Prote's tougher now, after all the beatings, so he shouldn't worry, he won't die. With that, he shuts the carriage door as Otto steps inside. Otto hands over the documents and the disguise. He explains that the papers list Ataise's level as a little lower, so people won't be too cautious around him. Then he starts going over the file in detail, and Ataise gets annoyed saying he can read, so Otto should stop talking for a second and let him focus. Otto thinks it sounds like a couple just had a fight. Then Ataise notices a problem. The papers say the gender is female. Otto says that's no mistake. Then he asks Ataise something important. Does he know how to use makeup? Later, at the village entrance, a line has already formed for people heading to the dragon's nest. A bald man says goodbye to his family, then spots Ataise, the person who saved him before, and asks what she's doing there. Ataise says she's escorting the people heading to the nest and asks if he's going too. He says yes. Salt work is the only skill he has, so he's going there as a bricklayer. Ataise asks if he understands that he won't be allowed to leave until the job is done. He admits he's worried about the monsters, but then everyone turns to a fight happening between the applicants. Number 57 wins and gets approved. Otto then welcomes him to the dragon's nest, and the guy celebrates. Eligi counts the people there and figures there are around 25 to 30. Then she asks if Farah to help her watch the fight since she can't see it clearly from where she is, so Farah lifts her up. Next, they call number 59. Atis steps forward disguised as a woman. He introduces himself as Ariana. A quick flashback shows him getting dressed while Otto asks if he needs help putting on the top. Atis says they're almost done, then asks why the Light Order chose this plan and what the other 5 religious groups are doing. Otto explains that the orders of water, fire, earth, and air don't step into problems unless it affects them directly, and if they ask the Dark Order for help, they'd just send inquisitors to burn the whole place down. Since they want to handle this carefully, they chose this route. In the end, Atis comes out looking surprisingly convincing. Even the glasses help sell the disguise. Atis asks what Otto thinks, and the man is already crying. Now Atis's first job is to confirm the dragon's nest is real and pass the selection test. When the guard asks for Ariana's papers, Atis gets nervous. He's used to hiding who he is, but pretending to be a woman brings way more attention than expected. People are already staring at him hard, but what really sticks in his mind is Prota's warning that he might die during the test. So he tells himself he has to handle this on his own. Watching from nearby, Iligi thinks this girl is suspicious. The evaluator says she's a level 30 mage, but Aligi already saw her real level 45. Even so, the evaluator glances at the paper and approves her. Aligi is confused and the others start complaining. To them, it looks like obvious favoritism, since she didn't even take the test. The evaluator explains that the dragon's nest needs mages, and mage testing works differently because they're mainly used for research. Aligi tells him to hold on. Alejandro never mentioned any exceptions, so she'll test Ariana herself. The evaluator says this is sudden, but Aligi tells him to move. What she's really thinking is that Alejandro can't be allowed to gather more strong people, so she attacks first. The strike comes fast, but Atise uses ice magic to freeze her sword in place. Aligi admits Ariana is skilled in close combat for someone applying to a research group. The evaluator brushes it off as luck, but Atise is already thinking ahead. He knows he can't use advanced spells here, and wonders if he should stick to ice magic only. Aligi drops the sword and rushes in barehanded. Then a huge fat man suddenly jumps in to attack them both. The brute grins and asks if he passes as long as both of them die. This is the Crater Maniac, level 45, but when he looks at the club in his hands, it's already half melted. Aligi tells him to save his test for later. Then she asks Atise if that was luck too. He says of course, it was just a bad weapon. Right after that, the man grabs a monster's leg and swings it at both of them. The blow lands and suddenly the evaluator is standing right beside him. Shocked, the brute asks how he's still alive. The evaluator calmly says it's nothing, thanks him for the concern, and adds that unfortunately, registrations are closed for today. The fat man asks if that means he passed. The evaluator says, well, he forgot to mention one thing. Corpses can't pass the test. Then he drives a hit straight into the man's stomach. That's all it takes to blow the maniac apart. The guy coughs up everything, and his belly lets out a nasty rumble. The evaluator casually marks it down as another accidental death. Aligi is stunned. For just a split second, she felt an incredible burst of power. She realizes he's an aura user. After that, he simply says they can continue on to the dragon's nest. Aura is a red energy born when someone trains their body and strength to the extreme. Once awakened, it pushes a person's power far beyond normal limits. In a flashback, Prota is training when he suddenly feels a burning energy. He attacks and then stops. Something is wrong. When he checks what's burning on his back, Atise is right there. Atise apologizes and says he'll put it out. Prota just complains that now he's cold. Still mad, Prota says, even with his high resistance, that's still burned. Atise apologizes again and admits he was practicing spells. Prota grumbles that the scroll cost as much as a house. Atise explains that it's a special scroll that gives a mage knowledge and mana from others, helping them control spells better. Prota gets annoyed again, says mages have it easy, and asks if there's any trick like that for learning aura. Atise says no, there isn't. Then he explains that every aura has a fixed nature, and the 4 energies are what define a person's special trait, which can shape their class. Vital force is something everyone has, and the 4 energies can be learned. But unlike the others, aura only comes through brutal training, and even after 40 years, there's no guarantee anyone will get it. Since aura is different for each person, nobody suspects Prota can't use it. That's why his strength stands out so much. Prota says someone will probably figure that out someday. Atise agrees. The crater dungeon has been both a blessing and a curse for him. He goes on to explain that high-level creatures are impossible to kill without at least one of the 4 energies. Prota asks if that means there are more monsters like the Lich. Atise says probably, and sooner or later they'll run into a threat brute force alone can't solve. Prota says it's a shame his guide doesn't work right. If it did, maybe learning aura would be easier. Atise replies that if brute strength ever stops being enough, then they'll need to find the answer through Atise's magic. Still, he says they have a long way to go, and he'll keep working to raise his level. Back in the present, Prota is walking alongside the others, wondering why Atise has to be such a stubborn idiot. Even so, after everything they've been through, he can't just let him go alone. He spent so long as a dragon that hiding his identity comes easy. He also finds it hard to believe anyone here could be stronger than him. At the same time, the evaluator announces that Ariana passed. Then Atise heads over to the fat man. He says he gets that the man caused trouble, but he's still alive. The evaluator comments that the guy is even heavier than he expected. He figures the man will just crawl off and get left behind. Atise asks Jay for help, calling her the black-haired miss. She walks over and helps him. Atise pours a potion into the fat man's mouth. Then he says to load him into the carriage and bring him to the dragon's nest. The evaluator stares at the dragon's nest. Once they get there, people are busy building inside it. Ivern says they finally made it. The fat man is brought in behind them, and the evaluator says he's only doing this as a favor to the person who saved Jay's life. Atise studies the dragon's nest. He thought it was natural, but the pipes and concrete make it obvious humans built it. A real nest should be full of vital force, yet he feels nothing. That makes him want to test whether it actually works. Jay comes up behind him and asks what he's doing. He brushes it off, saying he was only looking around. When she asks what caught his eye, he points to the tubes. Jay thanks him for saving her, but warns that what he did was dangerous. Then he tells Ariana to turn around. Confused, she asks about the evaluator. Jay confirms it and explains that for now he's acting as an evaluator, but he's really the head of security for the nest. So that was the kind of person she embarrassed. Even so, Ariana says she couldn't just watch someone die like that. Jay answers that good people don't last long here. Outsiders may think this place is safe, but it's short on food, water, and space. To him, it looks less like a dragon's nest and more like an island cut off from the world. That's why rules and orders matter most here. Atis realizes there may be no other choice. He starts making a fire spell on the curtain, but Jay quickly tells him to stop. She asks what Ariana thinks she's doing. Ariana says a patient's temperature matters a lot, and it seems people matter a lot to her too. Jay looks over, stunned, then says Ariana did that on purpose. Just then, the evaluator shows up and says the two seem pretty close. Jay says he was only explaining the rules, while Ariana admits she's never seen this many people gathered in one place before. The evaluator asks her to put away her rods and come with him, since Mr. Alejandro wants to meet her. Jay immediately thinks that's suspicious. As they walk through the nest, Atsi thinks this is good in one way. He's made it past the first hurdles. Still, meeting the leader this soon is a problem, especially without a gun. The evaluator asks what she thinks of the nest, and Atsi plays along, calling it amazing, better than the rumors. But the evaluator says that's not what he meant. He wants to know whether this really looks like a true dragon nest. Atsi finds that odd, and then the evaluator says Priest Otto warned him there might be more spies here. He tells Atis to call him Andy, shows the Order of Light amulet, and says he knows Ati is a spy too, because he has Otto's glasses. Ati asks why Andy told him to leave the rods behind if they're on the same side. Andy points to Alejandro, who's writing something inside. From the other side of the door, he explains that Alejandro is a mage, not a weapon user, while Andy himself uses aura, so he can handle things if needed. He tells Ati that if he wants to finish the mission cleanly, he shouldn't do anything extra, just like with the fat man. He also warns that Jay notices suspicious things fast. Atis replies that they could still be getting tricked, so Andy tells him to gather as much information as he can during the meeting with Alejandro. But the moment the door opens, Atis gets hit in the eye with a pen. Alejandro says he knew a level 50 was coming, and then found an Order of Light amulet. Thanks to that, he stayed on guard. If that man was from the Order of Light, then who are you, miss? Meanwhile, Afir says she's tired from flying so long and needs a break. She asks Jay if she wants to go up to the room and rest, but Jay is staring at her hand. Ifardar asks if she heard it, and Jay says it was only a strange feeling. She's used to sensing one certain kind of feeling with her own hands, but when she touched that girl, it felt different. Ifardar asks if that's just because the girl is a high-level mage. Jay says no. It felt familiar, but not the same. As they head upstairs, Ifardar says the sensation was kind of like touching her. Then Ifardar says maybe the girl is a dragon, so they both agree they need to move fast. At the same time, lights burst from the structure, and Atse is thrown out of it. He realizes he can't use magic without a stone. Alejandro says it makes sense that the Order of Light would be curious about him and about whether the dragon's nest is dangerous, so they sent people to sneak in. Isn't that right, Miss Specialist? Ifardar says things became obvious the moment Alejandro killed a priest from the Order. Alejandro answers that it won't matter if there are no witnesses, then attacks Atse. Jay says they have a problem. A fight has already started. Ifardar asks if Alejandro figured out she's a dragon, but he can't see draconic nuclei. Jay says that's true, so there's only one way to know for sure. Restrain her and force her to transform. Ifardar wonders what happens if she's not a dragon. Jay says a normal person would still be useful as a base. Then she adds that Alejandro doesn't care about human lives. Dragon or not, he'd get rid of her before any dragon identity could come out. Ifardar calls that unforgivable. Jay says sometimes she has to dirty her own hands for other people's sake. That brings back her past, and she asks herself what else she's supposed to do. Just stand there and watch like before. She refuses to be that person again, so this is the only path she sees. Ifardar tells her that's exactly why she'll handle it this time. Then she grows larger, Jay shows herself, and Alejandro says this is finally getting interesting. Honestly, he says there was no other reason for her to come here. Jay fires back that this place shouldn't exist and nothing good will come from it. He asks why she thinks that, and Jay explains that only dragons can control a dragon's nest because it needs a draconic nucleus. Alejandro says that means she must be a dragon. Jay answers, maybe, but luckily this nest is still incomplete. She doesn't know its true purpose, yet she knows it won't be easy to bring it to completion. Alejandro uses magic and lifts her by the neck. He tells her not to worry, this is her last chance. Otherwise, he'll snap the girl's neck or simply drop her and let her die from the fall. Then he starts counting. 3, 2, 1. A light suddenly starts activating the dragon's nest, and Alejandro demands to know what she's doing. Is she trying to use the nest? He says the system will shut down. She can't control it, dragon. Jay says she isn't the one gathering vital force. The vital force is being pulled somewhere else. Alejandro throws Jay aside and asks if there's a real dragon here after all. Atse starts thinking that no one would have guessed there was another dragon there. Luckily, that helps protect his identity. He also realizes this man is smart. He set all this up just to lure in other dragons. Atse knows he needs to escape and report to the Order, but right now he can't even move a finger. Then Jay appears and says the dragon's nest is alive. What she means is that the girl's nest is alive. She goes on to say a dragon must have infiltrated somewhere else. Alejandro says he thought the girl was the dragon, but it looks like he was wrong. Jay asks if they shouldn't check, but he says that even if he goes, he won't be able to identify it while it's still in human form. Still, that dragon won't be able to connect with this damaged nest. Jay says he planned for all the exits of the dragon's nest to explode the moment it activated, trapping whatever was inside. She asks if that's why he sealed off the area. Alejandro says that if the girl had really been a dragon, he would have captured her already. But with the nest in this broken state, the bigger problem is what comes next, with construction. Even so, he says he got something useful for experiments. Maybe she doesn't understand those tests, but he apologizes for giving her hope she'd live, because he can't afford to waste resources. Jay answers, "What a shame." Alejandro asks what she means, and Jay says he never even realized the nest was broken. She felt something off the moment the girl arrived, so she thought that girl might be able to fix this place. Alejandro asks if she really wants to hand that kind of job to an order spy, but he admits he likes Jay's attitude. Since the girl can't escape, he'll leave her in Jay's care. Then, deeper inside the dragon's nest, Atsai asks, "Miss Swordswoman." Jay says they'll be working together for a while, and tells her to call her Jay. Since she's already been found out, she asks for the truth, so he gives his real name, Atsai Benister, or just Atai. Then Atis asks if she's too heavy. Jay says magic swords, women are strong, so carrying someone is nothing. Atis says that's not the problem, being carried by another woman just feels a little weird. Jay points out they're both women, but Atis quickly says she can walk on her own. Jay brings her toward a room. Feeling guilty for lying to someone who seems decent, Atis thanks her for helping earlier. Jay brushes it off and admits that before learning Atis wasn't the dragon, she was ready to kill her. Atisa says Jay already saw the dragon was somewhere else, but Jay tells her to quit playing dumb. Atisa gathered a huge amount of vital force and not by normal means, so it must have come from a dungeon. That guess catches Atisa off guard. Jay explains she could feel the flow of vital force while carrying her. Then she drops the act. No one can hear them through these thick walls. She's level 35 while Atisa's level 45, and as a magic swordswoman, her power depends on using a metal weapon. Without a sword, Jay says she's basically just a normal person. She isn't carrying any metal, so if Atis wanted to, beating her would be easy. Instead, Atis grabs her shoulder and asks if Alejandro ordered her to expose Atis as a dragon. Jay says the dragon's nest is an awful thing born from the greed of the great dragons, and warns that Alejandro is using her. Atis keeps going. Even if he's a descendant of the fire dragons hiding in human form, they still need a way to stop Alejandro. Right then, a fire bursts in and attacks. She yells at Atis to stop hurting Jay, and calls him an evil dragon. Atis is stunned. Dragon? So this is the one who activated the nest? Jay tells a fire to hide, but a fire snaps that she hates anyone who shouts at Jay. Then Jay calms things down and says Atis seems to want the same thing they do. She explains that this wyvern was the one who triggered the dragon's nest and pretended to be the dragon instead of Atis. Because of that, Alejandro stopped suspecting him. Jay adds that Atis is a special wyvern with a draconic core. Hearing that, Atis asks, "Are you a fear?" She's shocked and asks how he knows her. Atis says he's heard a lot about her and he's thankful she helped hide his identity. He also heard she lent him 300 EX. That leaves Afir wondering who he's even talking about. Meanwhile, Prota can only think, how did this get so messed up? When did everything start going wrong? He keeps trying to do basic things, but even something simple goes bad, the vase won't work. Turns out it's a magic item that needs level 12 to use. 3 days have passed since Atis left on the mission, and the house has become a nightmare. Almost everything there is magical, so it all has level requirements. He feels like a caveman because he can't use anything, not even the money locked in the safe. If he forces it open, whatever's inside will be destroyed. Seeing no other choice, he goes looking for work, but the receptionist turns him down. As a coast guard, she says he can't take missions without his master's approval. She even says she understands Mr. Valterra's situation and tried to help, but the rules around coast guards are a mess. She suddenly thinks there's an earthquake, but it's just Prota kicking the table. That makes her give in and offer him something. Prota says he doesn't care about the reward. The receptionist warns him this is unofficial and he absolutely can't tell anyone. A week ago, she bought new clothes, and no matter how hard she searched, all she found was this gross strand of hair. Prota says that alone won't help much. She says only one person would steal her clothes, her brother, Voto. According to her, he went on about some top-secret mission and took her clothes and makeup with him. Prota asks if he needs money for a disguise, and she loses it, yelling that she wants her clothes back and wants her brother burned. Prota promises to do what he can. Then he asks where he's supposed to find the guy, since hiding would make this way harder. At that moment, the system appears and asks if he wants to turn off his location ability. He finds that interesting, so Prota heads somewhere more private and tells the system to begin tracking. It activates and scans until it locks onto the target. A stick-like pointer appears to show the direction, but it warns the target is moving so the coordinates won't be exact, and the skill has a 6-hour cooldown. Prota stares at it and wonders if he really has to go straight through a mountain. Elsewhere in the mountains, some beast-like men are beating someone up and demanding the item he got from the priest's spy. Vado, badly beaten, says he doesn't know anything. One of them says he knows Vado and the evaluator are both spies and they were working together. Vado says he figured out one thing. The artificial guide has nasty side effects. The guy threatens to tear him apart if he won't talk, but another one stops him. Vado asks who this guy even is, and the answer is the Mad Doctor. The doctor says it's a shame Vado doesn't know him. He's the one who did the underground research and created the artificial guide. Vado says changing the form of humans, who were made by Altia, goddess of light, is basically a sin, and calling it a product makes it even worse. The doctor gets angry and says that's rude. Appearance means nothing. He points out that Vado is level 45 and asks why anyone grows stronger. His answer is simple. A human's true worth is in their level, not their body. Then he shows off his own monster-like form and says it made him more efficient. Vado tells him to quit spouting nonsense and asks what would happen to the world if people like him became strong. The doctor says it doesn't matter. The strong already rule the world and the weak never had a chance. Besides, the perfect artificial guide is almost done. Then he realizes he may have said too much, so he decides to use Vodo's high-level body instead. He activates a parasitic skill and pulls a larva from his mouth. The creature goes in through the nose and eats part of the brain, leaving the victim open to commands, but then a crack appears in the wall. A second later, the parasite suddenly dives into the doctor's own nose instead. Then Proto shows up. He says he found him. The beastmen are totally confused, asking what's going on with Valterra. Proto says he's here to bring Vodo back. Vodo figures that's just what you'd expect from the Order of Light. They had spies besides him. But Proto immediately asks what happened to his face. One of the creatures attacks Proto while calling him a fake Valterra and asking if he has any last words. Proto says they probably wouldn't believe him anyway, but he's sorry. He didn't know this cave was their home, and he didn't mean to punch a hole through it. He says he gets why they're mad. An infernal dog once wrecked his house too, so he knows the feeling. Then he adds that he doesn't know what the priest did, but he still needs to bring him home. Vodo can't make sense of any of this. Is Valterra seriously trying to negotiate with them? He shouts that these things aren't human and tells Proto to look out, but by then one of them is already attacking. Proto finally gets it. They're not human. One of the monsters snarls that it doesn't know what Proto is, but it wants to devour him. Proto checks and sees the thing is level 62 with no clear species listed. Another creature comes up behind and slams into him, blasting through the wall only to find Proto balanced on his sword in a stance. That's when Proto finally understands. Vodo blames himself for getting captured, while the one with the damaged brain explains that when a test subject goes mad, it becomes almost like a dungeon boss. Proto's only response is, so that means they're monsters. He says they should have told him that sooner. Then he moves, cutting them all down in one strike. The blow is so strong it tears through the whole mountain, and everything starts collapsing. Afterward, Proto apologizes, saying this was all he could recover, and even puts together a tiny funeral. He says maybe if he were a little weaker, this wouldn't have happened. Then Vodo crawls out from under the rubble and thanks Proto for saving him. Proto lights up, ready to head back to the city, but Vodo apologizes. He says Alejandro found out everything and it's all his fault. Mr. Atis's Proto cuts him off and asks where the dragon's nest is. Back at the lab, they explain that the artificial guide can only absorb experience points. Vital Force, though, contains both life energy and experience points, and too much life energy can simply kill whoever absorbs it. Anyone who absorbs that power gets wiped out unless they have a draconic nucleus. Alejandro doesn't care. He says they'll just push the dragon's nest further. The doctor agrees and says that should raise the amount of vital force. The monster has already started mutating. Then the doctor says the process stopped and Alejandro assumes it failed. He says they'll need a draconic nucleus to finish the perfect artificial guide. The dragon's nest was rebuilt, but it shuts down the moment it starts absorbing vital force. Once that happens, the creature loses control and attacks the two of them behind the glass. Alejandro stops it by controlling the energy running through the cables. But what he's really thinking is this. Maybe the dragon's nest needs another trigger to turn on, so he orders them to call Dr. Ant. The other man says Dr. Ant already left and they haven't heard from him since. He doesn't know Proto got involved. All he knows is Dr. Ant went after the priest with 2 test subjects. Alejandro figures they may have been killed and starts wondering who could have done it. Maybe an inquisitor. He admits things are getting messy and orders the man to send test subjects to watch the last sector. Nervous, the man asks how many. Alejandro tells him to send all of them. By then, Atis has spent a week inside the dragon's nest, but Afira thinks she can't help because she's only a wyvern. She says she's bored and lonely since the other two are always busy. Really, she's just jealous. To her, Atis is stealing her friend. As they leave the dungeon, Atis notices Efir is hurt and gets a little worried. That only makes Efir even more jealous. Then Atis explains the dragon's nest isn't broken at all. The real problem is Efir's core. When she tried to escape, the vital force rays registered her core as the nest's key. So even if she can form vital force, she still can't absorb it. That's why it only looked like the nest was broken. Afir immediately starts thinking she must be super important. Now like everything depends on her core while the other two just stare at her. Then Atis says there's dropping that plan. Afir asks why. Atis says there's another way to finish the dragon's nest. The vital force fuse underground. That's the same place Alejandro sent all the creatures. So the new plan is simple. They'll head down there and absorb all the vital force in the area. Afira says she's been trying her best to, but before she can finish, the ground starts shaking. They stop and wonder what's happening. Down below, something starts pushing up from the ground, and it's that same creature from the lab. It bursts out and everyone panics the second they see it. Atis strikes first, but the attack barely works. They're too far away for a clean fight, and they wonder if this is part of Alejandro's plan. But it doesn't seem that way since the creature came up from underground and looks more like it's trying to escape. Atisi asks if any hunter is available, but Jay says all the others are level 40 or below. Atisi is the closest match at level 45, while the creature is level 50. So Jay asks Afir for help, but she insists she can handle it alone and rushes the creature. Atisi yells that it's dangerous, and then someone gets pinned with the monster right on top of him. But Afir's blue flames slam into the creature. She's convinced she can do this by herself, but the creature starts hurling rocks at her. She dodges and admits it's fast, but says it'll never catch her in the air. Then she attacks again. But in the middle of it, the creature suddenly grabs Afir. At the same time, in Alejandro's room, a woman brings him the artifact he asked for. He says he wanted the weapons because he may have gotten mixed up with a group of inquisitors or some other nuisance, and plans to deal with them, so he can finally finish everything. The woman asks what he'll do if a dragon shows up. He says that's already been accounted for, so nothing will throw him off now. Just then, the doctor throws open the door in a panic and says one of the test subjects escaped. A blade suddenly cuts him off. Alejandro calls him useless. Then the woman points out that the test subjects are moving, and says he should check it himself. Alejandro says it'd be nice to have more than one body, because he's needed here too. Back with Afir, she manages to break free from the creature's grip and grab it by the shoulders. Jay asks what she's doing, and Watson is stunned by what she's about to do. Afir flies straight toward the center of vital energy, and before long, the creature starts warping from all the energy it absorbs. Then it explodes. Jay rushes after her. Afir proudly says she did it. The monster blew up and she's totally fine. Then Jay slaps her. Afir doesn't get it, but Jay tells her to move because she's about to be hit. Jay blocks the attack and Afir finally realizes what's happening. Alejandro appears and says he finally understands why Jay told him not to kill the wyvern. Still, even he didn't expect this, a wyvern with a draconic nucleus. Jay asks if he was planning to absorb Afir's vital force, then warns him there won't be a second chance. Watson yells for Afir to run while Jay attacks Alejandro. He says Jay is fast enough to keep the new girl by her side, but as they clash, Jay keeps shouting for Afir to get away. Afir tries to take off, but in the middle of the fight, Alejandro slips past both attacks and goes straight for her. Elsewhere, Prota cuts through monsters as they head for the dragon's nest. He says every mountain around here looks the same, so how is he supposed to know which one it is? Then he blames the spy for not even knowing where the enemy is. The priest explains he's the one who writes the reports, but Pradater turns to the ant and asks if she's sure this is the right way. The priest says Dr. Ant turned into a full creature and doesn't seem to understand them anymore. He adds that finding the nest like this is impossible, and they should go back for more soldiers. Then the priest asks why Prada is feeding the ant like livestock. Prada says maybe food will help her remember home. The priest asks why grass of all things would do that. He goes on to say they never got any report that Atis was dead, so they should be thinking about what might really be happening instead of wasting time. Then his voice drops. He admits he shouldn't talk like that, since this whole mess is his responsibility. But Prota tells him he's not mad, and says during their last argument he basically told Atis not to come back. He treated Atis like he was weak, and now it hurts because Atis may have been right. Looking back, Prota admits he was just making excuses. The truth is, without Atis beside him, he'd be struggling a lot more. The priest laughs, and Prota asks what's so funny. The priest says he never thought someone from Volterra would care so much about a friend. He always thought they were just barbarians who loved blood and courage. Then he says Prota is nothing like the rumors. Prota fires back that he only cares about blood and courage. Right then, lightning flashes over a mountain. The priest asks what that was. Prota says he's sure it came from underground. The priest says it could be a magic swordsman, someone powerful. Maybe Alejandro. He says they can finally return to the order and call for reinforcements, but Prota takes his stance. The priest just stares, wondering what he's about to do. Then Prota leaps straight toward the mountain. Back at the fight, after dodging both attackers, Alejandro catches the wyvern. He says it took longer than expected, but he finally got the draconic core. He even tells Afar she did well. She glares at him, but he only says that was how things were always meant to go. Then when the others arrive, Ataise realizes he can't turn into a dragon. Jay says Alejandro must have prepared for that, and points to the necklace he's wearing, a seal that keeps dragons from taking their true form. Ataise realizes they can't beat him like this, but Jay shouts at Alejandro. He says all he still needs to finish the perfect artificial guide is her guide, and if she doesn't let everyone go, she'll destroy every plan she has with her own life. Alejandro calmly says he thought she knew him better by now. Then he asks if she really found it normal that he brought so many humans here. Did she think it was all just for repairs? And doesn't all that vital force feel strange to her? That's when Atis understands the nest isn't storing all that vital force. The humans are. Alejandro grabs Jay's sword and stabs Atise. He says that no matter what, every human here was always meant to die. Jay, furious, asks how he could do that to his own people. Alejandro knocks her weapon away, says humans are no different from mobs to him, and drives the sword into her shoulder. A fire screams at Alejandro to stop, but a sword is still pinned through her wing. Alejandro says he never thought he'd have to use the recovery system on an artificial guide, and then he begins to act. He says she should be grateful. Thanks to him, she found her dead mother. Then he rips out her system and says she's useless now so she can rest. As he moves in to finish her, Atise slams him right in the face. Atise yells for her to use this chance, but Alejandro strikes back, and she falls into the hole. Then Yapor pulls free, tearing part of her wing off, and jumps after Jay into the pit. Atise believes they'll make it. Now it's his turn to give this everything he's got, so he starts charging a huge attack. Then comes a clash of fire and lightning, but Alejandro says Atise picked the wrong enemy. He sends the lightning straight back at Atise and shatters his rods. As the attack closes in, Atise wonders if this is the end. He even asks his sister if he was a good head of the Bannister family. But right then, Prota drops in front of him. Alejandro can't make sense of it, and Atise asks how. Prota apologizes for showing up while he was busy. Still stunned, Atise asks what happened. But Atise says he couldn't do much with his power, even though he tried his best, and wonders if that makes him pathetic. Alejandro cuts in, saying this isn't over yet. He tells Prota to leave and stay out of it. But inside, he's thinking there's no way a level 5 could survive a fall like that, and then he gets punched in the face. Man, that hit was brutal. It sends him crashing into the wall. Atise says maybe Alejandro judged Prota wrong because of his level. Prota answers that with Alejandro's level, he figured he was the boss. He admits he's not that confident in his punches, but against someone on that level, it should have only broken a few bones, not sent him flying like that. Atise says either way, he'd be dead without Prota, and if Prota calls himself useless, then there's no hope for anyone else. Prota tells him not to say that. Then a light appears behind him, so Prota asks if one punch wasn't enough. But that's not it. Alejandro is absorbing vital force, and Prota sees Alejandro after taking in Yapor's draconic core. Atise says both of them are cursed. Meanwhile, down in the hole, Yapir wraps cloth around Jay's shoulder and tells her to stand up. She reaches for Jay's heartbeat and realizes it's gone. Then, crying against Jay's chest, she notices some kind of energy there, maybe vital force flowing into her. Jay suddenly starts coughing and comes back. Back above, Prota asks if that core belongs to Atise, since he didn't know Atise was a dragon. Atise explains that when a dragon dies, the core usually doesn't hold much vital force, but in a dragon nest there's plenty to absorb. In other words, Alejandro is using the dragon core to restore his own life. Alejandro gets mad, wondering what Prota even is. He's sure the guide said this guy was level 5, and now he's asking himself who the hell he's dealing with. He still can't figure Prota out. Prota laughs and shouts that he's a true Voltairan warrior. He'll never forgive what Alejandro did, but if Alejandro apologizes, he'll let him live. Atise asks if he's serious. Prota says stuff like this isn't his job. The priest can handle all that. But Atise says this man is from the Great Land, which shocks Prota. Alejandro climbs out of the crater and says they're just variables he didn't plan for. Then energy starts wrapping around his body. He uses a skill from the Way of Lightning and rushes Prota. Prota tries to hit him, but Alejandro is already behind his back, calling him a fake Voltairan level 5. Atise realizes Alejandro wasn't even going all out before. Now he can't follow his movements at all. But Prota blocks the strike and asks if Alejandro isn't even trying to hide that he's a Terrasaiyan. Alejandro says if Prota were under level 50, that blow would have taken his head off. Since he stayed calm even after hearing he's a Terrasaiyan, Alejandro wants to see if his level is over 60. He charges another attack while Prota thinks he needs to capture Alejandro somehow and get information about the Great Land. Alejandro warns him not to dodge this next move, or the one behind him will get hit. He reveals Atise standing behind Prota, then starts rambling about how his power spins and how he controls it. He keeps going on about force like every villain who loves hearing himself talk, until Prota gets tired of it and attacks. He nearly slams Alejandro to the ground and asks what level Alejandro thinks he is. Atise quickly uses telepathy and tells Prota to wait. He explains Alejandro is controlling the dragon's nest, using it to drain people's vital force and heal himself. If Alejandro dies now, the place will go wild, and weaker humans will lose their strength and die. So to stop that, they have to destroy the nest of vital force. Prota realizes he'll have to fight while holding back until the nest is destroyed. But Atise says Alejandro's control has to be broken first. He says he would have taken care of it himself if he could, and if others die, that won't be his fault. Even if he goes down there, he can't promise he'll find the nest. Then he apologizes for always being a pain. In response, Prota kicks Alejandro in the head. Flat on the ground, Alejandro still can't process what's happening. Atise asks what Prota is doing, and Prota tells him to go destroy the nest. He'll do his best not to hurt Alejandro too badly, but he can at least keep him from getting in Atise's way. Atise warns that even taking Alejandro's attacks is dangerous, and he's the one who started all this. Prota just says he trusts Atise and tells him to hurry so they can all go home. Atise smiles and says he'll be back soon. Prota thinks he's way too gentle for a dragon. Alejandro asks if Prota really thought he'd chase him when there's something important down there. He says there is, but it's not like he came unprepared. He had a plan in case weak pests went after the Fusor. Things may have gotten messy, but that's fine because Prota still won't be able to kill him. Prota answers that he'll destroy Alejandro's whole future without killing him. Underground, Jay guides Yipor by following the flow of vital force, telling her to go right, then left, deeper through the corridor until Yipor tells her not to push herself too hard. Jay says losing her artificial guide doesn't mean she lost her own skills too. She explains Alejandro's other followers don't know she betrayed him, so she should still be able to get into the place where the Fuzor is. But even if they reach it, there's no promise they'll get out alive, and she apologizes. Yipor tells her not to. She says she wants to see Alejandro's face after they wreck everything, and she's already thinking about finally getting back to the real world once they escape. Jay warns that Yipir is a wanted person now, but Yipir says Miss Hatsune can explain it later. Either way, they're all leaving together. Jay looks at her, but then a strange light appears and the whole place shakes. The tremor reopens Jay's wound. Yipir asks if she's okay, and Jay says the shaking made it worse. She figures Hatsune must be fighting, so they need to hurry. Then she says she's feeling a huge amount of vital force ahead. Yipir asks if she can't sense everything else here too. A bunch of defeated creatures are lying around. Jay asks what she means, and Yipir shows the evaluator. She says she already wiped out all of Alejandro's subordinates, unless one's still missing. Then she calls on the prayers of the goddess of light and says she still has divine work to do. Jay shouts his name, Randy. Right? A hit lands right in his face, and when they look, it's Atis. He says, who would have guessed that priest Randy, a level 50, ended up as some kind of test subject. Atis yells that they're not enemies, and they need to destroy this place. But the priest only shouts that the mission comes first, and anyone who interferes is an enemy. Then he attacks Atis. Back above, Prota keeps fighting Alejandro, who says Prota's style has plenty of openings. Still, his raw strength and speed cover for it, which makes him dangerous. If Alejandro could just take his head, it would be over. Prota throws a punch, but Alejandro slips past it and asks if Prota really thought something that simple would hit him. He says he's already figured out Prota's style, and that he's never fought someone who uses lightning. A sharp, polished skill beats raw power, he says, and it'll be easy to finish Prota once he's on the ground. Then he uses a massive move that calls down several bolts. Prota blows right through it, but Alejandro keeps talking. He says the second Prota swings his sword, he'll be open. Alejandro keeps attacking and running his mouth, even saying Prota shouldn't worry about his little friend, because there's a level 68 monster down there to deal with her. Another bolt hits Prota, and Alejandro is stunned because Prota tanks it and nothing happens. Prota says he expected more after all that talk, then repeats, a level 68 monster? Alejandro is shaken. It makes no sense. Prota didn't take any damage. He tells himself Prota is only acting calm to break his focus, and wonders if he's hiding some trump card. Then Prota says Atse is a level 67 dragon. Alejandro bursts out laughing, and after a long fit of it, he asks if that's really Prota's secret weapon, a dragon friend. He says he almost feels sorry for him because that friend won't be able to turn into a dragon while he still has this item. Then he remembers Jay. When he grabbed her, Jay must have taken the amulet, and now Atse's true form appears, a massive red dragon. In the middle of the fight, Atse gives an order. He tells him to hold on and recover while they fight. The big monster answers by biting Atis, and Atis bites right back. Then, without letting up, he hurls the monster away. Jay yells to Atis, asking what happened to Alejandro and who's fighting up there. Atis says his friend is keeping Alejandro busy, but to beat him they have to destroy the vital force Fusor. There has to be a way to shut it down somewhere in here, so he tells the two of them to handle that while he deals with the priest and blasts him with fire. Afir heads straight for the Fusor but gets slammed in the face. Then they figure out the Fusor can't just be smashed apart. If they destroy everything, it could trigger a huge explosion and kill everyone. Instead, if they cut that pipe, the vital force will stop flowing and the Fusor should finally shut down. But when he looks over, the priest is already charging a massive attack in his mouth. Jay and Afir were right, but Afir tells Jay to keep going. He needs to cut it now. Meanwhile, Atisi keeps the priest pinned down, but Jay finally slices through the pipe. Atisi blows the priest's head clean off, and a beam of energy shoots upward. At the same time, Prota and Alejandro are still going all out. Alejandro realizes the real dragon he was after has shown up, a level 67 dragon. But could that dragon really have turned a lich to dust? Then another thought hits him. Wait, how does Prota know the dragon's level? So he asks if Prota is a Terracion too, and says everyone knows killing other Terracions gives no experience. He asks if Prota killed the lich. Prota says yes, then asks if Alejandro wants revenge for his ally. Alejandro just laughs and says no. If anything, he should be thanking him because he never liked the lich. Still, someone powerful wants the head of whoever killed the lich. Prota asks if he means the followers of the demon god Ormflus. Alejandro says no. It's someone far more important, with enough power to turn the whole continent against him. But there's still a way out. Everyone thought a dragon killed the lich, and now he has a draconic core, so he can claim he killed the dragon. All he has to do is leave with the dragon, take the reward, and let Prota walk away with his pet. He asks if that doesn't sound like a fair deal, but Prota notices he can't heal anymore, then suddenly kicks Alejandro hard and Alejandro flips over from the hit. Prota admits the offer sounds pretty good, but Atis would never accept it. He may look weak, but he hates people like Alejandro. Alejandro calls him an idiot, way too cocky just because he's a Terracion. Compared to the others, Prota is nothing, and now he'll show him just a piece of their power. He activates the artificial blessing, and spikes burst out all around them. Prota can only block as Alejandro starts going wild. That makes Prota think back to the moment he was first pulled from Earth into this world. The same smoke-swallowing Alejandro keeps spreading, forming a huge hand as the transformation takes over Alejandro. Then it shows his new state, Alejandro, level 72, species unknown, with the demon god's blessing at 9. He says the blessing still isn't complete, so he needs more vital force. That means he has to reach the Fusor, and he rushes past Prota at insane speed. Meanwhile, Atis is apologizing to the priest, and Jay says Alejandro won't make it through. Then Jay asks what Atis is doing there, and Atis asks what he's doing here instead. He warns that it's dangerous and tells him to run, but the old woman suddenly speaks up. She asks how Atis could dare not be grateful to Alejandro, saying he sacrificed so much for them. Then she drives a sword into Atis's thigh, and Atis can only call out to Ifer. Meanwhile, the old woman runs toward the pipes and places her hands on both of them, trying to force the vital force cycle to keep going. But instead, she's simply torn apart, and a huge amount of energy starts pouring out. Now the whole nest is about to blow up, and Afira looks toward her family as everything starts collapsing. Afira struggles to stay upright, while Atis starts smashing the structure. He says they have to stop the Fusor from exploding, and then rips out cables trying to shut it down. He yells that his draconic core is holding the Fusor stable for now, but the only way to return the stolen vital force to the people is to destroy the huge mass of energy. Normal attacks would probably make it explode, but a magic swordsman's technique might be their last chance, their only hope. Afira says Atis has already passed out and his vital force is still being drained. There isn't much time left. Meanwhile, Alejandro finally understands why they wanted the demon god Ormfloss's blessing. Since Prota is a Terracion, he already knows some of its perks, seeing an enemy's level and species. But there's more. Extra experience from killing other Terracions, an absurd amount of vital force, body regeneration beyond anyone else, and resistance to the 4 powers. In other words, he's basically immortal now. Through the system, he checks everything around him and sees Atis is close to death. All that's left is to absorb the vital force in this place, and for him, buying time now is the same as waiting for the others to die. Meanwhile, Atis can't handle the energy anymore. He tells Afir he's at his limit, and she should at least run while she still can. She looks over at Jay, unconscious, and realizes everyone will die if she does nothing. So she starts throwing a fireball at the vital core, and then Jay wakes up and calls out, "Mr. Atis?" Then Jay says Atis has one last request. Meanwhile, Afir keeps throwing fire and wonders why she can never do anything right. Out of strength, she says she doesn't want to be alone anymore. Jay tells her she doesn't want that either. She says she was always alone in this place, and that's why she always stopped Afir from doing dangerous things. She didn't want to lose her, but Afir was always brave and strong, even more than she ever expected. Afir says she can't fight like Jay and can't even help. Jay reminds her she's forgetting one thing. She's a talking wyvern. Then she holds up the amulet. Atis says the item can let a dragon copy another species and adds that Afir is a very smart wyvern, but the amulet was made for dragons. In all of history, no wyvern has ever become human. Jay still shouts that it will work. She apologizes to Afir and says the only thing she can do now is believe in her. Afir answers that she can believe in her, so the amulet activates. Smoke pours out everywhere. At the same time, the fight with Alejandro keeps going. He takes a hit to the shoulder, but it heals right away. Jay says Proto will never be able to kill him, but Proto says she's probably right, just not forever. Alejandro still feels pain, so Proto will keep tearing him apart until he begs to die. Alejandro shakes the whole base and says no Terracion has ever lived this long. According to him, Proto isn't human, he's a beast. Then Alejandro forms armor like a dinosaur over his arms to block the next strike, but Proto still lands a direct hit through the middle. The blow wrecks him. Even though he blacks out for a moment after his body is blown apart, Ormfloss's blessing rebuilds him in less than a second. But when he wakes back up, all the pain of being blown apart rushes into his mind. Anyone else would have passed out from pain alone. But because of the blessing, he stays awake and feels every bit of it. Each attack Proto lands brings even more pain, and he keeps losing consciousness in the moments his body is destroyed. Then the second he regenerates, the pain hits all over again. So he starts thinking there won't be enough vital force left to keep him alive. That's when he notices the dragon near the Fusor is still alive. Then, through the smoke, Afir appears and asks if she looks strange. Jay says anyone would think she was her sister. Even worse, the resemblance is crazy, and she's become a level 5 magic swordsman in human form. Right after Afir's transformation, she figures that if she's seen people walk on 2 legs, then she can do it too. She starts thinking through the balance. What should move first? The hands or the feet? Then she decides to lean forward and catch herself with one foot. Step by step, she starts walking. Atisa says it's amazing how naturally she uses her strength. Just seeing her walk during her first transformation is incredible. Even dragons who use magic by instinct usually struggle with that. Jay starts thinking Afir might actually pull it off. But then the ceiling breaks open and Alejandro and Prota crash down from above. Alejandro screams at Prota to get out of his way, calling him nothing but a monster. Prota fires back that he should look in a mirror. Then Atise shouts for Prota to look down. and when he does, he sees Afir below. He kicks off Alejandro's head to change direction and save her. Afir thinks it felt like it took forever just to get close, and now she's already been pulled away. So she bites Prota's arm and asks who this girl is. Atise tells Afir to calm down. Prota asks who this cave woman is, but she snaps back that the real caveman is Prota, since he's the one walking around shirtless showing off. Prota asks if she's really Afir. Atise says he'll explain later, but there's no time right now. Jay realizes she was worried about Prota being a Tarakaranian, but he actually seems like a pretty decent guy. But Alejandro is already right there, horribly disfigured, and from inside Alejandro's head, the system warns him that this body can't handle the blessing anymore, and he needs a new one. He realizes he has to absorb as much life force as possible to keep the blessing going, but Prota hurls a sword at his head. Atise yells for everyone to keep him away from the life force, then tells Afir he'll be too busy to take her there himself. She brushes it off. She can walk on her own. Jay even calls out to Effer, and she answers, telling him not to worry and to just wait for her to finish this. With everything happening at once, Jay can only say he'll be cheering for her. Atise is amazed she's already running right after learning how to walk. Jay agrees, it's incredible. She can even use her magic swordsman skills already, and her ability to watch and learn is seriously sharp. She's really smart. Then Prota drops back down onto Alejandro's sword and says he's already been hit over and over by Prota, but now he feels like a god. A second later, he takes another hit in the stomach and gets blasted away. He then realizes a fight against Prota may never end, so he tries to blow himself apart into several tentacles, and the tentacles rush at Afir. She wonders if she can block the attack, then spots Jay in the reflection of her blade and remembers his movements, the timing of his steps, and dodges every strike just like Jay. Meanwhile, Alejandro is furious that he still can't kill these mere creatures. Prota fires back that he once nearly died to level 5. Infernal dogs, so he knows small monsters can still be deadly. He says that's exactly why these little creatures are dangerous. Then Afir and Prota attack at the same time, and both the Life Force Orb and Alejandro are destroyed. With his final breath, Jay releases the Dragon Talisman. After that, the Rain and the Order of the Light would later say that Day's victory looked like a miracle. The human experiments planned by the Great Earth failed, and everyone below level 10 who woke up after having their life force drained somehow recovered it. After resting, they were able to return to their normal lives. Of the 36 deaths, most were caused by the artificial guide. Still, all of this ruined the Great Earth's plans, and the people who defeated Alejandro were seen as heroes. Even so, their victory wasn't celebrated. There were no cheers. It all ended in silence. After that, they, including Afir, were taken in by the Order of the Light for protection. 3 days later, at the Crater Temple, Otto says the incident will be announced as a magical disturbance. He also apologizes that none of them could be properly rewarded or publicly recognized, but Atise says it's fine since the case involved both the Great Earth and the Earthlings. Prota asks if people really shouldn't know about something this huge, especially when there's no telling what they might try next. Otto asks if even as a Valterin he doesn't know about the attack on the goddess 20 years ago. Prota asks if he means the incident where the 4 great heroes stopped an assassination attempt on the Great Earth, and Otto says that's right. That event led to the Earthling hunt. Prota and Atisa start saying those people got what they deserved, but Otto cuts in and says only 30% of those killed were actually Terrakios. The other 70% were just ordinary Retinians. The nobles used the Terrakios hunt as an excuse to wipe out countless people in the name of fighting evil. That was when the Order realized its mistake and tried to stop it, but with no trials and no proof, it was too late. And even after 20 years, the Order still carries hostility toward the Terrakios. Then Prota and Atise see Afir in a cell. They're told she'll be judged in 10 days and then sent to the crater field, since there's plenty of evidence she worked with AJ, a direct subordinate of Alejandro. Afir appears with red, tearful eyes. They also say that if she really is AJ's twin sister, she could be judged as a blessing of the demon god. Prota notices the soldiers are wearing masks that hide their levels, and he realizes this isn't protection at all. She's being treated like a real criminal. Otto says the trial will only be a formality, but Atise argues that without Efir and Elegy, he and everyone else would have died. On top of that, she matters to them, and she just lost the only family she had. Efir asks what Atise is talking about. She says she has no family, and that Eji was only someone like her. They weren't even close. Atisa asks what she means, but Otto quietly explains that he already spoke with Efir. It's painful, but this is the only way. If she pretends she knows nothing, she can seem innocent, and Ajay can be treated as Alejandro's only subordinate. Atisa asks if she's really okay, and promises they'll find some way to help her. Then a soldier stops him and warns him not to cross the line. So Prota looks at the priest and says he can count on him. Then he puts his hand on the door, gives it a shove, and crashes right through it. The soldier demands to know what he thinks he's doing, but Prota yells that he barely touched it. Even so, it looks like his bone broke along with the door. Otto then asks if the last battle is hitting him now. Prota wonders how that makes sense when it happened 3 days ago, and Otto explains that Valterans are extremely tough. Prota had been hiding the pain this whole time. Otto adds that his own skills can't heal this, so he needs to take Prota away and asks the soldier to help carry him. While the two of them are left confused, Otto tells the soldier Atis will stay behind to watch him and not to worry. They'll be back in a few minutes. Prota gives a quick okay. What a ridiculous plan. Otis says Prota is way too reckless, but Fire says she's grateful to both of them because they're good people. Even though they've only known each other a short time, they've already done so much for her. Still, she says she's really okay, and even if they're worried, she's not as broken as they think. When she thinks about it, she only met Jay a little while ago, but they still ended up facing terrible things together. On top of that, she always had to be careful so no one would discover she had a draconic core. She says she didn't fully understand why Jay cared so much about saving people during the fight, but Atis says he heard Alejandro say that Jay even tried to save a wyvern he had only just met. Remembering the good moments, Afira says she was stupid and that they could have been happy if they had just run away. Atis hugs her and says that after a dragon transforms for the first time, they can't change into another form again. It may feel like a curse, but the form she has now is the one the person she loved most wanted for her. So that's when Afira finally breaks down in tears. Meanwhile, Proto and Otto start thinking things through. Proto says old guys like Otto are useless at times like this, but Otto answers that old or not, he actually agrees. Proto asks if an elite priest really can't do anything. Otto says the judgment comes from the order, so his hands are tied. Still, there are 10 days left before the trial, and he'll trust the two of them with her safety. If she escapes, they'll be judged in her place, and if that happens, they'll need to be forgiven. Proto asks what he means by forgiven, and Otto explains that even without any connection to her, enough contributions can be used to erase sins. They can earn those by clearing simple missions. So Proto immediately asks where he can get a mission and start earning contribution points. Otto says a spiritualist should really go along with Atis and Proto, but he believes the two of them can handle a few ghosts without much trouble. Proto's basically like, what? Meanwhile, inside a haunted house, a ghost's face appears. Then the orb is shown, it's Ormphilos's blessing. We're told a level 70 absorbed it with ease. The scarred man says Alejandro got too greedy, and another tells him to stop blaming someone who's already dead. He praises Leslie for slipping into the dragon line, even with the Order of the Light around, and for taking the item without anyone noticing. Leslie thanks him and says it looks like an ordinary crystal ball, but it's really the dragon orb along with the artificial guide. The scarred man says this should calm them down after losing the dragon nest, though the problem is whether the Order will grow suspicious. Leslie says they sent useless dogs, and now those dogs are searching all across the Great Earth. The scarred man says it's actually a relief that the Order of the Light made the first move instead of the Order of the Shadows, because the Inquisitors would have slaughtered everyone. Leslie adds that Rotinians used to fear the Great Earth, but now they don't anymore. With this much power in their hands, she asks why they should let that blight keep spreading. He warns her not to get the wrong idea. There are plenty of other Earthlings who could replace them. They were only chosen because they can operate without killing so many people. He says they need to clean up everything before the Order starts suspecting them. Leslie asks if he really wants to run from one little dog when they could just kill it, and if they're going to clean things up, then they should do it right. He orders his subordinates to clean everything up, then calls in a ghost they refer to as the Lady. People think this ruined mansion is haunted because the family that owned it fell apart. The real story is darker. This was a secret site where the mainland ran experiments. That's why the place is packed with hidden secrets and traps all through the mansion. The lady goes on to say that she feels sad because the world will never know what's hidden here. Anyone who comes in never makes it back out. She says she hates direct fights. She prefers something more artistic. To her, fear is art, and despair is what feeds her. But 4 days go by and nothing happens. She starts to think the subjugation mission failed. That just makes her even madder. Their delay is hurting her pride, though she admits it does make some sense, since this place was never meant to be easy to find. So she decides she'll have to prepare the path too. 2 days later, Sadako is there sleeping. Then voices wake her up, complaining that they're late because the Proto wanted to wipe out every monster they found on the way. He brushes it off, saying it was worth it since Afir leveled up and got her draconic core back. That leads straight into another argument over who really made them late, the one shopping for clothes or the one who kept sleeping. Afir complains that women's clothes are a pain to put on, unlike the Proto who can just walk around barely wearing anything. Sadako watches them and thinks they better not disappoint her after making her wait this long. At the entrance, Hades calls the warning sign kind of cute, while Afir says it's stupid and way too dramatic. That hits Sadako like a knife to the heart. Now she really wants them dead and decides to start with the girl first. A little earlier at home, Hades had explained why having a spiritualist helps so much against ghosts. Their skills can draw in non-material monsters. But since no spiritualist came with them, they'll have to handle it on their own. Afir points out they don't have much time left, so why not split up and search for the target separately? The Proto shuts that down right away, saying that's a horror movie cliché. The first one to split up is always the first to die. Physical attacks don't work on ghosts, but Hades says not to worry. The Proto will manage somehow. Afir, though, notices the walls look weird and calls out all the blood smeared around. The Proto says he can't use any of the 4 energies anyway, so he'll just look around. If they need him, they can scream. He'll go say hi to the ghost. Afir scares him on purpose and asks if ghosts work differently here than they do in Terrakios. Then she teases him, wondering if the great warrior Valterra is actually scared of ghosts. He grabs her by the head and cries for help. Hades decides to go one way alone while those two take the other. Then a tiny ghostly hand appears. Hades starts saying Afir should explain more about ghosts, but she just yells at him for leaving her alone with the Prota. Meanwhile, the ghost keeps watching them. As they move through the house, Afir starts singing a little tune. The Prota tells her to stop and asks if that kid song is really making her feel better. She says she was only trying to lighten the mood, then adds that she saw plenty of ghosts back when she was a wyvern. That gets him to ask for more. Afir explains that ghosts are low-rank monsters that drain the life from their victims. They usually stay in damp places, and for anyone who can't use one of the four energies, holy water is the best way to deal with them. The Prota figures that sounds simple enough. Still, while they're here, they need to be careful not to get caught off guard. Right then, a monster appears. Sadako thinks she finally has them. The second they step forward, she plans to trigger every trap at once, wear them down, and then unveil her masterpiece. And just as the Prota is about to step, Afir warns him there's a trap there. He immediately bolts and sets everything off. So now it's total chaos. Afir activates her magic sword skills and wipes out all the ghosts. After that, she tells the Prota not to take off like that again, or he'll trigger every trap in the place. He insists he wasn't panicking. Still, he says they should go back to Atis. Afir says Atis can handle some weak ghosts just fine. The Prota answers that the ghost isn't the real problem. The traps are. She shrugs it off, saying Atis won't have trouble with traps this childish. To her, they practically scream, "Here I am." That comment completely ticks the ghost off. She snaps back, telling Afir to shut up and apologize to whoever made them. Then the ghost appears, furious that they destroyed her traps. The Prota glances over. Afir asks what's behind her, and he suddenly runs. He bursts through the door yelling, "The sword's stuck." Afir asks what he's talking about, but when she turns, they realize they're trapped in a loop. With only 4 days left before Afir's trial, they're stuck in an endless hallway where the floor and ceiling look the same. It just keeps going forever. The Prota wonders if they got trapped by some weird ghost from Paraguay, and Afir tells him not to say dumb stuff. Then she asks where the team's wizard is. The ghost hears that and repeats, "Wizard? There was one?" They ask if he got trapped too. She says she can leave anytime she wants, but they can't, so they'd better do as she says. Afir quietly tells the Prota this is the first time she's seen a house turn into a dungeon. He says that means if there's no clear entrance, there's probably still an exit somewhere. He figures that if they find the artifact at the center of the dungeon, everyone inside should get thrown back outside. The ghost cuts in and lays out the rules. Each room has a test, and they just need to clear it to move on. She adds that something in this room is the key to the first door, and clues are scattered around. The Prota says it's basically a maze, but Afir grins and says it feels more like a treasure hunt. Finally, something that suits a hunter. The Prota says this kind of thing belongs in a meeting room, but Afir is already joking around while he stays annoyed. The ghost, meanwhile, is sure they're underestimating her. Finding the key won't be enough. Every wrong move triggers a deadly trap, and she's excited to watch them struggle through all the ones she worked so hard to make. Then Afir smacks a table, and that opens the door. She explains that her magic sword ability can detect metal, which let her find the key. The ghost yells that she cheated, but Afir fires back that the rules never said she couldn't. Still fuming, the ghost tells her to shut up and insists that if she calls it cheating, then it is. She says the next room won't be so easy, and if they want a clue, they should look at the clock. The Prota ignores that and just forces the door open. Then he says this is how adults do things. Both of them immediately shout that breaking the doors doesn't count. After that, they tear through a bunch of challenge rooms, jumping, running, balancing, and pushing forward, even through some giant snake obstacle, until they finally reach another corridor. Back in the hallway with Atis, we get a quick explanation. Wizards are rare among hunters, and fewer than 2% make it past level 40. Most become hunters just to pay for school, so they can join Tinkers, a guild of magic hunters known for magical research. Tinkers recruits talented wizards no matter their level or combat skill, and joining them means a chance to go to the Magic Kingdom and study the newest magic theories. That's why Atis instantly realizes the paper he found contains a new kind of spell, a dimensional seal. It's something he'd never even seen back when he was with Tinkers. He figures these papers were probably what the Lich used to make the dungeon connect to other entrances. He notes that the spell is incredibly well made. As long as the tool is in place, the magic keeps running even without the caster, just like a dungeon. At first, he thinks the wizard who wrote it made a mistake, but then he sees the truth. It wasn't a mistake at all. It was planted on purpose, and it'll trigger the moment someone tries to leave. Once he gets outside, he realizes the mansion itself is about to disappear. Then the ghost appears and starts talking about her life, how she was abandoned, and how giving up being human somehow let her finally live like one. Meanwhile, she finds the others casually eating meat with the hippie and just blurts out, "What is this? Why are they camping?" The Prota answers that they looked like they were almost done, and they got hungry. She screams that they haven't even beaten the boss yet and demands to know why they're acting so relaxed when she's trying to kill them. The Prota calmly tells her she'll never manage it with cheap little tricks like these. That really gets under her skin. She shouts that she's level 35, and even if he's unusually strong for level 5, she's only keeping them alive because she thinks it's fun. The Prota asks if she's doing that until she stops feeling lonely. She snaps that she's not just a ghost, she's a person. Of course she gets lonely when she's all alone. She wanted other people to notice the hard work she put into all this, and says that if she had truly wanted them dead, she would have attacked without hesitation. The hippie says that makes her different from the people on the mainland who treat lives like they mean nothing. He tells her it's not too late for a ghost to change. Then he asks her to leave this place with them. She starts to break down, and the prota asks if she's okay, but the whole place starts falling apart. The hippie asks if this is what happens when a dungeon closes, but prota says no, this is different, and something's seriously wrong. Atiste shows up to help them. He says the whole thing was a trap. To stop it, they need to find the device running this place and destroy the fountain. He was getting sick of watching from outside, so he came in himself. Then he asks how they still hadn't found the fountain when there were only 2 spaces. Prota has no idea what he means by that. Anicap explains they've been moving through the same 2 spaces the whole time, just looping back and forth. That makes the hippie realize the only thing that stayed with them the entire time was her. She starts wondering if they're about to get rid of her. Richard and Leslie get ready to attack. She insists all of this is a lie. Prote quickly grabs both of them and throws them aside. He takes a hit too, but Adisal says an attack like that won't even leave a mark. The hippie asks if Prote is okay and wants to know what they do now. But when she turns back, Prote is already possessed. She gets struck too, but Atiste saves her just in time. He explains he's using a repaired artifact that lets him float. The hippie asks how Prote got possessed, and Atiste says it usually only happens to children. That's because they often don't have any of the 4 energies, and Prote doesn't either. If this keeps going, she might take over his body completely. The hippie yells that she'll help him, but Prota, or whatever's inside him, snaps that if they want to live, they'll have to destroy this body. Then Prota punches himself in the face. He's still fighting back. No one can make sense of it, but Prota gives them a thumbs up. Atiste says someone with enough physical training can resist a spell like this. He thinks Prota is battling for control, and all he can move are his fingers. Inside Prota's mind, there's a library full of memories. She's flipping through them while attacking him. Prota asks if she's finished because now it's his turn. Since she's inside his mind, he can see her memories too. He starts hitting back, using words pulled from her past. These attacks aren't physical. They hit the mind. Each strike drags up a different shame from the past. Prota lands one by targeting the embarrassment of a love letter she wrote to someone imaginary, and she spits out blood. Now both of them start grabbing pages of memories and using them to attack each other. Outside, Prota is starting to cast some huge magic. Atiste works on a strange device, saying he's trying to make something he barely understands. As he builds it, he becomes sure there's a spy inside Tinker's. Then it cuts to Leslie. She has the item causing the trap hidden in the mirror. She says they can finally finish this, since the other side took the bait. They'll lose a lot of useful tools, but she hopes it wasn't all for nothing. Richard tells her not to be upset. This is the land of magic tools after all. Then they're shown in the magic kingdom of Rune. Leslie asks if they can buy something, but Richard says that comes after the mission. She asks if all of this is really necessary, just to speak about Ormflus's blessing. Richard says they have no other choice. The meeting is about to begin, and with so many eyes watching, they can't afford to stand out. Back at Tinker's Guild, the meeting begins. It's basically a place to show off magic tools and buy or sell them, along with a full display. Richard and Leslie sneak in anyway. The guards think they heard something, but the two keep moving. They wonder which tool they're supposed to find when a huge armored figure appears almost like a mech. It's a soldier, and it immediately calls out that there are intruders. Then it attacks them both. It snaps a sword, but one diagonal strike is enough to take the golem down. Leslie figures it was probably an artificial one. Then another person shows up and demands to know why they destroyed the item that was supposed to be revealed at the meeting. She adds that they wrecked her lab before too. They kneel, but she brushes that aside as long as they brought important information. This is the Archmage tied to the 4 heroes. Back with the ghost, she says she really thought she'd been fighting this whole time, not eating and drinking. Now she realizes this place was strange from the start, and that she may have only ever been used as a tool. She feels like her life was pointless, because she probably lost. The others make it out of the mansion, but she says she'd hate it if they had to drag her along. Even so, she's glad. At least she got to have fun, and she didn't die in pain. Then a dog walks in front of her. A dog? It starts talking, telling her to stop crying like a kid and move on, or this never ends. That's when she realizes it isn't over at all. She's still inside Prota's mind, and until she gets out, she was only a moment away from being trapped there for real. She calls him dangerous. He's carrying a lot of anger and trauma. The second she gets out, Watt starts the operation. Then somehow he begins sealing it or something close to that, and a huge burst of energy goes off. At last, they escape. Prota asks what happened, where the mission went, and what happened to the hole. Watt says the magic worked. Then Jess asks if they really spent a whole day in there because it's already morning. That means there's almost no time left before the trial, and Pew says this could be the end for her. Then the ghost appears, human again. Watt says he canceled her role as a tool, and all her abilities are gone. Now she's just a normal person. She asks why he didn't kill her, and whether they're planning to hand her over. Atiste says the answer is obvious. If she had fully taken Prota's body, he would have killed her. But because she didn't, Afir still wants to save her, even though this means Afir might not make it to court in time. The ghost gets mad, asking if they're insane. Did they really think she'd be thankful? To her, all of this is just useless pity. Proto says that's a harsh thing to say, but Asura explains that Jay was from the Great Land too, and because of that she'll have to face trial. Still, this is how she deals with things. Even if she gets arrested, she'll survive and keep fighting to win her battles. They start arguing again, but the ghost says there's still one way left. Then they reveal a carriage powered like a magic tool. Atis is stunned. He asks what this is, saying he'd only ever seen one in books. It's incredibly rare and he gets emotional, saying he never thought he'd see one in real life. With this, they can make it in time. Proto asks what has him so excited, and Efer thanks the ghost, saying this will get them there before it's too late. But then Atis remembers something. The machine is fast, but without a high-level mana crystal, it won't run. Proto says they just need a strong enough crystal, right? Then he pulls out the fragment of the incomplete blessing. That's why the orb was missing a piece. Proto had it the whole time. Once it's set into the vehicle, the horse starts blasting out smoke. As they get on, the ghost asks why they're taking her too. Proto says it's not like she has anywhere else to go. Atisa, still thrilled, says this really is the fastest vehicle ever made. He also says he never expected that fragment to hold this much power. If it has any connection to Tinkers, they can't just ignore it. Proto asks if Atis couldn't just report all this to the leader, but Atis says that's impossible, because the leader is one of the 4 heroes, the strongest mage, the one who saved the world by stopping the attack against the gods. She's also the queen of the magic kingdom, and every noble wants to marry her for her beauty. Atis says Proto may not know this, but the 4 heroes were recognized by the gods for what they did, and were blessed so their bodies would never grow old. Proto realizes these are the 4 heroes, the living legends, and remembers Afir mentioning them before. Atis says that's normal, then decides to explain more. Since Proto's a Voltron now, there are things he should know. First is Baralt, the Sword King, the strongest swordsman and strongest of the 4 heroes, a Voltron warrior. He shaped how people still see the Voltrons today, but no one has seen him in years. He's a mystery, even among the 4 heroes. Then there's the Supreme Spiritualist, one of the spirit races. She was once the most powerful nymph, and now she's the queen of Alendia, the spirit kingdom, mostly focused on ruling. Of the 4, only one still actively serves. That's Garhan the Terrible, the one feared by people from the Great Land more than anyone else, the ruler of Calduria for over 1,000 years, and the greatest magic swordsman. Proto wonders if that means all these old legends used to be in the same party, and says a reunion would be amazing. Atis says he doesn't know about Baralt, but the other 3 have met as representatives, one from each kingdom. He's sure no one could even speak in a place that important, and that the nobles always trying to catch her attention couldn't do a thing. Garhan's support helped her newest invention finally sell. He explains that their military is weak, so they've been building power through the nobles. It's also revealed that Hollian didn't come in person. She sent a subordinate instead. The blonde man mocks her, saying that old woman got lazy after living so long. Then she asks if the other side got Ormphlus's blessing. The orb for Ormphlus's blessing is still missing the fragment Ryu took. And with time running out, she asks if they're starting now. That's when a new presence begins to form. A goddess starts to appear. Speaking of emptiness, she talks about darkness, the end and the beginning, then reveals herself as Kavir, the goddess of darkness. Kavir orders them to gather the children. Right after that, she releases magic. Then she asks a question. Kavir addresses the personification of darkness, Garhan the Terrible and Zenobia the Archmage, asking if they're the ones who received the goddess's blessings. The blonde man cuts her head off and snaps. Blessing? Blessing is the problem. Even then, the goddess stays calm. Since they clearly didn't come for answers, she asks why they're here. The man says they fought the Terrakios 20 years ago, and back then they were already old, so they gave their bodies to the goddess. After they won, they thought they had offered everything they could to this world. In return, the goddesses blessed them with youth. They rebuilt ruined cities and were given the chance to grow stronger. But the goddesses also told them exactly how much time they had left. He says no one understands how awful it is to know the exact moment of your death, to feel every second dragging you closer to the end. Kivir fires back, saying they were given more than enough, yet still wanted more. She calls them greedy for chasing immortality. The goddesses were too kind to them already, and if they got the answer they wanted, then they should leave. Instead, the fight begins, and he says the real issue isn't that life has a limit, it's what the goddesses did after that. Their sons and daughters gave their lives in the goddess's name to defeat the demons, yet all of them died unfairly. Meanwhile, the goddesses only hand out blessings and watch the world sink into chaos. He says the true cause of his despair is the goddesses themselves. Kivir answers that humans live for only a tiny instant, so how could they understand? He admits chaos may be right in front of him, but says she still refuses to see the full truth. This world doesn't need a goddess who only watches. It needs a hero who punishes evil and protects justice. That's why they want immortality, so they can keep guarding the world. But when he looks at Zenobia, she's already starting to fade. Kivir says that seeking eternal life isn't a sin, but the death coming for him now isn't a punishment either. To her, this is the only way to free him from the fear and pain of death. She says they'll be granted an eternal rest, while their glory as heroes lives on. That only makes him furious. He shouts that the goddesses gave them this chance, and then betrayed them in the end. Soon, nothing is left of him. After that, at the court of Cratera, Ryu and the others make it in time for Hyper's trial. MC asks what's going to happen. Hatsune says they did everything they could to prove Hyper's innocence. When MC asks about the lady, Hatsune explains that the priest chose to protect her. Since she was only a victim turned into a ghost, dragging the Great Land into this again would just make Hyper and all of them look even more suspicious. He agrees. The incident with Leech was bad enough, but if people learn what happened at the mansion and what happened with Alejandro too, it would be even harder for anyone to trust them. Hatsune says that after destroying one of the Great Land's bases, they've become a real problem for them. And if the enemy finds out they have a fragment of Ormphlus's blessing, they'll definitely come after them. So for now, everything stays secret, even from the Order. When Ryu asks what the fragment actually is, Hatsune says it's only a guess, but maybe it's a guide that only Ratanians can use. The protagonist asks if that means if his guide were normal, he wouldn't be able to use magic like that. Hatsune says probably not. This demon god's blessing works differently from a normal guide. If anything, it's better. You can add new spells and skills to it, and even use magic that normally wouldn't match your guide. That means a person can push past their natural limits. Still, Hatsune says they were lucky to escape the mansion, because they managed to stop the spell in time. The lady being caught up with them also changed things, and it was only a fragment of Ormphlus's blessing. If it had been complete, they probably never would have escaped that magic trap. Hatsune admits there was nothing else he could do. Then Ryu suddenly takes a bite of Hatsune's wrap. Hatsune protests right away. It was his burrito, and his first decent meal in days. MC tells him that's what he gets for not paying attention to the food in front of him. Then he starts wondering what his life would have been like if his system hadn't been so broken, but he quickly drops it. There's no point thinking about what-ifs anymore. What matters is that he survived this long, and Hatsune agrees. That's when Afir and the lady look over. From their angle, Ryu biting into that burrito looks way worse than it should, and Afir asks what he just did. Hatsune says he just shoved his face in without even asking. Yeah, it looks really bad. Afir jumps at the protagonist in confusion. Then the story shifts back to the goddesses. They exist in a dimension far above humans, not limited to just 4 dimensions. To them, people are like flat shapes drawn on a surface. The eternity humans want is just another layer of existence to them, which is why attacking a goddess was supposed to be impossible, at least until now. With dimensional sealing magic, the blonde man says a being that huge is now trapped in a tiny space. Their positions have flipped, and now even he can touch her divinity. He says her future will keep repeating inside this space, then asks if any goddess could discover their plan while they're hidden in a lower dimensional field. She isn't sure, but warns that if they do find out, the goddesses of time and space will come for them. He reveals that when he cut his hair, that was the moment he activated the spell. So even if she realizes it now, it's too late. They already absorbed half of her darkness power. Still, he says half isn't enough to gain immortality. He suspects it's because Ormphlus's blessing is incomplete, and thinks they'll be able to absorb all the goddesses once the orb is whole. She asks how he plans to pull that off. To keep the goddess trapped, they can't even step outside this neutral space. But since time doesn't move there, she realizes they'd have an entire lifetime to absorb the goddess's power. Then the other man uses telepathy on her. That catches her off guard, and she asks what that was. She says using that kind of power in a lower dimensional field should be impossible, then asks if he used the power he just absorbed from the goddess. He says exactly. Through that ability they can still communicate with the outside world. All they need to do now is use the order under Criviel's name. After that, the scene shifts again. Afir happily looks at her card. The receptionist says she never expected Mr. Hades to be interested in making a party, especially with a level 15 beginner in it. He says he has his reasons and will pay her registration fee. The clerk points out he's only paying because her brother owes money to warrior Volterra, and he mutters that he even forgot to bring her clothes after burning down the priest's house. At another table, a clerk asks how she can help. The adventurer says he heard this is where someone can become a hunter. She asks if he came to register, and he says yes. Then they notice something surprising about him. He's level 20. The priest looks over as the man says he hasn't introduced himself yet. He came from Zhang, and his name is Sana the warrior. Far north of Kalduria in the snowy mountains, warriors start shouting. There's an intruder inside the dragon's nest. Everyone panics and yells for people to run. They're shocked that the inquisitors are there. Meanwhile, a man clutching something, a fragment of Ormphlus's blessing, curses his luck. Everything had been going perfectly, and now it's all falling apart. He can't believe they even found this place. While he runs, one of the inquisitors stomps him to the ground. The inquisitor asks where he thinks he's going. The man claims he's only a traveler, someone with nowhere else to go. He drops to his knees and begs to be allowed to leave. The inquisitor says their reputation may be bad, but they don't hunt refugees unless he belongs to the Great Land. So the man suddenly fires at the inquisitor. He says the inquisitor should have killed him when he had the chance because no one survives a shot from that weapon. But the inquisitor takes the blast right to the face. Then in an instant the attacker is torn apart along with his weapon. The inquisitor coldly notes that anyone using a weapon like that isn't just some refugee. So the inquisitor figures he's a Teratian, who arrived not long ago. There's a reason the oldest Teratians never use weapons. Nothing about this is random. When he checks for the blessing fragment, it's gone. Then a light shines from the top of the nest. He looks up and realizes the man already absorbed the blessing and grew huge. He says it's too bad his first opponent is only a healer. Then he asks how they even learned a blessing was hidden there. The Inquisitor ignores the question and just warns him not to touch his mask. The guy flicks him anyway and cracks the mask. That instantly scares him. How can someone this strong even exist? Then the Inquisitor lowers his hand and says everything happens for a reason. After that, we cut back to the Crater Valley, where people are shouting to stop her before she escapes the dungeon. From the top of the bridge, someone leaps down. It's a Fury. At the same time, the giant centipede goes after the others. The leader there tells the beast to come up, but the one who actually drops from above is a Fury, and she quickly throws an electric sword. That's the power of a magic swordsman, and she's gotten really good with it. The hunters start talking about her. Afir only showed up 2 months ago, but she's growing at a terrifying speed. Rumor says her sister died in the dragon nest incident, and that pushed her to become a hunter. One guy says it's creepy how much the other knows, but he snaps back and tells them to quit talking and stay focused. That monster won't go down from something that weak. Then Hades shows up, and now he's carrying a new wand. He fires a spell at the creature and activates the wand's device, freezing it solid. The guy can't believe it. Is this really Hades, the top mage who can attack and support at the same time? On top of that, he even uses spells he created himself. Hades says he expected this. The magic stone couldn't handle high-level spells. Then the bald guy comments that she somehow gets prettier every time he sees her. Another soldier asks if he's even sure that's a girl, and he shrugs it off, looking won't hurt anything. The other man says he remembers seeing Mr. Hades on posters, and he's also sure the image included the man from the Sword King tribe, the warrior Valterra. Then we shift back to that group. The 2 people Hades and Proto saved show up and admit they feel a little guilty after letting those 2 do all the work. One of them says he thought Proto would be bigger, but he mixed him up with the spear warrior. That's because of something that happened 2 months earlier with the warrior Valterra. So we cut to Proto inside a cage at the Adventurers Guild. A noble says the place looks more like a prison. Mr. Otto explains that this world's buildings were influenced by people from the other world. Then Otto asks what brings the judge to the guild, and the judge says it's about a white-haired girl who was sentenced. He calls her beautiful, says it's a shame she works as a filthy hunter, and claims he came to check on her group because he's concerned. This guy barely appears and he's already annoying. Even Otto looks fed up with that nasty expression. The judge asks if the mood here is always this tense. Otto explains that hunters are naturally rough, but armed fights inside the guild are strictly forbidden. Anyone who breaks that rule loses their license. But there's one exception. When a new registrant shows up above level 20, that usually means they might be from another world. So it already shows the moment Protoss stood in front of that level 20 adventurer. The man asks why Proto shoved him, and Etsy asks Proto if he's sure this guy isn't from this world. Proto asks something else. Has Etsy ever heard of Shanghai or Zhang Luxin? Etsy asks what Zhang Luxin means and says it's his first time hearing it. That's when Proto realizes those are Earth words. Since Proto is standing there, nobody moves. He's a Volteran warrior. But then Proto asks what Shanghai even is. He's been trapped in this world for 22 years and barely remembers anything. He mutters something like, "Spicy Shanghai? I've heard that before." The other guy thinks it's some kind of test, so he draws his sword, assuming it's part of the check. But this idiot goes way too far, and when he tries to attack Proto, he actually yells that Proto is only a lousy level 5. Proto just stops him and damn lands one hit right in his face, and the guy goes flying. Everyone starts freaking out. Level 5? He said level 5? A Volteran level 5? Proto starts panicking, and Peter even tries to jump in, basically saying, "What did you think would happen if you punched a Volteran, idiot?" But everyone is still stunned, until a spear appears and starts arguing about the whole thing that a level 5 Volteran makes no sense. The way Proto fights, no level 5 should beat a level 70 monster. They call it nonsense, then say maybe this man isn't from another world at all. Maybe he's just stupid because if he knew what Volteran meant, he would have run. Proto is grateful they covered for him, even though he has no clue who they are. Then they excitedly remind him they're the guys he gave the artifact to. But out of nowhere, a squad of soldiers rushes in and beats Proto down. Then he asks the priest to help, but the priest says those aren't order soldiers. They belong to the judge. And then Proto hits one so hard he flies straight into the judge. Direct hit. That's why he ended up in this prison. It was built to hold people from another world, and anyone from there gets thrown inside. This huge box was created by Garhan, the blonde one. The prison has 26 floors made to contain outsiders. Climbing out is nearly impossible. The crater is 50 meters deep, the walls are 15 meters thick, and one soldier says not even the master swordsman could break the steel, so being a Valterra won't help. Then he asks if Proto understands and says he's no longer a Valterra during his 100-year sentence. The judge is right there as Proto asks why it's 100 years when it was just an accident. He even says none of this was his fault. The other guy started it. Watt says an appeal would be useless because the other judges are nobles too, and they'll back the nobles' decision. Etsphere says he already asked the priest for help, and Watts adds that this judge also runs the prison. Etsphere found out he loves money, so he plans to bribe him. He tells Proto to stay calm. They'll do everything they can to get him out. Proto realizes that if he escapes, he'll be hunted for the rest of his life. Etsphere also says he lost his chance to receive the goddess's blessing through the order, so he can't even ask to go back home. At this point, all Proto can do is wait for Watts and Etsphere. Then he notices someone getting beaten in the background, and when he sees who it is, it's that idiot. The two of them were charged with trying to attack a noble and drag him away, so they both got 100 years. The idiot is already calling out, "Hey friend, good to see you here," and the others immediately ask, "What friend? This guy?" They think he's mocking them, and the idiot says he underestimated Prota too, right up until he got hit. He still can't believe Prota is only level 5. Prota just lifts both hands, ready to flick them each once, and the guy blurts out, "Whoa, that was a skill." Prota tells him to shut up and starts thinking. With this loudmouth around, all his plans could fall apart. If his identity gets exposed, Efren Watts could get dragged into it too. So Prota wonders if he should just get rid of the idiot. Still, the guy says he's happy to see someone familiar. But when Prota looks at him, it feels like seeing a piece of his own past. Prota stops, thinks for a moment, then tells him to call him naked. The other man introduces himself as Zhang Luxin. Prota asks how he even managed to stay alive this long when he's making it so obvious he's from another world. The guy quickly denies it. No, he's not from another world. Prota realizes he knows this secret matters, but he doesn't really understand what he's supposed to hide. So Prota figures he'll have to explain the difference between people from this world and people from the other one. As a thank you, the guy hands over some magic stones and says they came from monsters he killed in prison. Prota asks if prisoners can really hunt monsters in here. The guy says yes. It's basically work, and that's why those other prisoners were trying to steal his stones. Prota asks if this place is basically a prison dungeon. If so, they can enter dungeons, but that still seems weird since there's nowhere to sell the stones here. Then the guy explains that if he hands them to the guards, they reduce his sentence. Prota finally gets it. Meanwhile, up above, the judge speaks to a sealed box, saying he's heard that people from Earth never forget the thrill of killing. Once they start, they gain a ton of experience, and the stronger the person they kill, the more they get. He admits he was jealous of them. Then the box starts shaking, and he asks if the man inside is excited. Valterra is next on his list. Inside the box, the man opens his eye. He calls Brada by his old name, Eric, and the narration explains that people on Earth have small, weak bodies. As society advanced, their muscles got weaker too. They also never had to hunt huge monsters like the Ratnians did. Even though Ratnians need to train their bodies more, they also learn how to fight monsters and strengthen themselves by raising their level. But a human body caps at level 15. Monsters don't have that limit, so a level 15 human becomes useless against them. That's why the Ratnians rely on a power system called the Four Energies. First is physical force, called aura. Second is magical power, called mana. Third is lightning energy, known as strength. And fourth is defensive energy, called prana. Hunters train these four energies along with their levels, so they can kill stronger monsters. But if someone can't use even one of them, then no matter how high that hunter's level is, they can still be killed easily by creatures with lower levels. There are no exceptions. Then Brada shows up and throws a small sword at a bee-like monster, blowing it up. People say it's impossible to use aura while wearing shackles. Since he's a Volterra, that shouldn't be possible. But Brada keeps cutting through everything. He figures that even without his sword, a knife works fine, just like back when he was trapped in the Rocky Mountains. He's holding back so the monsters don't die in one hit, all to help his new partner level up. He's carefully controlling his power so his new partner can gain more levels. Then he hands over a bag of magic stones. The guard says that much will cut the sentence by 2 months, 1 month for each of them. The others complain that after all their training, they barely earn a single day. Then Broda asks for 8 knives and some bread. The guard wonders why not buy a better sword instead. But Broda says any weapon will break in 1 strike anyway, so cheap ones are better. For the next 5 weeks, they keep going deeper to gather magic stones. Broda knows it would be faster alone on the lower floors, but he can't leave this kid by himself since he knows Broda's true level. He also still needs to help him, and having a guide with him could be useful later when it's time to deal with the gods, so they need to get out at the same time. Then the kid suddenly says, instead of lowering his sentence, he wants 100 loaves of bread. He ends up feeding almost everyone there, and one prisoner thanks him, saying most of them are victims of people from the upper floors. The kid just laughs and says more monsters will show up anyway. Broda gets mad, asking if he's an idiot who plans to die in prison. But the boy says that if someone wants to be a hero, they can't ignore people suffering, even criminals. Then the soldiers line up for the judge's arrival. He demands to know what this commotion is about. Then one of the soldiers begs him to let his family visit. The judge asks who he is, and another soldier explains that the man got 15 years in prison for failing to pay a debt 5 years ago. He's not a hunter, and his family is still trying to pay the bail. The judge looks down on him like he's trash, just some farmer. He says that if the man wanted visitation rights, he should have at least tried killing some monsters. The soldier explains that the prisoner entered the dungeon 3 months ago and lost a leg. The judge coldly replies that if he can't gather magic stones anymore, then throw him back into the dungeon. He adds that he already told the guards to get rid of any useless trash that can't turn a profit. The head guard apologizes and asks why he's here, and the judge says he's looking for a prisoner. Meanwhile, the man screams for help, but his friends are helpless. Broda walks up to the guards and they demand to know who he thinks he is. One of them asks if he wants a fight. Robert says no, he just wants to enter that dungeon. The guard answers that they already cleared every monster from the other one, so Robert asks if they can all go into this dungeon together. Then he asks what happened. Weren't they about to throw that man in there? Or are they scared? Meanwhile, back at the dragon's nest in the northern mountains, the Inquisitors report that every citizen has been evacuated and there's no sign of any Earthling. With that, they now control 6 dragon nests. Since the mission was clean and had no losses, someone asks what the problem is. Another says the captain came back because he sensed something strange. They wonder what could have destroyed the place that badly. Someone notices the captain seems unhappy, then asks where he went. The answer to the temple, to report everything. Then at the main temple of the Shadow Brotherhood inside the saint's chapel, she praises his work and asks how the mission went. He says the saint was right. It was a research site for Earthlings. They also recovered the blessing of Ormfluss. He says it's terrifying that something so small can give off such a dangerous aura. If not for the goddess's oracles, the world might have fallen into chaos. He addresses Sir Leonhardt and says that in the past, the goddess would send prophecies so they could watch over the world, then bless them with guidance. She never used to interfere directly. The saint answers that this still doesn't excuse the Earthlings' disrespect. He argues that by the time they arrived after receiving the oracle, more than 100 people had already died. If the goddesses know the locations, they should warn them sooner. But she cuts him off, saying she has served as saint for over 70 years. It's true, she says, that she's never received so many oracles at once. Then she asks how he dares question the goddesses when their only concern is protecting this world. He may be blessed, but that kind of doubt is unforgivable. He apologizes and she tells him he may never grow old, but she hopes he won't repeat the same foolish mistakes she made in her youth. She also reminds him to remove his mask next time. It's a shame to hide the beautiful face the goddesses gave him. He says he'll wait for the next oracle. Then the old woman offers the blessing of Ormfluss to Kivir, the goddess of darkness. The captain notes that the oracles have never been this exact before, and thanks to them they recovered the blessing from the Earthlings. Still, no matter how much they ask, the goddesses only say the blessing of Ormfluss must not be made public. He finds that very suspicious, and thinks something bigger is going on. Thanks to that information, they took the blessing of Ormfluss back from the Earthlings. But no matter what they ask, the goddesses only insist that the blessing of Ormfluss must stay hidden. That makes him think something is wrong. In another world, a man receives the blessing of Ormfluss. He says he knew the Shadow Brotherhood would be useful, then starts absorbing the blessing. It rises to 91. The other person asks how much it went up this time. He says 3 points, and she replies that if they can get Richard to help with the fragments, using the Shadow Brotherhood this way makes her want the Earthlings wiped out even more. She says it was smart of him to play politics while acting like a ruler. He answers that his mind stayed sharp even if his body didn't age. She says it's a little sad to watch the group she spent so long building fall apart so fast. He says Great Earth isn't weak. The Shadow Brotherhood's Inquisitors are just that strong. She asks if that means Great Earth is only being crushed so easily because they handed so much information to the Shadow Brotherhood. He says Leonhardt is another reason. He's one of the gods blessed. Then they wonder if they should try bringing him to their side. He probably knows about his own lifespan too. But the man tells her to forget it. Leonhardt was blessed by the gods, yet still turned down an easy life and joined the Shadow Brotherhood. His faith is nothing like theirs, and if they involve him, he'll hunt them down and uncover their plan. She asks if that means they should kill him soon. He says Leonhardt is still only an Inquisitor, but Great Earth can't beat him because his level is extremely high. And since Inquisitors are meant to capture Earthlings and gather information, he's especially dangerous there. He's also a spiritualist who specializes in close combat and healing magic. Then she asks what happens if Great Earth gets exposed. They answer that anyone weak-minded would jump at the chance to reveal their secrets, but they won't be able to. A man tries to speak and is instantly dragged away. The moment anyone talks about the secret of the 4 heroes, taboo magic activates and kills them. Since the spell attacks the brain directly, it can't be healed. After that, the body turns to dust and vanishes. Then he says she was the one who created that magic. She answers that even an archmage can't remember every spell she's ever made. Besides, she was too busy studying the god's power. Now they just have to wait until Ormfluss's blessing is complete so they can absorb the god's divine power. She asks if they still haven't found any fragments. After clearing all those nests, she thought one would have shown up by now. He tells her dragon nests run by Earthlings aren't the only places a fragment could be hidden. Then he brings up an Earthling locked in Crater Prison. He says that information has already been passed along. Now all that's left is waiting for Leslie to sneak into the prison. But Leslie is thinking about something else. The Inquisitors keep wiping out members of Great Earth, and it's obvious the heroes are tied to it. If she doesn't find the Earthlings first, she'll be next. So she knows she has to get the fragment fast and run. Right then, a soldier starts yelling about warrior Valterra. Leslie is sure Valterra was taken into the mansion. The others complain that he tried to kill the judge, but that was really part of a plan to get inside and deal with what was going on there. Still, Leslie feels the boy with the red scarf doesn't match Garhan's description. And the bigger issue is Valterra himself. They already reported Valterra as dead, yet he's clearly alive. Then Leslie checks the protagonist's level. It's only 5. Just then the guards order them to stop. The guy beside him says, "Hey Falad, we've come this far, so let's wipe them out and save everyone." Meanwhile, Proto is thinking, save who? Beat who? This guy's crazy. I already have 2 dragons to deal with. He also realizes that if he keeps butting heads with this judge, it's going to cause trouble. And that brings him back to the moment when Prota asked if they were really going to stir things up. The others can feel how strong Prota's aura is. But one guy completely gets the wrong idea. He takes it as a sign and shouts that they can't stay silent anymore. Then he calls on anyone who thinks the sentence is unfair to stand up. Prota tries to stop him, but the idiot keeps going. He yells that sure, they may have committed crimes, but that still doesn't mean they deserve to be dragged off like this. That sets everyone off, and the whole place erupts in shouting. They start crying out for freedom. Someone even calls Valterra a friend sent from heaven. Before long, the prisoners are fired up. If it's a rebellion, then they're escaping. The judge says there is one way to settle this, and orders them to bring out the one inside the coffin. Prota has no idea what this man is trying to do. To him, the guy just has a hero complex. He even declares he'll follow Prota wherever he goes. Prota can only stare in disbelief. Then the man starts chanting for hero Valterra, and soon everyone joins in, yelling Valterra's name. Then they open the coffin and reveal the man inside in chains. Everyone turns to look, and people start wondering if this is the Earthling. Prota is shocked. There really is an Earthling here? Leslie immediately realizes this must be the one Garhan mentioned. His level is 61. The judge tells everyone to be quiet. They're all scared of this man, and for good reason. He shouts that the second he's released, he'll kill everyone there in less than 5 minutes. Then the judge adds 50 years to everyone involved in the rebellion, while the one who led it gets 100. Of course, that loudmouth points straight at Valterra as the leader, and Proteus seriously wants to shut him up. The judge says they not only dared to attack him, but also caused a prison riot. Still, he offers a deal involving the two at the center of it. He wants them to fight, and if they win, everyone's sentence will be reduced. Proteus wants no part of it and tries to refuse, but then the judge grabs hold of the idea and starts thinking out loud. He says that if Proteus goes out hunting for around 3 months, that should be enough to cover the sentence. As Proteus turns to leave, the chained man calls out, asking if he really thinks this will lower his punishment. Eric Garwu. Proteus snaps back, asking who the hell he is. The man says his wounds are still aching from their last fight, and tells Proteus to fight him first. Then he'll explain who he is. So the judge decides it's settled. But instead of 1-on-1, he'll make it a 2-on-2. He asks which criminal wants to join the Earthling's side, promising that person freedom no matter how the match ends. The crowd thinks that's insane. No one believes they can fight Valterra and survive. Then Leslie stands up and says she'll do it. What she's really thinking is that Ormphlus's blessing has to be inside this Earthling, and she needs that fragment. She also needs this fake Valterra gone so her report won't be exposed as wrong. To her, this should be easy. The judge says he hasn't been this excited in a long time. Now all the challengers are finally in place. Elsewhere, inside a dungeon in the mountains, a portal opens. Ifir and Atis fall out of it. Atis congratulates Ifir for clearing her first dungeon. Ifir asks how he handled essence sharing so well. Essence sharing is the method Protea came up with to raise Atis's level. Protea would leave monsters barely alive, and Atis would land the final blow. That's how he leveled up. This time, Atis was the one weakening the enemies, and Ifir got the fast growth instead. She admits leveling up that quickly felt great, but taking in so much essence at once really wore her out. Atis says his first time was hard too, but he's impressed. After absorbing that much essence, she stabilized her draconic core in record time. A normal Einvern could never do that, and even a dragon would struggle. To him, she's a real prodigy. Afair says compliments won't change the fact that she's at her limit, so Atis tells her it's finally time to rest and figure out how to absorb all that energy safely. Afair is thrilled. They can finally head home. Atis then reminds her they also need to inspect the artifact they found. He can't help thinking that if Proto were here, he could just use the system to identify the item and explain how it works. Afair jokes that the way he's talking makes it sound like Proto is dead. He's only trapped, so Atis shouldn't worry so much. Atis says he just hopes Proto can take a beating, because if he comes back alive, he's going to be furious. Then Afair looks ahead and suddenly asks how they're supposed to get home. In the end, she transforms into an Einvern and flies them back. The story then explains that 20 years ago, after the Earthlings attacked, both the gods and Ratna's people came to see all Terraqueos as enemies. Gar, one of the 4 heroes, created the Great Prison Dungeon to lock up Terraqueos and force information out of them. A lot of details were gathered there, like the fact that Terraqueos don't gain experience by killing other Terraqueos. Basically, all of that came from the Earthlings who passed through the prison. Because Terraqueos were too violent, experiments involving monsters and leveling them up became impossible to control. So Red Crater Prison turned into a normal prison for the most part, with mostly Ratnian inmates. Even so, the place is still used for secret experiments on Terraqueos, and now it's secretly used as an arena too. The announcer says today's duel is about to begin, and the rules are simple. Monsters will be released all around the arena. The side that kills more and turns in more magic stones wins. There is no time limit, cheating is allowed, and even accidents count. He also makes it clear the judge won't care about anything ugly that happens during the match. Then he introduces the fighter in the blue corner, a man with many battles and no losses, the King of Darkness. That man tells the power in his left arm to stay quiet, but the arm seems to answer back that its revenge starts now. The crowd starts cursing him for being a Terrawol. Leslie, meanwhile, is annoyed because she's stuck wearing a cute dress the nobles gave her. She offers it to the Earthling, but he politely refuses and says her smile alone gives him strength. What a guy. Then he introduces himself. He says, I am Lodi. They mistook me for a Terakeo and threw me in prison. They even erased my name. He's become completely twisted and swears he'll never forget the pain they caused him that day, the day he broke the eggs. Then the red corner is announced. Valterra, the fearless warrior and Ratna's strongest fighter. Lodi, though, is convinced this is the same Eric. Prota starts thinking hard. Who is this guy? How could a Terraqueo know his old name? He realizes his identity may have been exposed. He also worries that if this man really came from the mainland, he could use Hades and Aphira against him. That leaves Prota with one conclusion. He may have to kill him. Then the guy next to Prota calls out to him, and Prota asks what he wants. The man wonders if they really have to kill this Terraqueo today, and asks whether talking things out might be better. Prota can only think that this fool truly knows nothing about this world. Meanwhile, the starter raises his hand and shouts that there's nowhere to run. Then he unleashes the monsters. A huge barrier made by 20 spiritualists seals the arena from above so no one can escape. Prota says they can talk later, because the duel has already started. Then, through something like binoculars, Ragan starts rambling about those mountain-like neck muscles, that ocean-wide back, and the muscles wrapping around the waist. The way his chest moves with each swing, those sun-brown muscles look like they were carved by hand. The woman can't help staring and wonders why the gods gave a rough barbarian a body like that. Then the Baroness gets teased. Did Valterra catch her eye? She plays it off and says she only thinks Valterra is a little cute. The bishop jokes that her husband would get jealous, then asks if she'd take Valterra in as a servant once he wins his freedom. A man cuts in though. Valterra doesn't use magic tools, so mansion work would be tough for him. Someone asks who he is. She introduces him as Sir Felix Frelses from the Frelses Company. He smiles and says it's an honor to be known by such lovely ladies, though he's only a humble merchant. Then he politely asks if he may take a picture of them. One of them asks what that even is. Felix explains that it's a magic item that can record portraits. That makes them curious. Using a magic item that easily means he must be pretty skilled, right? He stays modest, saying he's done a little hunting in his life, but nothing special. Next, he says he'll test whether the item works properly. At the same time, he realizes this must be the Terrakaios Hyungam told him about, but the mask hides his face at least until the judge shows up. When the woman calls the judge a baron, the judge warns Felix not to turn this into a business trip. In his head, though, he looks down on him as just a merchant and says the ticket must have cost a fortune for someone who isn't a noble. Felix answers calmly that he's a little offended. This isn't business, he says, and he even thanks the judge for worrying about his finances. Then he adds that Marquis sold him the ticket cheap enough for him to afford it. The old man snaps at that. Cheap? He called tickets to my arena cheap? Then he tells everyone to place their bets, saying he's backing the Terraqueos. That means the other side has to bet on Valterra. Felix thinks betting money in a Terraqueos match is insane. The woman points out something strange. Monsters are pouring in from every direction, but when she looks closer, the judge just laughs. Prota is already cutting through them all. At that point, everyone gets it. Prota isn't just strong. He's like a machine, a monster. And over there is warrior Valterra. He keeps wiping everything out, and even with shackles blocking the four forces, he's still that powerful. Prota can tell the monsters themselves aren't a huge threat, but their numbers never seem to drop. Then he notices all the creatures are ignoring everyone else and charging only at Valterra. So Prota fires off a wide horizontal slash, and yeah, it does a serious cleanup job. Almost nothing is left. Then he spots a few ants heading for Leslie. She asks if they went straight for her, wondering how dumb insects could target someone on purpose. Then she sees the truth. Lod is controlling them with his hand. It cuts back to show that Lada was changed in the past by the Observer boss. Once that mutation happens, it can't be undone. But Lada was so starved and dried out back then that the monster cells couldn't fully spread through his body. Instead, they gathered in his left arm. That gave him a new power. He can control low-level monsters within 2 kilometers. He says he can't remember what happened in the dungeon, but because of that power, people mistook him for a Terrakion. After getting locked up, he had to fight prisoners and monsters non-stop. Lada figures that if he was only level 5 back then, he should be around level 20. Now, he shouts that if Protea begs for mercy, maybe he won't kill him, but then he realizes he seriously misjudged Protea. Protea is cutting down every creature that gets near Leslie. Lada says he was cast aside using the same kind of power Protea has. He also notices the monsters are barely paying attention to him. They only want Protea, so he says they must be after Protea for some reason. But where did that idea even come from? Lada admits it's only a guess, then says it doesn't matter. They just need to crush one worm. Even so, he's clearly getting nervous. Now the story shifts to artifacts, special tools that act as a dungeon's power source. You only get one after clearing the dungeon, so an artifact is basically proof that a hunter finished it. But each artifact has level and trait limits, so if no one can use it, it's just decoration. That's why hunters go to appraisal shops to learn what their artifacts do, and at the Hunters Guild, the nearest appraiser is checking one right now. She says it has a level 30 requirement, can be used 10 times a day, has unlimited total uses, and its keywords are Tiri and my clothes. With it, the user can store and swap their clothes. Since it has unlimited total uses, she says it could sell for about 3 times the value of another artifact of the same rank, around 5,000 EX. Afir thanks her. Atis apologizes for always coming by and getting free appraisals. Then we realize the appraiser is the old ghost, and she says not to worry, she knows they need a lot of money to get Prody out of prison. Afir points out that's why Atis sold all his spells. Atis says it's fine since he stored some of them in this item. She explains that this tool could sell for 10 times more than a normal artifact, but that's impossible, since the Devil God's blessing is a secret and must stay hidden, even from the Order of Light. So she says the artifact would be better for them to keep, since it would let them change clothes fast. Atis thinks that makes sense. His clothes always rip apart whenever he transforms. Afira adds that Atis may be a dragon, but walking around in human form without clothes would be pretty embarrassing. Then both of them stare at her and ask how she knows they're dragons. She says she saw it in Prody's memories while she was inside his mind. That makes them ask if she knows who Prody really is too. She says yes and admits she's been pretending not to know while figuring out how to bring it up. Afira says that's fine. Prody never spoke badly about her, not even after learning who she was back when she was still just an infernal. Ataitir agrees, but she says that's not the issue. She knows Prody is a good person, but something inside his mind was hard to explain. As the infernal dogs appear, she says he was trapped in a hellish place for 22 years. Ataitir asks if that was before he came to Ratna. And then Maze says he only acts normal on the outside. Inside, that man is extremely dangerous. Back in the arena, Prody keeps tearing through the insects. He pushes ahead, killing everyone in his path and smashing through anything in front of him until even his sword breaks. The two watching are completely stunned. Leslie realizes the monsters aren't weak at all. They're around level 30, and some of them are even bosses, so there's no way this guy's level 5. Prota asks if that's all they've got, and honestly, he's getting scary. The judge says that's impossible. Terrakau Tink is summoning the strongest monsters, but the blonde can tell there were enough monsters there to wipe out a whole city, and even that couldn't stop Valterra. Even the criminals in the audience go silent. Most of them know fighting, and that crushing silence says only one thing. They're terrified of a Valterra's strength. Prota then asks if Loud he has anything else left, because he wants to finish this before he kills his opponent. Loud says he'll never forgive him, then activates Overmind Full Buster. A strange sound wave starts spreading, and the ground splits open. A giant claw bursts out from below. The shock throws people back and the whole crowd panics. Loads can only think that the power actually worked, while Leslie is horrified. What came out of there is the boss of floor 31 from deep in Crater Valley, Queen Antonina, level 80. She screams that her head is too loud and demands to know how he dared use that skill on her. But then she looks around and asks what happened and why all her children are gone. She spots Prota climbing out of the rubble and asks if he did it. He casually says his sword broke because of the insects. Screaming in rage, she lunges at Prota. The impact is so huge that even the spirit barrier gets damaged, and everyone starts yelling. The blonde demands to know what the judge is doing and why he isn't evacuating the criminals in the arena. The judge says there's nothing to fear. The barrier was built by 20 level 60 spiritualists and could withstand 5 bosses like this. He plans to stay and watch Warrior Walter get torn to pieces. The blonde grabs him by the throat and calls him an idiot. They don't need to run from the monster. They need to run from Warrior Walter. Meanwhile, Prota rips out the queen's claw and calmly asks if she wants a hand. Then he swings upward with a reverse vertical slash and splits open her jaw. And that's not all. The attack also hits the barrier on the ceiling and shatters it completely. With that kill, he gains over 100 million experience. The reason Earthlings are so feared is their killing instinct, and that instinct grows through gaining experience. It works like a drug on the brain. Every time they defeat someone, they get a rush that makes them want even more. That killing instinct makes Earthlings want to keep taking lives. Once one of them kills even a single Rathian, they can lose control fast. The woman says she learned that while working for the Great Earth. Afaria tries to calm her down, saying Ryu has never killed anyone. Atisa adds that he's never shown signs of withdrawal either. Still, she says that only holds for now. Up to this point, all of his enemies were other Earthlings, and killing them gives no reward. For someone who spent his life being hunted, for 22 years like a prisoner with nowhere to run, stuck in a closed world where it's kill or be killed, that would break almost anyone. She says he may have come to Ratna, but his mind is still trapped on Rocky Mountain. If this keeps going, whatever he's holding back inside could snap one day. And if that happens, killing others will come much easier. She already warned Atis that he must have felt Ryu's killing intent before. Atis brings up their earlier misunderstanding, but says they cleared it up fast. After that, they even fought Lich together, so he knows MC doesn't kill carelessly. The judge is left speechless. Everything around him is wrecked, and the blonde man can only think about one thing, how no one died. To him, that means Ryu held back. Hubert points out the same thing. He gains nothing from killing someone for no reason. And then Lado looks around, wondering if the monsters are finally gone. But the woman asks a different question. What if he does have a reason? If his identity were about to come out, he'd never want to put the friends he made after 22 lonely years in danger. In that case, she believes he wouldn't hesitate at all. She says the moment he kills a Rashan, the addiction will begin. A shield comes up, but another Terrakio charges in and smashes straight through his arm guard. Luckily, the sword only clipped near the elbow. Ryu steps back a little, and the man admits he thought he could block it. Then he warns everyone to quit messing around before someone gets hurt for real. Right after that, he drops onto the protagonist. The whole place is already in ruins. 2 weeks later, we cut to Ephir's group with Atis. They're with the spearmen collecting magic stones. This time they took down a giant centipede, and that stone alone is worth around 500 EX. They say they want to hand it over to Valterra to thank him for saving their lives. But what the guy really means is that everything he did was for Ephir. He just can't say that out loud. She thanks Mr. Bread, and he can only think about how cute she is. When he starts to say that maybe, if she has some free time someday, someone suddenly calls out to Ephir. It's the spiritualist sisters calling for her, and then she says she has to go. The poor guy is left there looking crushed. Atis thinks rejoining this group was the best thing that could have happened. They've been making money really fast, but he also knows that if they stay weak, they'll only slow Ryu down. That's why they need to get stronger. Then they start wondering what's happening. It looks like something just came in. News about MC. It's the information he asked for on the Terrakios being held in the crater. The informant complains he nearly died getting it and doesn't even get a cup of tea. The Inquisitor tells him to stop whining and drink the water on the table. The merchant says it would have been quicker to get this through the Sisterhood of Darkness than by talking to the younger brother. Then he asks if the crater prisoner really is a Terrakio. Officially, the trial says yes. But then he adds that the man isn't a Terrakio at all. He found that out while digging into the case, but a noble wanted to use him in the arena, so his records were erased and he was turned into a fake Terrakio. Even the crater system has holes in it. Then he looks over the photos of Ryu. The merchant explains that he was the opponent of the Terrakio criminal Valterra, but rumor says he's also the one who took down the leader behind the Dragon's Nest incident. He goes on to say he is insanely strong enough to kill a boss in a single blow. No one even knows his real level, since Valterras don't use measuring stones. Then he turns to Felix and brings up a loan from about a year ago. Felix remembers it was after they arrested the wrong person and had to pay for the mistake. When he asks if this is about collecting that debt, the answer is no. He plans to capture that level 5 guy instead. Back to the murder withdrawal issue. She says it's far more serious than people think. Even when they can clearly see the level gap, they still act the same way. To her, they're easy to read and not even fun to deal with. Then she points out that one of them is unusually calm, Leslie. She explains that some prisoners turn their violence on themselves, but in the end they're still useless. So the woman approaches Leslie and says one of her workers died a while back. Then she asks if Leslie wants to leave with her, but inside Leslie hates the 4 heroes who threw her into that cell. She wants to kill every Ratnian in her way, yet she can't just reject the offer. Prison taught her one thing. She's nothing but a toy there, something they can destroy whenever they want. The seal placed on prisoners acts as a way to control their killing urges. Through it, the Great Land uses the 4 heroes to kill whoever they choose. That mark is what makes them fear the 4 heroes. Fear strong enough to force blind loyalty. Then we see Ryu. Leslie thinks fighting that fear is pointless, until she witnesses the protagonist's power, and when he comes closer, she screams in fear. But instead of hurting her, Ryu breaks her chains. Then he asks if she's a spiritualist. He begs her to heal that man. She's stunned for a second, but MC keeps asking, so she says she has to stop the bleeding first and needs bandages. Meanwhile, the judge is furious that his arena was destroyed. He orders all of them executed. Reo can only think these people are scum. How can they do this when someone is right there about to be dragged off to die? Leslie keeps treating the injured man and says she can't stop now. If she does, he'll definitely die. The soldiers keep talking about Valterra like he's some kind of monster, and then they fire a crossbow. The bolt comes flying straight at them, but Laudy snatches the arrow, quickly judges its path, and throws it right back. Ryu asks what he's doing, but Laudy shouts at the soldiers, asking if they really want to let the man who saved him die. Then he tells them to jump into a hole, and he realizes it's Laudy. Laudy yells that the protagonist better not die before he gets to kill him himself. Ryu thanks him anyway, and apologizes as they head for the hole. Logi is shocked at himself for getting that mad, but figures they won't kill him since he serves a noble. Then a storm of arrows starts pouring down. Inside the hole, Leslie says she's managed to stop the bleeding, but all she can really do is speed up the body's natural healing. MC asks what will happen to his arm, and she says it's a miracle the man wasn't split in half. Reattaching the limb Ryu tore off is impossible. That clearly hits him hard. When he stands up, Leslie gets nervous and says that's the best she can do at her level. But the protagonist just says he's going out to get some air and thanks her. She asks where he's going, and he explains that once the boy wakes up, they'll need to clear the dungeon and leave. Since Laud summoned the boss, all they have to do is reach the boss room. But it's still dangerous here, so he's going to check the area first. He tells her to wait there. Then Ryu smashes through the wall. A moment later, Leslie comes running. She says she couldn't place the blessing of Ormflas, but the mission doesn't matter anymore. If that monster, Ryu, changes his mind, she knows she'll be killed, so she has to run. Then a level 70 monster appears right in front of her. Next, we cut to a wanted poster of MC. Atise says he can't believe he escaped from prison. He sells off all the stones they gathered and says that with the money and a few magic stones, they can survive for a while. Afiris what he plans to do. Atise explains that from what he learned, Ryu didn't really escape prison. He went into a passage that leads out through the dungeon, and the more monsters in the way, the better. Asura guesses he's probably hiding somewhere and no one has found him yet. Still, she can't imagine how long it would take for just the two of them to search a dungeon that huge. Then the other two show up and ask if they really plan to go alone. They say they want to repay their debt too, and now is the perfect time. Atice thanks them and Asura says they're the best. They head out first while the others trade money around and pick up maps. Everyone knows they can't waste time or Prota might turn into a real killer once he gets out of the dungeon. Then an Inquisitor steps right in front of Atis and says they meet again, Mr. Atis. Back with Leslie, she's running when a beast shows up. In the next second, the one-armed guy jumps in and saves her. Leslie blurts out, "What are you doing?" He yells at her to run and warns that this monster's level is bot. Before he can finish, she throws up a barrier in front of him. It shatters right away, and he still crashes to the ground. Leslie tries to fight back, but the beast basically swallows the shield and starts tearing into it. Just when they're panicking, the so-called savior of the country shows up. He throws one punch at the monster and completely blows it apart. The hit is so strong it even breaks the gem. After that, Prota tells both of them to go back to prison. Once they get there, they need to beg for their lives and say Valterra forced them. If they do, they might be spared. Then he makes it clear they need to get out now before he kills them himself. Leslie is stunned, but the smaller guy admits he probably can't help much, and he doesn't even know the right move here. Still, he can't just leave. So Prota asks if he really wants to go to Arasta, and if losing a hand still wasn't enough. The boy says he was lucky it was only his hand. After all the times Prota saved him and kept his identity from being exposed, he has no way to repay that debt. He also says Prota taught him a lot. Prota asks if he understands what will happen if people learn he's a Terrakion. The boy knows that kind of truth is basically a death sentence, but he wants the opposite to happen. Just like some Terrakions have hurt the Retinians, he wants to be one who helps them. By doing that, people might see not every Terrakion is evil, and if that day really comes, maybe Retinians and Terrakions can finally have peace. Of course, if Terrakions keep doing wrong, they'll still have to fight them, so they need to gather a lot of allies. Then he asks for Prota's help. Watching this, Leslie thinks this guy has to be crazy. A peaceful world between Retinians and Terrankians? She honestly wonders if that could ever exist. Prota just stops, takes a breath, and says talking is easy. Could he really kill Terrankians just like himself? The boy says killing is wrong, but murderers still need to be punished. Even so, he wants to solve as much as he can through dialogue first. That answer gets Prota to agree. Still, Leslie thinks the dream they're chasing is impossible. Prota says the speech was great, but asks if he has any real plan. The boy admits he'll need time to figure out the details. So Prota says step 1 is getting out of here, and traveling at night would probably give them the best chance to escape. Leslie has seen what the Great Land has done over the last 10 years. Even so, because of this unbelievable man, she starts to think that dream of the Great Land might actually come true. Then she shows them the little brother still asleep and says Prota's wounds were deeper than they looked, but the flesh already started closing over them. Prota says using the sword's power with bare hands is too much. Leslie answers that Zhang's aura is what kept the injuries from getting worse. He asks what Zhang's aura even is, so Leslie explains that spiritualists usually focus on defense, but the basics of using prana are still the same. Honestly, it's hard to follow. Prota figures that leveling up doesn't always mean your skill improves, but it does raise the total amount of aura you have, and that boosts your abilities. Even then, he still can't understand why he can only use physical attacks. Leslie asks if she could, but Prota cuts in and says people will probably find out she treated 2 Terrankians, and that would put her in serious danger. So if anyone asks, she should say Prota threatened her into doing it. He apologizes for leaving her with that burden. Leslie is totally lost and can barely make sense of any of this. Even so, she lies down to sleep and tells him he better mean that. And if they get caught, they better not say she treated them. Prota says they'll clear the dungeon once she wakes up, so she should get some rest. All 3 of them still look pretty confused. She just lies there with the blessing of Orpalos. Meanwhile, up on the higher levels of the prison, the judge calls everyone a bunch of useless idiots. He offered a huge reward and still has no leads. One man explains the guild won't move unless the reward matches the cost of a C-rank raid, and that's basically a whole country's money. The judge thinks it's insane. Once Valterra gets out and tells everyone he isn't a Terrankian, this won't stay a legal matter. It'll turn into a religious one, and money won't fix it anymore. Then a soldier says someone wants to see the judge, but the judge snaps that he's busy and tells him to send the visitor away. The soldier says he already tried, and the judge just yells that if words don't work, throw the man in jail. A second later, the visitor knocks on the door and loudly announces everything that's going on. He apologizes for the interruption and says that even though the judge is clearly busy, he had to come propose a joint investigation. The judge freezes up, while Inquisitor Leonhardt calmly says he knows he arrived without warning, but doesn't see that as a problem. Leonhardt then says, well, who do we have here? He didn't expect to find Mr. Atis, which only makes him more sure a prisoner really did escape. Atis asks if he's looking for Falada, but Leonhardt says he's not after Valterra or the amateur hunter Eric, meaning Prota. He's not chasing the Shadow Brotherhood either. What interests him is the link they seem to have with the Terrakians. He's convinced some of them are in the city. Atis asks whether he has any proof. Leonhardt admits it's only a guess for now, and says he'll get proof after speaking with Valterra. Since their goals line up, he suggests they work together. Then we cut back to the smashed door with him apologizing again for barging in at such a bad time. But the judge is panicking, thinking Leonhardt is here because he found out about the fake Terrakian arrest. The Inquisitor asks which way the fugitives went, but the judge suddenly jumps out the window. While falling, he realizes he's done for and thinks he needs to get rid of the fake Terrakian. But Affair is already beside him and asks who this fake Terrakian is. He shouts and takes off running, calling to the soldiers that there are intruders. He demands to know what the Inquisitor and that hunter are doing there. When Atis bursts out from the ceiling, tearing through everything, Atis demands to know what he did to Valterra. The judge leaps into a cart and makes a run for it. Guards rush in and he orders them to stop the pursuers. Then a fire shows up and throws electric swords, shocking the guy. Atis asks if she saw the Inquisitor, but she says Leonhardt didn't follow them. They jump into another cart and Atis says the judge probably knows where Prota is. If they're lucky, they'll reach him before the Inquisitor does. Arrows start flying at them, but Atis blocks them with ice magic and they keep moving. Then Efir asks what they'll do if the Inquisitor finds Prota first. Atis says that's the worst case outcome, but what he's really worried about is stopping Prota from killing someone. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor is already outside, flying. He figures it'll take time to reach the deepest levels, and he never expected the prisoners to escape before he could question them. Then he starts piecing together all the recent events. The Lich that appeared, Alejandro at the Dragon's Nest, the blessing of Orpalos, and the one person tied to all of it, Prota. In his mind, a level 5 surviving all this is impossible, so Prota must have some very special allies. Right then, people appear behind the judge. Meanwhile, soldiers are already there with crossbows aimed at the Inquisitor. They fire, but he's only thinking that no divine prophecy led him here. This is all his own choice. He puts up a barrier and the arrows stop dead against it. The only thing on his mind is that even if this causes trouble, the Terrakians are only guards of Orpalos, so he won't need mercy or forgiveness. Then he strikes and wipes the arrows out completely. Meanwhile, Atis blasts through a door with fire and they finally reach the arena. It looks like a brutal fight happened here, and back above, the judge calls them insolent hunters. He demands to know how they dared hire the Brotherhood of Shadows to kill him, then realizes this is one of the people they were searching for. Hades recognizes him right away. This is Lodi. But the judge has completely lost it. He rambles that he is the law, the order, a king, and a god with absolute power. Then he shocks loud and declares he'll wipe them out with his strongest monster. His hand starts twitching. Still screaming, he says the boss Volterra killed was the queen. Now he plans to summon the king. Everything around them gets smashed apart. They all just stare. A massive king appears, and the judge is actually crying. Then the Inquisitor shows up. He pulls back his fist and plants one straight in the judge's mouth. The judge is left stunned, like he can't believe what just happened. It's said that the god's chosen one is the person they blessed, and the weight of that title makes Hades understand that even if he gave his life to save his friend, it still wouldn't matter. Then a soldier suddenly runs in and reports that the escaped prisoners went that way, and the king falls. Meanwhile, a group of ants shows up and attacks the others. Then this guy grabs Prota's sword. He tries to use it on the monsters, but the blade is way too heavy. He can't fight with it at all, and it slips from his hands. When it hits the ground, it smashes everything nearby, and the ants close in to kill them. The guy also has an artifact and tries to use it, but it does nothing. That just makes him panic. Then Prota steps in, showing up to save them again. He says the weapon works better in his hands, then asks if the nobles forced them to come here too, just like everyone else locked up in this place. Then the kid tells them to attack the monsters. It's explained that the prisoners were sent after Prota, Zhang, Lu, and Leslie, with freedom promised as their reward. But Zhang wins them over and lays out a new plan: clear the dungeon, then escape together. Still, he says simply running isn't enough. They need to expose the nobles for their crimes, reveal what happens in this prison, drag them into court, and earn freedom the right way. They also know fighting Volterra would be a terrible choice, so they side with the two of them. Prota agrees that solving this peacefully is the best path. One prisoner asks how they're supposed to put nobles on trial, and says they must be crazy. Another argues they already have the numbers, they just need to gather everyone, rush the main gate, and kill whoever stands in their way. Zhang pushes back, saying that's exactly what the nobles want. If they stain their hands with blood, no one will listen to them, and they'll never get to live normal lives again. The man snaps back that if anything's getting done, he'll do it himself. He pulls a knife, but Prota knocks it away at once. Zhang says there is no real difference between running away and staying trapped forever. Plus, with warrior Volterra beside them, no one will dare lay a hand on them. Prota shuts him down. The guy ends up completely beaten down, while the others start chanting Zhang's name. He's loving the attention a little too much. Prota says he was nervous earlier, but he's fine now. Leslie checks if he's really okay, and he says all they need to do next is get out of here. Still, she keeps rubbing her fingers. Prota asks if something's wrong. She brushes it off as a girl problem, nothing warrior Volterra needs to worry about. He doesn't buy it, but Leslie adds that the smell of sweat is making her sick, so she's going somewhere else to rest. Prota watches her leave. A little later, Zhang shows up. Prota sits beside him and asks why he isn't sleeping, but Zhang throws the question back at him. Prota says he can't sleep because he keeps thinking he's just dragging his friends down. Zhang asks if he means the people in his guild, Then he jokes that Proto must be great at picking teammates since he travels with two beauties. Proto points out one of them is actually a man, and Zhang says that's the most shocking thing he's heard all day. After a sigh, Zhang admits he's always been alone back on Earth. Nobody listened to him, so he chose books over people. To him, the heroes in those stories felt more real than anyone around him. But in the end, that's also what got him killed. Proto asks if that's how he came to this world, by dying. Zhang says he first thought he was dead for good, but when he reached level 5, he found the tutorial. There he met other people who had also died in their old lives. They came from different countries. Yet even though they had just met, the brutal world around them became easier to bear. They were his first real friends, and for a short time he was truly happy. He even forgot what loneliness felt like. That changed when he reached level 20 and was sent to Ratna. He was alone again. That's why he doesn't hide who he is. He wants to become a famous warrior, have his name spread across the land, and use that fame to find his friends again. Even his dream of Terrakios and Ratnianos living together in peace comes from that selfish wish. But Proto asks what's wrong with being selfish. Whether someone wants money, honor, or a peaceful home, everyone has their own goal, and people who don't give everything to reach that goal are either fools, tricked, or lying to themselves. The only real difference between dreams is whether they help just you or other people too. At least everyone here is still alive because of their selfish drive. A world where people chase dreams and learn to understand each other, that's something worth respecting. Zhang agrees, then Proto wonders if he got too serious, and jokes that he's almost 40. Zhang suddenly drops to his knees and says Proto is his role model. Now he's going to follow him forever. He even says he'll write a fairy tale book about heroic deeds and make Proto part of it. Proto immediately tells him to stop. Meanwhile, deeper in the cave, Leslie says she needs to go farther away because she's trying to get out of sight, and in her mind, Z9 may weaken her seal because she took too long to finish the mission. A killing urge rises in her, and she throws her knife. Another man had followed her and says he never thought she'd come this far. She warns him not to come any closer. But when he does, she tells him not to be afraid and starts talking about feeding information to the guards and other excuses. Then she drags the blade across his neck, thinking she can't escape this instinct inside her. She kills him and gains Ormphlus's happiness. Then some guards arrive, and Leslie says she wanted all of them here. Back with Proto, the story notes that people do terrible things when no one's watching. And by the time they went looking for Leslie, it was already too late. A prisoner and a soldier had gone off to relieve themselves. But the real issue was that the soldier had been killed by a prisoner, and it looked like Leslie had tried to kill herself too, except she was still breathing. Proto says that if the guard was killed by a dagger, then Leslie was probably the one who did it. But if that's true, why was the guard alone? As he thinks it through, he notices the spear nearby. Jung is worried about Leslie, but Proto tells him to wake every prisoner and head straight for the boss room. Jung asks if he plans to clear the dungeon, and Proto explains that the spear may be healing Leslie's body for now, but it's only temporary. She really needs a potion. And that's not the only problem. It looks like one guard survived, which means more guards have probably already come through here. Zhang asks what Proto will do. He says he has to stop the guards, then uses tracking and realizes the surviving guard is moving away from the boss room, so he'll cut him off. After the dungeon is cleared, they should meet in the East Valley. Zhang asks if he can really handle that alone, but Proto takes off at once. As he passes through the wall, something feels off. There's someone right beside him, and when he turns to check who it is, the Inquisitor appears. He says he's been looking for him. Eric Garuni. Then he corrects himself. No, now it's Warrior Valterra. Proto says that's one hell of a coincidence. The Inquisitor agrees and says he's here on business. Meanwhile, the prisoners are already running, and one of them asks where Warrior Valterra went, now that the plan has changed. Zhang tells them not to worry. Proto went to hold off the guards so they could escape, and they'll meet him again once the dungeon is cleared. That gets everyone fired up. They start acting like the guards don't stand a chance. Zhang feels a little bad for the guards, but he tells himself Leslie must have had a reason. Now people are counting on him, so he can't hesitate. No matter the era, a hero's power is moving people. But in the end, heroes aren't realistic, because in this world, being kind isn't enough. Then a wave of soldiers with crossbows appears. Zhang had just started to believe everything would work out. He found Proto, made new friends, and even if he wasn't the main character, he still yells for everyone to run. A crossbow bolt pierces straight through him. As he falls, he thinks this is all his fault, and that's where his story ends. In that fading memory, he thinks this story was cheap from the start, an obvious ending with no real meaning. Then, inside that memory, Leslie tells him they're almost there, but he'll never become the hero he wants to be. Even so, even if he hates her, and even if he dies cursing her with his last breath, she still asks him to keep going with the blessing of Ormphlas, and presses that blessing into his mouth. At the same time, the soldiers order a search through the hunters for Warrior Valterra. If they can't find him, they'll wait there until Proto shows up. Then they report finding a survivor who has an artifact, and all he does is beg them to save him. A soldier says the Count ordered everyone here killed, but if he reveals where Warrior Valterra is, he might be spared. But out of nowhere, a light bursts out. The blessing of Ormphlas is reacting inside Zhang's body. It spreads over him and forms something like armor. Meanwhile, Proko says the Inquisitor came all the way here just for this job, so he must be tied up dealing with that idiot noble while prisoners are being rounded up and killed for no reason. The Inquisitor answers that they'll be judged, sure, but the only crime that matters to them is turning a rat into a tarantula. He explains that priests of the 6 gods are meant to guide the rat people like shepherds guide sheep. Good or bad doesn't matter. They can't chase every crime in the world. Their real job is hunting the wolves hiding among the flock. So Proko says lying about being a Valterra isn't really the issue. Since this guy is an Inquisitor, he's obviously already seen Proko's level, so there's no way he's a tarantula. He tries to leave, saying he's busy, but the Inquisitor asks what he's running from and says he'll have to ask Atis and Fire about the blessing of Ormflis. Proko yanks the sword out of his neck and thinks it makes sense to mention Atis, but Fire, and especially the blessing of Ormflis, what does he want with them? The Inquisitor says they're fine, and they're looking for Proko, but he found Proko first. He hasn't done anything to them yet, he says, brushing the sword aside and adding that since Proko won't tell the truth, he has no reason to trust anything he says. So there's no point talking any longer. The fight starts right away, blades crashing low. They trade blows, and just as Proko swings, the Inquisitor slams into his sword, then leaps back to the ground. The Inquisitor says raw destructive power is all Proko has. Proko fires back that dealing with him will be easy. Then the sword moves to guard, snaps upward, catches against the wall, and the Inquisitor drives an uppercut into Proko's chin, then another into his stomach. He pins Proko to the wall and says Terrashiel's use skills, so Proko better start using them or he'll stop holding back. Proko drops to one knee, clutching his stomach, and says that wasn't a skill. Then he rips his sword free along with half the wall and smashes it into the Inquisitor like he's saying, "How about this?" That hit lands hard, stone shatters, and barely anything is left standing. Even so, the Inquisitor asks how someone at level 5 can have that much strength if he's not a Terrijil. Proko says he survived by fighting pack after pack of dogs. That's how. The Inquisitor notes Proko still isn't fully healed and goes back in, but Proko says that's exactly the point. He's level 5, so he can't be a Terrijil. Their attacks collide, and then the sword starts breaking apart. The Inquisitor says a level 5 Terrashell wouldn't be strange at all, and Proko realizes the man is fighting with a broken arm while healing it at the same time. This guy is insane. Another shove comes fast, and Proko barely blocks. Proko argues that if level 5 Terrashells exist, then good Terrashells might exist too. That means the Inquisitor can't even be sure who the real villain is. The Inquisitor says only the strong get to ask a question like that, then drives a punch into Proko's chin. Proko realizes he's stronger than expected, but in a one-on-one fight, he can't afford to fall behind. He grabs the man's collar and slams him in the head. The impact tears things apart, his mask breaks to pieces, and Proko tries to follow up with a sword strike, but the Inquisitor's face is finally revealed, along with his true level, 120. Prota is completely stunned. The man catches the sword and hurls Prota through about 3 walls. Prota can only think level 120? How strong is that? And what's with that goddess blessing too? He knows he blocked the attack, so why are his hands bleeding? The Inquisitor rushes in again at full speed for another strike and says Prota's sword can't get through his barrier. Prota may be strong, but the Inquisitor's plane is far above Prota's aura, even though Prota isn't using aura at all. He explains that any damage from Prota's sword is being sent back into Prota's hands. Same old rule, every action has a reaction. Prota calls him a cheater, but the Inquisitor says he isn't cheating. This is just him fighting seriously. Then he kicks Prota's weapon away and says Prota not using aura was unexpected. He can't understand how Prota stayed alive this long, maybe because he's a predator, just like the Inquisitor himself. Then he lands another kick, sending Prota flying. They crash all the way into the arena, and Prota is left in pieces. A pile of planks drops on top of him, then more and more keep falling. The Inquisitor is really not going easy at all. He thinks Prota never used a single skill, not even the blessing of Ormfles, and nothing about him ever proved he was a Terrashiel. So the real Terrashiel must be someone else. Still, he's a little disappointed, and just as he turns to leave, Prota starts moving under the wreckage. All the broken beams blast away. The Inquisitor stops and says, well, looks like something's happening. Maybe this is Prota's true form. Prota bursts out, and Zhang already knows something's wrong. Prota launches himself forward and flies straight in. The Inquisitor throws up his barrier again. Prota drives his sword into it, but it doesn't work. The blade just bends. The Inquisitor says Prota still doesn't get it. Fighting Prana with that sword is useless. Then he asks if this is despair because it's just pathetic. But Prota suddenly pulls his hand back, then jams it straight into the Prana itself. It goes right through, and the Inquisitor is caught off guard. He can only think this guy is completely insane, but Prota forces his hand in deeper, tears open the man's Prana, and the Inquisitor recoils. Prota swings his sword across the side, and that one almost lands clean. Then the Inquisitor comes back with a punch to the mouth and says, people turn into monsters after fighting monsters for too long. Apparently that's what happened to Prota, who's now biting him. The Inquisitor demands to know what kind of enemy Prota was fighting all this time. Instead of answering, Prota slams the Inquisitor's head into the floor, and then the whole place starts shaking like an earthquake. Hollian asks what's going on, and Hubert wonders if it's Prota fighting the Inquisitor. Hollian says probably. Prota must be heading for the boss room, and Hubert points out this is the fastest route there. Hubert starts asking what happens if Prota loses, but Hollian says it doesn't matter. Win or lose, once he fights an Inquisitor, he'll become an enemy of the Brotherhood, and an Inquisitor is no easy foe. While those two clash, Hollian says this fight will probably end with one of them dead. Hubert says he hopes Proto wins, but if he kills the Inquisitor, he'll be marked for life. Hollian answers that he'll do everything he can to stop that from happening, and the two take off toward the fight. After that small piece of Ormfloss's blessing transforms Zhang, he ends up covered in that wild armor. In his vision, he sees skeletons everywhere, and the moment those dark eyes lock on them, he tears through every last one. To him, it makes no sense for a human to feel sympathy for monsters. He's convinced he's on the side of justice, and while he's cutting down creature after creature, a crossbow bolt pierces him. Then the system warns that his level is too low to use the blessing of Ormfloss properly, so it will switch to automatic hunter mode. And that's when it starts. Zhang is reduced to a ghost-like observer, only watching what his body does. He becomes like a main character who can never hesitate, and his form starts taking on a more Ormfloss-like look. Then he begins evolving fast because he kills so many soldiers, and even the last one starts looking scared. What happened? All the guards are gone and only Zhang's dark form is left. He walks up to the survivor, takes the artifact, and uses healing magic on him. The man's arm regenerates and Zhang leaves. He picks Leslie up in his arms. He carries Leslie in one arm while a monster speaks up, stopping everyone from panicking and fighting. Now the goal is simple: clear the dungeon and secure the artifact. But Atis suddenly tries to pull everyone back. He warns them to stay away from that thing. The man can tell something is seriously wrong. Whatever was inside has already gotten loose. Meanwhile, Atis and Hyper face Zhang. Atisa notices a fragment of Ormfloss in his staff. He plans to use it to restrain the fragment inside Zhang, since Zhang seems to have lost control the same way Alejandro did. Hyper asks if the Great Earth is turning Terrarians into monsters to destroy the city. Atisa says that would line up with the stories about Rotinians becoming monsters. Then he asks if warrior Valterra is with them, but the man says Valterra was there before disappearing. Atus realizes they lost him, though Hyper still tries to stay hopeful. So the Terrarian, not the Proto, was the one who wiped out the guards. The man panics, asking where the backup is because the dungeon needs to be sealed. He says the guy came back to life after getting hit by a ballista. After that, one strike was enough to take out half the guards. Atus says they understand the situation now. It's obvious the more people he kills, the stronger he gets. Atis points out they're the only ones who've found monsters like this, and if this creature carries a fragment of Ormfloss, then he's their main suspect in whatever connection there is to the Great Earth. But the creature suddenly rushes forward, asking about the Prota. Atis tells Hyper to stay back. Then he asks if Zhang is looking for the Prota. If he wants to work with them, there's one thing they need to do first. They have to return him to his original form. Atis starts casting, and purple light pours out of the crystal. He explains he made a spell from Ormfloss's blessing to contain other fragments. Little by little, the transformation starts coming undone. Even Hyper is shocked to see the blessing being reversed. Then she looks closer and sees Leslie in his arms. That reminds her Leslie is with the Great Earth. In the background, though, one of the scumbags grabs the artifact and blurts out that he doesn't want to die like this. Atis yells, asking what he thinks he's doing. Hyper tries to stop him, but it's too late. The artifact activates and sucks everyone away. Hyper is left stunned. Now they've been split up and she has no idea how they're supposed to fix this. A man runs up and asks if she managed to close the dungeon. They were looking for her and the others after they never made it to the meeting point. Another hunter is already shouting about a Terrarian monster. Then out of nowhere, an explosion goes off. Someone asks if it came from the Hunters Guild. Another man starts yelling, asking where they're firing from. It looks like Atis was thrown over there. Everyone turns and sees the monster holding Atis and Leslie. The hunters shout not to attack, to fall back. One of them says seeing the Inquisitor this morning gave him a bad feeling, but he never expected things to get this bad. Still, the hunters charge the monster anyway, and one guy can only scream in frustration. He tells them to stop because the creature isn't even fighting back. They keep attacking until the monster starts healing again, and that's when everything goes wrong. It spreads its wings and calls them monsters, before shouting for everyone to stay out of its way. Then it takes off into the air. When Afire arrives, she spots Brad and asks if he's okay. He answers, just relieved that she made it out safely. Then he apologizes for letting Atis get taken. The enemy was too strong and it even had wings. Afir immediately moves, saying she'll call the spiritualist sisters to heal him. But Brad tells her not to bother. Martin bought a healing artifact. Remembering that, he tells her to hurry and go after Mr. Atis before that monster causes more trouble. She hesitates for a second, so Brad asks if she's scared. Then he reminds her she's the one who calls herself a genius. That does the trick. She thanks him and leaps across the structures. Brad asks if Martin is alright, and Martin says he's a little dizzy. Brad just watches Afire go, thinking no one could stop that girl now. She's already flying through the sky. The stripping artifact shows up again. Meanwhile, Zhang is up in the sky. He keeps muttering about the final step of the plan and the promise, when Prue suddenly appears beside him. She lets out a roar and he wonders if she's a dragon. Hyper snaps back at once. They really can't tell the difference between a dragon and a wyvern. Then she orders the monster to let Atis go, but Zhang just says a wyvern or a dragon is still a monster. Leslie starts to stutter, and when he looks at her, he seems a little shaken. He roars downward and dives away. Piper immediately chases after him, asking if he really thinks flying off will help him escape. She goes in close, ready to breathe fire. But the second she attacks, Atis comes to. He shouts, asking what she's doing, so she jerks the fire aside. With Atis right there behind him, she knows she can't strike freely. At the same time, the system warns Zhang that the regeneration from Ormfloss's blessing has reached its limit. Peru grabs him, locks on tight, and goes for his head with fire. He fires back, launching a mass of thorns. Peru veers away and blurts out that she almost got turned into a pincushion. Then a barrage of missiles starts tearing everything apart. The whole area gets blasted. Debris rains down everywhere, and when Peru really looks, she notices Mr. Atis. His staff is drawing in power. It seems Atis has entered Zhang's memories, and he tells him none of this is truly what he wants. He needs to stop now. It isn't too late yet. But Leslie says nothing has changed. The pages already turned, and even the ones not read yet are all set. If his fate is to die, then he'd rather die inside this illusion. He begs Atis not to pull him out of that dream. Atis starts asking who he is, but he's dragged back to reality, where he's caught and twisted up by tentacles. Then he sees Peru has turned human, moves in and sends lightning through the air, slicing off the monster's tail. Atis starts falling, and Peru kicks off to catch him, but the creature transforms again and fires another storm of missiles. They come rushing back at her, one after another. In a flash, she catches Atis in midair. The missiles slam down and explosions go off everywhere. The monster hangs still in the sky, just staring. Peru suddenly thinks, what is this? Why is it so cold? Did I die? But then she realizes, no, those are Atis's barriers. He used ice magic to raise a giant wall of ice in the air. Atis tells Zhang it's time to wake up from that dream. Zhang. Then we cut back to the best part. The Prota and the Inquisitor crashing down into their fight. The Inquisitor realizes the Prota always creates distance after attacking, a habit used for hunting big monsters. And that's not all. Every move he makes points to a veteran hunter with at least 10 years of experience. Even without thinking about it, his body keeps responding to the enemy on its own. The Prota looks unstoppable. Then he suddenly lands a support-powered strike. Impact. The Inquisitor is stunned, wondering what just happened. All he sees is the hit connecting, and then he's blasted into the wall. Hard. Now the Inquisitor starts thinking the Prota's copying his fighting style. He should have noticed sooner. Those weird, uneven attacks weren't random. They were him trying to make it fit. This isn't just a brute with power. His instinct to adapt is insane. He's becoming the kind of being that can survive anything. The Inquisitor decides close combat is too dangerous and switches to magic, throwing up barriers. And then the Prota's aura starts waking up. A dark red energy spills out around him. The Inquisitor is horrified. Aura is supposed to be red, but the denser it gets, the stronger it becomes, and the Protoss is so thick it's nearly black in places. He swings a vertical slash and it tears into the Inquisitor's shoulder. Back to Zhang and Atis. Atis blocks another attack and realizes the fragment of Ormflow's blessing won't hold much longer. Zhang won't stop until his life force runs out, and in this condition there's no way to remove the blessing from him. Still, an ice pillar drives into his stomach. The hit nearly drops him, but Atis keeps calling for Zhang to wake up. The system answers that Zhang doesn't have enough life force left to regenerate, so automatic hunter mode will continue. Atis throws out flames, covering the area, but inside Zhang's mind, he has no will left to fight. Even the system asks if he wants to give up total control of his body. He wonders how many more people have to die because of him. When he tries to stop the blessing, it restrains him instead and declares that the user no longer has any desire to live, so it will simply take over the body completely. That makes the creature snap. Its eye opens wide and things get even worse. Leslie realizes they've hit the blessing's limit. Then Pyrrhus asks if she's one of the Great Land and whether she recognizes his face. Leslie shrugs it off. Too many Ratnians want her dead for her to remember every one of them. That answer only sets Pyrrhus off more. He presses a knife to her and makes it clear he's dead serious. A lot of people have died because of her, and people like her just use others to get what they want, without caring at all. He asks how she can do that and feel nothing. Leslie says Terrakios are called villains the moment they're born into this world. Even if they aren't evil, they're hunted all the same. So in the end, nothing they do matters. Maybe they were brought here just to play the bad guy. Meanwhile, Hades is still in the middle of the fight. As things get worse, Leslie says this is her fate to die here. She tells Hyper not to hesitate. Hyper yells back that it's just an excuse and that she should at least. Before he can finish, Zhang appears. He moves to strike her, and Leslie gets thrown aside. Hades quickly casts a spell to stop her from falling, then asks if she's okay. Hyper says he thinks he got it wrong. Hades wonders, was Zhang not trying to hurt her? Then she notices a barrier over her stomach. Leslie had protected her. Without it, Hyper would have been dragged off. Leslie tells Zhang to run. But this isn't Zhang anymore, it's Ormfloss himself. He grabs her by the throat. The moment he locks onto her, the system says the target has changed, and this new target will be used to restore vital force. He pulls out the machete. Leslie thinks after everything, this really is the worst ending possible. Then all of a sudden he drives the blade into his own face. Zhang is fighting back from inside, forcing himself out of Ormfloss's control. He declares that a real warrior never gives up. Leslie can only stare in shock. But the monster still isn't fully dead. It's turned into something like venom and lunges at them again. They dodge by jumping off the bridge. Zhang's lost arm still has the blessing, so he activates his wings and descends safely. Then he tells Atis to use his power now. Atis starts charging a huge spell, the triple combustion ray, and then it just blows the wand apart in one massive blast. The beam shoots so high it looks like it punches a hole in the sky. Atis is stunned by his own power. He says it's high-level magic beyond his limit, so he can't control it well. When asked if he can still fight, he admits that spell drained almost everything. Now all they can do is hope the other two have hit their limits too. Leslie says the fight should end here. There's no reason to keep going. They probably don't have the strength left anyway. Atis asks if they're planning to run. Leslie asks why they don't escape with Proto and get away from the Inquisitor. If she turns herself in as a member of the Great Land, the Inquisitors will have to leave at once. She also says that Boy only acted like this because Ormfloss's blessing was forced into him. So Zhang doesn't believe she'd really surrender to the Inquisitors. Leslie says the Inquisitor already knows a Terrakion is here, so this is the only path left. All they need to do is save Proto and go with these people. Atis asks if this is her way of making up for her sins, but Elegia calls her a coward, saying she's only trying to save herself. Leslie admits maybe that's true, but before she can finish, everyone suddenly feels it, Proto's aura. Even from far away, they can see it bursting out. Atis can't believe that's really aura, and then they see the result. The sword is cracking, and the Inquisitor's shoulder is badly torn up. The Inquisitor realizes the hit left aura inside his body, stopping it from regenerating. All he can do now is buff himself. He admits he got careless because he thought Proto wasn't using aura. He never expected Proto to awaken it while fighting someone on his level. He's lucky Proto still can't control it, because the aura is overflowing everywhere. Proto lets out a wild scream like a berserker. He's pouring out raw energy. The Inquisitor thinks this amount of aura is insane. But in this state, Proto's body will destroy itself, and could take half the city with him. The Inquisitor wanted to capture him alive, but that won't matter if he explodes. So he accepts that taking Proto alive is no longer possible. He prepares to finish it. Proto rushes in and throws a strike straight through the air. The Inquisitor dodges and lands a hit to Proto's face, but the aura blocks it. Then comes an instant counter. The clash gives off a blinding flash. Even the city and the prison light up from it. Leslie is stunned and asks who their friend really is. She's never seen anyone fight a person blessed by the gods like this. Watts says he's never seen Proto go all out before, and now he's even using aura. He figures Proto awakened it during the battle, and he's relieved Proto wasn't beaten by the Inquisitor. Still, the killing intent in that aura is way beyond normal. Leslie even starts to wonder if that really is Proto. Watts says there's no turning back now. Zhang says he doesn't know what wrong he did in a past life, but one thing is certain, he survived because of Leslie, and right now Proto, who did nothing wrong, is risking his life in this battle against someone who also may not be guilty. People died because of him, and those victims had done nothing wrong either. The grief around them proves it. Looking at everyone there, he says all of this is his fault for being swallowed by a weak fantasy, so he wants them to leave it to him. He'll take responsibility, not Leslie. She stares at him in shock. Then Zhang activates the wing on his arm and flies off. Back at the fight, the Inquisitor gets kicked in the mouth. Proto takes 1-2, and both of them are falling apart. The Inquisitor uses his spiritual hand ability and goes in to strike Proto, but the hand is out of alignment. It doesn't help at all. He keeps attacking with it anyway, even trying to pin Proto down, but the hand itself starts taking damage. Proto answers with a skill combo, vertical cut into lateral cut. It's brutal. The Inquisitor thinks he should have brought an artifact. His barrier is strong enough to crush stone, but nothing fancy would have saved him here anyway. So he falls back on the basics. Absolute defense. Those basics are what got him chosen by the gods in the first place. Proto is the same. He keeps repeating simple cuts with no wasted motion, making them nearly perfect. The Inquisitor thinks he should be able to dodge them, but he still wonders if he really has the best shield in the world, then why does this feel so dangerous? After the strike, the smoke clears and both appear exhausted. Proto and Leon Hart realizes his shield can't handle Proto's aura, but Proto's sword can't handle it either. Only the broken blade remains. Leon Hart says not even Proto's body can endure that aura. It's probably tearing him up from the inside, and he's clearly at his limit. Even so, if the sword hadn't broken, the scar Proto left on him would have been even worse. Kneeling on the ground, Proto begs him not to go after Atis, Hyper, and Zhang. He says they're all good people, and if not for him, they would have never gotten mixed up with the Inquisitors. He knows it's a crazy thing to ask, but he wants Leonhardt to pretend they never met. Leonhardt says he understands, but as someone blessed by the goddess, he cannot lose after swearing in her name. So for that reason, the one blessed by the goddess, the Inquisitor, was never here fighting a level 5 Terrakion. Proto says that's enough, then adds, "My name is Leonhardt Cattle Francis, and you are the protagonist." The protagonist Han Bin. Just when it's about to end, Zhang appears, shouting for them to wait. Then he crashes headfirst into Proto and knocks him over. Zhang says that was close. Proto groans, asking why he'd come all the way there just to smash into his head. Leonhardt asks who he is, and Proto says he's just some crazy kid. But Zhang stands up and says his name is Zhang. He says he's a Terrakion, that he killed innocent people with Ormfloss's blessing, and shows his hand as proof. He came here to pay for his sins. Proto asks what he's even talking about and why he's doing this. Leonhardt tells both of them to hold still, because some things need to be explained. He says he'll tell them everything he knows, but he'll take the punishment alone. If they all kill each other, what will be left? He tells them to stop this pointless fight. But right then, a spear flies in and stabs him through the back. They turn and see a crowd of hunters. They're all shouting to kill the Terrakian and avenge the friends who were killed by it. Proto tries to help, but he stumbles and drops. His body won't even move. And Zhang. He says there's something he wants to ask, even if it's kind of embarrassing. Then he begs Proto to be a hero. Leonhardt raises his hand and shows the blessing of Ormflos. Then he turns back and tells Proto he should have stayed down. He shouts and swears it. But before he can finish, Atis shows up, and Hyper is with him too. They immediately yell for everyone to stop. Atis apologizes to Proto. He begs them to end this already. Proto lets go of his sword and can't keep himself up anymore. Leonhardt says he'll let this go once, but there won't be a next time. Far away, Leslie watches, clenching his hands so hard that they nearly bleed. A week later, the damage from the battle can still be seen all across the city. Even so, people recover fast and go back to normal. Little by little, the Earthlings tied to the village fade from everyone's memory. That was the outcome they chose, even if they didn't really want it. During that short fake peace, Zhang's death changed nothing. Then at the Crater Court, some men ask the Count if it's true an Earthling escaped from the prison camps. They also question whether the Crater prisoners were judged unfairly and locked up for no reason, then ask what he has to say for himself. He claims the prison camps were never tied to any crime, and there's no proof the prisoners were being killed. According to him, the guards sent to protect them were slaughtered by the Earthlings and the runaways who joined them. He even says that with a heavy heart he gave everything, almost his life, to save them. Then he praises the brave prisoner Laude for saving him. Moved by that courage, he appoints Laude commander of the military corps. He also admits that many hunters had to join forces against the Earthlings, and swears he'll bring justice for the dead. Meanwhile, at Brad's grave, Wetsy says, "It was hard to come here," and Martin thanks him. Martin says Brad would have been happy, then asks whether the warrior Volterra has woken up. Wetsy says he has, but his injuries still haven't fully healed. He'll need more time to recover completely. Ifir asks for forgiveness, saying if she had stayed and called the spiritualist sisters instead of chasing the Earthling, Brad wouldn't have died. But the sisters stop her. They tell her Brad knew exactly what he was doing. He knew what might happen too. He always called her a super strong hunter. But if she keeps acting like this, then she's basically saying he was wrong. If she stays weak, she'll never beat the bad guys. Then they ask what she's even saying. She's a feared time, the young genius, and she's gonna rise from the ashes and take down every bad guy. Martin picks up the spear and says he wanted to return it to the warrior Volterra. Afira replies that this was Mr. Brad's artifact and also the spear that pierced, which brings Proto back to mind. Oedipus says he can't accept the spear and that it's better for them to keep the artifact since it belonged to Brad. Martin answers that Brad wanted the spear returned because it was only borrowed. He always talked about giving it back once he got stronger. Brad wouldn't want an artifact like this rusting away, so Martin asks them to carry on his wish. Time passes, and back in the city they say they couldn't turn that down. Still, they ask if they can at least sell it, since they don't want to keep the artifact. No one in the group really wants to use the spear, but Afir says if someone got strong enough to survive all this, that alone says a lot. Atis agrees. Then Afir asks if Proto hates Martin. Atis says he's not sure. Proto is probably scared more than anything, but he doesn't think it's hate. So they head over to trade the artifact and see if they can get anything for it. Then they open the door and find Maiden. She's running in a panic trying to figure out what happened, and she looks terrified. She says that person came here and Leslie says he already knows. Maiden says she can't attack Leslie because he's the one who placed the banishment mark on her. Someone asks what that is and she explains, it's tied to the banishment parchment. The mark is still active, which means she'll die if she betrays Leslie. She then yells that Leslie branded her without even saying whose name she was supposed to serve, and forced her to swear loyalty to someone she didn't even know. After that, he just left her behind. Leslie coldly says that's the fate of a chess piece. Then while holding a knife, he says the banishment mark is gone now and tells her to live freely. Maiden asks why. Leslie only says they're the same. Then Perry asks Atis if this is fake. Atis says he's never seen anything like it before, but it looks real. Meanwhile, Atis's house in Proto's room. Proto says things used to be simple. Whether he was cutting down infernal dogs on the Rocky Mountain or hunting monsters in Ratna, every problem ended the same way. He swung his sword. But now he has no idea how to deal with this awful feeling. He starts wondering if he should kill the Inquisitor who killed Zhang Luxin, or kill Martin for throwing the spear into Zhang Luxin's back. Maybe he should go after the one who put Ormflos' blessing inside, Zhang Luxin. Leslie says yes. After all, Zhang died because of her mistake. Prado punches Leslie in the head, then he asks why she's making that sad face. In the end, the one who got Zhang Luxin killed the one who couldn't keep his promise was him. He stepped into a battle he didn't need to fight. So why is Zhang Luxin, the one who should have felt the most pain and anger, still smiling like none of this was anyone's fault? Prado tells Leslie to leave because Zhang Luxin wanted this fighting to stop. Leslie answers that it'll never end because there are people who start these battles with murder, never step into the fight themselves, and just move everyone around while smiling. She says there are still people behind all of this. The truth is, they never explained what they wanted to do with Ormflos' blessing. or who gave the orders while she handled the dirty work. So this has nothing to do with real justice. She wouldn't blame him if he gave up after learning who they are. Then Leslie says she may not get another chance to tell him, so he needs to listen carefully. Her mark is almost killing her. Prado thinks about the secrets of this land. Does that mean someone else was behind everything? If he just takes them down, will that end it? Leslie starts to reveal who was behind that incident, but Prado only remembers Zhang Luxin asking him to be a hero, so he slaps his own face, cutting Leslie off. She asks what he's doing. Prado apologizes for interrupting her, but says his head hasn't been right lately. Then we cut to them making food, a nice thick steak. Prado adds a pinch of inverted salt, and suddenly everything feels calm again. Hades praises the meat, saying it's tender and cooked perfectly, better than what even a top chef could do. Prado says he really is amazing. Prado says that makes sense after spending 22 years grilling monster meat, and Par tells everyone to eat until they burst. But Leslie slams the table and asks what they think they're doing. Prado says Zhang Luxin wanted the Ratnians and the Terracos to talk in peace, so Leslie mocks them for playing house. She asks if they really think a calm talk will fix anything. If they don't take out the people behind all this, nothing will change, and no one even knows who they really are. But Hades simply says Zenobia is the Archmage. Leslie is stunned. Hades explains that Terracos can only use spells that already exist. They can't make new ones. He figured all the magic he'd seen so far came from Tinkers, but after seeing the slavery spell, he realized only the Archmage could create magic like that. Leslie can't believe it. They tried everything to escape those seals, so she asks if he really understood the technique. Prado says Mr. Hades saved Maiden's village by removing the seal. Hades says he still can't use the magic properly because his level is too low, but the spell was very similar to the one used in the dragon's nest. Prado adds that Alejandro said he conquered the dragon's nest, and after talking it through, they decide Garhan and Zenobia are the ones pulling the strings. Leslie is completely shaken. She can't understand how they figured it out. Someone says it's probably because Leslie isn't denying any of it. She keeps saying it's impossible that they uncovered everything this easily. Then Prado points out that Leslie said it would be hard for Terracos and Ratnians to talk, but Hades says they're already used to talking with Terracos. Leslie snaps, telling them not to say that there's no way he's a Terracos. A level 5 Terracos shouldn't even be able to come to Ratna, and no matter what, he's still a Voltaren warrior. Proto suddenly asks if she knows Kivier, and they talk for a long time. Eventually, it comes out that Leslie came from France. A little later, they piece together that the 4 heroes are planning something involving Ormflus's blessing, but they still don't know where. At least it's a relief that the Sword King may not be involved in any of this. But among the 4 heroes, the only one whose location is still unknown is Holian, the Fairy Kingdom's queen, the master of life and death. They say it'll take 2 months to reach Elendia, the Fairy Kingdom. The trip is long and dangerous, with monster-filled dungeons along the way. Leslie warns them the little information she has won't help much, and says they're crazy for wanting to face this. Okay, besides the way is very dangerous, since there are dungeons with monsters, and the way is very long. Leslie says that the information she has will not be of great help, and already says that they are crazy to want to confront. Like Ryu says, fighting all 4 heroes right now would be suicide, so they need to get stronger and not just him. That goes for the whole group. So he says having one more ally would help, then turns to Leslie. He asks what she wants to do. That catches her off guard. At the same time, Laudy hears that the Count faked his identity, and now the Black Brotherhood has found out and plans to put him on trial in a religious court. The Count panics. He says he made Laudy captain of the guard, so now Laudy has to save his life. Laudy thinks it over, then says a paladin of justice can't just stand by and let someone die. Of course, his help will cost 20 million a month. The Count freaks out and asks where he's supposed to get that kind of money. Then the Inquisitors arrive, shouting in Kivier's name and ordering the door open for an investigation. The Count is completely screwed. He quickly says Laudy can have every bit of his money. Then he tells him to wait by the door and step in the moment the priest starts questioning him. So Lauda waits. While standing there, he thinks about how fast everything has turned, and soon he hears the priest come in. The second Lauda opens the door, he cuts in and begs them to listen, insisting this whole thing is one big misunderstanding. But then he sees the Count, and the man is frozen in shock. Now the one calling it a misunderstanding is Laudo. Meanwhile, Leslie feels grateful for Ryu's offer, but she says she can't live freely like they do. With the seal on her, she'll never get far from the heroes. Still, she says that's fine because now she finally understands the world that man wanted. It wasn't some empty dream and she's ready to fight for it. Back with Loda, the priests arrest him for murdering an important religious suspect. Until he's cleared, the Black Brotherhood will keep him locked up. Loda really made this worse for himself. After that, Ormflos's blessing is presented. The woman says Krivio will surely be pleased with this. Even so, she can't ignore that the whole mission was unauthorized, or the many deaths in the crater incident, plus the public execution. She says none of that sounds like Sir Leonhardt. Leonhardt explains that the Terraco holding Ormflos's blessing had surrendered, but the only way to stop more hunters from being sacrificed was to execute him. Then he brings up something important about the one he killed. The woman praises him, saying his work was impressive and his judgment was right. Leonhardt looks a little tense, then greets Kriviel, the goddess of darkness. She tells him that to become a great hero among those blessed by the goddess, she recognizes his deeds, not just for obtaining Ormphlus's fragment, but also for killing the Terrakeel. Still, someone blessed by the goddess fought that man first, so she asks what Leonhardt, an Inquisitor of Heresy, knows about him. He answers that the man is a descendant of the Valterra race, and that he came to Ratna not long ago, challenging anyone who looked strong. Since that got in the way of his mission, Leonhardt felt he had to accept the challenge. The woman warns that fighting someone from the Sword King's race is no small matter. Since he acted without waiting for the Oracle, Leonhardt is banned from fighting until she gives permission again. He bows and says he will obey Criviel's command. Elsewhere, the Archmage says she still feels stiff after spending a few minutes in that old woman's body, and Leslie's report seems to have been true. The sudden appearance of a Valterra and a Terrakeel almost ruined everything, if not for Leonhardt. The man with her says Leonhardt really is an excellent Inquisitor, but sometimes being too capable is a problem. She adds that Ormphlus's blessing still hasn't developed. The man says Leonhardt probably took it too soon. That messed up their plan, because the blessing was supposed to be complete and now it won't be. If this keeps up, they won't be able to absorb all of Criviel's divine power, and without that power, this time and space will vanish soon. He says they have no choice, they'll have to weaken Criviel's seal so they can slowly absorb her power. The Archmage warns that with an incomplete blessing, he won't be able to control that divine power, and the amount they absorb will throw off the balance of the world. He says it doesn't matter. They'll take all the power after the world is destroyed, then rebuild it once it's broken, because then he'll be like a god. Later in the carriage, someone complains that Leonhardt was banned from investigating alone, and thinks the punishment is way too harsh. This isn't how you treat someone blessed by the gods. Then he brings up what Leonhardt said about the goddess of darkness. Leonhardt says he wishes it had been a joke, but he was serious. Looking at everything that's happened, too much feels off, like how he lied and said the man was really Valterra, and she believed him. The other man is stunned and asks if Leonhardt lied to the goddess. He points out that the 6 gods know every grain of sand across the world, so a lie should have been obvious. Leonhardt tells him to calm down and hear him out. He says he didn't make that claim carelessly. He has proof that led him to it. Then Zhang shows up and asks if Ryu will be okay. Leonhardt says, aside from probably being in terrible pain and full of resentment, yes. As long as Zhang stays quiet, MC's identity will remain hidden. Zhang asks why Leonhardt left him alive and what he expects him to do now. Leonhardt says that's the right question. An Inquisitor's job is to investigate, and their goal is to neutralize, capture, and gather information on the Terracols. But the hunters who lost their comrades wanted revenge, and to calm that rage, Leonhardt had to use a major skill. He can even turn invisible, but by then he was already out of energy. So instead, he wrapped Zhang in a barrier and threw him off the cliff. Zhang yells that explains why his whole body was wrecked, and why so many of his bones were broken. Leonhardt just says he still saved his life, didn't he? And now Zhang doesn't have to keep living as a Terrakeel. The other man adds that when Terrakeels die, they turn to dust, so faking that death would have fooled everyone there. But then how does that prove the goddess is suspicious? Leonhardt says you can fool people, but not the goddess of truth, and yet she believed he had really killed a Terrakeel. That means the Black Brotherhood is worshipping someone who is not Kivier at all, but a greedy human, probably someone after the Brotherhood's power, or maybe even the Great Goddess's power. The man shouts that if that's true, they need to go back to the Black Brotherhood right away. Leonhardt says no, there may be informants inside, so he has to move without them knowing. The man reminds him he's forbidden from investigating alone, then says if the world is going to be destroyed, what's the point of any rank or status anyway? Even so, he wishes Leonhardt luck. Then Leonhardt spots Lao Duai. He tells them to turn the cart around and says there was a reason he spared that Terrakeel. Now he asks Zhang for help and says this is his chance to become a hero. Meanwhile, inside a house, some people talk about how Kivier, the goddess of darkness, rules over darkness and the dead. That's why they pray to her so souls can rest. They never expected to find an abandoned shrine to Kivier, and they're shocked that elves worshipped her too. Then they look to Rondell. Rondell says humans are interesting. He never thought they would treat someone from the Atlantis family like this. He tosses down a pile of gold and tells them to take what humans love most. If they understand him, they should grab the gold and leave. The men lose their minds over the money, already dreaming about buying houses. But another man says they've already been promised far more than this little pile. As for that gold, he says it'll only be used for their funeral. Then a bright light appears and floods the whole place. The men panic and run, screaming that it's a monster. In the middle of the bindings, someone appears. The first words out of her mouth are Ryu's full name. Back on the road with him, Atis and Yuan. The protagonist says the more he thinks about the 4 heroes, the less any of it makes sense. They're Ratnians blessed by the goddess, so why are they using Terrakeels as pawns? Yuan says the Great Land was likely their enemy 20 years ago, so nobody would suspect the same people now run it from the shadows. He admits that if they hadn't stumbled onto the truth themselves, he wouldn't have believed it either, and calls them some nasty schemers. Atis asks how much longer until they reach the Fairy Kingdom. Yuan says they already got there 2 days ago. He explains that they entered the Fairy Kingdom the moment they saw the 3 roots of the World Tree. That was the border of the fairy world. Ryu asks, roots? And the 3 roots of the World Tree are shown, along with a quick explanation of the Fairy Kingdom. An alliance of 4 races gathered around the World Tree. sylphs in the treetops, elves in the roots, nymphs in the bushes, and dwarves in the ground. Below the world tree, each race has its own culture and ruler. The Fairy Kingdom's capital sits right in the middle of the trunk. Among the huge roots, the biggest one leads underground to the largest city of the Elven Kingdom, Sarandi. Since Sarandi is on the road to the capital, it became a major trade hub where many races, even humans, live together. With so many different people in one place, trouble comes with it. That's why the elves agreed to set up a guild to handle those problems. Even before the Hunters Guild was founded here, plenty of hunters came through this city. Some became heroes. A lot of others died. That burden falls on him, so he's always stayed alert. For the past 200 years, he's been carrying out work for the guildmaster. The moment he sees our group, he says, "These newcomers are anything but ordinary." To him, this is perfect. He spots a level 52 mage with striking androgynous looks and a strong presence. Then he notices a level 38 swordswoman with a slightly sad face, a cute look, and a young-sounding voice. With 200 years of experience, he says talents like theirs shouldn't be wasting away in dungeons. They could become the most famous women's group around. He even offers to write a recommendation so nobles will sponsor them. All excited, he asks what their group name should be, but Watts covers his mouth and politely says they're fine with just getting hunter records. She also thanks him for understanding their friend's situation. Since he's a Valterra, he can't use the measuring stone. From what Watts heard, becoming a hunter has a few conditions, but the written test was dropped 10 years ago. Back then, Proto got a 0 on it. Pee-wee laughs and asks if she wants to be Proto's teacher. Proto complains that other guilds don't make him take tests, but the old elf says that's odd. If the test was removed 10 years ago, he'll need to check on that. So Watts suggests registering him as a personal guard, and Proto agrees. Then the old elf suddenly remembers the system and pulls out a book. After checking it, he says the investigation will take around 6 months, so they should come back then. Proto immediately asks, what are they supposed to do for half a year? The answer is simple. Elves live on a different time scale, so to them, 6 months is basically nothing. Watts explains the Hunters Guild system was created 100 years ago, so an old elf would naturally be used to it. Still, he tries to cheer Proto up by saying 6 months will fly by. Proto points out that's easy for Watts to say. He's 151 years old. Meanwhile, Piyu notices something. He points it out right away. A group of people is gathered around, trying to pull out a sword. Everyone cheers the guy on, but he can't budge it. Proto says it looks like some kind of festival. Watts explains that today is the day of free action. He asks if Proto knows the elves were the race created by Sarandi, the goddess of the land. Long ago, the island where the elves lived was barren. Facing starvation, the elf king prayed, and the goddess answered by giving him a sword. The king stabbed the relic into the ground, and the land became fertile. The island thrived after that, which is why every year they hold a Thanksgiving ceremony for the goddess. Proto then asks if the people over there are nobles. Watts suddenly asks where Piyu went. Did he get lost? He says he'll go look for him. Proto asks if that's really necessary, but Watts says Piyu is easy to spot anyway. Proto gives up and starts searching too. Around them, people are saying that maybe this year no one will pull out the sword either. Some elves joke that humans always try and always fail. They even mock humans for their short lives. Another elf cuts in and jokes that without humans, who would work his farms? Then someone arrives, and the crowd is shocked. He's addressed as Your Majesty, and one person says he never expected a member of the royal family to come to a plain place like this. The prince answers that plain isn't the right word. This city is beautiful, just like the rumors said. His father wanted to come but couldn't because of his condition, so he came in his place to finish the Thanksgiving ceremony. Hearing that, someone figures this must be the one who will pull the sword. Meanwhile, Piyu has loaded up on a bunch of stuff and asks if they really have to leave now. He's told the festival keeps going until someone removes the sword, though apparently only the elf king can do it. The guy talking says that's just a myth. According to him, the sword is stuck in the ground by magic. Lots of people must have failed to pull it out, and the king simply cancels the magic and removes it. So the whole thing is really just an old tradition meant to show that the king was chosen by the goddess. Piyu figures that must be why nobody seriously tries to pull it out. It's more about enjoying the show than actually taking the sword. But the man says no one could move it anyway, and if someone somehow did, they'd be in big trouble. Then he looks over and only a piece of the sword is left. Proto standing there, both of them stare at it. What just happened? Even Proto freezes. The prince can only watch in silence. At the same time, we learn that the elven city has a population of over 100,000. And into Sarandi arrives a woman who's likely the goddess of darkness, or maybe her incarnation, along with the little elf. She thanks Rondell for helping her. Rondell complains that he came to help her search for the person she wants, but he can't openly show himself in this place. She says she understands. He's still frustrated that she came to a city like this, though he also says it was an honor to serve as her guardian. He tells her to stay alert, since she'll probably find the person she's after soon. Even so, he clearly doesn't trust humans at all. To him, they know nothing about honor or nobility. Still, this woman acts strangely for a human, and the way she talks feels off. Then the system confirms that Rondell Atlantis survived, and asks Rondell to protect Kivye. At that point, it's pretty clear she's Kivye in a human form. Rondell is convinced of it too. Even after asking for protection, she kept acting oddly, and when he asked who she was or where she came from, she answered something like, "I was born in darkness, and now I live on my own." Meanwhile, in a carriage, she picks up on something. It's Prota's group's trail. She's already found the route they took. Rondell says he knew this woman was unusual. Just then someone starts talking nearby, asking if the other heard what the prince lost. The answer is no, but then comes the real news. Someone broke the harvest sword. That sends everyone into a panic. They can't believe it, while one man just watches. Meanwhile, Kivi says the scent belongs to a young fire dragon and that he and his companion came to this city. She estimates there's an 85% chance their next stop is the Hunters Guild. So she says they need to head to the Hunters Guild. Back at the Broken Sword, the crowd surrounds Prota with wooden restraints. One man shouts that a Valterra has no right to be here and demands to know who sent him. Prota walks forward, breaks all the magic trapping him, and says he only thought pulling the sword would be fun. He didn't mean for this to happen, but the shattered pieces hit the prince, and a man yells that it was an attack. Now they're shouting that a Valterra assaulted the missing prince. The crowd starts calling Prota a terrorist and tells everyone to run, while he protests that he didn't do anything. In the middle of the chaos, Piu is there when he trips and falls. Prota asks, "Kid, are you okay? Where are your parents?" Piu grabs his hand away and snaps, "Who are you calling a kid?" Then he looks at Prota and calls him a monster. Prota starts to argue, but behind them a huge hand appears. It's made of stone. The others explain that this magic root is his family's pride, a golem formed from the roots of the world tree. He tells the prince to stay safe. Even a strong Valterra won't be able to do anything once his hands and feet are bound, and there's no way he could even scratch the world tree's roots, since they're overflowing with life force. Prota blocks the giant hand and asks if these people seriously don't care about anyone else. Then his aura starts rising. Even the prince feels it. Prota fully releases his aura, and it tears everything apart. Nothing is left standing. The man is stunned. It's incredibly rare for a Valterra warrior to use aura like that. He says it's impossible. There were never any rumors about someone this strong. All he can think is, who is this guy? Prota calmly says people should listen before causing problems. The man shouts again, but Prota just says he bit his own tongue. What Prota really realizes is that his aura is too much for his body to handle, and controlling it is hard. Then he looks to the side for the boy, but there's nothing there. A second later, he sees that Uffer and Watts saved him just in time. Watts tells Prota he wasn't supposed to use aura. Prota says he's used to it and apologizes. Uffer cuts in and asks what he means by "it was close." He just caused a huge mess. Then he notices an elf aiming at them. They're already surrounded, and the prince steps in. He says, "Valterra warrior, forgive me for standing back and only watching your skill and strength." Still, he points out that Ryu broke the sword and refused to answer questions. If he gives up now, he'll only be judged for refusing the interrogation. MC answers that he already tried to explain. Watts says surrendering would be better than fighting all these soldiers, but the shortest prison term is 3 years. He apologizes, then says there's no way he can sit in jail for 3 years while the heroes cause chaos. And Ifir says the elves would probably let them go if they heard that. Watts mutters that their plans will have to change. The prince says it's unfortunate, but then he suddenly looks over. Kivi appears and says she hopes they listen to the elf. If they don't, there may be no future for the world of Ratna. Ryu wonders what this woman is talking about all of a sudden. She showed up out of nowhere and he can't even guess her level. Then his system starts flashing. Danger, danger. It even starts glitching. The protagonist's head begins to pound. He asks what she is. She calmly says this isn't the time for him to learn that. Once his current problem is handled, she'll decide what to tell him. Then she says she'll wake the other one too. It's time for him to open his eyes. The prince realizes it's Rondell, and apparently he's a prince too. Ryu is stunned, realizing the person he attacked was literally a prince. Everyone starts shouting to lower their weapons and protect him. After that, the scene shifts to the elf palace. A feast has already been prepared. The prince says he was rude to the people who saved his brother, and he hopes to thank them properly, not as the lost prince but as Rondell's family. Hades says saving the prince of the Elven Kingdom is a huge honor. Purus adds that visiting the palace is an honor too. The prince tells them to relax, enjoy the garden, and feel at home. Hades says the garden really is amazing. Ryu asks if that means the prince is the son of Queen Holian from the Fairy Kingdom. The others immediately smack him, and Hades says MC doesn't get it, because he's a Valterra warrior. He explains that the races living in the Great Tree have much smaller populations than humans. Humans call that whole region the Fairy Kingdom, but Queen Holian is one of the 4 heroes, blessed by the goddess, the 18th Alliance representative, and queen of the Nymph Kingdom. So Ryu realizes Holian isn't connected to the elves. She rules the nymphs. Even so, he still wants to know who that woman was. Afir asks if it's really okay for them to be treated this well after breaking the Elf King's sword, since they probably can't repay its value. The prince explains that sword is only for ceremony, so it isn't that valuable. The sword given by the goddess is the true relic, and it can't be broken. But the other prince says that doesn't change the fact that this walking pile of muscle ruined the Thanksgiving day, so they can't just ignore it. The older prince fires back that they saved his life, so how can he be that rude? Then he adds that if he remembers right, this prince wasn't even supposed to be in the palace. Before pointing out other people's faults, he should look at his own. The younger prince argues that they always keep him locked up and never let him attend the festival, so he decided to come by himself. Just then a servant arrives and announces that the king has come. The prince says an emergency must have come up, so he needs to step away for a moment. He tells them to enjoy the meal. After he leaves, Afra says she still can't believe that guy was a prince, and she was really nervous. Watts says this is actually great. Getting close to the elf royal family will make it easier to reach Holian. A fire then asks what Ryu's issue is with Kivi, the prince's guard. The protagonist says the guide showed her as a level 80 warrior. Watts asks if the guide just glitched for a moment, but MC says that's not the real problem. After drinking so much green tea, he really needs to fart. He's been holding it in the whole time, so now he's going to find a bathroom and it's already getting dangerous. 20 minutes later, Ryu is wandering around the forest-like garden. He complains that the elves make no sense. If the garden is this huge, there should be a bathroom every 15 yards. While pushing through some bushes, he spots something strange. A hidden tree deep inside the garden. A voice says no human had ever come this close before. Ryu is too relieved to care. He just peed on the divine tree and says, "Man, what a relief." Then an old man suddenly calls out, asking if someone is there. He freezes. The old man asks, "Is that the candy?" Then who's the candy? The protagonist smells something weird, then realizes the old man was there taking a dump. The old man asks again if Ryu isn't the candy. MC asks why he's here and whether this isn't elf territory. The old man says no one owns this land. The goddess only gave the elves the duty to care for and protect it. Their bodies come from the earth and return to it, but right now the land is crying. He just goes, okay. Then the old man asks what he's doing there. The protagonist says he's returning what he ate. Then he jokes that they're basically partners in crime. The old man says the land always pays back those who work hard. Then he suddenly pulls out the real sword. Ryu is shocked. This sword is the real deal. The old man places it there and starts wrapping around MC's sword, then pulls. Ryu grabs the hilt and yanks too, but it won't budge. He keeps pulling harder, but it's stuck tight. When he finally gets it free, he stares at it and goes, "What the heck?" Then he looks again and realizes that's it. It's a wooden sword. Ryu blurts out that this is just a wooden sword, though it somehow feels crazy sharp. Still confused, he keeps staring at it. It feels way too heavy, so he realizes this isn't an ordinary wooden sword. It's absorbing his energy. Ryu demands to know what the old man did to his sword, but when he looks over, the old man is half buried in the ground. Completely lost, he tells him to explain what happened to the sword. Then Kivi appears in the middle of the forest. She sees the old man lying there, buried and covered in dirt. She immediately takes a fighting stance, ready to blast Ryu. He dodges, then quickly tells her to wait and at least hear him out, but that's clearly not what she's thinking. To her, the situation is simple. The Elf King is buried in the ground, and somehow the protagonist is involved. MC is completely confused. He didn't even know the old man was the Elf King. Kivi sums it up as Ryu causing some kind of accident that secretly led to the Elf King being buried alive. Then she attacks again. The system starts glitching even more. Kivi rushes in with a rising kick straight at him. He reacts fast, he grabs her leg and blurts out, "What are you even?" Then stupidly notices her clothes are upside down. She spins and punches him right in the balls. As Ryu folds over in pain, he groans that nobody needs to die here and begs her to calm down. Then Kivi starts explaining. The protagonist was forcibly sent to this world from Romnia at level 5 when he was 24 because of Ormflus. During that process, he was isolated in a similar world for 22 years. Officially, he can be treated as level 5, but his true level is far beyond that. She says she is Kivie, a representative born from the power of Krivel, the goddess of darkness, and says his own guide proves it. The god-demon guide can't be used on a being created by a goddess. MC asks if that means the gods decided to wipe out the Terra Chaos themselves. She says no. Kivier ordered her to contact him and test whether MC is a candidate who can help. MC asks, help with what? It makes no sense for a goddess to ask a Terra Chaos for help. Kivier says she doesn't understand it either, but attacking the old Elf King makes his fitness as a candidate look very doubtful. He says it was all a misunderstanding, but she immediately pulls out a spear and says they'll find out right now whether he's really qualified. Ryu is stunned, wondering how she summoned that weapon. Then the spear starts glitching like crazy. Kivier leaps in to strike at the protagonist's neck with her hand. Ryu asks if she really thought that would work. He already knows he's right, and then he tells her not to use things that belong to someone else. He doesn't care if she was sent by a goddess. She needs to let go of the spear now. Kivier looks over and MC suddenly pours aura into the weapon. The moment he does, just Ryu's hand alone makes him gasp. He says he almost lost his fingers. Then he wonders if his defense is getting weaker, because the sword is draining his aura. The woman keeps coming at him, and he keeps telling her to knock it off. But she refuses. She says she has to judge his strength for herself, not just trust Kivier. She also points out that he still hasn't used his sword or his aura, like he isn't taking her seriously. Ryu snaps that she talks way too much. In his head though, he's frustrated because he has a ton of questions and can't ask any of them while she keeps pressing him. Even so, he decides not to use aura. Then both of them strike at the same time and his sword gets sliced apart. Ryu just stares, shocked, trying to figure out what happened. She sees his reaction and takes it as proof that he still isn't fighting for real. This time, she pours aura into her spear and lunges again, going all out with that aura-charged attack. The protagonist realizes it's like an aura blade technique. Meanwhile, the old elf king finally gets up, muttering, is this the afterlife? Then he looks over and sees the tree has absorbed the aura. They explain that the world tree grows by taking in life force, and the way it changes depends on what kind of energy it absorbs. In particular, top-level aura can harden the world tree's roots beyond steel. Even the old king says normal amounts of aura would never make it react like this. Then Ryu notices his sword has already repaired itself. He's left trembling in disbelief. The old king says this is the first time he's seen something like it since Babiak, and it's just like back when a god sent a hero right when one was needed. Somewhere else, the roots of a giant tree are shown, covered with red fragments. Someone is gathering those pieces. Back with the main group, Rondell starts yelling that Ryu is an idiot. He demands to know how MC dared threaten the king's life, and even attack his knight with aura, saying he won't overlook it. Then he orders his execution. The protagonist is getting annoyed, but Atis says he understands what happened up there, and asks him to stay quiet for now. Rondell then orders the guards to seize Ryu, but the king tells everyone to calm down, saying he was the one who started the fight. Rondell is totally lost, but the king keeps going. He admits he was curious about how strong this Voltarian warrior was. Even MC is surprised. Then the old king says no one there could defeat him. Another prince asks why he would test him like that. The king says he knows the lost prince is working hard to lead the kingdom, but the land itself is crying, and the world tree's roots are shaking. When asked what he means, he explains that strange things have been happening in a village in the southeast. People and livestock dried up and died, and no one has figured out the cause. That's why they wanted to ask these hunters for help investigating it. The king adds that after seeing Ryu's power, he believes in him too. But finding the cause alone won't be easy. They also need someone who can sense the land's energy, so he says Rondell will go with them. The other prince immediately tells him to wait. He is already fed up. They didn't even ask if his group agreed. He wants to know why they're deciding for them. Someone tries to step in, but the reply is simple. They're in a hurry and need to head to the fairy kingdom's capital. Then that loudmouth acts offended, asking how they could even think of refusing the command of an honorary elf king. Seriously, this guy has zero humility. He even says he'll allow that child to come along. Atis fires back, asking who he's calling a child. He's clearly had enough of this muscle-brained idiot, and Ryu is about ready to smack him. Then the protagonist steps in and says a Voltarian warrior doesn't stay calm after being insulted. He says maybe Atis is young, but if Rondell says that again, he'll find out the hard way. The other prince then says he doesn't think Rondell can handle a mission like this. The king agrees it'll be dangerous, but the greater the danger, the more citizens will recognize Rondell. Still, he admits these hunters have their own mission, so maybe it isn't right to force that burden on them. He says he'll hear their answer tomorrow, and as he leaves, the prince says that's fine. That night, Atis says he suspected the four heroes were planning something, but he never thought they'd actually move against the goddess of darkness, and even use Terrakios as their servants. Amber says it was completely unexpected. Kivi says that's exactly why she needs their help. While she's being handled, Ryu just goes, "Hey, stop that." He's done with it, flips her upside down and points out that she isn't even the real goddess of darkness, and she still tried to kill both him and the elf king. Kivi answers that she's still a messenger. Amber adds that the goddess of darkness created dragons, so you'd think that matters, especially since both of them are dragons. Ryu doesn't care. He says gods mean nothing to him because he's from Earth, and this is no way to ask someone for help. Kivie says it isn't a favor. MC asks what else it could be. She calls it a fair trade, and says this is also a good chance for a Terrakiel like him. He repeats, "Like me?" She says she speaks for the goddess of darkness, and Kivie will reward anyone who helps. She can even grant their wishes as long as they don't break this world's natural laws. Then she offers one more thing, asking if Terrakio, the protagonist, would like to return to Earth. MC admits that sounds amazing, but says people who treat others like toys are still trash. Atise asks what he's talking about. Kivie insists the goddess's promises are real, and Amber asks if he's lost his mind. Ryu says he's spent 20 years trapped on the Rocky Mountain because of all this, and he's sick of being used. Besides, even if he refused this deal, they were already planning to capture Holian. Kivia says that won't be necessary. There's only one mission from the goddess. Kivia's target isn't just some random enemy. It's an archmage, Holian the Transcendentalist. The mission is to find someone as strong as 3 legends put together. Holian, the strongest warrior Barolt, and the Sword King. Their job is to protect her until she reaches his home. After that, she'll deal with the 4 corrupt heroes herself. Ryu points out that finding the Sword King is no easy task, even with a reward on the table. Kivia answers that this mission carries too much meaning for them to fail. He says their goals line up anyway, so he'll accept. Both of them immediately look relieved. Kivia says they should leave right now. The protagonist asks if she's really in such a rush that she's climbing out the window. And even if they did leave now, he wants to know what her actual job is protecting that kid. She says she's the boy's personal guard. If they wait and accept the king's request tomorrow morning, it'll cause major problems for the real mission. And if they do accept that request, Rondell will. Before she can finish, the scene cuts to the king's room. A prince reports that the hunters are staying in the annex. The old king asks if they really were in such a hurry to leave. Then the elf explains that without any hunters assigned to protect Rondell, his mission will be cancelled. But the king says that won't be needed. He's decided to send Rondell with an exploration team to the southern roots of the World Tree. The prince protests that Rondell is still too young. The king says maybe so, but one day Rondell will lead the elf kingdom, and he'll need real achievements if he wants the people to accept him. The prince answers that some will still think Rondell isn't fit for it. The king says a father's duty isn't only to protect his children. He adds that the Fairy Alliance knows about this, and their representative Holian is probably watching everything very closely. Then Rondell arrives and says his knights have finished their preparations. When the prince looks over, the king compliments the uniform, saying it looks very nice. The whole group is dressed in red and black. Then the story goes back to the window, where Kivia says that if they accept the mission tomorrow morning, Rondell will die. Ryu asks what exactly she means, and tells her to explain it in a way they can actually understand. She says that, to be exact, this is what was supposed to happen. The 6 creator gods of Ratna know everything beyond time and space, because they care about Ratna's future. They're careful with the people around them. They don't take away the freedom of their creations or break the laws of cause and effect, but she, as the goddess's personification, has no power to see the future, and she's not allowed to do anything that would change it, except carry out the mission she was given. The problem is that Rondell was supposed to die but survived instead. Atise says they can't just abandon the prince. Efford asks if that means the future. Rondell's death still hasn't changed. Then Ryu asks why she even cares. The kid may be rude, but Kivi helped save him before, so what does he mean to her? Kivi says she was created only to protect the continued existence of Ratna. To Kivi, the life of one boy doesn't weigh the same as the future of Ratna. His death is already set. As they head inside, Kivi asks why Ryu chose this when he isn't even close to Rondell. MC says it's simple. He just doesn't like Kivi. She tells him that's childish logic and says she's starting to doubt whether he's fit to help at all. He tells her to complain to the one who picked him. Then he throws in a jab saying that's too bad for her. She's sealed, right? His mocking cuts off as the king begins to speak. The king announces that all of Rondell's knights are here, and he says they've probably heard about the strange mystery in a small village to the east. Their mission is to find out what's causing it, and it could be something happening at the border. If the roots die, the tree dies too, and that would put everyone living in the World Tree's roots in danger. He stresses that this matters not just to the Elf Kingdom, but to the whole Fairy Alliance. And if they succeed, Holian himself will reward them. Perther thinks that if they pull this off, they might really get to meet Holian. The king adds that Rondell won't be going as a prince, but as the leader of the expedition. Rondell promises he'll do everything he can, not to let the king down. A little later, Rondell shows up saying he knew his father would finally recognize him. He acts like weird events are no big deal to him, but while they're traveling, an ox cart crosses in front of them. Afir yells that they'll grow old and die if the prince keeps moving this slowly. He fires back that they should call him leader, not prince. Honestly, it fits. A kid this excited about the trip would say that. He even says she should be grateful he's bringing her along safely. So Hades tries asking which way they're headed, and really what this guy cares about most is not getting to show off his skills to Creve. He thinks Valterra just kept him busy so she could get closer to her, but Pruther says she has no idea where the boy is. She explains that the gods can't see inside dungeons, and they can only read the minds of people who pray to them. There's no record of him ever stopping his prayers to the goddess, so the only option is to ask around for the Sword King. That's why she said she didn't have time to deal with the king's request. Then a man with a wagon rides by and asks if they mind him going first. He says he needs to reach a small village in the east before sunset. Hades tells him they're headed there too, so he can go ahead. The man warns them that if that's the case, they should leave the forest before sundown because strange things happen there at night. With that, he moves on ahead. Pyrrhus figures that if they follow that wagon, they won't get lost, but the idiot refuses to let anyone tell him what to do. Then he suddenly speeds up and charges straight off in that direction. Seriously, he smashes through everything and gets launched forward, crashing right into something. Pyrrhus asks what in the world is going on. He insists he took the right path and says there's nothing to fear because he's blessed by the goddess of the earth, but when he cuts through, everything's burning. Everyone just stares in shock. Pyrrhus calls out, "Leader," and he answers that this is the will of the goddess of the earth. Then he says they can keep going because he knows the way, and orders Barbara to pick him up and carry him. Purser mutters that it's pretty weird to hear the voice of a prince who supposedly died in an accident. Pyrrhus brushes it off as a hallucination, and then we cut to nighttime, with him still leading the group onward. Purser wonders what makes this guy so confident. Kirby explains that he's part of the Elven royal family. The elf royals can control the world tree's roots, and every 20 years they use that power to create something with them. That makes Purther wonder if the sword really is that valuable, and Krivy says the boy still doesn't have the elf king's full power, but he can sense the roots under the ground. With the elf king's blood in his veins, that's why he's so sure of himself. So Prother looks ahead, and the prince says he found the wagon that passed them earlier. He starts bragging about what a useful leader he is, but really he's just being a fool. Then he says all they have to do now is ask the wagon owner for a ride, but Krivy says that won't be possible. And once they see it, the man is dying. Kivy asks if the person she's seeing is really Prince Rondell. She says that even though he was born late in the king's life, there's no doubt this will be a problem for Prince Jardero. He wonders if the rumors have spread that far, saying that no matter how hard he tries to hide it, some people will always learn the truth about the Elf King's mistake and his mother fleeing the palace. Then he notices the wagon racing by at full speed. Rondell wakes up. The man looks almost dead, but he asks for water, so he's still hanging on. Rondell is shaken. Protho tells him not to pass out again. Rondell asks what happened and why that man is lying there like that. Protho says he fainted the moment he saw him. Kirby points out he's not a corpse yet, and Oedipus says his life force is being drained, which means he's still alive. Aber says the only way to help him is to find the nearby village, but they're in trouble because their guide passed out. He says they should wait for him to wake up. Protho snaps that they can't do that right now, especially with a whole swarm of monsters coming after them. Aber says there are too many and asks why a pack of wild monsters is chasing them. Protho keeps hurling stones and knocking them back. Then they realize something is coming out of the beasts, a bloodsucker, a ghost-like monster that enters dead bodies. Father asks what that thing is, and Kirby explains that this kind of monster turns bodies into mummies by draining people's life force. Father asks if it's an upgraded version of the one they saw in the haunted mansion. Rondell says there's no dungeon nearby, so why is a dungeon monster here? Kirby says the reason is unknown, but one thing is clear, these monsters are after Aura, which means this is all Barbara's fault. Prother says he hates monsters too, and Kirby points out that she also has Aura. If this keeps up, they'll be in serious danger. Then things turn into chaos, and Hattie tries to swing them around with a sharp turn. She jams her sword into a tree and uses it to yank them over with electricity. They make the turn and the beasts go flying, but someone else gets thrown too. Rondell hanging upside down. As he falls, Prother catches him. He adds that Barbara could have lost control and dropped him by accident. Rondell shoots back, asking how he can say that. Then he quietly says thank you. When they reach Little Root Village, a soldier tells them to turn back. He refuses to let them in, but Rondell shouts that they came under the Elf King's orders to investigate. The people above yell back that they asked for help 2 months ago and got nothing. They accuse them of waiting for everyone to die so the elves can take the land. Rondell says they only came because they heard about what happened. Meanwhile, Prother complains that it was hard enough just getting there, so why is the mood this bad? Kirby explains that this village originally belonged only to humans, but after the World Tree's roots appeared here, the elves stepped into the land and the fighting with the elves got worse because of the territory issue. On top of that, the villagers already don't feel good about elves. But Atse says they have a patient in critical condition, and Prother argues that they should at least save the man. Lucario says they'll handle the patient, but he refuses any ties with elves, and no elf is allowed into the village. That's the rule. Kirby says they can't investigate the cause without the villagers' help, so it looks like they can move on with the goddess's mission instead. Then he tells Rondell to head back, but Rondell refuses. He asks how he could ever face his father and brother if he returned like this. How could he face anyone when the group's leader can't do a thing? Then he points out that they only said they wouldn't allow elves in, so what about a half-elf? That catches them off guard. Apir says he knew a child had been born from an elf and a human, but that's rare. So now he gets why the public never knew Rondell existed. Kirby realizes it too, and everyone starts laughing. They mock his different ears and say, now it all makes sense. Real elves would never help them anyway. They say he was probably cast aside and that's why he got sent here because they hate him. All because of those different ears. Apir says that makes sense since elves hate half-elves and humans too, but Prota grabs the sword from the ground and says he's had enough. If they find him that disgusting then fine, but for now this boy is the group's leader. And besides, those monsters everyone's so scared of are drawn to Aura, so maybe Prota should just let all of his Aura out and warn them not to push him, or he'll bring every bloodsucker right here. The villagers go silent. One of them says his sight is bad, but asks if that's really the real Volterra, and warns that if they're careless, monsters won't be their only problem. Then someone opens the gate and asks where the patient is. Another man says it's too dangerous right now, and tells the doctor to stay back. Those people are dangerous. He says they're from the Elf Kingdom. Prata asks what's going on, but Rondell already recognizes his second brother, and says it's you. Rondell runs up and hugs him. His brother can't believe how much he's grown. Rondell quickly asks about their father, if he's doing okay, and how things are going back home. Proto watches them and thinks this guy doesn't look like Prince Herdura at all. Kirby explains that's because they're only genetically alike. He's Prince Herdura's younger twin. Then the patient gets medicine. Edis is impressed. Who would have thought regular medicine would work this well instead of holy magic? The patient's color is already coming back. The elf doctor says it's just a basic treatment he made from what little he knows. Since he's the village's only mage, he also has to handle medicine. Even so, it's too much for one person with this many patients. He asked the family for help, but never expected the one sent here would be Rondell. Rondell says if he'd known his brother was here, they would have sent more support. But the elf explains that if people found out someone banished from the kingdom was hiding here, the villagers would be the ones to suffer. Rondell says he still doesn't know what happened 10 years ago, but he's sure the king would forgive him. His brother calls it a very messy family issue. Then he says they should give him space. That would be the polite thing to do. Prota admits they're being a little rude listening in, but the doctor suddenly reaches into the patient's throat. He pulls out a parasite. Telling Prota to get a good look, he explains that when a bloodsucker drains someone's life force, normal treatment should let them recover. So if these patients still can't heal, parasites must be living inside them. That means the bloodsuckers are leaving people alive so they can use them to reproduce. Atis is shocked, since dungeon monsters usually just kill, they don't keep targets alive. Proto asks if that means the dungeon monsters around here are increasing. Kirby says they've reached the limit of their mission. All they need to do now is return to the kingdom and report what they found, and then the mission is over. Rondell argues that everyone here is in serious danger, but Kirby reminds him the king's order was only to learn the cause of the incident, not solve it. Proto grabs her and says that isn't enough. Just because the mission is complete doesn't mean it's really over. People have already died, and walking away now would be completely irresponsible. Kirby shoots back that the real irresponsibility would be letting even more people die later. This isn't just about one small village, it's about all of Ratna. Did he forget the countless tragedies that happened because of his irresponsibility? Watts raises his hand like he's about to slap Kirby, but King Elf stops it, reminding them they're in a hospital room. Atis says she doesn't know how much Kirby understands about that incident, but she should speak with more care, especially around people who are suffering. No matter the outcome, he's doing everything he can. Kirby goes quiet, looking unsettled. Elfie steps in and says it's late, and everyone must be exhausted. He offers to take them to a place to rest, and tells them to decide tomorrow whether they'll return to the Elf Kingdom. Kirby gets annoyed, asking if this whole thing is really that messed up. Atis tells him to let it go. He says he was the rude one, and Miss Kirby is probably under a lot of pressure since Ratna's future also rests on her. Proto mutters that if this is how they'll be treated, there's no reason to accept the goddess's mission. Still, she admits she took that like an insult too, and she didn't like hearing it. She says it felt like some uncle asking a kid if she already has a girlfriend. Atis points out that was weirdly specific, and EP wonders if that's what being poked at feels like. The group keeps bickering a bit. Meanwhile, Kirby asks if Rondell is awake. He says he can hear them talking from the other room. The walls are thin, but it's fine. Kirby admits she's curious and asks if she made everyone mad. Rondell says he's not totally sure, but probably yes. So she asks if that means they won't help with her mission. Rondell doesn't think so. From what he saw, they started caring the moment they learned he's half-elf. He says Volterra seems like a good person too, though still not as good as himself, apparently. Then he tells her that if it's still bothering her, she should just apologize to them. Kirby thinks it over and thanks him. He gets a little embarrassed and says they should deal with the important stuff tomorrow. Then they go to sleep. But in Kirby's dream, she starts wondering what's happening. When she finally sees who's there, she's instantly angry. The monster calls her annoying and says she's as dull as a doll. Then she adds that Kirby found her baby's hiding place. Kirby demands to know what a monster like her is doing here. The woman just says she's free to go where she wants, and Kirby wakes up asking if that was really a dream. She still isn't sure. Then she looks over and Rondell is gone. The window is open. Kirby bolts outside and runs into EPER, who asks if she's looking for Rondell. But what he's really after are the missing weapons. Then they spot bloodsuckers attacking people all over the place. And when one of them goes for a soldier, Proto jumps in and punches the monster away. Then he asks what these things even are since they split apart when they burst. Watts answers with fire burning through them, but says he can't keep spending too much magic without a wand. Proto says he can't freely use his aura either, or everything will explode around them. Kirby shows up too, blowing apart the creatures. She tells Proto not to worry, the sword made from the Tree of the World will absorb most of his aura, so it won't explode. Meanwhile, EPER keeps blasting monsters nearby. He says they're coming from the west, around 200 of them, and they'll never finish if they keep taking them down one at a time. Then he accuses the villagers, wasn't it them who betrayed them? He says they clearly wanted to use Rondell as a hostage to bargain with the king, and now they should stop getting in the way and give back the stolen weapons. He knows they hid them so the group couldn't fight, though they couldn't take Proto's sword because it's too heavy. The guy snaps back, asking if he's insane. Of course they didn't do that, but arguing is pointless now, they're already too late to find the boy. He tells them they need to leave. Kirby starts saying she never meant to upset everyone, but she still can't interfere with human fate, not the villages, and not Rondell's. They shouldn't do anything outside the mission. Right then, Proto cuts down another creature and says, her mission has nothing to do with whether Rondell lives or dies, right? Kirby says she's wrong because if Rondell dies, he won't carry out the goddess's mission. So for the mission's sake, he tells her to go find Rondell. Kirby powers up her feet with aura, jumps across the rooftops, and races off after him. Proto says she doesn't seem so bad after all, and Etsy tells them to hurry. Proto asks how much mana he has left. The answer, enough for 5 small spells and 1 big one. The guy asks what he's planning, but Kirby has already borrowed his gear. Proto says they're going to wipe them out all at once. He throws his sword and starts charging aura, saying they'll pull every last one of them into one spot. And the monsters start swarming in. Meanwhile, Rondell is standing before the tree held by the woman from Kirby's dream. Kirby tells her to stop and demands to know why she kidnapped Rondell. The woman says someone showed up early to ruin her fun. When Kirby stares at her, she asks why she's looking at her like that, as if they've met before. That's when Kirby realizes this is the same woman from her dream. She pulls out her spear and says, monsters kidnapping people isn't normal at all. The woman says she was curious. She thought Kirby was human, but with that strange transformation, maybe not. She says she's only studying ordinary humans, how they feel when they have a baby, how precious a child is, and what kind of face a person makes when that child dies. Then she asks if Kirby will show her the right expression. A second later, she says she'll learn later anyway, because Kirby isn't so different from her. Kirby lunges at her, but we cut back to Prota, still blowing apart the monsters. Atsi asks if he's controlling his aura, warning that killing every monster won't matter if the village gets destroyed too. Prota says he knows. He asks Hyper for an update, and she says nearly all the monsters are already gathered there. At that point, the battle goes wild, lightning, fire, and aura everywhere. Even the others watching say they really might be able to wipe out all the creatures. Another points out that Valterra's famous for a reason. Someone says the doctor is safe, but another warns that Valterra's aura is way too strong. Then he tells them to look at the bloodsuckers piled together. The monsters are eating the dead ones. He explains that killing them with aura destroys their cells after death, but Valterra's warrior aura lingers in the bodies, so every time he kills one, 10 more can evolve. Back in Kirby's fight, she grabs the woman's arm, but something grows out in its place. Kirby dodges the counterattack. The woman says Kirby is avoiding aura on purpose because she knows it'll be absorbed. That regeneration and sharp intelligence must be what drew the bloodsuckers to the village. Kirby attacks with aura anyway, but the woman strikes back and says Kirby's aura tastes delicious. Kirby realizes the more aura damage that woman takes, the stronger she gets. So Kirby quickly wraps the bandages around her arm and pours more aura into it. She fires another attack and the woman mocks her, saying that level of aura can't hurt her. But then the woman suddenly starts screaming. Something's wrong. Kirby says aura can't be absorbed once it's frozen. The artifact is made of ice, and that makes the woman cry out even louder. Still, she throws out one more wild attack, just a messy burst of everything she has. Kirby holds her spear ready and heads toward the elf. He asks what just happened, but as she starts to answer, she gets hit right in the head. The little prince yells for Kirby while the woman begins regenerating right in front of them. A second later, Kirby is completely buried under the woman's attack. The elf says he thought regeneration like that was impossible. The woman says he was right, but she brought herself back by sacrificing some of her children, then shows how many are below them. He can only stare and think this thing is a real monster. Then she says he's seen something he never should have. As she comes at him, Kirby starts getting flashes from her dream and wonders if it wasn't a dream at all, but a vision of the future. Right when she's about to be hit, blood sprays everywhere. The woman is shocked. She says she knew a powerful hunter was here, but didn't expect it to be her type. The main fighter crushes her hand and brushes it off, saying he's dealt with plenty of crazy women before. Back at the fight with the giant bloodsuckers, the main fighter notices these creatures are leveling up, and his attacks may be helping them. A fighter says he can handle the small ones, but not the big ones. Atis gives a fighter a look and tells him to keep his voice down. Has he lost his mind? Afir just smiles. The main fighter reminds Atis he said he had a plan. He already pulled all the monsters into one place, so what's next? Then he looks over and Atis is gone, leaving only a mark on the ground. He spots delayed fire magic, and the second he understands, both of them take off running. Atis tells him to hold on tight, and the main fighter shouts that he really used him as bait. Then fire explodes everywhere. The others stare and can only say, man. Atis says it worked perfectly, and someone points out that his friend is on fire. Afir asks if this isn't too risky now that Atis's level has gone up, but Atis says it's area magic, so the main fighter should only feel a little heat. Then he walks out of the flames. Even with his hair completely burned up, the main fighter just throws out a complaint and says they could have warned him first. Atis explains the plan was supposed to start after everyone moved away, but too many monsters had surrounded him, so they had no choice. He apologizes. Afir laughs at the state of his hair, but all the bloodsuckers were burned. The elf notices the fighter's skin isn't burned at all, and starts thinking that maybe, with people like them, this might actually be possible. Then Kirby's attack flashes in the distance, and everyone turns toward it, worried, asking if something bad happened. Afir says that's an incredibly strong aura, and Afir guesses it might be Miss Kirby. The main fighter says the prince may be in danger too, then gets ready and launches himself with that classic jump. So huge it almost looks like flying. Atisa says he hopes the prince is safe, then tells the others to check if anything is still left behind. But out of nowhere, a bunch of people start running and shouting that they need to protect everyone from danger. Afir says their reaction feels strange, and Atis agrees. It's like they're sensing something dangerous. Meanwhile, we're told the world made by the gods works like a perfect clock. Unless that clock stops, events meant to happen will happen. They never stray from the god's script, and even if the script and reality don't match, that doesn't mean the prophecies were wrong, it just means we return to the moment when the main fighter crushed her hand. That only proves reality has changed. Kirby starts wondering if that's true. How can a future no one foresaw even happen? The main fighter asks if Kirby's okay and whether she's badly hurt. She says she may not be as tough as him, but her body is as strong as a Valterra's. Then she tells him to focus on the enemy in front of them, because the woman is charging again. Kirby says the woman's life force probably dropped after that fight, but aura attacks still won't work on her. The more aura she absorbs, the stronger she becomes. The woman replies that she doesn't care about any of that. What matters to her is the boy. Still, she says hunters this strong are rare, so she's changed her mind and invites them all to live in the village. Before she can finish, the main fighter smashes her hand again, like crushing a bug. The villagers watch, all of them terrified. Kirby thinks she knew he was strong, but not this strong. His power goes way beyond anything she expected. The main fighter starts thinking this wasn't some final boss at all, just another bloodsucker. He already had plenty of clues. Now he realizes this whole thing was really just a bloodsucker nest. Then the villagers start crying out that Madam is gone, and they ask why these savages killed someone who was like a mother to them. The others are stunned. What are they talking about? She was a bloodsucker. Kavi freezes at the word mother, then starts to understand. The entire village is infected. The main fighter asks how that's even possible. The invasion only started a little while ago, and everyone seemed fine just moments earlier. Kavi says they only looked fine. Most likely this village was infected long ago. Then one of the villagers starts spitting something up, and the woman begins coming out of his body. She says the villagers were scared of wild monsters, and all she did was protect them. In return, they gave her a place to live. As she regenerates, she calls it a symbiotic relationship and says they were punished for letting outsiders into the village. Kirby says this isn't symbiosis at all. The woman only uses people for her own survival. It's mind control. The woman answers that if they're happy without knowing they're controlled, then isn't that good enough for humans? The prince tells Valteria to grab Kirby and run. The king needs to learn the truth. The woman says that would be a problem for her because all she wants is a quiet, happy life in this village. She adds that they killed many of her children, but thanks to all that spilled blood, everything worked out perfectly. Kavai then realizes the source of the infection is the blood, and when she does, Valteria punches Kavai. The prince wakes up in a bed and wonders where he is. When he opens the door, the woman greets him and says he finally woke up. Rondell immediately recognizes the monster and asks what she's planning to do to him. She calls him rebellious and asks how he can call his own mother a monster. Rondell is completely lost, and then the main fighter tells him to watch his words before speaking to his father, showing she's taken control of him too. A crack opens near the tree roots, and inside it, fragments of the tree and Rondell trapped within the roots reveal some kind of dimensional tier. When she sees that, Kivi wonders if this might be another prophecy. She suddenly wakes up and coughs something up. Looking down, she sees blood. Then she realizes she's in the village hospital. She looks to the side and spots one of the men who had taken one of the blood samples. That's when she understands this whole hospital is really where the blood is being made. Then someone drops something nearby, and it turns out to be the elf. He stares at her in shock, but she jumps out and grabs him by the neck. Then she asks how he's still himself. Even infected people shouldn't be able to control the aura they give off. So does that mean he's on the monster's side? He's in tears, but she keeps staring him down until he begs her to save the village. We're told this started about 6 months ago. He had been living in the village as a doctor, and he was also part of the elven royal family, though he had been removed from the line of succession. One day he sensed a dark energy coming from the roots of the world tree near the village, so the villagers and he went into the cave where those roots connected. There they found a huge glowing crack filled with an unknown red light, and something unknown came out of it. By the time he arrived, everyone else had already been wiped out. He still doesn't know why he wasn't infected. Maybe because he's an elf. But in the end, he was spared on one condition. As long as the creature could feed on the villagers' life force, he could keep treating them. So the woman made a deal with him. He would keep people alive while she drained them. And for the sake of the village, he kept working hard to create more life force. Back in the crypt, Kivi asks why he said nothing when they first arrived. They could have learned the truth left and told the king directly. He says many people came before them, but once they learned the truth, trying to leave the forest only got them infected. Most of the time, it was all just a test of his loyalty, because every time he told someone, the bloodsucker killed the people he told, and he's sure they know by now, because even the monsters around the village were infected. That's why so many were chasing them on the way in. When the elf noticed a new group had arrived, he let them in, hoping this time things might turn out differently. He gets emotional and says it's been a long time since he talked to someone still in their right mind. Kivir realizes the monster that came through the dimensional crack matches most of what she had predicted, so her guess was right. That also explains what happened to Rondell and the others. The elf then tells them where they are now. At the house by the base of the tree, the woman is feeding the main boy herself. Then she asks what he thinks of it. He says it tastes amazing, which makes her beam with joy. She turns to Rondell and asks why he isn't eating, especially after sleeping for 2 whole days. Rondell snaps, saying he knows her trick. She's trying to fool him, fatten him up and eat him later. Right away, someone reaches for a knife nearby. The boy calls Rondell unbelievably rude. He can't believe Rondell would talk to their mother like that in front of their father, and asks if he's lost his mind. Rondell thinks the one who's really lost it is Volterra, but the woman just says he shouldn't be so harsh. Since Rondell is a half-elf, it takes him longer to become part of the family. That's when Rondell figures it out. Being a half-elf slows the mental control, but it can still happen. He thinks the only one who might save him is Volterra himself, if he can hold out long enough. Then Afer walks in with a plate. He says this is a special meal made just for the young master. The food looks completely messed up, basically guts and blood. Rondell gulps. Afer immediately calls for the cook. The cook is Hades, and Afer demands to know what he thought he was making. Hades nervously says he only cooked the pig the master asked for, but Afer pushes him harder. Still apologizing, Hades wonders if maybe the young master simply wanted something else. The boy gets annoyed and says even 1 drop of Hellhound ketchup would have been enough to satisfy him. They keep pressuring Hades and all he can do is beg for forgiveness. By this point, Rondell can't make sense of any of it. Then Madame steps in and says that's enough. She wants this house to stay happy. She adds that if Rondell refuses to eat, he'll die of hunger. And if her son dies, his mother will be heartbroken. But forcing a child to eat would make her a bad mother. So how are they supposed to fix this? Hades slowly raises his hand. He says the awful food was his fault. Madame reaches out at once and fires him on the spot. So Rondell finally eats, and once he does, he tells himself to just pretend it's pork. It's actually good somehow. Still, all he's really thinking about is how to escape this village. Then someone appears at the door and asks to come in. The woman says she was just thinking she needed a few more helpers. Rondell looks over and sees the other elves say he brought the maid she requested. Kivir is introduced as the one who will be serving them now. It's explained that Kivir, the goddess of darkness, was sealed away by the 4 heroes blessed by the goddesses. Then about 6 months ago, an unknown dimensional gap was found while her powers were still sealed. That much was expected, but the demon god's corruption is spreading too fast, so her mission can't wait any longer. The elf says Kivir's companions were only stopped for 2 days, and by now the bloodsuckers have probably fully merged with their bodies. Kivir thinks she could remove one before only because it hadn't fully settled in yet. Now pulling them out directly like she did before would be impossible. Back in the present, the elf suggests she try waking her companions the same way she woke up. Kivir wonders if that would mean burning the bloodsucker with her aura. He explains it would be like forcing your aura into someone else's body, basically poisoning them. They'd need enough strength to endure it. Still, she thinks Volterra could probably handle her aura. The main boy might not be hurt too badly either, but she can't make one careless move. Not while that so-called mother is watching. Still, it seems the woman can't tell for sure whether someone is infected. Rondell asks if his brother isn't infected too. That makes Kivir wonder why his brother is apologizing. Rondell realizes what it means. His brother infected Kivir and left her behind. Madame, meanwhile, admires Kivir, calling her strong and beautiful, like humans were raised with the creator's love. Even so, she says Kivir is nothing more than a doll now. As she grabs Kivir's cheeks, Rondell snatches the knife and drives it into her hand, leaving a small cut. She only asks if Rondell really disliked her food that much. Rondell says his group did nothing wrong. He's the one who led everyone into the village, so if she wants to do something, she should do it to him. But Kivir grabs his hand and says that in moments like this, all he really needs to do is apologize. That makes him remember those were his own words to her before. He lets go of the knife and says he's sorry. At the same time, in the frozen wasteland, someone is already in the middle of a fight. He's struggling against a monster and says he may have no choice but to use that power. It's Lado. He raises his hand and tries to use mind control, but it doesn't work. The creature looks almost cute. Well, not really. Lottie thinks getting captured by the Brotherhood might have been the better outcome. Then he notices a mechanical arm nearby. Someone starts pulling, rushes in, and lashes the beast. It's Zhang, and he says this place is crawling with high-level monsters. He adds that Lottie's ability won't work on creatures like these, which is actually pretty convenient for Terrakion. But the monster gets back up and Zhang laughs, saying maybe this thing isn't on his level either. Lod yells at him to stop laughing because they're about to die, then tells him to let go of the prototype hand. Zhang realizes it's stuck, so the two of them work together. When suddenly a pile of boards crashes down, Lodgel wonders if they're still alive, and Zhang thanks Leonhardt for saving them again. Leonhardt steps in, looking annoyed that they can't even handle a natural monster. He makes it clear he didn't save them just to hear excuses. The other guy quickly says he'll do better. Loudon asks why they're all the way out in this freezing place. Zhang guesses it's for leveling up, or maybe a hidden dungeon. But Leonhardt asks if they even know why hunters go into dungeons, and Zhang jokingly throws out a dumb answer. Leonhardt says that's not what he meant. Loudon asks if he's really from Earth, since he doesn't even know the difference between a natural monster and a dungeon monster. He explains the beast from before was a natural monster, and it attacked because they stepped into its territory. Leonhardt adds that natural monsters are like living parts of Ratna. Dungeons, on the other hand, were made by Ormflus, the demon god. The monsters inside can't eat or drink anything from Ratna, so they can't leave the dungeons, which is why civilians usually aren't in much danger from them. Zhang asks that if dungeons aren't the problem, why hunters go into them at all. Leonhardt says it's because of greed. Rare items and the fame that comes from clearing a dungeon drive countless people in Ratna to rush straight toward death. He says dungeons are just the first step in the demon god's plan to invade Ratna. Zhang asks if that's why Leonhardt turned dungeon cores into items, and Leonhardt says exactly. Then he asks whether his guide has said anything about this. That's when they spot a crack. It's described as an unstable dimensional rift connected to the abandoned homeland of the gods. Zhang immediately asks what that even means. Leonhardt says nobody knows. More than 100 of these cracks have been reported across Ratna, and they're clearly different from normal dungeons. Still, because his guide was made by Ormflus, he could understand it, so this may be tied to Ormflus himself. Zhang leans in toward the crack for a closer look and sees the root of the great tree on the other side. Meanwhile, a man in a wagon is frantically trying to contact someone. A prince answers and complains that the report is late. The man says the prince has been captured and the village is under monster control, but before he can finish, he gets stabbed. The prince is left wondering what just happened. He says something is clearly wrong in the village, and since it's close to the Elven Kingdom, they should move to help. But he gets cut off. He's told this incident no longer concerns only the elves. The prince argues that even as the Fairy Alliance's representative, she can't interfere in elven matters without first bringing it to an alliance meeting. He asks if she plans to meddle in their internal affairs. She calmly says of course not. Then another man speaks up. He asks if she understands they don't have time to wait for permission at every step, especially when Zenobia said they need to move fast. But Rolion pushes back, saying they showed up without warning and have no right to force anything on the kingdom. Then the Elf King arrives and says it's been 15 years since he last saw the Queen. She apologizes for coming so late and without notice, and the king says she must have a serious reason. Still, since she came with no formal warning, he assumes she isn't here as the Fairy Alliance's representative, but as one of the 4 heroes. She confirms that and says she can't explain everything. The king already knows the place she wants to visit, a small village where elves aren't welcome, and the residents govern themselves. Even so, they're still part of the Fairy Alliance, so he warns her to be careful and not cause trouble. The prince says she can go, but it would be better to leave tomorrow morning. She thanks them, then leaves the room and speaks with the man beside her. She says the Elf Kingdom is small. Even counting the whole Fairy Alliance, their people and military strength are less than half of other nations. The only reason the Alliance still has any diplomatic weight is Rolion. The prince then says he'll go with Rolion tomorrow. The king answers that he's grown old, and the other noble elves are waiting for the crown to weaken more each day. A king can't move freely. The prince says there must be some kind of mental control involved. Even if it should be impossible, power like that could be gained through the roots of the world tree, and as the king's oldest son and heir, he's the only one who should be able to use those roots. The king asks if he's hesitating to send him somewhere that dangerous. The prince says he just doesn't want to go through hell again. Meanwhile, back in the cell, Rondell tries to pull a brick from the wall. This time, he gets it loose, but when he looks through the gap, he sees the tree. It's impossible to damage. Nothing could scratch it, not even the sharpest axe. Even so, he knows he has to escape and starts wondering what he can do. Then the woman arrives with the others and asks if he's thought about his mistakes. Rondell says yes, still calling her mom. He claims he reflected on everything and regrets the sin he committed, but she notices the brick beside him and asks if he's still thinking about running away. Then she tells everyone else to leave so she can speak with Rondell alone. The others start filing out. Creve glances at Rondell, but she has to keep pretending she's under control too. Rondell is barely holding himself together, and Creve thinks there's nothing she can do right now. At least the worst outcome, his death, has been avoided. She can't help thinking none of this would have happened if they had never accepted the Elf King's mission. But even with so much changed, Rondell's death may still be unavoidable. If they force fate to change too much, her vision will break, and she'll lose the ability to see the future. For Ratna's future, she has to save Proto first and focus on the goddess's mission, finding the Sword King. So Creve starts heading toward Proto, but Afera stops her and asks what she thinks she's doing. There's still plenty of work to do. Creve realizes this could get bad if she has to fight before freeing Proto from the control. Still, the woman is busy with Rondell, so maybe that gives her enough time to reach Proto. But Afera keeps yelling, saying she's acting strange and asking if she didn't hear her. Just as Afera starts wondering if she should get rid of both of them, someone knocks at the door. Atisse checks and finds the doctor there, then asks what he wants. He says he came to see the lady, and they keep talking. Then the elf calls Afera and Atisse outside. Meanwhile, Creve sees her chance and heads straight for Proto. In his room, he's thinking about how he's always used tiny beds, how tight his clothes feel, and how he almost doesn't feel like himself. Looking at the mustache in the mirror, he tells himself he's obviously not some savage who would walk around without proper clothes. And there's no way his real face would be missing such a fine mustache. But the moment he sees Creve, he swings at her. At the same time, Rondell points the brick at the woman and says she's nothing but a monster. She asks if he truly believes that. Has he ever seen a dungeon monster? If she were one of those, everyone here would already be dead. Dungeon monsters only want destruction. They exist to wipe out everything. That urge is their whole nature, but she says she rejects it, which makes her different. Rondell shouts back that even if that's true, what's the real difference between a monster that controls people and one that kills them? She answers that manipulation isn't so different from what others do either, just like when he was born and his mother was killed. Rondell freezes in shock and she quickly acts like she shouldn't have said that. He lashes out at her, but she catches his arm with ease. Then she says words won't convince him, so she'll have to place a parasite in him herself. She doesn't want to cut him open to do it, so she tells him to stay still. Right then, the whole place shakes. Rondell immediately thinks Creve must have done something. When the woman looks back, part of the wall has burst open and the mustache goes flying. Creve realizes she was stupid to think she could just burn away the blood inside him with her own strength. Proto starts walking out, ripping off all his clothes as he goes. Then he says this couldn't be avoided after all. Since the Domestica disciple made sure to tear his clothes, he can now treat her as someone attacking the family. During the shaking, the woman demands to know what's happening outside, but Rondell rushes in front of the bars and says she can't be allowed to reach Creve. He's sure Creve must be fighting the others to save them. Then he watches the woman simply pass through the barrier, and he can only think, what can I even do? That's when he notices the hole and wonders if the world tree's root might help. The scene shifts to Prada's thoughts. He wandered alone for 20 years with nowhere to go, but the villagers took him in. To him, this place became home. his family, and he'll protect them all. Then he attacks Creve. Creve realizes truth and lies have been mixed together in his head. She yells that those memories were planted and tries to bring him back to his senses while kicking him in the face. Prota says that if she's telling the truth, then everyone in the village is wrong, or maybe she's the only one who is. He grabs her leg and throws her far away. She lands, steadies herself, and realizes the only way to save Prota is to make him use his own aura, so she charges him with a burst of aura. It's a powerful attack, but he uses the ground itself to block it. Then Prota rushes in and attacks her directly with his bare hand, sending her spear flying away. Creve says she expected this. It's impossible to force him to use aura. Prota tells her to stop talking nonsense, but she fires back that he can prove whether it's nonsense himself by using his aura, or maybe he can't. He admits that's true. Then the woman cuts in saying he can't use aura because the whole village would be destroyed, and asks Prota if that isn't right. He agrees at once, clearly under control. Creve realizes the woman made sure he wouldn't use aura and demands to know who she is. But the woman stabs into Creve's shoulder and asks the same thing. Who are you really? She points out that parasites don't work well on children since they don't have many memories. So if Creve is clearly an adult, how is she still conscious? Creve answers that despite how she looks, she's only been alive for 4 weeks. The woman laughs it off like a joke, then says maybe appearances really can be misleading. But Creve's presence is still pushing that boy forward. Even so, she chose Prota over the boy, and asks if that doesn't make her feel sorry for him. Creve only replies that the woman is just a monster. Meanwhile, Rondell is opening a hole in the wall. The woman says that if that's how Creve sees it, then she can die for that monster. But suddenly Rondell touches the world tree, and a violent shock runs through it. The woman immediately demands to know who dared interfere with her signal, and asks if it was Rondell. At that moment, Kivir jumps on Prota, and out of nowhere she kisses him. It completely catches him off guard. He can only stare in shock. The woman kicks Kivir away and asks if that was really her last move. She says pouring aura into him is useless now because the parasite is already fully linked to his body. No one would ever doubt the life she gave them because she rewrote their memories with happy ones, so nothing ever felt strange. But then a hand suddenly reaches out and she asks how he woke up on his own. She screams that the memories were supposed to be perfect. Protatu says she's right. She really did give him a home, a wife, and a child to protect. It was the life he truly wanted. But there was one thing that felt deeply wrong. He had no memory of ever kissing anyone in his life. The woman starts screaming and aura bursts out through her throat until she explodes, leaving nothing behind. Kivir says it was just mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and Protatu yells back that he knows. Later, back at the house, he looks at Kivir and says that her mouth-to-mouth snap brought him back to his senses, so he thanks her. She asks if he's seriously thinking about that and tells him to stay focused. The main body might be active again, and this was the one way to wake him up that she never wanted to use. He apologizes, saying she's the one who forced the kiss. Kivir shoots back, asking if he was planning to try that with Atis too. He quickly says no. Something like that shouldn't work at all. It only worked on him because it broke through a memory gap caused by something that never happened. Then Kivir suddenly notices something. Rondell is trapped in the tree. He says she's still alive. Ryu tears open the bars with his bare hand. Then she moves in and slices through all the vines holding Rondell. As he falls, Rondell says he's happy. After that, they figure out what's been going on. The roots of the world tree send out signals that control people. Infected humans receive those signals, and the monster twists them. It was basically using the world tree roots like mind control Wi-Fi, which means the main body is somewhere underground among the roots. So the only way to stop the mind control is to kill the monster's main body and restore the world tree. Once that happens, everyone should be freed from the infection. After that, they'll recover on their own. But Ryu suddenly looks concerned. She asks what's wrong. The protagonist says the mark she drew is getting all the attention. Kivir fires back that it's weird hearing that from someone standing there half naked like a clown. Then Rondell points out one thing they forgot. He has to be the one to restore the world tree, so he needs to go underground too. Only if he reaches the tree down there can he do it. But Kivir cuts in and says Rondell has to stay above ground until the enemy is beaten. Rondell asks why, and Kivir explains the underground path is like a maze. Without someone who can sense the world tree, they'll never make it through. He also says he can fight the creatures now since he learned the real sword art. But she reminds him, after touching the world tree he lost sight in one eye. Then she says she and Ryu should be enough to beat the enemy. In his current condition, he can't handle it. MC ignores that, grabs Rondell, and lifts him onto the horse. He says the children of Valterra go to battle at 3 years old. That's how they learn to fight. And with Rondell's sense of direction, they'll find the way fast. So he calls out, Rondell's riders, move out. And before anyone can argue, they charge off at once. Meanwhile, deep underground, Atis speaks up. He says this place is so deep it feels like a dungeon. When Efir touches one of the roots, they see it draining a man's life force. That leaves them wondering what this thing is really doing down here. The doctor explains that the roots are sucking away people's energy, and that life force gathers into the great tree's fruits and branches, changing them into huge red crystals. She says all of it was made by her. Then she adds that the two of them need to recover Valterra's sword. That blade is what they'll need next, but the woman declares she'll kill them. She accepted him as part of the family, so how dare he steal her son and husband? The elf realizes Kivir managed to save Ryu, but it happened too fast. He tries to play dumb and asks what the problem is. She snaps that he knows exactly what the problem is, and that woman knew too. He insists he didn't know. She says she's going to kill him. He just answers calmly, fine by him. That means they can finally stop pretending this fake happy home was ever real, because she can't even act like a proper monster without giving in to her urge to kill. And without his magic, maybe she'll end up no better than a human. She immediately tries to pull him back in, saying he has nowhere else to go after being cast out of the kingdom. She adds that Valterra is loyal to the end and won't leave the village until he saves his friends. He'll come straight through the front. She says she likes brave, strong men, but he'll still pay, because he's a traitor who kissed another woman. Then she orders Atias and Ephir to kill them. A little later, the elf shows up and says he's glad Rondel is safe. Rondel asks if he's hurt. The elf says he was fighting his own companions, the magic swordsman and the wizard, and all he could do was try to escape them. He then asks why this guy isn't being controlled. Maybe it's because he's an elf? Kivir says she doesn't know for sure, but it seems the World Tree's signals only affect humans. Thanks to him, she was able to get close to him. That's how she managed to reach him at all. The protagonist starts wondering if it only affects humans, then why? But the elf cuts in and says that's only natural for the son of the Elf King. Even he couldn't reach the World Tree. He's sure Rondel can save this kingdom. Then Kivir spots Ephir charging in to kill. She blocks the attack at once. Ryu yells for Ephir to snap out of it, but Kivir says if that were easy, she wouldn't have suffered so much fighting him before. Right now they're enemies, and Atis is already casting fire magic. He's building up a huge blast. Ryu doesn't wait, he dives right between them. He can tell Atis is much stronger than before, and he shouts for them to think about what they're doing. They're attacking their own friends. Atis answers that there's nothing wrong with fighting invaders in their land. Then he launches another wave of fire. Ryu responds with a classic move. He stomps the ground and the earth breaks apart. Everyone drops and MC jumps into the hole with both of them. He shouts that there has to be some way to bring them back to normal, but when Kivir calls out, she gets hit. The blow lands hard and the woman snarls, asking how Kivir dared show up after ruining her family. Kivir snaps and starts tearing through everything in sight. She launches straight in, striking so hard nothing around them is left untouched. Then she yells for Elajay to take Rondel back to the surface. Rondel protests, saying they need him to break the mind control. Kivir tells him he'll die if he stays there. Shaken, he asks what she means. Before he gets an answer, the other elf grabs him while the two women keep fighting. Rondel thinks he's just a burden and that running away is the only way he can help Kivir and Valterra. The elf tells him not to be afraid. They're only trying to protect him. But if he really wants to help, then now is the time to prove himself. Back below, Kivir keeps smashing through the woman's attacks. The woman says Kivir knows an elf will die if he stays near the World Tree too long. And the longer this goes on, the more everyone else will fall under her control. She adds that Kivir never truly wanted to save that child anyway. Even as the fight keeps breaking apart the area, she keeps taunting her, saying Kivir only wanted the child to die somewhere she wouldn't have to watch. Kivir tells her to shut up and keeps attacking, but the woman goes on, saying all she wants is Valterra. Kivir should leave Rondel behind and walk away, but copies of the old woman keep appearing, filling the area as she keeps ranting. She says she doesn't care about Valterra's friends at all. If she could, she'd kill every one of them. That only makes Kivir angrier and she starts cutting through all of them. Still, Kivir realizes that even with the artifact, it's not enough. If she switches to aura, it'll work even worse. The woman heals too fast because she keeps absorbing life force from the World Tree's roots. To beat all these monsters, they'll need some power other than aura. The woman says Kivir must have figured it out by now. She's weak to every kind of energy except aura, but she isn't afraid of a magic swordsman and a wizard, because both are fully under her control. She looms over them with a huge twisted face. Kivir suddenly laughs, then says she gets it now. If this is the original form, there's actually a very easy way. She's already found the answer. Then the ground behind her is destroyed. The woman panics, asking what's happening. Ryu throws something to Kivir, and when he turns, Ephir is demanding his necklace back. It's the polymorph necklace. The second it activates, both of them turn back into dragons. The moment Ephir changes back, he unleashes a fierce blast. Fire roars out and burns through everything around them. The woman is stunned. A dragon? He was a dragon this whole time? Ephir draws in a huge breath, furious that she tried to make him kill his own companions. He tells her to get ready for her burial. Ryu stares and says this might be the first time he's ever seen Ephir this mad. Then, out of nowhere, Ephir swings at him too. The protagonist just taps her on the nose and tells her to get herself together. She blurts out, "Hey, why are you in my mouth?" Then it all comes back to her. Everything she did to Hades, and now Ephir wants to attack her too. MC says waking them up was really hard, but Kivir says waking MC was even harder. He asks where Rondel is. She says he went to the surface with the second prince. Then she adds that since the main body is under constant attack now, it probably can't hurt them anymore. The woman explodes in rage, calling them filthy lizards. Then she sends a pulse of power into the tree. It twists violently, drops to the ground, and turns into something huge, basically a giant body for the woman. Everyone shouts in shock, asking what that thing is. The monster has changed again. The woman screams that if they want a monster, then she'll show them one, and blasts power at them to shut them up. but Hades spits right in her face, throwing off her attack. He tells her that way of thinking is exactly what makes her a monster. She snaps back, calling him nothing but a loudmouth lizard. Then she moves in to strike Hades, but Ryu cuts in first and tears into her with aura. He slices her arm clean off and says her sword can't even break through his aura. Then he leaps down from Ifura, and she's left stunned, not even sure what just happened. Ryu says this is the biggest thing he's seen since Itise, and jokes that maybe he should have brought a few more swords. She catches him midair, but her hand blows apart, sending aura flying everywhere. He just keeps counting his swords. 6, 5, more branches start covering her arm, but he's still smashing through everything, and her body keeps shrinking. 4, 3, and now she's in shock, wondering why she isn't healing. Ryu keeps going and counts down to 2. Then, just as he's about to say 1, he unleashes a brutal strike and her sword shatters. She's about to scream at him, but Kivier drives a fierce spear straight into her head. Kivier says she's already used too much power, so she's giving the artifact back. Ryu asks if she's only returning it now. Before anything else, the woman screams that the world tree is draining her life force, and the only one who could do that is that elf. The protagonist gets ready to throw his dagger at him, but when he looks deeper into the barrier, Rondell explains what's happening. He says all the world tree's life force is flowing into that opening. He apologizes for not being able to move, but his brother says that's enough. Without that power, the queen can't regenerate, and their allies can finish the job. Rondell says that's a relief, but asks what that opening really is. His brother says he can't be fully sure yet, but that gap is how the bloodsuckers got out of the dungeon. If a strange amount of energy is poured into it, the opening grows. That means the area the bloodsuckers can move through grows too, and if his guess is right, they could spread across the whole land. Rondell says he doesn't understand, but the man keeps going. He says once the gap is fully opened and the queen dies, every human in the Fairy Alliance will fall under his control. At this point, he's completely lost it. Rondell is horrified, and when he tries to close the opening, he gets slapped away. The man asks if Rondell was really trying to shut it. Then he says he spent 20 years studying parasitic bloodsuckers inside humans and learned they react to signals from the Tree of the World. Still, bloodsuckers were just simple creatures that fed on life force. He had some success, but he could never tune them well enough to use in humans. Not only that, the king stripped him of his position because of those experiments. Now he says that if the elves rule over countless humans, they can keep everything calm, just like in the Elven Kingdom. Rondell realizes he kept his research going in this village even after being cast out. The man admits it. He says this village is where he finally completed his experiment, all because he found that monster. That creature could change the bloodsuckers however he wanted. After he discovered the gap, now all he has to do is wait for the others to kill her. When Ryu forces the creature's mouth open, he sees a body inside. He asks if that's the real body, but the creature tells him not to look. Then she lunges at MC, but Kivier grabs her by the neck and says they don't have time to waste. Ryu stops her, saying he still has one question for the creature. He checks her status. She's only level 32. Her species is listed as Sample A, and she's marked as something like an angel. After that, she starts telling her story. She says she was born in a barren place where she ate anything smaller than her. She didn't need real thought to live like that. As she kept feeding, she kept evolving, and that was the only way to live and grow stronger. But every other creature there did the same. She survived a long time and devoured many things. Even so, next to the giant predators, she was tiny and weak. Most of the time, all she could do was run. If she failed, she would die, and one day another monster attacked her. She says that time she failed and was badly wounded. When she was barely able to crawl, she saw a strange crack, so she ran for it, and at the last second, she made it through alive. She had no idea what had happened, but she kept running until she finally felt safe. That's when a little boy found her and called out to his parents about something strange nearby. When they came over, they found the small creature there. She says the place felt strange, but food was always there when she was hungry, and she never had to hunt. She also wasn't attacked while she was weak. The mother asks where the little thing came from, and the father says he doesn't know, but with how fast it heals, it has to be some kind of wild monster, even if he's never seen one like it. Their son gets excited and says maybe they found a new species. The father isn't so sure, while the mother quickly says they are not raising that creature in the house. The boy pleads with his dad, but the father warns that even if it looks cute because it's still young, it's still a wild monster and could be dangerous. He says it can stay only if it doesn't live inside, which annoys the mother, but he still refuses to let them keep it in the house. The boy points out that his father is a veterinarian, so if they just feed the little creature, it should recover. And once she eats, she says it tastes really good. Everyone freezes. The boy asks if she just talked, and now even the father is fascinated. Still, the mother worries. What will the villagers say if they find out the family is keeping a wild beast in the house? The creature says those large beings stopped scaring her after she spent time with them, and little by little she started to understand them. The veterinarian became interested in her power to absorb traits from whatever she ate, and thanks to that, she was able to live peacefully with the family. Later, the mother felt bad seeing her stuck indoors all the time, so she began secretly taking her out to the village. The boy loved reading, often fell asleep beside her, and eventually gave her a name. He called her Snow White, but one day she notices the boy acting strangely. He asks if she came because she's scared of the cold. Somewhere else, the father says the boy shouldn't be out there because his whole life has been affected by an unknown illness, but the doctor tells them not to worry. He says he's a highly skilled doctor. Many doctors had come before and none of them could cure their son, but this doctor did, so the father thanks him. The elf explains that he only restored the boy's life force, then thanks the family for letting him stay there. What really amazes him though is that they're raising this creature at home. The father explains that he found her by chance, and that she can absorb the abilities of creatures she eats. That's her special trait. The elf's interest spikes right away. Even so, the father offers payment, but the elf refuses it and says all he wants is help staying in the village. The father thinks he's very kind, but she had already noticed that this man had medicine that cured people, and there was something very strange about his smile. The father helps convince the villagers that the elf is a good person. At first they refuse, but over time they accept him, and the sickness in the village slowly starts to fade. Still, people with weak bodies couldn't survive the medicine itself, and that included the little boy. The once lively house falls silent, the laughter disappears, and no one is left to call her by name. The family was hit by a pain different from the village's illness. She felt this was something medicine couldn't fix, so she decided to go to his grave and think of a way to make people say his name again. So she dug up the grave, and when she returned home, the parents were horrified by what they saw. She wondered if that was really wrong. She says Snow was hurting just like his mother and father, but now the child wouldn't suffer anymore, because Snow would become the family in his place. Instead, the terrified father attacks the monster. Soon the villagers gather with torches outside the house, saying they saw a monster digging up the grave. By the time she came back to her senses, it was already too late. She tried to run, but the people couldn't accept what she looked like. When she tried to go back to the crack, she had grown too large to fit through it. Maybe she could have escaped another way, but she didn't want to leave. Then an arrow hit her in the back. People shouted, asking what kind of monster she was and where that crack came from. They decided the disease must have spread because of her. She screamed that it wasn't her fault. The villagers panicked when the monster spoke, but then they all moved in to kill her. And the one who made them do that was the creature herself. Somewhere along the way, she had developed the power to control the bloodsuckers. Those monsters were the real cause of the illness in the village, and because she had fed on the little boy's body, she gained that ability too. Right when she was about to be killed, the elf appeared and said she wasn't a monster, even if she believed she was. That's right. With her powers, she can change how humans see monsters like her. If that happens, she might finally get to live like a human. Then he cast a spell to hold back her urge to kill people. She also gave that man 2 of her 4 eyes, so he could use her abilities. So they figure the elf planned all of this from the start. But Kavir points out something else. The bigger issue is that they still don't know what he wants with Rondell, so she asks where they are now. But Madame pushes back. Does she really think helping them will change anything? Just because the elf betrayed her? To them, she'll still just be a monster. The only difference is that she'll die later instead of now. Atess steps closer and says he once lived in a cage and had to kill humans too. He still regrets it. But Kavir tries to cut in, but the Prota tells her to wait and watch what happens. Madame asks if he's saying she should live like him, and he feels for her. But Atess says fighting to stay alive isn't a sin. Using bloodsuckers to kill and attack people is. She snaps back that Atess doesn't understand, and if she could become human like him, or if people would at least stop looking at her like a monster. Atess suddenly hugs her and says that deep down, both of them are monsters, and that part won't change. No matter how much they try to deny it, it's still true. Then he asks her if she's really sure no one ever cared about her. That makes her remember the moment the father came at her, and the mother stepped in front of him. That's when she lost control. Kavir then asks if they're seriously just going to stand there watching. They need to end this. The Prota agrees. They'll finish this, find Rondell, and take down the second prince. Her sword drops, and she breaks down crying. Back in the village, everyone seems to be under control, and they're leaving with her. Atisa asks Nave if she's done. She says yes. She sent all the Eldians out of the village, so they'd be outside the tree's mind control, and once they get far enough, the bloodsuckers should die off too. The Prota tells them to wait a little longer until everyone is farther away. Atis tells her that if they handle things one at a time, this should all work out. Nivik adds that she also erased the villagers' memory of seeing a dragon, and Atis tells her that was smart. But Pyrrha is already giving her that judging look, and then she starts complaining that her shoulders hurt. She says it must be from helping the Prota carry him to the creature, then brags about how useful she is. The others just tell her it's probably because she hasn't turned into a dragon in a long time. The Prota adds that she might have just gained weight. That sets her off. She jumps at him, yelling that he's 3 times heavier and has no room to talk. But then she looks over at Kivir. The Prota asks why she seems so worried, if it's because of Rondell. She says yes. He points out that the second prince still needs Rondell for his plan, so why worry? Kivir says it's because of him, because he belongs to her. She explains that since he's a Ratnian, even the gods can't predict what he'll do. If someone like him starts changing fate, then every prophecy from someone who exists for the gods could fail. That's why from now on, he has to do what she says. That's the deal between him and the goddess's representative. The helper just says fine, and she tells him it's time to go. Then she admits she's honestly shocked he managed to stop her from killing that thing. If he hadn't, they probably couldn't have stopped the second prince's plan. She also says she never expected the Prota to notice there was another dark scheme behind all this. He says he didn't know the second prince's plan either, but the status window showed her race as an angel, and that gave it away. So the Prota explains he only stopped her because he saw that she was from that race. She's confused, and the Prota is basically like, how do you know about terracotta demons but not angels? Then they notice a bug-like creature and a whole swarm starts pouring out of the tree. What are these monsters? Did they come through the gap? Kivir immediately says the plan has changed, and kicks the Prota into the hole. She says they need to kill every creature marked as angels, and the two of them will close the portal. Then she jumps in after him. The elf starts talking about monsters never seen before on this continent. He wonders if this trap is linked to another dungeon on some far-off land. Then he says it's a relief he managed to block their path thanks to Rondell. But Rondell says he's making the wrong choice, and admits he can't even control these creatures. So the elf says that's exactly why he needs his help. All Rondell has to do is carefully open the gap at the right time. He claims it's for the good of the elf kingdom. Rondell isn't buying that. He asks what his father and older brother would think of this. The elf calls them all liars. Then he asks if Rondell ever wondered why he and his twin brother, the Lost Prince, can't control the World Tree. But he can. That power is supposed to appear only in the eldest son of the royal elf line. He says the Lost Prince acted like a fool, fell for a human woman, and forgot his duty to protect his son. The elf kingdom pretended that his grandson was actually his own son. And the Lost Prince even planned to pass the throne to a half-blood. If that happened, the royal elf bloodline would be stained forever. That's why, just like with Rondell's mother, he sent assassins after him too, but they failed. The second he finishes saying that, he gets flicked in the face and goes flying. The Prota says he should be grateful that was all he got, because if the Prota had punched him, well, he's even luckier. Kivir didn't do it. If she had, his head wouldn't still be attached. He stares in shock and asks what they're doing there, how they even got in. Snow says she trusted him. She thought he cared about her, but he was hiding everything. Now she knows that from the start, when he came to the village as a doctor, he was only planning to infect everyone with bloodsuckers. He panics, asking how she's still alive. Then he turns on the others. Why didn't they kill her? Why are they working with a monster? Kivir asks if Rondell has been poisoned or needs help, but he bolts, and after seeing the elf says that he was right. If he gives someone his blood, he can control even a half-elf. He orders everyone not to move. The Prota asks if Snow can do anything, but she says the only one who can control him is the elf. He reminds Rondell of what he asked him to do, and Rondell says yes before grabbing the world tree and starting to open the gap. Kivir yells at him to stop. This isn't a normal dungeon. She reveals that the portal actually connects to another world, Ormphlis. The Prota asks why something like that is here, and she explains that now the goddess of darkness has lost her power. Ratna's protection is fading, and dimensional cracks are starting to appear. Angels weren't created by the goddesses at all. They came from Ormphlis, and they're being used to test for a war against Ratna. The elf repeats, Ormphlis. If that's true, then it's dangerous enough to wipe out the whole world. So why are they hesitating? All they have to do is kill him and Rondell. But the truth is, everything he just said is a complete lie. The Prota reaches for his sword, and the elf yells that if he plans to destroy the crack with a wooden sword, he's an idiot. But out of nowhere, a hand grabs him. And this creature is huge. They explain that after feeding on this elf, it evolved faster, and its size depends on how much it's eaten. In other words, this thing has been alive for years. The Prota checks the guide and sees Angel Specimen, level 148. Navi says the creature has lived a long time, and it'll devour everything, so the Prota leaps in and smashes its head. Grievous thinks it's good the gap isn't fully open yet. They can still kill the other angels, but they have to keep this crack closed. But when he sees the attack didn't do anything, he yells that this is going to take time, and warns everyone to watch out for Rondell. The creature only pulls its head back into the other world, and when the Prota notices, it flings him away. Seeing that, he drags his sword and says this is the world of Orpheus, the rocky mountain. He never thought he'd be dragged back to that hell again, so the Prota says if that thing ate the second prince, that could be bad. Meanwhile, Grievous tries to wake Rondell, and Neve says she thought his mind control would end once the second prince died. But Grievous explains that's not the problem. The real issue is that Rondell got too close to the world tree as a half-elf. Neve starts crying and asks if this is her fault, but Grievous tells her no, it's just time to go. When he looks at the slit, tons of creatures are already trying to pour out. At the same time, blue flames spread everywhere. Hades quickly sets up ice barriers, and the beasts start slamming into them. Ifir says they may be many, but they aren't that strong. Hades points out that Ratna has only stayed safe because dungeon monsters usually can't stay outside for long. So Ifir realizes that if these things remain out here, the whole world will be in serious danger. But then the creatures start biting and devouring each other instead. Hades remembers that when they eat one another, they gain new skills and become even more aggressive. Then he tries to strike one, but his attack does nothing. Ifir asks what went wrong. He says the fragment of Ormphlis is refusing to harm the angel, and by the time he notices, it has already grown 2 huge wings. Then more changes appear, eyes in the middle, and now 4 wings total. Right after that, it fires a laser straight at both of them. Meanwhile, Ryu is dodging non-stop and swinging his sword, but when he lands a hit, the blade barely does anything. He realizes it's the same problem. His power fades the moment he tries to attack the creature. Then it slams into him, and he gets sent flying. He knows taking a hit from a level 140 monster is deadly, but he still can't figure out why his aura won't work, even against something openly hostile. Then the guide shows up, non-attackable target, dedicate your life to the agent of God, while marking the angel, and clearly that thing is already mutated. Meanwhile, more angels start appearing. Kivier says they aren't individually strong, but their numbers are the real problem. Then she asks Neve if there's any way to destroy the slit. Neve says that in her experience, prey on the other side never simply disappears. So Kivier says they have no choice. They need to find a way to seal the gap. Neve admits it might be possible, but the only person who can do it is Rondell, and in his current state that's impossible. Then, just as they finally notice something coming from above, Watts and Effa rush in, yelling for everyone to get out. At that exact moment, the angel fires another beam. They dive into the portal and the angel chases them in, tearing through everything. When it lines up another shot at them, they barely manage to dodge, and the blast hits another angel instead. That one gets furious and attacks back. Effa can only stare and ask what kind of place this is. Watts says it's lucky they're fighting each other instead of chasing them, but they need to find Ryu. He has to be nearby. Efir says the fragment of Ormphilus doesn't activate against these creatures, so he is probably not fighting at full strength either. If he can't face a strong enemy properly, this is going to get very dangerous. Then Watts spots him and tells Efir to go get the protagonist. And Ryu is in terrible shape. He looks completely wrecked. Back with the others, Kivier says the larger angel seems to have wiped out all the smaller ones. Then Rondell wakes up. Nave asks if he's okay, but he immediately asks her to bring him to the roots. She warns him it's dangerous, yet he insists. As a member of the royal elven family, he asks her to help him do what he must. That leaves her quietly thinking. Meanwhile, Watts and Yufire are carrying Ryu back, and he says he's fine. This was normal for him in the Rocky Mountains. After resting thanks to them, he says he's ready for round 2. Watts can tell he's badly injured and fighting like before should be impossible, but MC still means it. Kyvie says there's no point in trying to kill the angel anymore. Their real goal now is to hold them back and stop anything from crossing the gap. As they move to close it, Rondell appears among the vines. Atis asks if she's about to kill him, because leaving them there changes nothing. Neve says calling him back is impossible. His consciousness is already gone, but she's keeping his body alive with the bloodsuckers. Julie. Kivi reminds them she already explained Rondell's fate, and as the goddess's vessel, she says the people of Ratna can only keep receiving her blessing if they take responsibility for protecting life. That is why they were created, to keep Ratna from being destroyed. But then Atise throws up a wall of ice and reflects the blast coming from inside the breach, sending it right back into the creature's face. Atise says she'll buy as much time as she can, but she doesn't think she can last long. She's clearly a little shaken. She really has to fight that angel. Then Ryu grabs onto the vines and says he's going in too. He points out that they can't cut the world tree's roots without aura, and she's the one who said he couldn't use aura because of the guide. She tells him to stop and asks if he's forgotten the promise he made. He said he would respect her choice, but Ryu says that's exactly why he's doing this. When she first came to give them the goddess's mission, she had no reason to bring up Rondell's fate. They probably would have gone straight to find the boy, but she still told them what would happen to him. Even if she didn't realize it then, that was the moment she chose to save Rondell from that fate. She starts crying and says that even if that's true, there's still nothing they can do. They can't beat the angels, and they can't close the gap without Rondell's sacrifice. But Ryu says there is. There's a way for him to fight for real. Both of them are already pushed to the limit, and then that terrifying aura shows up. The creature senses it, and the story behind it comes out. It was the only one that survived for over 25 years, the strongest thing in that area. It ate everything and everyone, and no matter how much more it consumed, it couldn't grow any stronger. It had already reached the top of the food chain. Doing nothing had become better than moving. It was completely bored, so this situation finally excites it. For the first time, it smells its own blood and feels pain, along with a killing intent it has never known before. Then Ryu tears into its arm with a brutal strike. The creature screams in hunger while that nearly black aura keeps pouring off him. Neville asks what kind of magic she used to let the protagonist fight that monster. Kivier says it wasn't magic at all. Ryu is using her divine power. By controlling the guide, she let him use its rules against it, tricking the system so it no longer reads the angel as an angel. On top of that, their auras are partially blended. Neve asks if this is really the full extent of her power. Kivier explains there is a limit to how much she can fool the guide. Then she says she'll go get Watts and a fire, asking Neve to stay and watch over Rondell. Rondell weakly tells her not to go, but he's barely awake. Neve tells her to leave it to her, then asks if Kivier still has any blood left. Kivier says she used too much of her power, and if Rondell suddenly wakes up, explaining everything will be hard. So she'll go bring them back, while Neve remains with Rondell, because he needs her. Kivier smiles and quietly thanks her. Then the angel lunges at Ryu again. Memsi says he's aiming for its head, but it keeps dodging. A second later, his hand gets smashed apart in the clash. Ryu drops to the ground and says fine. If that's how it is, he'll start tearing up the whole battlefield. Then he leaps straight at the angel. It swings at him, but when it looks again, he's already on the other side. Ryu comes in with his sword and rips through the creature's arm. He realizes it used that arm to protect its head, but the monster attacks again with the same injured arm. It tears up half the mountain, and then this time Ryu truly rips the arm apart. But the creature spots him and fires a laser that burns through his clothes. Luckily, Watts throws up a reflector, and the blast bounces back into the creature's face. As it crashes down, Ryu asks if the two of them are okay. Watts says he's fine, but Afer's arm is broken, and she says she won't be able to fly. He tells them he'll handle the monster, so they shouldn't push themselves and should head toward the breach. But right then he gets hit again, and the mountain starts to collapse. As Afer begins to fall, Shin rushes in and saves her. He warns them not to give that thing any time. It ate an elf, and now it's evolving faster and faster. Then the creature's form changes again into something even worse. This is bad. It opens its mouth and starts charging up its full power. Then the blast races straight toward Ryu. He tells Watts to remember how they killed that spider, so Watts casts ice magic, and the sword gets coated in frozen power. The protagonist lets out a roar and hurls the blade, sending it flying forward right into that massive attack. Watching from afar, Kivier thinks this has to end soon. Her power won't last much longer. The sword keeps cutting through the energy, pushing closer and closer to the creature. Then it pierces one of its fangs, and the monster finally realizes the strike is right there. In the next instant, Ryu appears and says he finally left its head exposed. If it loves eating so much, then eat this. He slams in a crushing blow, and then he splits the creature's head open, but a hand starts coming out along with a wing. Snow tells him he never should have gone for the head, because that was only a shell. Ryu is stunned. A shell? Just an empty body. Then he looks back and sees the real monster behind him, furious. It lunges at him, and both of them are thrown back. Watts notices something strange. The old body's legs are still standing there by themselves. For a second, the monster even looks shaken. Watts just stares at it, smiling under his wings. Ryu yells for him to get out of there, then charges the monster himself, but it slips past the attack. MC thinks Watts might survive this, but Afer definitely can't handle an angel like this. When he glances over, Afer is hyperventilating. She can barely get out a cry for help. Watts figures the level gap is causing it, but he still keeps going. Watts says he's sure the main body was destroyed, but Snow explains the truth. As monsters evolve and gain more power, they pile up useless abilities. After eating the elf, it realized that too, so it evolved again and dumped all those useless powers into the old body. Watts realizes that if its mind has grown this much too, then they're in real trouble. Meanwhile, Ryu and the monster keep trading blows. He quickly figures out that even though its new body is smaller, its strength hasn't dropped at all. Worse, it's getting more annoying by the second. Its sharp attacks make this feel less like a fight with a monster and more like a duel. The aura around its wing even looks like Ryu's own aura. If he's right, this thing is copying him. And then another clash hits. The protagonist moves in to strike, but the angel closes the gap and knocks his attack aside. MC is completely caught off guard. Before he can react, a kick slams into his chin. He's still airborne when the angel follows up with a side slash. Ryu can't make sense of it. This thing is using his moves. The monster is straight up copying him. He barely gets his sword up in time to block part of it. And right after that, the angel goes for another slash. That's when Watts fires a fireball at it. Ryu sees the opening and realizes the copied vertical and side slashes are way too dangerous to ignore. Then he looks over and sees Watts still there. Ryu shouts that he already told them to leave, or this will get even worse. Snow answers that running won't solve anything. If this monster escapes to Ratna, it's over. Then Afer attacks too. She admits she can't do much, but she'll still help however she can. He is shocked they're still trying to fight. Then the angel finally speaks. It says they're in the way and tells them not to interfere. As Ryu rushes in again, he notices the angel is wounded and bleeding, but it ignores that and aims at the others, firing a cross-shaped strike at them. Ryu panics. He screams and a bright flash bursts out. At that same moment, Kivier senses something huge coming. Whatever it is, it's moving so fast it tears everything apart on the way. Then someone appears and stops the falling rocks. Kivier looks up and sees who it is. Back at the cross strike, Snow grabs Ormphlus's gem and bites down on it. Ryu shouts while everything around them starts collapsing. When the dust clears, the X-shaped mark is there, yet the protagonist is already charging the angel again. The monster laughs and says all it did was wipe out others of its own kind and somehow it got stronger. To it, that's fascinating. Ryu's done listening. He says he'll just split it in half. Both of them unleash cross strikes, crashing straight into each other. The force tears through everything around them. When it ends, both have deep marks across their chests. The angel just laughs. That only makes Ryu madder, so he answers with a chain of explosions. But then the guide interrupts. Abnormal intrusion detected. MC tries to press the attack, but suddenly his strength drops, and the tape-like bindings start coming apart. The angel stares at him and asks why he stopped. Ryu is already coughing up blood, and the guide announces that all user actions will be frozen while it analyzes the system. The angel sounds disappointed. What is this? It was having fun. Even so, Ryu forces himself to move and tells it to shut up and die. The angel looks at him and says he is the best opponent he's had. Then a strip of tape flies into the angel's face, blocking its sight, and Kivier uses that opening to grab Ryu and pull him to safety. He tells her he needs help hacking the system again, but Kivyur warns that even if she does, he can't beat the angel in his current condition, so they need to retreat for now. The angel notices and shouts for them to bring back his toy. The protagonist starts yelling that even if he dies, he'll at least, but the tape wraps around his head before he can finish. Kivyur snaps at him, calling him an idiot. If either of them dies here, Ratna could be destroyed, and what happens to his friends if he throws his life away? That question hits hard. The angel rages, furious that more pests are ruining his fun. Then roots burst out across the ground, wrapping around him. In an instant, they trap him in a cocoon. Ryu realizes those are roots from the world tree. More and more roots pour out of the dimensional crack, and the one controlling them is the prince. He tells everyone to move fast. The vines won't hold for long, so they hurry through the crack. Atis checks their injuries, but Ryu is more shocked that they survived at all. He asks if they weren't hit by the cross strike. Efir says if it had landed directly, they'd be dead. Snow saved them by taking in Ormphlus's blessing and blocking the attack. MC asks where Snow is. Atis says he doesn't know when they opened their eyes. They were already being dragged away by the world tree roots. That leaves him shaken, and Kivyur is rattled too. Still, she shouts that there's no time. If they leave the dimensional crack like this, it'll keep growing. And if that happens, Ratna will be in danger. Their only chance is to seal it with the world tree roots. The prince agrees. He tells everyone to pour all the life force they can into the roots. If they control them together, they can close the crack. The world tree roots begin spreading through the entire rift. The prince says Kivyur seems to know a lot about this phenomenon and asks her to explain it later. She agrees but says Rondell also needs to hear the truth. The prince nods and says everything will be revealed. The crack is almost sealed except for one thing, the wing. It reaches out from inside, grabs the crack and says it won't let them escape. Then it starts charging up power. The pressure is insane. Kivyur realizes the attack is aimed at Ryu. The protagonist knows he still can't move because of the guide, but then Snow appears, grabs the wing and throws off the shot. The monster demands to know what she's doing. They're the same race, so why is she getting in his way? Snow shouts back that yes, she is like him, but Kivyur pulls her away and says Snow is nothing like him. Snow looks fired up, but the angel starts forcing its way through too. It's almost out. Just as it moves to attack, Kivyur gets hit right in the face by Prana. Snow is pulled in too, but even then the crack finally closes, and once it's over, only the horde remains there. Far away, the villagers are panicking, asking what's happening to their village. Some of them beg the hunter to go kill the monster, but he says his only order is to protect the villagers. They even offer all their money if he'll save the village. Still watching from a distance, he says it looks like it's over. The villagers keep screaming for help. He just answers, what do they expect him to do, pull out some secret weapon? Then the horde appears and fires a single arrow of light. As she moves, he mutters that sometimes ignorance really is a blessing. The scene shifts back to the others, and Ryu can't believe she handled that angel with one attack. The horde walks up and asks if they're all right. The prince tells her they got through this thanks to her help. She lands beside Ryu and the others, and the moment he sees her expression, he knows something big is coming. She looks at the three of them and flicks her middle finger, releasing a burst of power. MC quickly tells Atis to stay behind him, but the amount of prana is overwhelming. Then flowers and leaves start swirling through the air. A second later, everyone realizes how absurdly pure that prana is. It heals all of them at once. Ryu looks down in shock. His wound is gone, like it was never more than a scratch. She says the lost prince told her about them, and as a representative of the Fairy Alliance, she wants to thank them. For now, healing their injuries is all she can do, but she promises they'll be properly rewarded later. 2 days pass. In the Elven Kingdom Palace, the council gathers for a meeting. The report says witnesses saw a door to another dimension open, and this is the information they've collected on that portal. One dwarf representative says it led to a place filled with intelligent monsters no one knew about. He regrets they didn't arrive sooner, since they could have tested their new weapons. Another ruler replies that if ancient dwarves were able to kill those things, then the monsters themselves aren't the real problem. The danger is that one of them tried to cross over to this side. The monster crossed over on its own, but at least Roleon stopped it fast. She says she only landed the finishing blow. Without Prince Rondell and the other hunters risking their lives to wear it down, she probably couldn't have stopped it at all. The Fairy King says Walter and his team are truly impressive. The Dwarf King agrees the hunters helped seal the breach, but he still can't figure out how that happened. Then he asks if they might be tied to that earlier incident. The Elf Prince admits the one behind that incident was his late twin brother. He says the Elf Kingdom is to blame for failing to keep watch over him, and the price they paid was Rondell falling into a coma. That shocks everyone in the meeting. And then he adds one more thing. He asks them not to doubt the heroes who protected the Elf Kingdom's future. The Dwarf King says he'd like to meet those hunters, and the prince promises to arrange it when he can. The Fairy King thinks they should hold a celebration and give the group their reward, but something still feels off. The kingdom's spies say these breaches are showing up all across Ratna. If that's true, why haven't Garhan, who rules the biggest land, or Zenobia from the Kingdom of Magic Tools, done anything about it? Hollian stumbles over her words, but the Elf Prince cuts in. If they want to learn what's causing this, working with the other nations on the continent and with the Fairy Alliance is unavoidable. During the transmission, Garhan says he can't name the cause yet because his investigation still isn't finished. The Archmage adds that if something like this were happening in her land, she'd be looking into it too. But right now, that isn't easy. Holian says they only avoided something worse because they got warned ahead of time. But she also knows both of them are busy searching for the demon god's blessing. Still, Ratna is in crisis. She says they need to find Barolt, just like before. But she gets cut off. Garhan says they're human, not long-lived like the nymphs, and they're close to reaching immortality through the blessing of Ormphlis. The Archmage asks if Holian thinks that goes against the will of the gods. Holding herself together, she says there's no way she could choose to wish for her friends to die before her. So the Archmage says that if they want to save Ratna like the four heroes once did, they'll have to leave the current issue to Holian. She says she understands, but asks them to tell her right away if they learn anything more about the breaches. Once the transmission ends, Garhan lets out a tired sigh and complains that they talk too much. In short, they decided not to tell Holian anything. Garhan says he knew the goddess being gone would throw the world off, but he never thought it would get this bad enough for the worlds of Ormphlis and the goddess of darkness to start mixing. The other person says it should be fixed once they absorb all of the goddess's power, and adds that even if Holian is only a healer, she supposedly has the highest level of all of them. Still, they can't be sure that's true, because the Sword King refused to have his level measured. That's what makes him a real wildcard. After that, Garhan gets in touch with one of his subordinates and asks for an update. The man says Holian will probably stay in the Elf Kingdom, and the Alliance leaders won't let news about the breaches go public. Garhan orders him to keep watching Holian so she doesn't learn that they're gone, and if anyone finds out even part of the plan, he wants that person eliminated. The man says he got the message. Odysseus says it would help if Rondell woke up soon, since he's still stuck in a coma. But the real problem, Prada says, is Holian. Odysseus doesn't think she has Ormphlis's blessing, because if she did, she'd be able to see their levels. And if that were the case, she should have been shocked that Prada, who's only level 5, fought an angel way above that, and then still healed everyone after the battle. Prada says that if Holian had turned on them right then, they'd all be dead. Her healing power is probably equal to her attack power, which means she's insanely strong. He adds that trying to learn whether Holian is working with Garhan and Zenobia would be risky. They were allies in the past, so their best shot at finding the Sword King is to do it before another breach opens and more angels come through. Then he admits he already misses Snow. Someone asks who Snow is, and right then a fairy appears, calling himself Sylph, the king of righteous thieves. He asks if they're the hunters hired by the Elf Kingdom, while grabbing a first by the collar. Nautsi asks what a sylph is doing down here when their kind lives at the top of the tree. He only smirks and says if they want answers, they should chase him. So Nautsi reaches for his staff, only to remember it was destroyed. That means they all have to run after Sylph until he stops at a wall. Proto realizes he led them away from the city on purpose. He wants to fight. Sylph says he won't be the one facing Valter, then calls over a dwarf warrior. The guy charges in without hesitation, thanking Valter for helping test his new weapon. Proto can tell these two are bad news and starts wondering what they're after. Sylph says he brought the dwarf king to face Valter because that was the king's own request. Still, Sylph keeps staring at the necklace, asking what it really is. He says it looks exactly like Rolian's necklace. Ifrior tries to grab it back, but Sylph is faster. She realizes that if she stays away from the necklace too long, she'll turn back into a wyvern. Sylph says that makes him even more curious about them. At the same time, the dwarf king gets his small weapon ready. Protoss stares at it, confused, and the dwarf just says, "Take this, kid." The weapon charges up with crystal energy, and then it tears through everything in front of it. Protoss expected one blast, but this thing fires like a machine gun. When the dwarf finally stops shooting, he looks up and sees Protoss blocked every shot with his sword. Protoss casually asks, "That it?" The dwarf king gets mad and says he's only getting started. Since the bullets didn't work, he rushes in for a close-range fight, and now the two of them are really about to go all out. Hades wonders what Valter is doing, because while fighting, he's studying the dwarf's armor. The special patterns on it look high class, so this probably isn't some normal fighter, it's someone from royalty. Then Hades notices the weapon tossed aside. It uses magic stones, and since he doesn't have a wand, maybe he can still make use of it. He keeps his eyes on the weapon. Meanwhile, Sylph flies off, bragging that his kind is great at hide-and-seek. Even so, he praises her for keeping up. Ifir is right behind him, moving like a streak of light. Sylph even says she flies like she's done it all her life, but Ifir just yells at him to give the necklace back. Then he says it's time to change tactics, and when she's just about to catch him, he uses a skill and turns into a beam of light. Ifir realizes it's magic, and while she's still in the air, she hears Sylph's voice saying that even if he stole the necklace, it doesn't seem like it really belongs to her. Ifir snaps back that she has no interest in talking to a thief and tells him to return it while she's still being nice. He suddenly appears behind her and says if that's how she wants it, they'll play a game. If she gets the necklace back within 10 minutes, he won't ask another question and will let her keep it. But if she fails, he'll make her tell him the truth. Meanwhile, Kivi is somewhere else, trying to reach the goddess Kivi, but she can't connect. That means she still can't learn where the Sword King is. She starts thinking it may be time to leave the king to the elves, when someone behind her says Rondell will be crushed if she goes. Kivi turns and asks what he's doing there. It's the Elf King. He says that since he worships the Earth Goddess, showing up at the sanctuary of the Goddess of Darkness without proper clothes would be disrespectful. Even so, he knows people would probably say he's lost his mind. Kaveh then asks if it's true that the wise elf king got a young human woman pregnant, and if that's true then pretending to be forgetful would make sense. The elf king says she seems to know a lot, but Kaveh admits she was only guessing. He explains that the nobles demanded the royal elven bloodline stay pure, so the prince had to be seen as fully royal. Because of that, the boy never learned who his real mother was. Kaveh quietly says he must have thought that was best for Rondel and for the kingdom. But the king says he understands that the goddess of darkness rules over death and endings, so he asks Kivy if she thinks the goddess Kriviel would forgive him. He waits for her answer, still carrying the weight of what he did. Krivia just smiles and says, yeah, definitely. The king thanks her, and then, as they head out, the king says he's just an old man with little time left, but if he can help, he will. Krivia says she needs to talk it over with her companions first. Then a clairvoyant suddenly rushes out of the forest and they turn to look back at the fight. Hades had fired a huge weapon and it created a massive pillar of ice. Proto can break free, but he's freezing. Hades quickly uses magic to warm him up. That makes Proto wonder if Hades was really the one who cast the ice spell, since he's only level 54. What shocks him most is that the magic actually worked. Even Lich's level 70 magic couldn't affect him like that. Then Creve shows up and climbs onto Proto's back. With a little wink, she reminds him she told him not to stand out. Proto tries to defend himself, but Creve cuts in and asks what kind of excuse could possibly justify attacking the Dwarf King. Only then does Proto realize the king was the dwarf, and Hades was the one beside him. So the two of them team up to break the ice pillar. After a while, the Dwarf King just looks miserable, saying they destroyed his baby. Hades apologizes and explains that the weapon only broke because he used a magic stone that had already been enchanted, like ammo. He never thought it would actually destroy the weapon itself. The Dwarf King is stunned, because he never even considered using a magic stone as ammunition. Hades says sorry again, but the Dwarf King tells him there's no need. He's been trying for a long time to make that weapon stronger, so now he wants Hades to explain exactly what changed. He plans to copy it. The two end up talking for a long time, going over how the weapon works and how it could be improved. By the end, the Dwarf King is thrilled. He grabs the weapon and says he'll start the upgrades right away. Hades is basically like, so we're good? The Elf King says it seems the Dwarf King really took a liking to him, even if the guy is stubborn. Still, the Dwarf King tells him to stop making junk like those little shacks, then asks where a fire is. When they look, all they can see are streaks of lightning, as Sylph says she at least knows the basics of sword magic. He adds that her reflexes are pretty sharp too, but she's still not faster than him. Aphara starts to realize he's clearly above her level. On top of that, he knows exactly how to use his speed in the air. Sylph then says that when a magic swordsman can read his moves, that's a problem, because it lets her catch him off guard. He slips behind her and goes for her back, but Aphara still blocks it. Sylph says he was getting excited and didn't expect that, but when he looks down, Aphara is already coming at him at full speed. She appears right in front of him and attacks. He actually praises her, saying it was a good try, but Aphara tells him he still doesn't get the trouble he's in. That's when he notices the two knives she threw are now behind him. He starts wondering if she can really fight with 4 blades, so he activates his power with both swords and slips away. Then he admits that even if her level is low, she has real experience, and the talent to control that many weapons makes him even more curious. Still, rules are rules. The amulet he had with him drops to the ground and Aphir goes after it, but it crumbles apart. As she's picking it up, someone suddenly appears right in front of her, and we know exactly who it is. Aphir recognizes him as the man from the dragon's nest. He comes down and asks if she's okay. Aphir thanks him and realizes he apparently doesn't remember her. Then someone arrives calling for Richard and complains that one of her bodyguards vanished out of nowhere. Aphir recognizes Holian's voice. She tells him not to shout her name like that and explains she's walking around the Elven Kingdom in secret. Aphir asks why. Holian says the Caravan Guild is in town, and since they brought food from all over, she came out to try some before they leave tomorrow. After the ceremony, she'll have to return to the Kingdom of Nymphs anyway. Then she asks if the two of them know each other. Richard says no, but he was just about to check an item that looks a lot like Holian's. Out of nowhere, Sylph appears, and Holian asks what King Sylphid is doing there, adding that his outfit is pretty flashy. Sylph says he was training Aphir. She has no idea what's going on, because she didn't even know he was the king of the Sylphids. He tells her they need to head back and get ready for the ceremony. Then he grabs her and takes off into the air. On the way, he apologizes, saying all of this happened because of him, and that they'd better return to the Elven Kingdom. Aphir agrees. Back in the Elven Kingdom, a serious talk starts. The Elf King says extending the lives of the 4 great heroes, stealing the divine form of the Goddess of Darkness, and weakening Ratna's protection is absolute madness. Even so, he says Holian's law may not be wrong, but Aphir insists that someone from the Great Land was with Holian. Proto adds that the ceremony will probably reveal Volterra's true level, and that could cause huge trouble. The Elf King says he'll help search for the Sword King, Barolt. He adds that one good thing about living so long is seeing the gods take form, and by what feels like fate, he got a letter from Barolt. There's no name or clear mark on it, but the writing style is one only Barolt would use. When they check it, one letter says food, and another says water. They figure Barolt is asking for food and water. The king says that's obvious, since the deep parts of dungeons have neither. Then they ask when the first letter arrived. The king says maybe a month ago, maybe a year. To him that's recent, but not if you remember how long elves live. Then he says one more letter came in, a week ago. That last message is just a torn piece of paper, covered in blood. Prota asks if the Sword King is really starving, thirsty, and close to death. The king says the letter came through the Caravan Guild. Prota asks what that is, and Afir explains it's a huge merchant guild that travels the world trading goods. If they go with the Caravan Guild, there's a good chance they'll run into Barrolt. But Afir says she heard the guild is leaving tonight. Creve says it's not too late if they leave now. Right then, Rondell shows up and says he'll get ready and come with them. But Creve turns him down. Rondell says it's fine and says goodbye to Kivi, while Proto tries to say something to him. Kivi cuts in, saying it'll all be over if they miss the Caravan Guild, and they don't have time to babysit a child. As Rondell runs off, he thinks there was no way this would work, and now he'll just be too late, but he really wanted to go. Then he runs straight into the Dwarf King and the Sylphid King. They ask if Rondell is okay, then we jump to the caravan. A man asks if they understand the group is heading into one of the 4 forbidden regions, so they must be pretty confident in their skills. He says he'll feed them if they help fight off any bandits along the way, then shows the group around. Ifir asks if it's really okay to leave without even saying goodbye. Hades says he doesn't really have much left to do there. While talking with Kivi, Prota says Rondell was the first person she saw when she opened her eyes, and he helped her without asking for anything back. He's sure Kivi wouldn't mind visiting him again someday, but Kivi answers that she doesn't want to lie to Rondell. Then they hear wheels rolling. Someone is coming fast in the distance. Kivi says they only just left the Elven Kingdom and already found bandits. Prota says it looks like they'll have to work before they eat, but Hades notices the details and says that doesn't look like a bandit wagon at all. Hades just says it's moving incredibly fast, and then King Sylphid pops out. The Dwarf King says he doesn't know what's going on, but it isn't right for them to leave like this. He gives Hades a gift, new weapons, and tells him to test them and send back a report, since he already made the changes Hades suggested. At the same time, King Sylphid lands right in Afir's lap and says he has a gift for her too, a real training manual. He says he wrote it just for her. Hades thanks them, but Kivi hears someone call her name. It's Rondell, holding out a small staff. He says it's better than the spear she uses. Kivi says that's too dangerous, but Rondell tells her he's still weak for now. Next time they meet, he promises he'll be much stronger. Meanwhile, the Dwarf King thinks that guy really does the dumbest things and heads back toward the caravan. Kivi kisses Rondell on the forehead and says she'll be waiting for him. Since he's already healed, he just shouts to Prota that if anything happens to Kivi, he'll be executed. Everyone says their goodbyes and heads their separate ways. Watching from a distance, the king reflects that life is just a chain of choices, full of sacrifices and mistakes. The longer you live, the more those mistakes pile up, and the heavier that burden gets. It makes him wonder if his masters ever feared the weight of immortality. Behind him, Richard shows up with his sword, while Leonhardt works to seal one of the dimensional cracks. He notes that the Black Brotherhood has already been taken over by people pretending to be the goddess of darkness, yet they're still closing the cracks. That suggests the cracks probably aren't tied to the fake goddess taking power. While they argue, Richard says nobody even knows what these cracks are, so they shouldn't mess with them so recklessly. Still, he wants the artifact Leonhardt promised him. Leonhardt, meanwhile, says it looks like someone stole the goddess's power through some kind of divine blackmail. Then he takes the ring and tosses it over. When Zhang asks what's going on, Leonhardt says there's no time to explain. The moment they look up, Inquisitors have already surrounded them. One of them declares that Leonhardt is under arrest for investigating without permission and for ignoring the goddess's prophecies. Priest Leonhardt, ranked number 1, will be judged by divine law. Back in the Elven Kingdom, the official story is already being spread. The Elven King is announced dead. They tell the people the 11th king ruled for 250 years and died from a long illness in the Imperial Palace. But Richard reveals the truth. The borders were shut down and a massive investigation began. 19 comments that it would have been smarter to kill the king quietly with poison or a curse. Still, the other one points out that spiritualists would have noticed that too, so leaving the king like this was the better move. What matters most now is making sure the other kings and Lady Rolian don't start suspecting them. As expected, the allied kings can't figure out who did this to the Elven King, and Lady Rolian is crushed by grief. But there's still one problem left. She has a spell tied to Richard, and she reminds him that he claimed Volterra and the hunters with him were trapped by magic inside the research institute, and then dealt with. Richard insists the traps went off, so if they all survived, her spell must have broken and let them escape. That answer only makes her furious. She demands to know if he really believes a half-bow magician and a warrior could pull that off. The other one tells 19 to calm down. They're clearly not ordinary people. If Richard's story is true, then they may be chosen by the goddess just like them. But 19 argues that the girl with the polymorph necklace was only level 38 and asks whether Richard is really sure she's a personification of the goddess, especially with the rest of that group. Richard says he saw all of them himself and even heard one of the women there. Kivier claims she was the goddess's personification. He says it's very possible she really is Kivier's personification, since she knows far too much about the heroes. But because the Black Brotherhood doesn't accept that, nobody trusts her. 19 warns it'll be trouble if Barrolt finds her. The other one agrees, Barolt will start moving everywhere. So 19 asks what they should do, but the answer is simple: nothing. Elsewhere, the Inquisitors ask if it isn't finally time for him to surrender, but Zhang says people are free to choose their own path, and he's not leaving until Leonhardt is released. He's even calmly grilling meat, and the Inquisitor complains that the smell is way too good. Zhang actually invites him to come eat, but the man refuses. He's on duty. He adds that if Zhang behaves, he might even hand over the item. That's when the owner storms over, says it belongs to him, and drags Zhang away. He reminds him that the artifact was only meant to be inspected so its power could be identified, not given away. Zhang answers that he owes Leonhardt too much to stand by while he gets arrested for no reason. The man just takes the ring back and thinks all he ever wanted was to make money as a hunter, so why is he stuck in this mess? Zhang apologizes, admitting he was only upset because he felt too weak to repay what Leonhardt had done for him. The other man tells him none of this is his fault, and he hasn't even been in this world that long. He adds that there's still hope in Divine Court, and Leonhardt is the highest-ranked priest. It was already a miracle the two of them were released at all just for being with him. Then they spot Leonhardt restrained in a chair, and someone swings at his head, but the weapon just shatters. Leonhardt orders everyone to get their heads on the floor, and they actually obey. Then he tears into them, calling them idiots who should be ashamed. How could they fail to leave even a scratch on a suspect? He says the Inquisitors of Erasure are supposed to be Kivier's sword, yet every one of them is weak. One Inquisitor apologizes and promises it won't happen again, but then someone else arrives, the Oracle. She says she remembers him from 30 years ago and notes that time has changed him a lot, though his behavior hasn't changed at all. Leonhardt answers that just like last time he was captured, he still believes he was doing what had to be done. Then she asks if that's really why he chose to go against the prophecy. If he can't explain himself, then as a witness she'll have to take back his blessing. She says it would pain her to watch someone she once recommended as a hero lose his life. Outside, the Inquisitors say they're finally gone, but one of them admits he can't feel relieved. They were trying to save Leonhardt, the same man who taught them that God's word is absolute. Another says it's painful to see someone who taught that rule turn around and break it himself. Then they hear someone running. It's Zhang, shouting for help. A giant monster is chasing him, and the Inquisitors stare in shock, wondering what that purple golem even is. They notice Zhang is missing an arm, or at least they think he is, so the Inquisitors rush to bring him inside and call for a doctor. Of course, that was the whole setup. They already have a monster tamer in place. Earlier, they came up with a plan to control a monster and fake an attack. Since almost no one has that skill, it would work perfectly, because nobody would suspect it. To sneak in, Zhang even planned to remove his arm first and put it back later. And that's exactly what happened. Once inside, the two of them make their move. Zhang knocks out an Inquisitor, reattaches his arm. And meanwhile, Leonhardt explains that he believes someone is posing as the goddess of darkness. The Oracle replies that she can feel the power of prophecy in the goddess's words, but Leonhardt fires back that the power is probably being stolen. The Oracle says a new prophecy arrived while he was gone and ordered to kill one specific person. Leonhardt asks why something like that has never happened before, since the gods don't interfere with this world in that way. The Oracle admits she's never seen anything like it either, which is exactly why she's troubled. Still, she says they're only human, so their understanding can't reach the goddess of darkness's plans. To her, Leonhardt is working off guesses, and if he keeps going down this path, he won't get another chance. Leonhardt knows that and starts thinking maybe all of this really is just a theory. He still believes he's right, but if he's wrong, then he truly is betraying everything. Then someone enters. Leonhardt asks if it's another round of torture, but this time it's Zhang, already trying to break him out. Leonhardt calls him an idiot and says this won't work. He can't just keep barging in like this. So Zhang says that after leveling up, he picked the assassin class and used it to hide his presence until he got here. Leonhardt only tells him it's pointless. Force won't break this restraint. He says Zhang should have studied the place better before sneaking in. Then the walls suddenly start collapsing, and Inquisitors pour in from every side. Zhang realizes it was a trap. The Oracle says that just as Leonhardt asked, she had left the two of them alone, but she won't ignore an invasion like this. Leonhardt tells Zhang to stop because if he keeps going, he'll only add more crimes to his name. But Zhang yells that he doesn't understand what any of them are doing. The Oracle tells him to be quiet, yet Zhang keeps going. He admits he's not smart, and he might be making a huge mistake. Even so, if that mistake turns into a crime, it's still better than doing nothing and regretting it forever. Leonhardt just calls him an idiot. Zhang says sure, he is, but he's an idiot with a plan. Then a giant bird crashes through the window and Loud arrives in monster form, telling them to get on fast. But then a blade slices clean through the creature's neck. The two Inquisitors who beheaded it stand there like monsters themselves. They're huge, and the only thing shining is a green glow buried in their stomachs. Leonhardt doesn't even rush to flee. He almost looks like he chose to remain there. The Oracle quietly says that in the end, this is his choice. He changes his mind, saying he thought age had made him wiser, but after watching those two idiots, he realized it only made him more scared. The Oracle warns that by doing this, he's going against the will of the goddess, so there's no turning back. So the two of them give in, and the Oracle admits that even if she sent every unit after them, it would only hurt the Brotherhood. Leonhardt starts to wonder if this was all a test. The Oracle admits she's been thinking the same thing. Then she tosses him a letter. The next target the Brotherhood has been ordered to kill. Just from the sketch, it's clear the target is Valterra and his 3 companions. The charge against them is the same one tied to the Elf King's murder. Officially, the church says the king died of illness, but the Fairy Alliance still isn't sure that's true, and it looks like the assassination really did happen. Leonhardt says everything is lining up, so they need to move fast. Jang insists Valterra would never do something like that. The Oracle says that's exactly why they need to catch Valterra first, because once they do, they can learn who's really behind all this. She adds that she'll try to stall the church's investigation, but that will be nearly impossible because the bounty is too high. And since Leonhardt has ignored orders and acted on his own, he and his companions will be hunted too. As Leonhardt starts to argue that they're not exactly his companions, Jang thanks her for letting them go. Leonhardt sums it up. If they can't catch Valterra and prove the goddess is fake, it's all over. The bigger problem is figuring out how the Elf Kingdom and the Fairy Alliance will respond. Then at the meeting, Rondell greets the Fairy Alliance properly and explains that the new Elf King is extremely busy, so he came in his place. He thanks everyone for their concern, but as Prince of the Elf Kingdom, he has a duty to act. The Dwarf King says that if Rondell is here as the king's stand-in, then he should know the last people to meet the Elf King were Valterra and his friends, and defending them won't change that. Holian asks what exactly the Dwarf King is implying, but Rondell calmly says he understands. He knows he can't ignore their suspicions. Still, he saw what kind of people they were when they fought together. They took on a mission they had no reason to accept, and they even saved his life. They never backed down either. So if they really meant to start a war with the Elf Kingdom, they wouldn't do it through one simple murder. The Dwarf King says that's how they see Valterra's group too. Another elf leader agrees, pointing out that the scene had no traces left behind, meaning a professional did it, and leaving the body there was likely a setup meant to frame someone else. Holian agrees as well. So when someone arrives, she decides they need an investigation team to find Valterra's group and speak with them. Then Richard introduces himself as Holian's assistant and says he'll lead the investigation team. That's huge. Richard is now inside. Even the Dwarf King looks a little suspicious, and one more person joins the team, and that person is Leslie. After that, we cut to the two of them alone. Richard tells her Holian thinks the seal keeps him from killing anyone else, so she doesn't suspect him. The real question is why Holian was left out of the larger plan. He says Leslie's new job is just to watch Holian, adding that in the past she would have hated going on a search mission. But Leslie thinks Valterra's group probably has no idea they're being hunted, and she needs to warn them somehow. Watching Holian might be easy, but if Holian becomes the target, that's a whole different level of danger. Richard then brings up Valterra getting captured before reaching the Elf Kingdom. He asks if she remembers how strong Valterra is and why she doesn't treat him like a serious threat. Then Leslie thinks back to an old conversation. She says she doesn't know since her mission had nothing to do with Valterra, so she acted like she never paid much attention to him. Richard tells her Valterra is strong enough to stand against Leonhardt, the top Inquisitor, and that's exactly why she isn't being sent after him. That's when Leslie understands this isn't a search mission at all. It's an order to kill Valterra. Right after that, a gunshot blasts apart a log. The main guy praises the shot and jokes that the shooter could make the Olympics. Atiya says his aim has gotten a lot better. They talk a bit about the weapon too. It can deal heavy damage even to giant monsters without much effort, until a glow appears behind them. Then Ephir shows up and a beam of light flashes out. When they look up, Ephir is flying. The main guy says she leveled up again. Atis figures the secret arts she learned probably let her control the life force inside her body, and that pushed her level up. Ephir is thrilled, bragging that she's a genius and all that. Then she notices several swords stuck in the ground. The moment the main guy pulls one free, she drops. Looks like she was using some kind of field to stay afloat, but all she does is yell at him to stop messing with her training. After that, the main guy goes over to Kivir and asks if she's training too. She says her role is to be protected. He jokes that she's basically a VIP who does nothing, and Kivir answers that whether she trains or not, her level still won't go up. That's why she's thankful everyone is trying to keep her safe. Still, she asks why he keeps fighting when he's not even from this world. He says that's true, but he was promised they'd send him home once they found the boy. Then he asks if that's even possible anymore. Kavir tells him a goddess's promise is absolute. As long as it doesn't go against the world's laws, it will come true. She also admits something. When she was ready to sacrifice Rondell for her goal, he made her face what she really wanted. So now she asks what his true desire is and why he keeps going. He starts thinking about it, but then they hear a shout. It's the mechanic yelling that refueling is done and everyone needs to get on board. Kivir says they should leave this conversation for later. She was just curious. So they start heading up, while the main guy can only think of one reason to keep fighting. Then we cut to Leonhardt's group and Richard as well. And deep in some unknown place, a single creature is feeding on a pile of bodies. At last we meet the Sword King. Then a flashback from 40 years earlier shows Richard's point of view. He had been a soldier, but in this world he ended up becoming a hero. To stay alive, he had to battle all kinds of monsters, and he joined other humans just to survive in this world. Back then, humans weren't looked down on, and the Terrakios and Retinians lived side by side. It was an age of peace, but not everyone accepted that life. That's where the Great Land came in. 20 years later, the Great Land decided to free the Rotinians from the goddess's control, so they launched a plan to wipe out every goddess. The Rotinians fought back hard, but over time killing them became an obsession for the Great Land, and many of its people were corrupted. Everyone thought the war would go on forever, but in the end it stopped. The four chosen by the goddesses completely destroyed the Great Land. That's the story people tell. In the present, a man drops straight into a beast's mouth and slices it clean in half. Then a massive creature appears. The warriors nearby start arguing, but they're not alone. A whole army is there to face the monster. One side warns the others to stay back because this prey belongs to them, but the others don't care. They're happy to wait until those guys die, then finish the beast themselves. And this monster has the Great Land emblem on its arm. It's called a nightmare, one of the creatures used in the war against the Rotinians. These days, humans are used to fighting the Great Land. Then an enormous mine appears and slams into the creature's head, hard enough to crush it. Everyone just stares. It's said that Garhan and Zenobia sealed the humans so they'd be forced to gather magic stones from monsters. Then we're shown a warrior class Terrakia at level 112. After that, we see a driver in the Sky Dungeon. Inside that driver is Richard, looking away, and somehow even a troglodyte notices him. Soon after, there's some kind of interrogation. A woman says she has to go on a mission if she wants out, and adds that a stone that size is barely enough for bread and meat. She says she's been living like this for more than 20 years, and no one could stay sane through all of it. Even so, she'd rather take the mission than keep pretending to be the leader of the fake Great Land. Richard tells her everything is in place and says he'll let her gather the rest of the group. But she gets furious and slams her fist into the glass. She tells him to quit the nonsense, calls him a traitor, and says they only ended up like this because Richard sold out his friends to Garhan just to save his own skin. She warns that once they get out, his wife and kids will be dead. But Richard says that won't happen because they already escaped. That shakes her, especially when he says his family was killed by Rotinians. She asks who the target is this time, and the scene cuts to a clear blue sky and our group in the desert. They're trying to figure out where Baralt is hiding. The main guy says the caravan told them someone would meet them out here, then asks Aoife if it might be a good idea for her to turn into an Anvern and guide them. Riju asks if Aoife can turn into an Anvern and carry them, but she says that would only make her dry out faster in this heat. He then asks Atis for ice magic, and Atis says he could do it if there were any moisture in the air, but there isn't. Fire, though, he can still use. Kavir tells everyone to keep moving since they should be close. Then Kavir points ahead and says she sees a place selling ice cream. He laughs it off. There's no way anyone would be selling ice cream out in the desert. A second later, they spot the ice cream tent. The protagonist immediately calls it suspicious, and the others agree the trap is way too obvious. Even so, nobody cares if it's fake. They all rush in for the ice cream. It's ice cream in the middle of the desert. The whole stand gets wrecked in seconds. The little shop is basically destroyed, and Kavir even steps on Ryu's head to reach the ice cream first. Tail wagging, she still manages to grab one. While she's eating, she notices someone coming her way. The guy pulls up on a motorcycle and asks if they really had to trash his shop. Kavir fires back, asking if he was the one who set that trap. He says it's pretty sad to call it a trap. According to him, it really is his shop. Hunting is just his side job. Then the ground suddenly shakes, and he gets buried on the spot. After that, Voltaire is pretty much finished. Ryu realizes this is the man the caravan mentioned, the one meant to guide them to the city. So the group heads out with him. They keep moving through the desert until the city finally comes into view. MC asks if Baralt is really in that place, ancient Calais. It's an old ruin in the middle of the desert, famous for being the biggest structure ever carved from stone. No one knows how it was built. With solid rock walls and a giant oasis around it, Callan became a natural fortress right in the center of the continent. Even though the land around it can't grow much, nearby countries never managed to claim it, so Callan grew on its own. That's what the city is now, as the four of them walk through it. Heading deeper into town, Ryu asks if Baralt is really somewhere here. Agrivi says yes, or at least there's a strong chance he's inside a dungeon where even the god's awareness can't reach. Wetsy says they'll need to visit a guild first if they want dungeon access. Pyrrha lights up right away, happy she might get to update her levels. She grabs Wetsy's hand and hurries off. He says she's really excited, and Agrivi just smiles and says she's still young. Watching the two of them, Agrivi says it feels like they've always been together. Ryu agrees they seem to share some kind of bond. That gets Agrivi thinking. A moment later, the protagonist complains that the ground is uneven. Agrivi explains that the city was first built by tomb raiders, but about 35 years ago they stopped raiding tombs after the dungeon appeared. Hunters started gathering here, and little by little the city took shape. At least that's what the pamphlet said. Then MC remembers Agrivi is only 1 year old, and pauses. Wait, does that mean they're standing on top of the ruins? Looking down, he realizes yes. The Great Labyrinth of Kalan is one of the 4 Great Forbidden Regions. Then a man nearby explains that since it's endlessly deep, the place is incredibly complex. He says they're wreckers, descendants of the old tomb raiders, and anyone sightseeing here has to pay a fee. Ryu says getting tricked into that already cost them enough. Then Efir notices something, and he looks too. They spot the 2 spiritualists from before. Agrivi ignores that and focuses on finding the route, the deepest vertical center of Callan. Since this place is usually a tourist spot anyway, she says it might be worth checking out if the others are okay with it. Then Ryu notices. Afir starts to wave at them, but Tus tells her not to. One of the wreckers warns them not to go over there either, so they keep walking, and Agrivi asks why the protagonist took such a long detour. He says he's basically antisocial, he just doesn't like people. Agrivi isn't buying it. She says he looks angry and asks if he knows those hunters. MC admits he does, so she figures they must be the same group involved when the wrecker was killed. MC doesn't know that Wrecker is still alive, but Agrivi says she'd be mad too if someone hurt Rondell. Feeling that way is normal. Ryu cuts her off and says to drop it. It's hard to explain, and since it won't affect the mission, she doesn't need to worry about it. It's his problem. Agrivi looks a little hurt, but lets it go, until they hear a woman shouting. 3 bandits have surrounded her, and she warns them to take a message back to their boss. Stop digging through the dead and stay underground. The bandits mock her, and one says she'll understand once they strip her. The woman doesn't flinch. She accepts their challenge and warns them that once it starts, everyone will be coming up. Ryu charges in without waiting. One of the bandits demands to know who they are. Another realizes nobody warned her she had backup. He steps forward and calls them thieves. The bandits recognize him as Volterra, then run off, yelling for him to wait his turn. The woman quickly puts her clothes back on and acts delicate again, then asks who they are. Ryu tells Agrivi not to go overboard, but she says this is her business. Then a wrecker shows up, and the scene cuts to another place. After regrouping somewhere very normal looking, they all sit down to eat. Afir says it's been a long time since she got to stop and have a meal like this. Oedipus asks if this place isn't too expensive. The woman says it's nothing, just her way of thanking the hunters who saved her life. As the owner of the Oasis Tavern, she says she always repays people who help her. Ryu asks if she's really the tavern owner, and she tells him not to sound so shocked. Robber explains that Newman is a businesswoman who runs taverns and hotels used in record deals. That's why bandits target her so often, like what just happened. Agrivi seems tense and tells Wrecker not to act like he was the victim. She adds that this should really be reported to the guards, but Newman says the city doesn't work that way. There's no real law here, and there isn't even a hunters guild to manage the area. Everyone is on their own, so people like her have to build ties with strong hunters. Even if it's for personal reasons, she says that while giving Ryu a look, he just stares back, caught off guard until Agrivi slams her glass onto the table and suddenly stands up. She calls this a waste of time, but she's obviously drunk. The protagonist asks where she thinks she's going, and she says to the dungeon. He can keep playing dumb if he wants, but she's going to find the boy herself so the mission doesn't get delayed. Newman hears all of that. Ryu points out she has no idea how huge the dungeon is, and she'll just get lost. Agrivi says fine, then she'll get a map. Newman says she has a map that can point them to where Baralt is. MC Atis and Afir are all stunned. Kivir meanwhile has already finished packing up. Newman simply watches. The next day, they learn that to support record business, records were gathered on everything tied to the city. It's not perfect since it relies on reports and eyewitnesses, but it should help narrow down the places Baralt might be. She also lends them an artifact that can warn them if any of their companions are in danger. After all, she says people should help each other. Atis admits they got information much easier than expected, not to mention shelter and free meals. Afir happily adds that the food was amazing. Ryu points out their leader still can't even stand up. Then he starts teasing Agrivi, repeating how she kept saying she was going into the dungeon. She snaps at him to shut up and forget all of it, and the two keep bickering inside. Then the view shifts to one of the city's towers, where Wrecker and Newman are standing. He says the hunters have likely entered the maze already. The spots she marked on the map are places the Wreckers never reached, and Newman says she knows. What bothers her is not knowing where those people got information about Baralt. That's the part she can't figure out. Back in the dungeon, another fight ends fast. A level 72 drone appears, but against Ryu, that's nothing. He wipes them all out and even finishes with a smug pose. He says this is getting tricky since a huge group of monsters is chasing them. Kivir yells that kind of tricky is an understatement, it's his fault for making so much noise. Most of the monsters are still alive too. Ryu says that was on purpose. Since the monsters grew stronger because of the floor they're on, this works out fine. After all, there aren't any hunters down here. Kivir asks what that has to do with anything. Then they notice the fire behind them. They start taking in the experience points. All that energy gets absorbed. And just look at Pharaoh's Hades now. He's gotten a lot bigger than before. Hades says his level is still a little low, so when no hunters are around, Ryu uses fights like this to help them grow stronger. Affair adds that she also learned how to control her magic core that way. While they go back and forth, Kavir is still shocked that a wyvern has a dragon core. Then Affair starts praising Hades, saying his dragon form looks manly and handsome. And of course, the arguing keeps going. Kavir seems a little down, so she turns to Callan's guide instead. Meanwhile, Afir keeps hyping Hades up, calling him the last descendant of the fire dragon from the fire tribe, and saying he's seriously amazing. So Kavir explains that for a dragon, he could grow as tall as 80 meters. That gets Afir excited. She says Kavir really knows dragons and asks how big Hades will end up. Kavir answers that the growth gap between a wyvern and a true dragon is huge, so mating between them would be pretty hard. What kind of topic even is that? Just then Hades shows up, and asks if they waited long. Afurai instantly panics and tries to brush it off. Nothing happened, nothing at all. Then she quickly says they should go find the boy and tells Kavir to come on. Kavir tries to say something, but Ryu cuts in, saying that when it comes to Afurai, she'll forget all about it soon enough. That only annoys Kavir again. She says exploring the Great Labyrinth of Kallen is still really hard. They mark several spots inside it, and even though they found signs of people in some areas, 4 days pass in the dungeon until only one place is left. Kavir figures they'll reach it tomorrow, but she's also worried Hades and Afor still feel awkward around her and wonders what she should do. Lost in thought, she slices into the cutting board by accident. Afor tells her she should get some rest, but Kavir answers that Afor must be the one tired from absorbing so much energy. Then, without meaning to, she cuts Afor's finger. Afor insists she's fine and keeps joking that if she lets Kavir cook while she rests, the goddess might scold her. So Afor asks Kavir to call Hades over. Kavir looks a little upset. At the same time, the protagonist steps outside while Hades looks over the ruins and thinks he never expected to find a place like this. He feels thankful to the protagonist and Kavir, but then he notices strange marks all over the walls. Since the damage looks recent, he figures whatever made them hasn't been here long, and he never saw marks like these on the upper floors. Then Kavir suddenly appears behind him and calls out. Hades yelps and nearly falls over. He says she doesn't need to be so tense around him, but Kavir explains they need him to start the fire. She also tells him she was created as the goddess's incarnation, but she lost her power of prophecy, and now she's basically just a normal hunter, so she wants him to treat her normally. By the time she finishes, he's already gone. She only sees the staff, with Hades using it to light the fire. Back at camp, MC starts cooking and asks them if they don't think Kavir has seemed off lately. She's not really a child, but not an adult either. She's not a machine, but not fully human too. Hades admits he's thought about it, and points out that he isn't exactly gentle with her. Aphir says Kavir is the goddess's incarnation, but he asks what that even means. Hades says he only read about it in books. It means carrying out a divine will with one purpose. So they wonder if once Kavir finishes that purpose, she'll become a goddess again. Aphir says they've talked enough and should just eat and enjoy themselves. Kavir hears all of this from nearby, and while they talk about what might happen later, she lowers her head and walks away. After she leaves, Aphir says she wants to play with Kavir once this is all over. Hades says they'll all do something fun then, and the protagonist agrees. Time passes, the fire dies out, and the next day begins. The protagonist says they're finished, until Kavir yanks off the last monster's head. MC reminds her they were supposed to keep it alive, but Kavir snaps back that they agreed to find the boy first. He says they need to get stronger for that, but Kavir says it's pointless. The monsters here average around level 70, so beating them won't make anyone stronger. To her, this has all been a waste of time. The protagonist asks what she's talking about, and Aphir argues that they're still weak and need to keep growing. That makes Kavir lose her temper. She says they can do that together after she's gone. Ryu asks what she means, but then they hear a strange sound from above. Hades wonders what it is. Somewhere else, there's a stash of goods and a skull flag, with thieves sorting stolen items. Aphir says it's a hidden safe zone where they can take whatever they want, but then they hear that weird noise too. When they look up and others turn ahead, Ryu's group is already there. He yells for everyone to get down, and a monster bursts out of the wall. It looks like a giant armored ball. Everyone starts running, and MC drives his sword into it. The blade scrapes across its shell, but luckily that unbreakable 3-sword holds up. He knocks the monster back into the wall. Then Hades realizes the marks it leaves behind are the same ones he saw earlier. A moment later, the monster shows its true form, a giant centipede. That triggers one of Kivir's memories. In it, the goddess Kivir greets her as human version number 1600. She says she is currently sealed by Garhan and Zenobia, and while the guards were down, she used that time to transfer part of her mind into Kivir. But the monsters' bodies and minds hadn't grown enough yet, and the power used wasn't enough to make a perfect creation. So she orders her to join Valterra's group as soon as she's born and use Valterra's power as planned to complete the mission. Kivir asks if Einvern might interfere, and the goddess says maybe yes, maybe no. It's impossible to know. Back in the present, Kivir sees the centipede monster, and the group realizes it's gone wild, while the whole ruin starts shaking. Atis warns Ryu not to use aura, and he says he already knows. If even one pillar breaks, the whole place could collapse. The problem is, without aura, they can't do much damage. He figured that out the moment his sword struck the monster. Kivir tells everyone to run for now. Their real target is the centipede, so there's no reason to keep fighting this thing, especially since Ryu can't use aura. But the protagonist ignores that. He says he's killing it, then tells Atis to move first. Atis says it'll be hard to land a hit, but he'll try. MC points out there are plenty of swords lying around, and Aphir immediately gets what he means. She fires off a shot while the creature chases after her. The thieves panic, and one of them blurts out asking what these people are even doing here. Kivir gets worried and thinks Aphir isn't high enough level to fight that creature. But when she moves in, she sees Atis firing. Kivir says those bullets won't work, but Atis has a trick. When he shoots, the bullet itself doesn't break through the shell. The real point is that the impact triggers ice magic, and before anyone knows it, the monster turns into a giant block of ice and rock. Then it starts sliding straight toward them. One thief is completely terrified. He says they need to get out fast, but Efir throws all the swords and activates her sword's magic. She weaves the lightning into a net and launches it, sending the creature flying right toward the thief. Ryu braces himself and cuts it clean in half, without using aura. Kivir watches and remembers what she said, that killing these monsters was pointless, but then she sees everyone celebrating after taking it down. They talk about how smoothly they work together, but Kivir got covered in gore, so they help clean her off, and she still blames Ryu for slicing the monster without checking where Kivir was first. He says sorry, but Kivir just brushes past him and asks the bandit where Barolt is. He asks why she's always like this. Hades asks him the same thing. Why does Kivir act like that? The protagonist asks why he's being asked, and Efekra explains that she and Hades were created by the goddess, unlike the protagonist. MC says it'd be easier to kill a monster than talk to Kivir. Then something clicks, and he asks for Madami's map. At the same time, Kivir questions the bandit, asking if Madami sent him to capture them. He studies the map and compares it to what's on the wall, and now he's getting irritated. Then the story cuts back to Madami. She's talking to someone, saying the reward here is food and potions, and bringing up her request to deal with the thieves. From just a glimpse, it's clear the person with her is the Sword King, and she says she worked hard to clean up his mess. Then she hears a sound from the hallway and quickly tells him to hide in the other room. Right then, Ryu shoves the door open. Madami acts surprised they got back so fast. The protagonist says they found a path leading straight to the upper floor, and the man on the ground told them the way. Madami asks if they found what they were looking for, but the protagonist tells her to stop playing games. The map's location only led them to her hideout, so she pulls out money and says 1 million. That's the price for the mission they were sent on. She adds that thanks to the mission, they also got to loot the dungeon, which was what they wanted anyway. Ryu clearly isn't happy. Her men draw their swords and say the group has no reason to stay in the village, but MC suddenly puts his blade to Madami's neck. Even then, she warns him not to move, because if this gets ugly, she'll be the only one in danger. Protazza says bothering people is one thing, but putting a knife to someone's neck is another. Madami snaps that she wasn't talking to him, and out of nowhere he bursts through the door. He charges straight in, but Protazza catches him by the head and hurls him out the window. The crash is brutal and everything below gets smashed up. It looks like both of them went down together, and the impact tears through the place. Protazza's left wondering what just hit him. Then he senses a huge aura. Looking up, he sees the King of the Sword, only level 200, but clearly on a whole different level. The Baron says Prota's pretty tough for a thief and asks why his sword was at Madami's neck. Was he trying to kill her? Prota tells him to hold on. He's the one who got tricked here, and says he has no reason to fight. He even calls himself a Valterian warrior, and that makes the Baron freeze for a second. Then he drives a blow into Prota's stomach and sends him flying. Luckily, Prota manages to guard with his arm, but the Baron is furious. Once Prota says he's Valterian, the Baron refuses to hear anything else. He grabs a huge chunk of wood and launches it at Prota like a spear. Prota realizes this guy isn't acting like a true Valterian, so he smashes through the pillar and slams forward with a headbutt. But the Baron is suddenly right in front of him and cracks him across the head, hard enough to drive him into the ground. He keeps pressing him, telling Prota to get up already. Then he brings his foot down toward Prota's head, but Prota slips away in time. Now he understands just how fast the Baron is. Fighting Leonhardt was hard enough. This is far worse. Blocking the Baron's hits feels almost impossible, and every strike lands like he's being hit by a giant. The Baron admits Prota is strong enough to call himself Valterian, but says he won't win by doing nothing but defend. Prota insists he's not a thief, but the Baron tells him to draw his sword anyway. Prota dodges and says the Baron's making no sense, especially since the Baron isn't using a weapon either. Then Prota punches him right in the face. The problem is what happens when Prota looks up. The Baron barely reacts and says, fine, they'll do it his way. He picks up a piece of iron, squeezes it in his hand, and actually starts forging it into a sword right there. Prota is stunned. The Baron orders him to draw his blade, then attacks at once. Prota blocks with his sword, but the damage is crazy. The strike still cuts Prota and even leaves a mark on his sword. He gets thrown away, and the Baron figures Prota was bluffing, because someone that strong shouldn't die from one hit. So Prota starts releasing his aura, and even from a distance the Baron can feel it. Then an attack comes flying straight at him. The Baron admits Prosta's aura is strong, but still asks if he's stupid. Can he see the gap between their power? Prosta stares back with one eye glowing, and says he went through too much to find him. There's no way he can let the Baron walk away now. The Baron smiles a little, then starts to laugh. Prosta asks what's so funny. The Baron says it's been a long time since anyone challenged him while knowing he's the King of the Sword. Since that's the case, he says he'll fight like the King of the Sword. Prosta can feel the whole mood change. Then the Baron finally releases his true aura. It's enormous, and the pressure is so heavy Prosta feels like he could die any second. It reminds him of the mountains back when he first appeared there and fought all those beasts. That memory hits hard, and Prosta realizes he has no other choice. The Baron rushes from one side and Prosta from the other, but before they clash, a huge rock crashes down onto the Baron. Prosta stops and asks what that was. Madami yells at the Baron, asking if he plans to wreck the whole city, and tells him to calm down. He clicks his tongue. She just ruined the fun. Before things can continue, Prosta tells him to stop and Kivi appears, calling on the Baron in the name of the Dark Goddess and ordering him to answer the goddess's summons. The Baron turns to her. In Kivia's thoughts, she remembers being raised to act in the goddess's place in this world, yet she's learned there's still so much she doesn't understand. This world is full of things new to her, including Atise, Ifir, and Ramnia. She wants to know more, but the loneliness never goes away. So she gathers the group and says she has something to tell them before speaking with the Baron. Their mission was to find the King of the Sword, and now that it's done, their contract is over too. But while she's saying that, Prosta is busy complaining about his injuries. Now that the tension is gone, the pain is hitting harder. Atise says they need to treat him before it gets worse. Ifira tells Kivi to go on ahead and talk to the Baron. Once again, Kivi feels alone, but she still thanks everyone for their help. Back in the tower, Madame says she gets it now but still calls Kivi crazy, saying there's no way she's really the goddess's incarnation. The King of the Sword disagrees. To him, there's no doubt at all. He says he can feel her divinity. Kivi says she'll explain what she needs to, but not in front of people who don't matter. Madame bristles at that, then asks if Kivi knows why she hid the Baron. She wants to know whether Kivi understands why the Baron was being concealed. The Baron calmly says Madame can be trusted. Kivi replies that it doesn't matter. The whole world will learn the truth soon enough. But what she's about to say now will be hard to accept. After hearing it, Madame is stunned. The Baron's 4 former hero companions betrayed the goddess, and now the world is headed for ruin. She demands the Baron say something. He answers that Zenobia is believable, Garhan is surprising, and Julian is probably being used. Kivi says this should interest the Baron, since he always wants to fight stronger opponents. By rank, those 2 are the strongest ones after the King of the Sword. The Baron says he gets it now. That's why she came to him, and for him dying that way wouldn't be so bad. Madame gets angry and asks what any of this has to do with the Baron. Even if they're among the 4 heroes, they couldn't wipe out all of Ratna, and that warrior with Kivi is strong too. Kivi thinks back to the group, then says their deal was only to find the Baron. Since that mission is finished, they're free to go back to their normal lives if they want. As for her, she's the goddess's incarnation, and what matters most is finishing the task the goddess gave her. That's why she needs the Baron's strength. She tells them to leave soon and says she'll explain the full plan later. But the King of the Sword refuses. Kivi is shocked. She says she already explained how serious this is, and asks if he really doesn't care whether Ratna's people die. She even reminds him it's a direct order from the goddess, but as he lets out his aura again, he refuses a second time. Kivi is left speechless. She says nothing and simply walks away. Later, she moves through the crowd alone. She even spots Hades nearby, but thinks there's nothing more she can do. Then the goddess asks why this happened. Kivi had already convinced the King of the Sword before, so what made him refuse now? She also asks why he didn't finish his fight with the Voltarian warrior. The Baron says that fight is already over and adds that he doubts he could even scratch Garhan's clothes. The goddess asks if he plans to do something about it. He says of course, and tells her not to worry, this world won't fall while the King of the Sword is still here. The goddess only complains that she still can't get used to the way he talks. Then she notices a letter on the sofa. It's Callan's guide. She wonders if the incarnation left it there. As she looks it over, someone knocks on the door. Proda asks if he can come in and whether anyone's there. Madame complains that the room is freezing because of him, and he shoots back that the Baron was the one who broke the wall. Then she explains that Barrett stays deep in the dungeon to avoid being seen, so saying he lived there wasn't exactly a lie. Sure, she used them, but getting fooled was partly their own fault too. Proda says her way of thinking is seriously messed up. Still, he says they found Barrett, so that part is settled. But now he wants to know where Kivi and Barrett went. Madame notices something and says it looks like Kivi didn't tell him anything. Proda is surprised as Madame grabs Callan's map and says that even though she shouldn't get involved, he'd better find Kivi fast, because that area is dangerous. The others come running up, and Ephra asks if Kivi really left on her own without saying anything. Proda says they'll have to ask her directly. Ephra asks why Barrett refused the mission, while Atis says Kivi is probably upset and they need to find her now. Proda says she's likely heading for the marked spot, so he'll go there while the other 2 check nearby areas. They split up, and Kivi, already elsewhere, thinks the mission has failed and nothing else can be done. Meanwhile, Prada races toward one of the dungeon moats, spots her in the distance, and realizes what she's about to do. Kivi jumps into the moat, and Procha instantly throws out his sword to use as a foothold as he goes after her. He drives his sword down and launches himself after Creve. Rushing straight toward her, he crashes through everything in his way. Even so, he catches her by the leg and yanks her back. Then he demands to know what she thinks she's doing. He checks on her too, asking if she's hurt. Procha quickly says he didn't mean to be so rough. But when Creve looks at him, she's completely crushed. She explains that Baralt turned down the mission, wrecking the goddess's plan. Procha tells her to just speak to the goddess, but Creve says that's impossible. Her prayers can't reach her because the goddess is sealed, so the only way would be to force her back. And Creve says yes. That makes Procha snap. None of that gives her the right to throw her life away. Creve says maybe it sounds wrong to him as a human, but she was never supposed to exist in this world. Going back to the goddess, Creviel would be natural for her. Procha shuts that down and says if Baralt won't go willingly, then they'll make him go. Creve stares at him. How is he supposed to force Baralt when he can't even beat him? Prota fires back that if Kriv disappears now, then who else will know how to save Ratna? Kriv says her experience and memories would return to the goddess, and from that, the goddess could make a new answer. Another Kriv could appear and finish the mission, but Prota grabs her arm and tells her she'd still be gone either way. Whether she came from another world or was created somehow, none of them are gods, they're just people. They don't know everything. They can't tell what's true, what's false, or what the other person is really feeling. More than anything, she should have talked to them before giving up, and she needs to stop acting like their contract means nothing. Kriv is stunned by that. Then she notices Atis and Afir nearby. Atis says they might not be able to do much, but he's sure things will work out somehow. Afir agrees, they're teammates after all. Kriv quietly says she never thought of herself as their teammate. But then Prota pulls out notes she had written on paper. One says Atis may be a fire dragon, but he learns fast and quickly gets how things work, so she'd probably enjoy showing him the structure of the oasis in the vertical cave. Another says Afir finds lots of things interesting, but what she really likes are small cute things. He keeps going through her notes about everyone, then asks if she made plans to visit places with all of them. Does she really think that means nothing? Kriv turns bright red and tries to snatch the paper back. Then Prota teases that if their contract is over and they're not even companions, there's no reason to return it. He even asks Atis and Efferty if they want to read it too. Now fully embarrassed, she gets mad and says they were all waiting for the mission to end. They even said they'd go back to where they used to live after she disappeared. But then everyone laughs. Kriv asks what was so funny and Afir answers first. Even if things got messy, their real goal was always to destroy the corrupt heroes. Atis adds that's why they wanted to level up. There was never any other reason to get stronger. They want to save Ratna, and after beating the worker, all of them can have fun together. That word hits Kriv hard, together. Prada asks if she'll renew the contract. Kriv grabs the paper and asks what makes him think he gets to decide that. She never said she was ending the group, so this isn't a new contract, it's just an extension. Everyone celebrates because that problem is finally solved, and Afir immediately says they should celebrate at the Oasis bar. In the end, Kriv really does smile. They all head back together. Meanwhile, at the Caravan Guild, a festival is underway, an event held twice a year to celebrate crossing the desert. People play, dance, and sing, doing whatever they can to brighten life in that quiet wasteland. They share food and gather around the fire. One man even thanks everyone and announces some happy news. His son is getting married, but someone is watching from a distance, and then a group of 4 shows up. The caravan guards immediately stop them and ask who they are. Bandits, maybe? The man answers that they're special investigators from the Fairy Alliance, looking for someone. He says the target has a very distinct face, so they might remember him, and there's a chance he slipped into the caravan to hide. The person they're after is Falado Bin, the warrior Valterra, the one who killed the Elf King. Everyone is shocked to hear that. One man asks if that's really true. The investigator says he carries Rolian's seal, so yes, he really is with the Fairy Alliance. The caravan man says he had no idea Valterra had done something like that, but the caravan has nothing to do with him. The investigator says he knows they aren't connected to Valterra, and he's glad the caravan wasn't harmed by him. Then out of nowhere, one of the 4 bites his own finger. The investigator asks if his companion is okay, and the man brushes it off, saying they're probably just hungry since they haven't eaten yet. So the caravan man replies that those people seem to be heading to Callan. The investigator says that's a big help. Then the bald soldier complains that Callan is too far away and asks if they can't just grab one person here. The one who seems to be the leader says the mission comes first, but the green-haired one complains that they haven't eaten in a long time. Then a little girl walks up and asks if he's hungry. She offers him some soup. He just stares at her, and he looks seriously shady. When he reaches for the bowl, the emblem of the Great Land is visible in his hand. He thanks her, and the girl runs back to her mother, asking if she did a good thing. Her mother says it was a little risky, then notices something in the child's hand. It's a cut with green roots growing from it. The little girl collapses. He'd used a poisoned knife. The others ask what he just did, but he says he couldn't help it. Then he claims it was necessary to find the target without exposing their identities. Another one snaps back that they have no reason to follow Richard, that traitor. The bald one says his fingers are already going numb, so he's going to get warmed up on them. The apparent leader says it's impossible to manage this team when they keep choosing their feelings over the mission. Still, since everyone's excited, they'll just leave behind a news story that the entire caravan was slaughtered by the warrior Valterra. He tells them to finish it fast before Richard arrives. And just like that, the massacre begins. Back at the tower, everyone's passed out. Efir is asleep in Atis's lap, Kivir is out cold on the table, and Prota is sleeping there too. Then Barolt walks in. He takes one look around, and the next second Prota goes flying through the wall. Prota yells as he crashes down, wondering what just happened. Barolt doesn't explain anything, he just tosses Prota's backpack onto him. Then Barolt drops a rope through the hole and tells them to move. Prota asks, move where? The others show up, and Kivir asks why Barolt is being so violent. Madam cuts in and says the real violence was what they did to her shop yesterday, starting with Kivir crying while drunk, and the rest of the group making it worse instead of stopping her. They were screaming like the world was ending, and thanks to that, she had to close early. Kivir says she doesn't remember, but Madam doesn't care. Then she reveals that Barolt is thinking about taking the goddess's mission after all. Kivir is shocked. Is that true? Yesterday he said no, but Barolt says he can't do it yet. First he has to finish something else. He's going to use Valterra as a shield. Proto asks if that means they have to clear the dungeon, and the Sword King says yes. Kivir answers that if that's the case she'll go too, along with the others. Barolt says they don't look useful. Kivir shrugs, maybe that's true, or maybe it isn't. Either way, everyone here shares responsibility for the goddess's mission. Barolt smiles at that, but Madame slices the rope and says she's seen their resolve, yet they should still give up. The Great Labyrinth of Kallen is one of the 4 forbidden places for a reason. Countless people from the Hunters Guild tried to clear it and all failed. That failure pushed a neighboring country to send an entire army, and they failed too. Most of their elite soldiers ended up as monster food, wiped out by Kruzmerg, the divine beast. She adds that even Barolt challenged it many times and never beat it, not even after 15 years. So even if Valterra can survive, the rest of them won't. Hades is stunned that there's a monster even the Sword King can't defeat, and Afir asks what chance they have this time. Madame says there's no stopping Barolt anyway. He's a stubborn old man, so she'll let him do what he wants. But Proto says if that's how it is, he'll help the Sword King clear the dungeon first. After that, they'll go handle the goddess's mission together. For now, everyone else should rest. Then out of nowhere, Kivir cuts off some of her hair and hands it to Proto, saying it may help because it carries divine power. She leans close to his ear, and Atis and Afir immediately wonder what's going on. Kivir whispers that it's to keep Valterra from getting distracted, since Barold is the hero tied to the Great Land, and they were all people from the Earth. Anyway, after that, they head down into the pit. Proto says goodbye, and everyone else says their farewells too. Atis grumbles that moments like this make him hate being low-level, but Kivir says this is actually a good chance to absorb more vital force. There was still plenty left while they were searching for Barold. They keep talking, but Madame brings up the mess from the day before, and says that since those two are off to save the world, somebody still has to pay for the drinks. And thanks to Miss Kivir, they went through a lot of high-class liquor, so the rest of them can pay the bill with their bodies. In the end, she puts all 3 of them to work to pay it off. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the desert, Zong says he knew they were heading here, but now he's dying of thirst and would do anything for a spoonful of ice cream. Laudy asks where they're supposed to get ice cream in the middle of the desert. Zong quickly changes his request to just a little water, but Laudy refuses. They have to ration it. Leonhardt tells them to be quiet and stop wasting energy. So they keep moving through the desert until Leonhardt finally finds the Caravan Guild. As they head inside, they find people impaled on stakes. Bodies are scattered all over the ground. They first suspect bandits, but Leonhardt points out that nothing valuable was taken. The civilians probably never even had a chance to react. That means the attackers may still be nearby. Then he spots a poster of Valterra. Since those wanted notices shouldn't be out yet, Leonhardt starts wondering if this is tied to the goddess. Suddenly a woman rushes out and attacks Lada. Leonhardt stops her at once and gets ready to use his power, but Zong tells him to wait, so Leonhardt uses a calming force on her instead. He explains that they're with the Dark Brotherhood and asks what happened. The woman is completely shaken. Leonhardt offers to heal her, but she begs him to save her son first. Then she explains that strange men came the day before and used poison. While Leonhardt treats her son, she says one of those men was about to kill her when another man showed up. It was Richard. He shouted that his orders were to search the place and leave, then demanded to know what they were doing. The other man answered that he was waiting for the traitor Richard and couldn't let any Ramya people live. Another woman called William Heartless and said that if Richard hadn't stepped in, she would have blown his head off. Then an axe slams into the floor. A girl appears and says that now that they know the targets went to Kallen, there's no need to waste any more time here. She tells Richard to clean up however he likes. That is how the woman survived. Richard saved her, but her injuries were still too much. Leonhardt tells her to rest. Laom can't understand why someone from the Fairy Alliance would do this. Zong points out that leaving wounded people in the desert is basically the same as killing them. Leonhardt says this was the work of Ormflaus demons. He can tell just by looking at the scene. He still hasn't forgotten what the Terikios did 15 years ago to the villages, to their families, to everything. As they keep moving through the desert, Zong apologizes, but the little boy is still alive and they're carrying him. Leonhardt tells Zong to stop. Zong asks if he really isn't angry about all this. Leonhardt says anger won't help. There's no point going after the Fairy Alliance right now. They're probably connected to the call and most likely hunting Valterra. If that's true, they need to find him first. This isn't the time for revenge. They need answers. Meanwhile, at the pit in Fosa's Fall, deep inside the cave in the oasis, there's a path that connects straight to Kallen's dungeon. It leads all the way to the deepest floors, and hunters who use this route never come back. Proto thinks about Barolt, the Sword King, an old ally of the heroes who betrayed the goddess. He still doesn't know what to make of him, especially since Barolt seems able to tell he isn't the real warrior Valterra. That leaves Proto wondering if Barolt finds out he's a Terakio. Can he really trust him? Barolt tells him to focus. If he decides Proto is useless, he'll leave him behind. Then Barolt opens a door. Proto asks what it is. Barolt says it's the first entrance, and opening it is Proto's test. Proto asks if this really is a test, then says fine, but the moment he tries to open it, his shoulder bursts open. Barolt calls him an idiot for not even knowing how to treat his own wounds. Proto says it's his fault, but Barolt tells him to watch carefully. Proto wonders what he's doing. Barold explains that enemies won't wait around for him to heal, so he grabs an insect nearby, uses its web on his hand, and says covering a wound like this keeps it from reopening. Proto points out that it looks poisonous, and it is. Even so, Barold presses it down and his wound closes. He explains that by controlling his muscles with aura, he can direct the blood flow in his body. Proto asks how he did that. Barold brushes it off like it's simple, but Proto still can't copy it, so Barold tells him to grab a potion from his bag and drink it, right when someone comes running in. Proto says he'll try again, but then he notices the writing and realizes the door isn't meant to be forced open. It needs electricity. Just then a woman appears and begs for help, and Proto recognizes her as one of the twins from Martin's group. The story then cuts to the monster Martin's group is fighting. One of the twins tells everyone to fall back because it's too strong, they can't beat it. But Martin pushes forward, saying if he keeps running now, he'll never get stronger. He remembers the Ormphilus monster and keeps repeating that he has to get stronger. Then the wall explodes and falling rocks crash down on him. The twins panic, not knowing what to do. Martin keeps fighting, or rather getting crushed. He's covered in injuries, and all he can say is that he only ever wanted aura. Then the tip of a blade appears and pierces straight through the monster. It wasn't an arrow at all. It was the sword god's blade. The second Martin saw the red hair, the aura, and the overwhelming power around him, everyone recognized Barold, the Sword King. With Proto standing behind him, Martin admits he owes Barold for saving his life, but still asks him to teach him aura. Barold shuts that down right away. It's not something a person can simply learn. He says the only reason the guy beside him survived this long is because he was lucky enough to have aura at all. If Martin wants to grow stronger, he'll need another path. Martin gets upset, and the twins tell him to calm down so they can treat his wounds. Proto says this dungeon isn't a place they should be. Begging to learn aura will only get Martin killed. Martin snaps back that Proto can't understand because he's a Voltaren warrior. He has no idea how painful it is to be weak. Brad respected strength, and he even promised they'd cross the 4 great forbidden lands once they got stronger. But Brad is gone now because Martin was weak. If someone had stopped him, he might have lived long enough to become stronger. Proto grabs him by the neck and says he understands. Then he asks if getting revenge still wasn't enough. Before it can go further, Barold punches Martin and calls him a brat, who doesn't even know what he's up against. Then he tells one of the spiritualists to take the potion from his pocket and give it to him. One of them says Martin normally isn't like this, but ever since their teammate died, he's changed. Even so, they're thankful. Proto says he'll escort them back up and then return, but the spiritualist says he doesn't need to. Protus insists it's too dangerous for them to stay. He also explains that the door only opens by force, which means they'd need to lure a monster there. The spiritualist asks if he can read the ancient writing, and he freezes. Barold notices and tells him to stop. Then he looks toward the door and sees it's already swarming with monsters. Proto says there's a monster on the other side too, and now they're trapped. He thinks things would be fine if it were only him and Barold, but he isn't sure he can protect everyone else. Then Barold simply lifts the entrance cover and tells them to get down. Proto grabs the twins and says they need to move fast. Then he jumps in. After one more look, Proto follows. They slide down what looks like a sewer pipe. Proto asks where it leads, and Barold says it goes straight to the lowest floor, to his home. After a long slide, they finally drop through with the rushing water. For a moment, Proto sees something like a giant skeleton and wonders if this is really Barold's house. Inside Barold's home, the spiritualists finish treating Martin. They say this should be enough. Now he just needs time to recover on his own. They can't believe Barold saving them was almost a miracle. What really shocks them, though, is the house itself. It's terrifying. The roof is made from monster ribs. Prote explains that Barold drained blood from the bones and used the fat to hold everything together, and honestly, he thinks that's impressive. Barold says it sounds like he's got a good eye. Prote replies that he once built a house out of monster bones too. Back at the start, he really did, but another monster destroyed it. Barold says there are no monsters in this area. Prote calls it an underground paradise. Barold agrees and says the door is the only thing separating heaven from hell. Then Prote takes a closer look at it. He notices it's basically just a hinge and wonders how that can even count as a door. Then he asks if they have to split it down the middle to open it. Barold smirks, impressed that he figured that out so fast. Barold says Barold must have gone through this place a bunch of times, so the door clearly isn't normal. If that's true, he powers up his aura. The others stare at how strong he is as he lines up a strike and slams the middle of the door. Barold watches and asks if the boy's sword is meant for stabbing from behind. Then he asks what Proto thinks he's doing by grabbing the door like that. Barold tells him to gather his aura again. Proto swings one more time, but the thing still won't cut. Barold finally says that's enough. He can't believe Proto is just a kid who doesn't even know how to use an aura blade. Proto has no idea what he means, and the group behind them is just as lost. Barold says he brought enough supplies for 1 month, but with 5 people there, it won't even last 15 days. Proto asks what he's talking about. Barold says that's how long he has to teach Proto the aura blade. Proto is confused. Training? Aren't they supposed to be in a rush? Barold says that's exactly why. Then he takes a bone and slices the door open. He says aura can be trained and improved. Right now, Proto isn't using even 10% of its real power. If he shapes his aura into a blade, he'll finally be able to cut for real. Proto is stunned and asks how he did that. Barold can already tell he wants to learn. What Proto really thinks is that it looks like a lightsaber. Barold tells him to get ready for training. Proto gets fired up. Since he's only level 5, he couldn't use weapons well and didn't have any cool skills, but now he might actually get a lightsaber. Barold says the training applies to both of them. Martin freezes, and Barold explains that he doesn't know if Martin can manifest aura, but learning now would still help. It's a way for him to build himself up and become stronger on his own. Martin is so thankful he bows with his head to the floor, but Barold tells them to eat first. Then the lesson starts. Barold explains that vital force is split into 4 types: aura, force, mana, and prana. Aura is the most common, but most people never make it appear. It takes very careful control to use it. Proto says he's ready and they can start right away. As soon as they begin, both of them strike at him, and he can't feel a thing. He says he'll dodge once they actually start attacking for real. That earns him a smack on the head from Barold's staff. Barold calls him an idiot for not even being able to sense the 4 vital energies. Proto complains that this is just bullying, so he starts watching Martin instead. Martin can feel the aura in the stick and dodge ahead of time. They even say it's crazy that someone as strong as Proto still can't sense all 4 energies. So 4 days pass, and Proto asks Barold to teach him something he can use with his hands. Barold says he only has one thing to teach him: how to release aura. It's simple. Focus aura at your fingertip, then fire it. Proto concentrates his aura there, and suddenly shoots out a beam, basically like Piccolo. It even ends in a huge explosion. Barold says it's weak, but still good enough to push an enemy back. Martin asks what that even was. Then he says he won't be able to train like that since he can't release aura. Barold tells Proto to share his aura with him. Proto asks how. Barold says it works just like wrapping aura around a sword. So Proto places a hand on Martin's shoulder and lets his aura flow into him. Martin starts to feel the aura entering his body. He can't believe it and says, "So this is what aura feels like." But then the aura fades, and Barold says Martin clearly has talent for controlling aura. Proto, on the other hand, doesn't seem to show any talent at all. Then red crystal suddenly bursts out of Proto's hand, and he runs to call the spiritualist for help. Barold just says Proto is pathetic. Even so, Martin says Barold sounds jealous of him. The moment Martin received Proto's aura, he felt a power level he may never reach himself. Something crushing and unreal. Of course, he adds, it's still not on Barold's level. Barold says no. He's sure that Proto's aura only showed up recently, and with how much he has, that isn't normal at all. In pure amount, it might even compare to Barold's. Martin says that's impossible, but Barold explains that aura grows through life or death situations. It adapts so the person can survive, and Proto's aura may be this massive, exactly because he has no talent with swordsmanship. Martin asks if that means Proto got stronger by surviving extreme situations, and that he's the one with real talent here. Barold says that's right. He says everyone who came to become his disciple either ran away or died, and that reminded him of something. A true warrior is born when standing face to face with death. Later, they're roasting meat, and it seems Proto shared part of his story. Barold says Proto spent the last 20 years fighting, and even then he still never reached the peak of his skill. Proto says that's nothing compared to the Sword King, who fought his whole life. And on top of that, Proto fought because he had to, not because he wanted to. Then he asks if it's okay for him to eat all the meat, and everyone tells him yes. Once he's done, Barold tells him to follow, because now the real training starts. He says a sword should be able to cut monster bones, though most swords aren't good enough. This one, though, is special. It was made from the World Tree. Proto says it was a gift from the Elf King, and he's amazed Barold knew that just by looking. Barold explains that very few materials absorb aura that well. It's perfect for someone like Proto, who still can't control his aura. Proto is amazed when Barold coats the sword with an aura blade. The cut comes out perfectly clean, and Barold says using it that way gives a far better slash. Then Barold notices something odd about the sword, but says nothing. Proto keeps rambling, so Barold suddenly jabs him in the back, and he drops straight into a pit. Proto yells, asking what he thinks he's doing. Barold tosses down the sword and says Proto doesn't have the talent to make an aura blade, so if he really wants to survive, he needs to learn to feel his aura. And even if he never learns the aura blade, that's fine. He already has a sword that can make up for it. Proto tells him to wait. He punches the door, but nothing happens. Then he starts complaining that Barold planned this all along after feeding him so much, and asks what kind of training this is. That's when a hand appears behind him and attacks. The hand lunges at him. Proto thinks he should have known. Barold wouldn't make training easy. He figures he'll have to learn by fighting until he sees a system message saying God's messenger can't be attacked, and he should devote himself instead. Proto wonders if this arm belongs to an angel. Looking closer, he notices the pillar stuck through the arm. It's what's keeping the arm fixed in place. He's sure this was Barold's doing, and Barold trapped it there without even caring what kind of creature it was. Proto remembers Kivi's hair, and thinks that if he had it, he could fight in his other form. Outside, Barold can sense the energy of both the angel and Proto through the door. Martin can feel it too, and says a Valteran warrior's power is seriously impressive, but Barold says Proto is the only Valteran warrior that exists. Martin realizes that means it's still too early to call Proto a true Valteran warrior. Barold says it doesn't matter. What matters is that Proto has a huge amount of aura, but his movements are strange. He wonders why Proto still isn't attacking. Then Prota suddenly bursts out after taking a hit right in the middle. He comes flying out and crashes across the floor. He thinks that before he can make any move, the warning stops him from attacking. He wonders why the guide works perfectly at moments like this. Then he notices a glow and wonders what it is. The hand is suddenly twisting in water, and Prota realizes he spent all this time relying on the guide, but it only warns him about what he can already see. So he decides to close his eyes and defend that way. He realizes this is how he can fight the angel. If his eyes are closed, the guide won't know what he's facing. Since the enemy can't move from its spot, he already knows where to strike. He gathers aura and sends out a vertical slash, something that barely seems to move the hand at all. The feeling he gets is the same as when he tried to cut the door. He thinks this is ridiculous. Prota keeps attacking, throwing out a cross strike, but even then the angel's hand only absorbs the impact. Prota starts wondering what this angel even ate to get this tough. Worse, that hand can still counterattack him. Martin notices the monster Prota is fighting gives off an energy different from the 4 vital energies. Baralt explains that he used the monster's skin to make Martin, asks if that means Prota can't beat the monster. Baralt says not without an aura blade. Still, he tells Martin to stop worrying about that and sharpen his senses by listening to the fight inside. So Martin does. That fight drags on for a long time. By the second day, it's clear the monster is way beyond normal, too strong and with no weak spot to exploit. On the 4th day, Prota even tries to break the door. When that fails, he goes back to fighting while Baralt just keeps watching. Then the 5th day comes. Prota does nothing but keep moving, trying not to get hit. At this point, he can't even remember the last time he slept, ate, or drank. His sight is getting blurry, but the monster's arm still shows no sign of slowing down. He knows he can't keep dodging forever. Then he hears a sound. That's when he realizes it. Baralt notices too and says Prota is finally thinking. Martin asks what he means. But Sparl explains that Prota's attacks were like trying to cut silk with a stick. To slice it, you'd need a sharp edge, and since Prota can't use an aura blade, he's going after the tiny opening to widen it. Martin gets it right away, but the twins are still lost. So Martin explains Prota wasn't only running from the monster, he was planning. He'd been circling on purpose, forcing the monster into big swings so he could make an opening and hit the slit Baralt made. Even without an aura blade, Prota strikes. The problem is, the system warns him he doesn't have enough aura to use it, and tells him to rest. Martin says they have to act now because Prota's aura has vanished. Barnjid asks why that matters. Martin says that without aura, Prota can't protect his body, especially when he's already this exhausted. But Barnjid says it's fine. From the start, he expected Prota wouldn't be able to use an aura blade. He explains that an aura blade is made by condensing a huge amount of aura into a crystal. If Prota could form those crystals on purpose, like he once did in his hand, he could make an aura blade. But he couldn't, and Baralt calls that lack of talent bizarre. Inside, Prota keeps getting the same warning that he can't use an aura blade because of his level. The angel attacks, blood sprays, and the arm keeps coming, but the sword slips right under its nail. Baralt thinks that even with no talent, this boy has survived all this time. What he really wants to pull out of him is his true nature. When someone can't run anymore and is staring death in the face, that's when who they really are comes out. So Prota keeps fighting. Even if death seems like the only ending, he keeps telling himself there's only one thing left to do: face the enemy right in front of him. That instinct to survive at all costs. Martin notices Prota's eyes have changed, and Baralt says it's pathetic that someone has to be completely out of aura before he can finally feel the 4 energies. In Prota's view, he says that after awakening aura, everything looked like one single color. But now that he's totally empty, he can see everything clearly, including aura itself. Then he remembers what the Elf King said. The world tree absorbs aura, and when vitality and energy build up enough, they form red crystals called bloodstones. Bloodstones are aura crystals. Prota also remembers Baralt saying maybe he couldn't make an aura blade, but he already had one. So he grabs the wooden part of the sword and finally understands it was the handle. He pulls out the real blade and slices the door apart. The angel's arm goes flying, and so does the shattered door. Only Prota is left standing in the back, holding a red crystal blade. He walks over to the group, tells Baralt, "Your son gives and passes out." Baralt just laughs. Then we cut to the inside of a bar where talk turns to how the crystal sword was made. At the place, a woman complains that she expected to find somewhere nice, but all she found were sweaty hunters fresh out of dungeons. Even Aziz's tear, famous all over Callan, isn't that impressive, though she admits it tastes good. She just wishes it were served ice cold. Then ice magic chills the drink in her glass, and Hades introduces himself as the host of Aziz's. He says he only started recently, but he's already taking feedback to improve the place, and asks if she has a moment to talk. She lights up right away and practically gives him top marks for service. Meanwhile, the others joke that anyone would want to spend more time with Hades. Some of the men nearby just stare and say they don't get what's so special about him. He's so pretty they can't even tell if he looks more like a man or a woman. Another one says he'd love to get paid to smile at women too, but their glasses suddenly get slammed on the table. Afir asks if they really think Hades enjoys this job. She's completely shocked and says there's no way he actually likes dealing with customers like that. Hades answers that, honestly, it's hard not to mix work and personal feelings sometimes. Ifir says that if he wants, she can put in a good word with Saria so he can get hired, but he tells her not to worry. Thanks to her, they already have a place to stay. At the same time, Saria is speaking with the supplier of Oasis tears and arguing over delivery methods. The man tells her not to worry and says they should stop wasting time on trivial stuff, because he crossed the desert just to see her. Saria only thinks about ripping his head off, but holds back since she still needs more Oasis tears. Then he says there's no future here in Kallen, and even if she built a high-class tavern in a place like this, it's not like she really plans to stay tied to these lands forever. In response, she picks up one of the tears and something suddenly drops into the man's glass, then lands on his foot. He asks what that was, and it turns out to be Kivir. She's dressed for cleaning, and Saria asks what she's doing there. Kivir calmly says that from 18 o'clock to 19 o'clock, it's time to clean the second floor. Saria tells her they're in the middle of an important talk, but Kivir just says it won't take long, and she's almost done. Then she turns and starts to leave, until the man snaps and orders her to come back. Even when Saria says she can make up for it, he says this isn't about money. He wants Kivir to clean his foot. Kivir sighs, thinking that acting like a normal person really isn't easy. Still, for the sake of her future, she has to do her best. So she dunks his foot straight into a bucket of water. The man freaks out, asking if she's insane. But then another man falls from the second floor and crashes right onto his table. Kivir just stares at it. Then Saria starts explaining that when she first let Kivir help around the inn, she dropped food on the plates, broke dishes while washing them, and once Saria realized Kivir couldn't do any of that, she told her to clean the floor instead. Somehow that turned into this, and now Kivir is only making her debt bigger instead of paying it off. Kivir apologizes, but also points out what a rotten personality that man has. The man mutters that maybe it would have been better if Kivir had just scared him off. Saria says they're all too soft. Unlike the others who want to change the world, she just wants money. To survive, she used people who were useful to her. There may be bad people in the world, but there's no such thing as bad money, and justice won't feed her. Afir pushes back, saying Saria helped this city. Its growth happened because of her. Saria asks what idiot told her that. Afir says she heard Saria purposely bought the city's most expensive local products, helped bring in tourists, and even made a guidebook. Hades adds that Beralt also acts as this city's protection. Otherwise, Kallen, one of the 4 forbidden regions, would never be this peaceful. Hearing that, Kivir realizes that's why Saria got angry when she asked for Beralt's help. Saria says that's exactly it. If Beralt really leaves town, they'll all have problems. So what are they going to do now, when his decision is to leave for the good of the world? Kivir admits that may be true. Without his strength, saving the world would be impossible. Still, she's not sure this is really for the good of everyone. Then she says that since Saria isn't a goddess, could she at least tell them more about her and Beralt? Saria refuses. So we cut back to Proto waking up. He wonders if he's in Beralt's house. Apparently he's still alive and his body has been healed. But he looks around at everyone there and notices one of the twins has probably been healing him for a long time. A small look of satisfaction crosses his face. Then he heads outside. Beralt says he finally woke up after sleeping for 2 days, and if he hadn't gotten up by tomorrow, he was going to throw him out. He asks why Proto is standing there like an idiot and tells him to sit down. Proto gets annoyed, but he sits, then asks why Beralt saved him. Thanks to that beating, he says he slept like crazy, and if he trains like that again, he might sleep forever. Beralt tells him to quit whining and hands him a drink. Proto calls it tea for old men, but Beralt corrects him. This is a Valterra drink, passed down from warrior to warrior. It only looks like tea. It's actually strong liquor, made with blood and crushed bones too. Proto immediately says he wishes he hadn't heard that. Beralt just shrugs and says nothing restores your life force better. Still, Beralt adds, maybe someone from another world wouldn't like it. Proto downs it anyway. Beralt watches him closely. Proto asks what's supposed to be wrong with the drink and says he's had tougher stuff. Then he asks how Beralt knew he was from another world. Beralt laughs and says Proto isn't exactly hiding it. People from another world have a weird habit of staring at empty space like they're checking info on items or monsters. Proto does it less than most, but it was still obvious. What really surprises Beralt is that Proto isn't coming after him. After learning the Aura Blade, he figured Proto would rush him in anger. Beralt starts to say he could have killed him with it, but Proto cuts in. If Beralt really wanted him dead, he would have done it already. Besides, Proto says he still doesn't even know how to use the Aura Blade right. Beralt says at least he learned how to handle it at all, but that kind of power has limits. Then he asks if that's enough for him, or if he wants the greatest power possible. Proto says he doesn't know. He never spent much time thinking about getting stronger. So Beralt asks why he fights at all. Proto says it started with survival. Maybe if he was lucky, he could someday live a normal life. But after seeing Martin lose one of his companions, he felt weak and useless. He says he's also spent more than 20 years fighting on his own. Then he crossed the continent of Ratna and learned people from another world really don't belong there. While struggling to fit in, he met a few friends, a dragon hiding among humans and a wyvern being hunted after getting blamed for killing a noble. There was also a messenger of the gods who was born without knowing anything. They were all strange in their own ways, and Proto figures that's probably why they accepted him too. Honestly, he's just glad he survived with them. But since there are people standing in his way, he has to fight. Baralt asks if that means he's fighting for friends or family. Protoss says not exactly. He's not trying to battle the whole world. Then he turns it back on Baralt. Even if the goddess gave him a mission, the heroes who betrayed everyone weren't his old comrades. No one would blame him for walking away, so why does he keep fighting? Baralt says that a long time ago, 80 years to be exact, he only wanted one thing: to become the strongest in the world. Back then, he was just a weak kid in the Valterra tribe. It was around the time dungeons and monsters started appearing out of nowhere, bringing misery everywhere. There were no hunter guilds yet, so the people of Ratna had to rely on mercenaries and outsiders from far-off islands. The Valterra tribe had a long history with mercenary work, and Baralt says even when he was young he went with them to fight monsters. It should have been just another job, but then a giant beast showed up, and his mother had to save him. In the end, no one could cross the Blue Canyon, and Baralt was the only one who made it out alive. The client acts sorry, but only because the cargo wasn't ruined. The monsters were still blocking the route, so transport would be hard. Even so, he says he'll pay. He tosses Baralt a coin. Looking back, Baralt says the tribe had nothing but strength, so people tricked them all the time. Many jobs ended without fair pay, and island people saw them as nothing but barbarians. Even as a kid, Baralt had had enough, so he put a knife to the man's throat. His answer was simple: money or death. Back at the Valterra tribe, the chief beats Baralt for it. People already loved spreading rumors about them, and now Baralt had attacked a client and ruined their name even more. Their land was getting worse, food was running out, and without more work, the tribe would die off. Baralt tries to explain, but the chief cuts him off. Then he asks if Baralt failed that job because of his parents or because the monsters killed them. He tells Baralt to think about that and cool his head. Baralt says the food bought with his parents' lives made him sick, and it made him sick of himself too, because he was the weak one who survived. Still, he had no choice but to eat it. So he decided to grow stronger than anyone ever had before. Years later, he became a full-grown warrior of the Valterra tribe. By the time he was 21, there wasn't a monster left that could beat him. The tribe chief praises him as an amazing Valterra warrior and says that now he's an adult, he can marry his daughter. She's thrilled by that. Baralt, though, has no interest. He says he's heading to the continent of Ratna to get even stronger. He'll finish the ceremony and leave. The chief's daughter accepts it, but says if he wants to go to the continent, he'll have to beat her first. After that, Baralt left for Ratna to chase more strength. Baralt stops him there and asks, "Wait, what about your fiancée?" Baralt says he beat her without much trouble. Prota thinks that does sound possible, if Baralt didn't care about her. But Baralt says it'd be a lie to say there were no feelings at all. He just didn't want her waiting for a man walking straight toward death in search of power. So he kept throwing himself into battles that could have killed him and wandered across Ratna. He entered every dungeon in his path, and since the only way he knew to grow stronger was to push himself to the edge, he fought every monster he found. Each time he came close to dying, he got stronger, always searching for a better opponent. Then 4 years passed and he finally saw a familiar face. It was that same giant boar, the one that had once made him suffer. He was furious, but also glad it was still alive. At last, he could get revenge. Just as he moved in to attack the monster, another man appeared beside him. Both of them said they'd kill it, and then turned on each other. The newcomer introduces himself as Thunderbolt, a swordsman from the Hunter Guild. He says he accepted the mission to subdue the beast and demands Baralt state his name and affiliation. Baralt ignores him and charges the monster. He barely even knows what hunters are. All he wants is to finish this quickly before the stranger becomes more annoying. But the moment Baralt lands a hit, Thunderbolt drives his sword into the monster too. Thunderbolt points out that Baralt isn't a registered hunter, and unregistered people aren't allowed in dungeons. He orders him away from the monster, but Baralt grabs the beast and slams into it with everything he has. Thunderbolt is stunned. Baralt actually threw the monster. Baralt moves in to smash the creature's head, but Thunderbolt blocks by cutting in with his sword. Now Thunderbolt demands to know who Baralt is, and the two of them start fighting for real. Baralt says it was the first time he couldn't beat someone weaker than him, because Thunderbolt was much faster. Baralt takes a hit to the face and barely budges, but Thunderbolt eats a brutal knee. That leaves Thunderbolt furious. He says he only meant to knock Baralt out, but now Baralt seems more dangerous than the monster itself. So Thunderbolt and Baralt charge at each other again, but the monster bites both of them at once. Lightning-like energy bursts out and Baralt's body takes the full shock. Thunderbolt immediately notices it and starts wondering if Baralt is an aura user. He realizes he can't beat him at his current level, but then Baralt's wounds split open. His aura goes out of control and he collapses. Thunderbolt checks if he really passed out and figures the backlash came from both the aura strain and his injuries. A little later, a butler shows up, saying the eldest son of the future head of the Andalus family should be investing in the guild, not acting in secret where his father might hear about it and get angry. That's when the man is properly introduced as Garhan, one of the 4 heroes. The butler asks Garhan why he brought this barbarian back to his house, since the man seems more dangerous than any monster. Garhan agrees but says Baralt's injuries were so terrible that an ordinary person would have died. He also fought Garhan without armor, which Garhan finds impressive. The butler still insists he's a barbarian, and that this is risky. Garhan says it's fine. At this rate, the man probably won't wake up for a month. Then the door suddenly blasts open. Barolt storms in and demands to know what this red flame is and what they did to him. Garhan is shocked. Only 2 days have passed. He realizes Barolt's healing factor must have grown because of his wide use of aura. Barolt says Garhan treated his wounds, and Garhan explains that flame power is one of the 4 energies. It's his. Barolt says he still doesn't really get what aura is. Garhan tells him to come along. He'll show him how it works, and Barolt can also collect the reward for taking down the monster. On the way, Garhan explains that finishing missions earns money and other rewards, and since they fought together, they'll split the payment. Barolt argues that makes no sense, because he did most of the work, about 70%. Garhan fires back that none of that matters, since he was the one who landed the killing blow. Barolt calls him a liar, and insists anyone with eyes can tell the monster was basically 80% his kill. Garhan ends the argument with one simple question. Can you even write your name? Barolt just stares at him. Back then, he thought everyone on the continent was crooked, but this guy felt different, like a noble hiding behind another face. Even so, Barolt kept wondering what Garhan was really planning. That's when the level recording stone from Valterra shows up for the first time. Barolt asks what the stone is, and Garhan explains that it's a magic tool used to measure someone's level. Barolt refuses right away. He says he doesn't want anything to do with levels. Garhan warns him that ignoring his own level is dangerous. If he keeps refusing to know where he stands, he could lose people he cares about, and he'll never get the justice he talks about. Barolt shoots back that this is rich coming from a young master hiding his face while pretending to be a hero. To him, the truth is simple. The weak die and the strong survive. That's just how the world works. So chasing justice feels pointless. Garhan finally reveals his face and says, maybe that's true, but with enough strength they can change that reality. Then he tells Barolt this. If he truly wants more power, he should come with him. Garhan promises he'll get to fight the strongest enemies he can find, for as long as he wants. Barolt thinks that even though Garhan was a noble and a hero, he believed him. The conviction in his words felt real, just like Barolt's own. As they walk, Garhan tells him he should at least wear some clothes. Barolt says the stuff here costs too much, and Garhan realizes he's going around half naked because he's broke. Barolt says that's what happens when everyone on the continent is a cheat. He explains that they took on work normal hunters struggled with, and since there weren't enough strong people, they ended up clearing out dungeons most others could only clean up after. That made them famous, and they picked up a bunch of artifacts too. The problem was whenever Barolt used aura with them, they broke. The one selling those artifacts to them was Zenobia, who was studying the magic of Ormflis. In the end, Zenobia joined the group so she could study dungeons directly, becoming their first mage. As the hunters gained fame, the nymphs eventually gave them a mission. That mission was to attack nobles and kill their slaves. But both Barolt and Garhan hated nobles for their own reasons, so they turned on the nymphs instead and freed the slaves. Rolyan was one of the people they saved, and she joined them too. Once the nymphs' crimes were exposed, people started seeing the group as hunters who fought for the weak. When Barolt looked back, he could hardly count how many hunters had started following them. Garhan just said they needed to keep moving forward. So they kept fighting without stopping, facing death over and over, while Barolt kept growing stronger in his chase to become the strongest in the world. After one battle, Rolyan asks if he's okay. Zenobia points out he got swallowed whole and still came out on top, while Rolyan barely seems worried. Garhan says he honestly can't tell whether Barolt is human or not. Barolt answers that Garhan shouldn't talk. He's not the only monster in the group. Barolt believed the only way to grow stronger was to beat every other strong opponent in the world, and eventually, one final winner would be left. As time passed, that long-awaited fight between them finally came. Garhan had spent all that time building his own style, a true magic swordsman's way, something close to transcendence. At that point, whether it ended in victory or defeat, the real winner would be, except right then, the announcement cuts the fight short. The win is given to Garhan, but if the match had kept going, the outcome might have changed. Later, training continues with Ratna's strongest group. Barolt complains that all of it is pointless, but Garhan says it's for justice. If they want to build more hunter guilds, they need noble support. Otherwise, the world stays the same and nothing changes. Zenobia says anyone interested in magic tools or sponsorship should come talk to her, and Rolyan adds that more guilds would mean better protection from monsters. Barolt decides there's no need to rush. There are still plenty of strong monsters out there, so he can put off settling things with Garhan, or at least that's what he thought. Then Garhan's father shows up. He says he'll head back to his hometown in a few days. When the season ends, Garhan returns. He says things took longer than he expected. Everyone asks what happened, and Garhan quietly says his father died. That news hits the whole group hard. Garhan explains that his father had been sick for a long time, and when he came to see the show that day, he wanted to apologize. Rolyan says she's sorry. She had no idea. Garhan tells her it's fine. His father was already 80 and very old. Then he starts asking what the others plan to do next. Rolyan says she wants to open an orphanage for children born like her. Zenobia says she paused her old research so she could focus more on studying Ormflis. Then it's Barolt's turn, but instead he says it sounds like Garhan wants to quit being a hunter. Garhan says he's heard rumors that beings from another world are coming. Zenobia calls that nonsense, but Garhan says they still don't know what those beings really are. Human or not, he's sure they'd be stronger than monsters while wearing human form. Barold says it doesn't matter if it's a monster, then it's their job. Berlion asks what happens if they really are human. That would mean they were dragged here against their will, so shouldn't they be treated as equals? If not, society would fall into chaos, and a lot of civilians would die over territory. Garhan says that's exactly why he has to take the feudal lord position. A feudal lord can't keep working as a hunter. Barold immediately grabs him by the neck. Garhan apologizes, but says his mind is already made up. So Barold tells him there's only one way to settle it. They'll decide a winner. The fight starts, and right away Barold takes a hit to the face. He admits that felt strange. Rowland asks if they should stop them, but Zenobia says this isn't their first fight. She even puts up a barrier to block the sound and bets on Garhan to win. Garhan says they've already cleared most of the dungeons, so their duty as hunters is basically done. Barold says Garhan just chose power instead, which doesn't surprise him at all because he's still just a noble rat. Garhan answers that the world is unfair, and brute force alone can't fix everything. As a feudal lord, though, he can at least help balance things out. Barold says Garhan is full of excuses. Then a burst of energy slams into Barold. Garhan says a sword can defend justice, but it can't create it. If he wants to build a fairer world, he has to become a feudal lord, and maybe one day even control the empire. Even if his sword falls here, he still wants Barold's help, because Barold's strength could change the world. Barold says that doesn't sound so bad, but then he knocks Garhan back. Garhan asks what he's doing. Barold says before any of that, they still have to decide who wins. Then Barold activates his aura. Raulion tells him to calm down and says they should treat Barold's wounds first. But Garhan says that if he had really cut Barold the way he would in an actual fight, then the match would already be over. Still, to be honest, he figures Barold would have just torn off his arm. Though judging by his face, he might go straight for Garhan's head. Barold tells him to shut up. Garhan starts using his ability to lock down the battlefield. Zenobia tells Rolian to cast a shield, but Rolian asks over what area, and Zenobia just yells at her to protect the whole region. Then pure destruction starts, with energy blasting everywhere. Garhan calls it the perfect sword technique. Barold snaps back like something like that could exist, and cuts straight through the middle. Then Barold realizes his blade has been stopped, and Garhan says if 2 swords aren't enough, then he'll use 6. Barold answers that if that still won't do it, he'll just use something stronger. Then Rodopia smashes Garhan across the face and cuts at him, but Garhan slips away, appearing behind Barold. He drives a strike through Barold's stomach, then asks if he really wants to keep going until nothing is left of him. Barold gets trapped inside a cage of lightning, and the bolts tear into him until he finally snaps. He slams the ground, and Garhan is shocked that Barold just broke through his ability. Garhan blocks the next attack, but even so, he still gets blasted away before a brutal horizontal slash comes after him. When Barold jumps in, he notices his foot has been pinned by a small blade, and Garhan triggers his lightning again, saying power is only a tool. Even if someone becomes the strongest in the world, that alone means nothing. Then he unleashes the lightning skill, and in a flash, Barold's sword is cut apart. And that's not all. Right after that, Garhan's blades stab into Barold. Steel tears through skin as the two charge straight at each other. Only in that clash they both land cuts on each other. Barold thinks about everything he gave up to become the strongest. He left his tribe, shut out every distraction, and now he's lost so much, there's nothing left to take back. Then with a crushing blow to Garhan's back, all anyone sees is an explosion of aura. Then Rolian steps in to block it. She says she's always been thankful to the people who saved her life. Unlike them, she could never do much on her own. She always looked up to Barold and the others, but beating on an unconscious ally, was that really the kind of fight he needed to grow stronger? That makes Barold realize something. The stronger he got, the easier swords seemed to break. No matter how strong the blade in his hand was, it always snapped in the end. But Garhan's swords never did. When Garhan wakes up, he pleads with Barold. He knows Barold came with him against his better judgment, and admits he can't change justice by himself. He needs the strongest sword at his side. Barold answers that Garhan is strong and his dream won't be for nothing. But Barold's own sword feels too light, so he left the group to learn what the strongest sword really means and find his answer. The Prota asks if that means he beat Garhan. Barold says Garhan is a magic swordsman made for fighting many enemies at once, and in a different kind of battle, the winner might have been someone else. The Prota wonders if that was why Garhan chose the wrong path, but Barold says no. Garhan wasn't the kind of man who changed his resolve that easily. If Barold had gone with him, he probably would have betrayed the goddess too, and then it really would have been the end of the world. Still, back then he couldn't understand Garhan, and now he thinks he shouldn't have ended things that way. The Prota says he thinks he gets it. Unlike Barold, he didn't come from another world, but the Voltron warriors were treated like outsiders by plenty of people. No one around him shared his goal of becoming the strongest. Even so, he met people along the way. But that journey ended, and maybe he just never noticed. Barold tells him not to get ahead of himself. The Prota says if you count the years, he's already over 40, so he's not that young. Barold jokes that people talk more when they get old, then says that's enough for one story. But the Prota still asks if Barold really left the group, how did he end up fighting the people from the other world? And weren't they supposed to have fought together? Barold remembers Celia. He says this is the most he's talked since speaking with her, and that it's been 20 years since they parted ways. After that, he kept searching for more strength, but only got more lost and sank deeper into the abyss. At the bottom of the sea, a giant shark appears, and the shark bites him. A newspaper reports that the great Emperor Garhan of Kaldor, a kingdom over 1,000 years old, has joined the war. He had declared that mercy belongs to the gods, while his job is to grind those from another world into dust. The people reading it say things have truly become chaos. In the middle of that talk, they bring up Barolt, who borrowed a boat and promised to return it. Then they ask what he even went out to catch. It seems strange because he asked for an anchor to go fishing, and now they see what he caught, a megalodon. And obviously the bait was Barolt himself. The old men start running, ring the bell, and tell everyone to get out fast. Barolt thinks this is what a true monster should be, a boat eater. He attacks with a dagger, but it doesn't even scratch the hull and just snaps. Then the shark flings Barolt into the air. The only thing on his mind is getting stronger, but the megalodon comes in to swallow him, until someone throws Barolt the anchor. He looks up and catches it. Barolt asks what she's doing there. She says she got tired of waiting for him. Then the shark reveals what's behind her. Barolt grips the anchor, and now the little fish is hooked. That night, everyone gets ready with their catch already secured. Later at the tavern, the two talk. Barolt says the news from the last 30 years shocked him. Because of the path he chose and how the world changed, countless hunters appeared. The Waltera warriors who once worked as mercenaries lost their worth, so an identity crisis hit the clan and fighting among themselves became unavoidable. Barolt thinks he caused all of it. In trying to grow stronger, he became a traitor who abandoned the tribe that raised him. But she says the tribe probably just couldn't keep up with the times while living on a small island, and in the end, the conservatives won. After her father died, the tribe lost its balance, so she became the matriarch. The axe called Giant had been passed down for generations. Barolt says it couldn't have been easy fighting rule breakers with only a lump of metal, especially while injured. She says joining the war will get the tribe enough food for the next 5 years. This isn't just another battle, it's their last chance to raise the tribe's name again. And if all the warriors die, then as matriarch, she'll protect the tribe to the very end. Barolt can hear her voice shaking, not from fear of war, but maybe because he left her behind while chasing strength. Then she asks him to fight beside them. He says he can't. She fires back that Barolt has changed. He's become the kind of man who throws away everything weak just to get stronger. A weak boy who really gave up everything to become the strongest in the world. Then the story cuts to the ship, where someone gets punched in the face. Barolt says it's pathetic that a bunch of young fighters can't beat one old man. He tells them not to come back up until they defeat him. His fiancée asks what he's doing. He says going to war with kids who haven't trained their bodies is insane, and tells her to go home. But she says sending her back to the tribe to starve is basically the same thing, and she attacks him. Barolt admits she's right. He used to think the things tying him down made his sword heavy, but a sword is supposed to have weight. Then we cut to a place crowded with refugees, while warriors battle above them. One fighter says they're fighting for the good of Ratna, wiping out the fools who still believe in the gods. He demands to know where the reinforcements he asked for are, but the other guy tells him to stop whining and finish the target already. He drives his sword into a crack and says anyone above level 30 will be taken to his boss to be dealt with. The other man asks what he's doing. He explains that anyone under level 30, he can kill himself. Then the whole area below bursts into flames. He says he can already smell the experience points, until a door comes flying and slams into him. Like the others from another world, when he dies, he crumbles into dust. The pink-haired guy just stares. Then the Baron shows up and says it's pretty shocking that nothing remains after they die. Then he says it's time to begin. Back on the boat, they explain that Giant is the strongest weapon of the Volterra warriors, like the soul of their people. So how could she hand it over to someone who abandoned the tribe? Once he takes it, they may never get Giant back. The matriarch says that's true, but what he's carrying isn't just Giant, it's the tribe's hope. To grow stronger, he'll also bear the weight of the tribe. Meanwhile, the other guy is stunned, saying it's impossible. How can someone be level 190? Then the man gets split clean in half. The Baron asks if he was a soldier of Kaldor. The man says yes, and the Baron says perfect. Then he tells Garhan that the reinforcements have arrived. The soldier asks who the reinforcement is, and the answer is simple. The Volterra Baron is the reinforcement. Barolt adds that seeing Garhan again wasn't the hard part. The real problem was something else. Then he hears snoring, and when he looks over, the Protoss is mocking him in his sleep. Barolt just stares and says the kid's got a lot of nerve. Still, he decides not to hit him, especially since the sword he carries is so heavy. He tells him to rest well because the real fight starts tomorrow. Under the moon, a few people talk about whether that giant rock is Kalan. Another guy says all they need to do is reach the oasis in the desert. He adds that normally everyone pays a fee, but today is special, so there's a discount, and since they're a group, he'll charge even less. The Baron says their goal today is to kill that thing called Angel. He asks if anyone has questions, but the Protoss asks whether they shouldn't clear the dungeon first. The other man says that's impossible. Once the dungeon closes, every living thing inside gets teleported out. They don't know if the portal would be sent outside too, and that would be a huge problem. On top of that, the door the Baron made was already broken, so they need to handle this fast. The Baron asks which idiot broke the door, and the Protoss reminds him that he was the one who told him to do it. After that, they say goodbye and promise they'll be waiting for them. The Baron asks if the others know Protoss is from Earth. He says no and wants to keep it that way. Then they head straight for Angel. The Baron yanks away the pillar supporting Angel from that side. A scream comes from the other side, and Protoss speaks up. He asks if the plan wasn't to clear the dungeon first and deal with the divine beast after. The Baron says Krusmerg's massive body is tougher than steel, and the beams from its horn are even stronger than its claw attacks. Protoss figures that's what you'd expect from a divine beast, then wonders why it was so hard to bring down. The Baron says it really wasn't easy. Even after breaking the creature's horn, he still had to find a way to finish it off. That makes Protoss stop. Wait, did you actually kill it? The Baron just asks if he never noticed the house was built from Krusmerg's bones. Protoss admits he'd been waiting to see if that would give him enough experience to level up. Then he asks if the Baron lied to Celia on purpose. The Baron says he talks too much and shoves him toward the portal. The two of them jump in. Meanwhile, outside, Celia is dealing with a pounding headache. Kivir tells her to drink some water. Celia says the tavern won't be opening today, and Watts and Effer went out shopping. Still holding her head, she groans that it feels like someone smashed it with a hammer, then asks Kivy what happened last night. Kivy says they were talking about Baralt. Apparently, once Celia started drinking, she got really into the topic. That makes her a little embarrassed, and she tells Kivy to keep quiet. Kivy says she pieced everything together and decided Celia is a good person, even if she's a little rough around the edges. Celia snaps back that of course she is, and nobody needed her whole life story to figure that out. Then she says Kivy wasn't really asking for Baralt's sake. She was asking because of the person traveling with Falada. Kivy pauses to think. After that, she admits Celia is right. Celia lets out a sigh. Elsewhere, Efir says she never thought someone as strong as Baralt could still worry about things. Watts replies that Baralt and Protoss will probably end up getting along. But Efir says Ramnia is always caught in dangerous, weird situations, and somehow they always end up being the ones who suffer for it. Watts says there isn't much they can do when they're so much weaker than those two. Even so, he points out that Efir grows fast, and he's sure she can surpass him someday. Efir says that only seems possible because he helped her with the Dragon Core. Watts says he's just happy he could help, and even happier to have her with him. That leaves her wide awake and quiet. She tells herself it's probably just because they're the same species, or something like that. Still, she can't help thinking maybe it's more special than she wants to admit, because Watts is a real dragon. Then she remembers what Kivy said about mating and starts wondering if the two of them could actually work. A dragon and a wyvern, would that make a draven or a wygon? Her thoughts keep drifting, until Watts asks what she's thinking about. Flustered, she blurts out that there's a hair tie over there. Right then, out of nowhere, a woman crashes into Watts and says she finally found him. Watts asks who she is. She says she thought she'd find him at the Oasis, but she's glad to run into him here instead. Then she calls him handsome, and Efir is basically like, what are you even saying? The woman keeps begging for help. Watts tells her he's working right now and isn't alone. She brushes that off and says the other girl already left. Watts tries calling out to Efir, but Efir gets mad, saying he always ends up going along with whatever girls ask of him. Sure, she gets that he has a reputation to keep, but still, when she looks again, both of them are gone. Then she notices a man watching from a distance, talking to someone else. He says Cherry made contact with Watts just like planned, and Efir is now walking alone. Richard says the targets still don't realize they're being hunted, but everyone should stay careful and make sure they aren't noticed. Another man says they could just kill everyone, but Richard answers that the people behind this wanted it done quietly. Then he asks Bella for an update and whether she found the target. She says she isn't totally sure, but that girl's build matches. When Richard asks about Cherry, they say she's already glued to Watts, and the other man adds that Cherry is probably too busy having fun with him, but she won't mess up the mission. Richard tells them to keep tracking Walter, and from here on, each person is to take down their own target. Then the man fires an arrow. The shot lands on Efir. Back with Watts, he asks if they're still far from her house, and says they need to head back soon. The girl admits she lied about the house and pins him against the wall, staring right into his face. She says it has been a long time since she's seen anyone like him. Watts thinks she's seriously weird and probably dangerous too. Then two men show up and ask what they're doing out here in broad daylight. One of the guys starts talking, but the other says this is Mr. Watts and he shouldn't be somewhere like this. Then the girl suddenly steps away and walks toward the two men. They warn that this is dangerous, both for her and for Watts, but she blows them both away. Only then does Watts notice Protoss' flyer and learn that the king is dead. He knows Protoss couldn't have done it since they left together, so he starts running through other possibilities. Then, seeing the two men in front of him, he opens a hole through the middle of each one. The girl says Watts will be taking the blame for all of this. Shocked, he quickly demands to know who she is. She answers that she is Cherry of the Bubbles, and she's 14 years old. She also says she's a special investigator for the Fairy Alliance. That throws Watts off, and he wonders if this is the same alliance led by Hollian. Then he sees what the bubbles can do. One bursts and tears off a piece of the target. Rondell is startled, but he throws fire magic to pop the bubbles, then hurls a stone. Cherry calls that a smart move. As Watts runs, he thinks the only ones who could have killed the king are the four heroes, but his group got framed, and now their enemies are probably trying to capture all of them. Cherry says if Watts wants to stop her, he'll have to catch her. Then she starts releasing bubbles all around the crowd, and Watts hears people screaming. He realizes this whole thing was a trap, and that he has to save Crave, so he fires an ice spell at her, but those bubbles tank the spell. Watts is stunned that she blocked it so easily and realizes he doesn't have his weapon. Cutting back to Hyperion, she had already pulled out the arrow that hit her. Some Eldians are saying they should get her to the tavern fast when a man arrives and says no one should touch her, because she's a criminal. One of the Eldians asks what kind of crime a girl like her could even commit. So the man shows the flyer and says Falado Valterra killed the Elf King. He says that charge applies to everyone in the group and his orders are to find them all and deal with them. Then he asks if she might be one of them. Hyperion answers by using the sword's power and lunging in to strike him, but he catches the arrow tip. He says he's impressed. But when he looks again, Hyperion has already slipped away. Her blood trail runs through the crowd as she escapes, and the wound from that arrow seems to have left a mark on her. Hyperion concludes that if the Elf King really died, it was probably the fault of that other man from the dragon nest. Then she leaps down from above and lands on the construction beams. She thinks this should be a good place to hide. The problem is she suddenly sees arrows coming after her because the shots curve through the air. Watching that, she says, "This doesn't look like wind magic." She uses her sword to block, but one shot still catches her leg. Then the man appears again and fires another arrow at her. Hyperion manages to dodge and jumps down. The man is surprised. He didn't think she could move as fast as his arrows. While falling, Hyperion swings her sword, catches one of the beams, and Rumbald blocks one of the man's arrows. He's shocked that she read the path of the shot and defended against it. Hyperion says she's dealt with plenty of cowards like him back when she lived in the forest. She warns him not to underestimate her, then rushes in through the air. He's surprised but still blocks her attack. Then he says any good hunter always has a plan B and fires a second arrow that hits Hyperion. He tells her to say goodbye. In an Odyssey flashback, he says that when animals are starving, they eat whatever they can. There's no good or evil in it, and in this story he was one of those animals, a young fire dragon who couldn't speak to humans or show his feelings. His wings were too small to join a group, so sooner or later he would have died to humans or monsters, and that would have been the end of him. Back in the present, Odyssey realizes he doesn't have his weapon, so he has to use fire magic to break up the bubbles, yelling for everyone to get out. But by the time he moves, even more people have crowded in. Standing in the middle of the market, he realizes he can't just blast fire everywhere, or innocent people will get hurt. Then Cherry drops a bubble toward a child. And man, right before it lands, the bubble pops against Odyssey's back. He jumped in to shield the kid. Cherry is shocked when she notices her wand has frozen over. Odyssey tells her that from this position, she's the only one he'll hit. But then she just smiles, calls for help, and turns the villagers against Odyssey, screaming that he's a stalker and a terrorist. Then others join in, saying dead bodies were found in the pit he came from. Odyssey looks up at a giant bubble and realizes people fear what they don't understand. When they're trapped like this and can't run, fear turns into violence. That's when people start seeing you as a monster that destroys everything. That's how his sister used to see dragons too, and why she told him he should never reveal himself in public. Odyssey questions that. She was the one who took him in, raised him like a person, and didn't kill him like some beast. Without her, he never would have known pain like this, or why she had to carry that curse. Then he remembers her saying human lives are short, and 40 years had passed since they met. No matter what, she believed he would learn there are more feelings than just sadness and joy. Maybe one day he'd understand what it means to protect something, the same feeling that made her save him. To Odyssey, she had something no dragon could even imagine. Because of her, he learned mercy, right and wrong. So that's what he chooses now. And yeah, Odyssey starts growing. The kid is huge now. Cherry just blurts out, "Oh, a dragon," and gets grabbed right in his mouth. Now everyone panics because, come on, it's a freaking dragon. People run away screaming, but Odyssey roars for everyone to stop, line up, and leave calmly. And somehow they listen. Cherry is thrown off. She says nobody ever mentioned there was a dragon in the group. That means it teases his identity really well. Still, she can't believe he revealed himself so easily just to protect humans. Even more surprising, she blocks the attack with a bubble shield. Atisa realizes her bubbles are tougher than he thought, and she casts them fast too. But Cherry says humans will never be grateful to a dragon. No matter what he does, they'll try to kill him, so she'll help by killing them first. She unleashes a storm of bubbles, but Atisa beats his wings once and sends them flying back at her. Atisa tells her he knows humans fear dragons, but that's exactly why he has to stand with them. Then he pulls in another blast of fire for Cherry, but she only says he looks very lonely. Meanwhile, back with Ifir. Right as she's about to be hit, she senses fire energy coming and with a hard shove manages to dodge the attacker. The man snaps that he's tired of this and tells her to stay still so he can finish it quickly. Ifir answers with his own words, "A good hunter always has a plan B," and points down. He says he won't fall for some cheap trick like that. But when he finally looks, a tower of fire is already crashing toward him. Ifir mutters that was way too close, she almost got cooked too. Then she sees Atisa blasted a hole straight through everything. That brings back his sister's warning. Even if he tries to live for humans, dragons will still be seen as symbols of destruction. Most dragons really are like that, so when people realize a dragon just saved them, it's a shock. His sister had hoped that if even one dragon could truly reach people, maybe things could start to change. As the boy gives thanks, the bubbles all vanish like foam. Cherry warns Atisa not to trust humans. Even if they thank him now, later they'll spread rumors and turn on him. That's why, to her, killing everyone is simpler. That sets Atisa off and he throws fire at her. But the bubble shield holds, and Atisa says these people had nothing to do with any of this. Even so, he'll never forgive her. Cherry likes that look on his face and says she'd love to see him in human form too. Then she attacks Hades again and the bubbles tear into his wings. Hades is shocked that her magic can pierce scales tougher than armor. Cherry says he must be surprised. He probably thought he could beat her, but not a chance. Even when his flames hit her and burn her clothes, she's still fine. She says she's level 93, while he's only a level 80 lizard. That's when Hades realizes she's a Terrakia. Then she traps his neck in a bubble. Another memory hits him. His sister once asked him to go out into the world. He promised to travel, meet all kinds of people, keep learning, and most of all find someone who would stay by his side. At that exact moment, the dragon amulet appears, warping Hades' body, and a fear saves him at the last second. She asks if he finally learned from this mistake, and tells him never to help strange girls again. Hades just says thanks. Cherry, though, looks furious. At the Oasis Tavern, Bella talks with the two women there. She says she heard any useful information would be with Syria. At least that's what the guy on the floor told her. Then she adds she didn't drag him there. She also asks why the woman beside Syria keeps staring at her. Syria says she's in a messy situation, so of course she'd have a guard. Still, she apologizes if it's making Bella uneasy. The information Bella wants is about where a man named Filato Bin or Valterra is. Bella says Valterra has already been found. The one she's really after is a woman named Crave. Cedric replies that at the Oasis, information is power, so she wants to know what Bella can offer. Bella taps the photo and says she didn't bring money, so maybe sparing Cedric's life is payment enough. Cedric says she gets it. With that settled, she tells her guard to go after Crave and the others and promises a bonus later. Crave says she understands and leaves. Bella comments that Cedric works fast. Meanwhile, Crave thinks these people were probably sent by Garhan and Zenovia. If that's true, they won't be easy to handle, so she has to move quickly. Bella says chasing down Crave and her group would be a pain, but it'd be even worse if there were more helpers out there. So she's glad they found one of those allies this easily. And even better, Crave's messenger too. Then boom, one strike to the neck. Going back to the moment when Aphir uses the amulet to force Hades out of dragon form. She asks who that woman is. Hades says she's a Terrakia, probably sent by the four heroes. But there's one problem. Hades' back is full of holes. He says he got hit while he was in dragon form. Cherry complains that being alone with Hades was getting fun. So why did Hades Beer have to interrupt? Hades answers by hurling an ice block at her bubble. And yeah, this weapon is seriously strong. He says he'll hold Cherry off and tells Hades Beer to go, but she refuses to run away by herself. Cherry just stands there inside the ice with that crazy look on her face. Aptis explains that she's level 92 and this weapon probably won't keep her trapped for long. His fire has to go after Proto and Crave and he apologizes for asking, but she's the only one fast enough to do it. Then the ice starts cracking and exploding outward. By the time Cherry looks again, the two of them are already gone. She says if they want to play chase, she'll just use a little trick, then covers the whole area with a giant bubble. Near the barrier, Aspire tries to break through, but it doesn't work. Aptis starts making a plan, saying he'll distract Cherry and Aspire should move when she gets a chance. But Aspire cuts him off. She says no, she's run away too many times already, and every time she did, people died. In the end, she was always the one left alive. She won't leave Aptis behind. She won't abandon someone so important to her. Hearing that, Aptis remembers his sister's wish again. Then a huge crash echoes out and they realize Cherry is tearing the place apart. She keeps shouting for them to come out or she'll destroy everything. Aspire knows it's only a matter of time before they're found and she starts thinking of what to do. Then Aptis takes her hand and reminds her that she sensed and redirected his fire a moment ago. He explains again, Cherry is level 92 and he's only level 80 even in dragon form. That form gives him power, but it makes him slow and turns him into an easy target for a mage. In the end, he can't beat her. Aspire says she's not leaving him. Aptis knows that, but there is one thing he can try, even if he hates it. If Atver has a dragon core like his, this might work. He starts the transfer. Aptis pours his energy into Aphir and Cherry spots the light right away. She throws up a bubble barrier and starts blasting everything around them, but more and more glowing points appear, shining brighter and even she can't tell what's happening. They explain that dragons live a very long time, and because of that, a dragon needs 10 to 20 times more life force to level up than an Einvern. So to raise Afire's level, Aptis gathers his own life force and sends it straight into her. And yeah, she's shocked. Cherry notices Afire is only level 62 and thinks that kind of increase won't matter much now. What she doesn't realize is this. Afire is already right beside her. Cherry says speed alone won't be enough to beat her. But then something strange happens. Every time Cherry looks at Afire, her level jumps by 1. Then she looks again and the level rises again. 65, 66, 67, and Afire keeps attacking again and again. Cherry can only stare, wondering how Afire's level is climbing this fast, while she's getting knocked around like a ping-pong ball, sent flying everywhere as Afire keeps landing hits. A strike slams into Cherry's stomach, sending her airborne, and Afire flashes behind her over and over. Cherry admits she has no idea what Afire did, but she can tell Afire is at her limit. Mana is pouring out of her. Cherry says none of this will change anything. Every second Afire keeps this up, she's burning away her own life. She even wonders if Aptis was worth this much, saying Afire shouldn't be able to fight like this. Afire doesn't care though, and comes at her with everything she has. But the bubble is absurdly tough. Fire is shocked it held, and worse, she gets trapped inside another bubble. Cherry grins and says the game is over now. Then she crushes the bubble. But Atis notices that even before it burst, Afir had already escaped. Cherry starts wondering what kind of monster this girl really is, because Afir is already level 85. Afir screams and dives straight at Cherry. Cherry calls her an idiot for throwing her life away like this. She says Afir's feelings mean nothing, because deep down she's just a coward. Then Afir swings with everything she has and tears through the bubble. For the first time, it finally shatters. Even then, Afir says this was probably Atis's story to live, not hers. Cherry says no, this really is Afir's story, and stories like this don't get happy endings, because Afir still can't beat her. But when she looks again, Afir is already forming another attack around the bubble, saying it really would have been impossible if she were alone. Then, from far away, someone else appears. Atis and Trumbull are there too. And my friends, a shot goes right through Cherry's chest. Against Trumbull, levels don't mean much. Cherry just sighs, wondering why every handsome guy is already taken. Then she turns to dust. Atis says it's a good thing he learned how to shoot from Ramnia, before collapsing to the ground. Afir rushes to catch him and says they need to go back, but the two of them fall together. Afir looks at Atis and says they did it, and now they have to return and fight for the others. She apologizes as the energy fades away, until all that's left is a single footstep beside them. Then back at the tavern, Saria's neck is shown, and it looks like Crave managed to stop the bleeding with bandages. Even so, she's still fighting Bella. Bella already says she expected the goddess's envoy to be much stronger, but Crave is only level 80. Bella keeps pressing her, mocking how weak the goddess's envoy seems. Crave realizes Bella is a Terrakia, but gets kicked hard in the stomach. Bella says things are very different from 20 years ago, and since she can't kill the goddess, she'll just cut off her legs so she can't run. But then Crave activates the goddess's power, and Bella's system starts failing, saying abilities can't be used against the goddess. She gets so weak she can't even lift her axe. A hit to the face follows, and Crave says this is her true strength. Without those fake powers, Bella is nothing before the goddess's authority. Bella tells her to stop talking nonsense, but still misses her attack. Crave thinks the move she's about to use wouldn't work on Proto, but it should work on a Terrakia with a guide. She says Bella is just a normal person with a high level. Bella is stunned, realizing that just sealing her guide made her this weak. Saria also sees that the goddess's envoy can fight a Terrakia even at a lower level. Then suddenly someone appears behind Creve. Saria shouts to warn her, so Creve can block in time. Even with the goddess's power active, Creve is shocked that this man still deflected such a strong attack. Richard asks if Bella is alright, but she tells him to forget that and asks why he's here. Wasn't she supposed to be the one capturing the goddess's envoy? Richard realizes who Creve is and charges straight at her. Creve is sure he shouldn't be able to use a guide, but he still uses aura. In the end, this man trained in a style similar to Ramnia's. Richard asks if what the goddess is doing is really for the good of Ramnia. Then Bara orders Crave to stop, or she'll snap Siria's neck. She tells Crave to surrender quietly. Crave thinks the only thing she can do now is keep the guide unusable. Still, her own skills aren't enough, and if she gets captured, everything will go just as Garhan planned. Then Siria reveals the emergency signal she was given for Proto. Crave thinks that if Proto comes back, things might still turn around. So she drops her spear and says she'll go with them if they don't hurt Siria. Bella mocks her, saying who would have thought the goddess's envoy would do that, but Crave says they need to answer one thing first. If her existence gets in the way, they could just kill her, so why did Garhan and Zenobia order them to capture her instead? Richard explains that the envoy is an avatar carrying part of the goddess's power. If Garhan kills her himself, he can take even more of that power and become a god. That leaves both Crave and Bera stunned. Crave asks if Garhan plans to become a god so he can control the goddess of darkness, and says that even now the world is under attack from the demon god's dungeons and the Terrakias. If the goddess of darkness truly disappears, Ormphalus's invasion will be unstoppable. The moment she is handed over to Garhan, this world is doomed. Richard says that's right, but tells her not to worry. If he kills her now, things won't go the way Garhan planned. His sword swings toward Crave, and Bera and Siria freeze while Ifer suddenly appears saying they need help. But the one holding Ifer back is Jang. He says they're still in the middle of treatment. Ifer thanks him, but says they still need to help Miss Crave. Jang tells them not to worry. Even if he doesn't know who she is, no evil will be allowed to rise against that person. Then he sees Crave trapped inside the Inquisitor's barrier, and the Inquisitor begins listing the charges, torturing and killing 36 caravan nomads, causing many civilian deaths in Kala, and carrying out countless acts of terror in the past. He says everyone here will answer for their crimes. Richard can only say, so it's you, the Inquisitor of Heresy. Richard quickly says the Inquisitor has the wrong people. They're an investigation team from the Fairy Alliance, and the person in front of him. But Leonhardt cuts him off, saying that would make Richard the assassin of the Elf King. So now Richard wants to tell the Inquisitor, of all people, to leave because they're such a trustworthy group. Still, there's one problem. If these special investigators are Terrakias and high-ranking ones from the Great Land at that changes everything. Leonhardt calls Richard out directly, and Richard realizes Holian may be moving behind the Inquisitors. Crave says she isn't the only target. The heroes are attacking the goddess of darkness and stealing her power so they can become new gods. Leonhardt asks who she is to make a claim like that, and she answers that she is Crave, created and sent by the goddess. Leonhardt says she sounds completely insane, but Crave fires back. If she really was sent by the goddess, then why would the goddess choose a man like Valterra to help with the mission? Then Crave suddenly warns him to be careful. Barra lunges at Leonhardt but gets smashed away at once. Leonhardt says no one would believe a story about someone attacking the goddess to become one, but if it's the four great heroes then yes, that's very possible. Richard jumps at him next, but Leonhardt says he'll be the one asking questions. Meanwhile, Prota is fighting the angels and says the Terakayas normally can't attack angels. More exactly, those with a guide can't fight them. That's because both angels and Terakayas were sent by Ormphlis, so why do the Terakayas have to die for the angels? He stops to think. Well, only after an angel bites him and he comes back out of its mouth. Anyway, he figures out that if he attacks with his eyes closed, he won't get interference from the system, so he bites back at the angel, but his sword still can't handle it. Barolt says Prota's blade broke again, and Prota answers that at least this one lasted much longer than before. It's not like he can't just make another one. Barolt asks if he killed all of those as an angel. Prota says yes, but it doesn't make sense since he isn't getting experience points. Barolt explains that experience points aren't really numbers, they're actual experience. In the end, Prota is becoming more useful. Prota says now he gets why Barolt has no disciples. Barolt tells them to move on to the next spot and orders Prota to spread his aura through his whole body. But Prota tells him to rest for a bit first. He's already lost count of how many angels he's killed. Barolt tells him to quit if he needs a break. He was even thinking about teaching him a special move to level up faster. Prota fires back that he's already rested. As Prota starts gathering his aura, he remembers he's still only level 5, while Barolt is level 200. If the other heroes are around that strong too, then he has a long way to go. That also makes him wonder how Barolt shows up in the guide. Barolt cuts off his thoughts and tells him to focus. Prota asks if he means pushing aura outward, but he still doesn't really get it. All Barolt gives him is, put power into it, squeeze it, condense it. Prota thinks that explanation is awful, but he tries anyway as the energy starts wrapping around him. Prota pushes harder. His aura bursts out, but Barolt just says he failed again, exactly like he expected. Prota asks if that was supposed to become some kind of explosion skill. Barolt says that since he's still in one piece, they can keep trying. Prota grumbles that at this rate, he's going to wreck his whole body. Then a pendant slips from his pocket. Seeing it, he remembers Celia gave it to him. Back at Barolt's house, the twins are talking about the decorations. They insist the place needed a more feminine touch. Then they hear something outside. When they check, they ask if Martin is okay. He says he finally did it. The twins realize Martin managed to awaken his aura, and they're so happy they nearly cry. Another noise comes from outside, and Martin guesses Barolt and Prota are back. But when they look, it's only the man from the mainland. Back with Prota, he wonders if the pendant isn't Celia's signal. Even Barolt sounds surprised she sent one. Prota points out that his friends are up there, and if Celia is calling too, then something must be wrong. Barolt agrees it has to be serious. Right then, another swarm of angels appears. Prota can only wonder how many are left. Then Barolt starts explaining something important. He says the Volturins are only allowed to kill in 3 cases. If the target is a monster, if the target wants death, or under special conditions. Prota blurts out, who would ever want that? Barolt says that's why they ask 3 times first, to make sure the person truly wants to die. Protha mutters that they're weirdly pushy about it. Barolt moves in and wipes out the angels. Then he gives the 3rd condition, killing to protect someone. With that, he tells Protha to hurry back, help his friends, and make sure Celia is safe too. Protha asks if he's really sure about this, but Barolt tells him to go, so Protha takes off at once. Meanwhile, Martin is being healed. The mainland man says it would be a miracle for someone to beat an enemy 50 levels above him, but if Martin somehow wins, they'll leave peacefully. Another one snaps that he has no plan to leave. They burned his friend alive. The one with the can-shaped helmet says those burns are nothing next to his healing. Martin realizes they're just toying with him. The twins try to fire him up, promising he won't lose and that they'll keep healing him as long as needed. Martin swears he'll beat these Terrakios. Then an arrow suddenly flies in and strikes one of the twins. The enemies start joking around, betting gold on how many deadly wounds Martin can take. Her sister panics and tries to save her, while Martin, furious, charges the swordsman. But the man dodges and counters right away. Martin says they aren't even human. He smashes up the ground, but the swordsman slips away again. Martin roars, asking who they think they are, treating people like they're nothing. Then he gets hit from behind. The swordsman coldly says they're just too weak. People who can't even stand before them don't deserve pity. Martin spits back that trash like them will never understand the strength it takes to protect friends. With an angry scream, he unleashes his aura, but the swordsman cuts straight through him in one move and says that in any world being weak is a crime. Then he orders the remaining twin to heal Martin so the game can keep going. He goes on saying weak people like them should stay bowed down. The other attacker gets annoyed and tells him to stop talking. If the last healer dies, no one can patch Martin up and the fun ends. So he readies another shot at the other twin, but she tells him to do it, to kill them already instead of treating them like toys because in the end they'll all die by Barolt's hand. The second she says his name, everyone freezes. One of them yells, asking if she really said Barolt. Another demands to know what connection they have to that monster, figuring she must be lying. Still, one decides it's safer if she dies now. The arrow launches straight at her, and a wooden sword appears in the way. Protha arrives, staring them down. The twin looks up and sees Protha. Watching from a distance, the enemies start laughing. They joke that they thought their guide was broken, but this must be the so-called Voltaren brat, and he's only level 5. One asks if he's really a Voltaren warrior. Protha answers that if they want to know, they can come test him. Then he tells the twin to keep healing the others. She says that won't be easy. Her spiritual power isn't perfect, and wounds caused by one of the 4 spiritual powers or fatal injuries can't be fully healed. At her level, saving them is impossible. Protha only asks how long they can hold on. She says maybe 10 minutes, more like 5. He checks his blade, fixes it back in place, and says that's plenty of time. He just needs her to wait a little longer. She agrees, then keeps healing the others. The enemy group says that's enough messing around. They came to the dungeon to kill the rest of the hunters. One of them even apologizes for what the others said, but facing a level 5 is still a complete joke. He activates a high-level skill against Protha, causing a huge blast. While the others keep chatting, they brag that the reward was way too big for something this easy. Then one asks why it's taking so long. Didn't the fast one finish him yet? But when they look, that fighter's sword is bent, and he's twisted up on the ground. Protha asks if they really thought he'd let them walk away. The others can only stare, wondering what he is. Protha tells the healer to patch up his friends right now. The man with the can helmet asks why he should. Protha says that after he heals them, he still wants an apology, and if his friends forgive them, maybe he'll go a little easier. The healer refuses, casts a strong recovery spell on his ally, and that man jumps back in with another powerful skill. At the same time, the other attacker joins in with one of his own. The whole place lights up and the floor gets torn apart, but Protha blocks everything. Not only that, he counters, driving a kick into one of them. The man tries to strike again and Protha sends the same hit right back. An arrow comes at him, but he deflects it. Now the archer is rattled, wondering if this guy is really level 5 at all. He draws a massive bow skill and fires. Protha sees he can't dodge. His friends are directly behind him. So he grabs a small stone and throws it with everything he has at the arrow. The archer is stunned, wondering how that attack got stopped, and the stone even whips back and slams into him too. The other killer uses a cloning skill and demands to know how Protha dared attack his little brother. Protha repeats, "Little brother?" Then he attacks, wiping out the clones with a tornado strike. The real one appears behind him and swings to kill, but Protha catches the blow with his hand. The man can't believe his attack got blocked. Protha twists his arm and says it's time to stop playing games. As he remembers something, he admits he knows the Retenians hate the Terrakios. Since he's only level 5, he hasn't lived through that hatred himself, but he understands how easy it would be to kill someone without even noticing or get used by someone else. So Protha tells him they're being manipulated by Garhan. The man asks if Protha means he'd be spared if he surrendered. Then he laughs, saying maybe he would have believed that 20 years ago. But now it's too late. Poison starts spreading up Protha's arm, and he realizes he can't move it. At the same time, more arrows fly toward him. Protha grips his sword as the man explains that paralysis poison works even better on people with strong muscles. He admits Protha's offer wasn't bad, but it annoys him, because Richard said the same thing. That makes Protha ask if Richard is the leader of the Great Land. The swordsman mocks the idea, asking if a Voltaren really thinks Richard leads the Great Land. He says the nation Richard built with Gahan is fake. Richard is just a ghost moving under Gahan's orders, because he can't break the seal's magic. But they're different, and if Richard hadn't handed them over, the 4 great heroes would never have existed. Protha asks if that means they're the real mainlanders who started the war 20 years ago. The man says yes, they are the true Great Land. Then the poison starts spreading back again. So Protha snaps that if these people are the reason he had to live in hiding, then they're the sick bastards who enjoyed killing Retenians. The guy can't believe it. Protha is burning the poison away with his aura, and that makes him look way more dangerous. Then the other one slices the boy's arm with a knife. Better to lose an arm than his life. After that, the two exchange a quick look. They decide to rush him together because this is their only opening, with his sword lowered. But right then, Protha pulls out the bayonet. The moment they see that scarlet blade, they remember what happened when they faced Barolt. Back then, someone saved them, but now there's no third chance. Protha cuts through both of them, and all they see after that is the blast. Even the twin is stunned, while the samurai starts laughing. He calls it incredible. Those two were weaker than him, sure, but they still weren't weak, and that sword split them clean in half. On top of that, the power behind it is insane. Then he checks again and realizes his guide can't even read the enemy's level, so he shouts, "Sepulchre." Protha faces him and says people show their real strength when death is right in front of them. With the blade's aura, that power gets poured straight into his body. Then the samurai powers up and declares that Protha should witness his full greatness before charging him head-on. But Protha's sword just drives straight through his head, and just like that, it's over. The healer freezes in fear. He drops to the ground saying he isn't even from the mainland, and never had a choice. Protha lifts his sword, aims it at him, and says again that his friend needs treatment. If he wants to live, he knows what to do. Then we cut to Laodan, asking whether the little boy has any family in the city, but the kid stays quiet and still lets Laodan carry him. Laudan grumbles to himself that Leonhardt always leaves him the boring jobs when suddenly an explosion hits the top of the tower. Laudan figures it has to be the Inquisitor. Leonhardt says it's been a long time since he saw a Terrakion run just from seeing his level, then asks if Richard doesn't even know his own. Richard answers that Leonhardt has no idea what he's talking about, and this isn't the time for long speeches. Then he unleashes a blast of aura and prana. Lo takes the boy and leaves, muttering that only crazy people would fight in a place like this. The boy sees a vision almost like the one from the caravan, while they run. Meanwhile, Bella is thinking that Richard is level 125, and the Inquisitor is level 140, so the winner should be obvious. Then Kivya asks if that man's name was Richard, and why he betrayed Garhan to save the Retinian. Bella says she doesn't know. After all, Richard betrayed them first. He told them he made a deal with Garhan. If the Terrakians surrendered, they'd be treated the same as the Retinians, kept as prisoners for a while, then released later. Since not all Terrakians wanted war, a lot of them believed him. In the end, they envied the ones who died fighting in Arthur, the Dungeon of Heaven. Even if Richard claimed it wasn't his idea, they still rotted there for 20 years. He said his family died because of the Retinians, and Bella can't understand what was going on in his head. Sirius says that compared to the cruel things the Terrakions did, being locked up for a while was generous. But Bella tells her to shut it, because the goddesses branded the Terrakions as demon-sent, and the Retinians were the ones who tried to wipe them out. Kivir says that's not true. The goddesses never gave that order. If Bella had lived as a Retinian, she would have been treated like one, and the goddesses would have accepted them. Bella calls that a lie. If that were true, then what were the Inquisitors for? Kivir explains they're meant to reduce conflict between Terrakions and Retinians. Bella argues that it still meant getting captured the moment you were identified, and if you didn't surrender, you'd be forced to fight. Kivir says the Inquisitors only used violence against Terrakions who were criminals. Meanwhile, Leonhardt's fight keeps going, and he lands a punch right in Richard's face, wrecking everything around them. Saria asks why the war even started. Was it really all because of a rumor? Kivir says it's hard to know. Maybe it started on its own, or maybe someone spread it on purpose. At the same time, Leonhardt asks if Garhan was behind those rumors, and Richard says yes. One of the four heroes, the worst one, set this plan in motion 20 years ago. He spread hatred for the Terrakions like a plague, and it kept feeding itself in an endless cycle, a rumor that Brotherhood couldn't stop. Leonhardt asks if that's really true. Then what does it have to do with him since he's a Terrakion? Richard says it's because Leonhardt knows what it's like to lose the people he loves. Leonhardt asks, so his family died because of that hatred, and this is supposed to be revenge? Richard says if the goddess's envoy dies, Garhan's plans become useless, and Ratna will finally have peace. If Leonhardt wants to stop more suffering, and truly wants peace for Ratna, then he should move aside. With that, Richard launches a piercing aura attack. The problem is, that blast is heading straight for Lady in the back. Even Richard is shocked when he notices it. But Leonhardt says Richard got one thing very wrong and deflects the attack. Then he says that now the goddess's envoy has appeared. His only duty is to protect her and obey her orders. Nothing else matters. Richard asks if he's really saying Retinian lives don't matter, next to the goddess's goal. If so, then in the end he's no different from the Retinians, or even Garhan. Leonhardt says that's a little insulting, because he's an Inquisitor of the Brotherhood of Shadows, and no matter the situation, he won't act for anyone but Kivir. Then he reveals that he's been protecting everyone in the city. Richard finally understands that during this whole fight, Leonhardt was guarding the entire city, and only then does he grasp how strong Leonhardt really is. Leonhardt says that no matter how many excuses Richard gives, his sins won't vanish. Then he uses a sealing skill on Richard. Not only that, he forms a guillotine with his Judgment Pillar's ability, and declares that in Kivir's name he will judge his crimes with death. But right then, Kivir tells him to stop. If Richard dies now, Garhan and Zenobia will sense it through the magic on him. It's better to keep him alive and trapped, and she learned that from Richard's partner. He's shocked that Bella would do that. Kivir says killing Retinians and trying to kill the goddess's envoy are serious crimes. Still, for now, working with him is more useful than punishing him. But Leonhardt insists he must act for the goddess of darkness and says again that in Kivir's name he will punish those crimes. Kivir steps in again and asks if he didn't hear her. She's the goddess's envoy and she's ordering him to stop now. So Leonhardt asks if she's really Kivir's envoy. Then why? When suddenly Proto flies right into his face. He demands to know what Leonhardt thinks he's doing, then asks if Kivir is hurt and whether he came too late. Either way, he says he'll settle this now, but Kivir tells him it's already too late for that. Proto turns on Leonhardt and asks who the hell he thinks he is. Just because he's some high-ranking priest doesn't mean he can treat the goddess's envoy like that. Leonhardt shoots back that he can't believe an idiot like Proto was chosen to work with the goddess, and even figures he probably threatened her. The two start trading insults until Zhang steps in and tells them to calm down. Then he adds that if he remembers right, Proto lost their last fight. Proto starts arguing that he didn't lose, but then he notices Zhang is actually there and admits this is pretty awkward. Proto looks at Leonhardt, waiting for an explanation, and Leonhardt says that back then the situation called for something that made it look like Zhang had died, so Proto gets excited. He says Zhang should have warned him, but Zhang points out there are no cell phones here to make that easy. The problem is, Martin asks why a Terrakion is still alive, so Zhang asks if it's because of him that people died. Martin starts yelling that he'll make sure to kill him for good. Then Proto drops to his knees and begs him to stop, apologizing too. Martin asks why Proto is apologizing. If Proto knows what Terrakions are like, then why is he doing this? Proto says it's because he's a Terrakion too, and he won't ask Martin to forgive them for lying or to forget Brad's death. But Martin needs to believe one thing. Zhang was being used. He wasn't in control of himself then. Proto knows it sounds shameless to say not all Terrakions are trash, but he begs Martin to believe him. Martin gets really upset, drops the knife, and walks away. Proto quietly says thank you. Zhang says it's all his fault, but Proto calls him an idiot. He was the one who said he wanted a world where Terrakions and Hatchians could live together, so the least he can do is help make that happen. Lav mutters that Proto really is a Terrakion. What a bastard. Then Hatchi and Apropria say they actually managed to defeat a level 80 Terrakion. Kivir brags that she beat a Terraquia by herself, and Proto points out that she has a natural edge against them. Then Lauda shows up. At the same time, Leonhardt forces Zhang to kneel in front of Kivir. And finally, everyone ends up together, and even Richard looks relieved. Then the Canhead says that if Richard drops his strings, he can use his magic again. Richard tells everyone to stop. There's no reason to keep fighting, and he'll accept whatever punishment comes. The Canhead mocks him, asking why he escaped the floating dungeon if that was true. Did he really want the Inquisitors to catch him? But then someone grabs the knife and drives it straight into the Canhead's neck. It was the kid. Richard freezes in place. The boy looks completely shaken, which makes sense. The Canhead was the one who poisoned him and made him suffer. Laudes quickly pulls the kid away. The Canhead says he should have loved him, then crumbles into dust. Garhan says this must be the limit for the Terrakios. More than half of them are dead, so the plan likely failed. Zenovia asks if he ever really expected much from them, then says that now they know the location they can finally carry out divine punishment. Kivia starts to sense something wrong. Meanwhile, one of the twins asks Martin if he's okay, and he admits he feels pathetic. The Canhead knew Martin through the spear, and even after his friend supposedly died because of it, he still kept him alive. Then Martin thinks about what Brad would probably say, and imagines Brad calling him an idiot. If someone saved your life 2 or 3 times, then you owe them. The twin plays along as Brad and Martin finally agrees, but while they're talking, the sky suddenly goes dark. A single bolt of lightning strikes, and Garhan says if they really believe that, then the fair thing is to give up their lives. In an instant, heads go flying. Garhan calls it divine punishment. Everyone is stunned by Garhan's sudden arrival. Then he comes in with a sword of lightning. Not even Leonhardt sensed him coming. Garhan's killing intent is overwhelming, and no one is ready for the attack. So the only thing Leonhardt can think to do is save as many people as possible. But Garhan's magic boxes him in, and it looks like Garhan planned that from the start. He says it's a problem that his identity was exposed, but he doesn't want to kill Leonhardt. A level 140 spiritualist dying would be a huge loss for Ratna. Leonhardt realizes Garhan used an artificial guide and demands to know where Kivia is. Garhan tells him not to worry about the goddess's envoy. He'll keep her alive as long as she's still useful. Then he warns that the real trouble starts once she disappears. After that, he'll become the new god of darkness, and Leonhardt will swear loyalty to him. Leonhardt answers that he is Kivir's priest, and as long as the envoy lives, he'll follow her command. Garhan says that works for him too. Leonhardt can't even see Garhan's level. He's borrowing the goddess's power. Then he demands to know why Garhan killed them. Those people had nothing to do with this. Garhan looks down on the person the goddess chose, just an earthling. Pathetic. Then Kivy reacts to an attack. What was that? She had expected Garhan and Zenovia to make a move, but Garhan himself showed up. That means they've probably reached the final stage of their plan. Kivy thinks this can't be allowed to happen. Even if it costs her life, she has to stop it. But Proto cuts in. He tells them to buy time and reminds her why they came to Kalan. She just needs to take any route down to the deepest part of the dungeon. Kivy takes off running and orders Ramya not to die. He answers, "Yes, ma'am." As she runs, Kivy thinks Barolt is the only one who can stop Garhan. She just has to bring him there. They only need to hold out a little longer. But then with flashes of light, both of them are blasted away. Garhan appears right in front of Kivy and says nothing will change. Trying to buy time won't matter. And for them it was impossible from the start. Then Kivy sees Prota, unconscious along with Leonhardt. Garhan says it's almost inspiring, how worried she still is about her friends, even now. Kivy says Garhan shouldn't have been able to return to this plane after sealing the goddess and taking her power, so how did he do it? He replies that the preparation for his ascension is already complete. Kivy says it's impossible to absorb that much power so fast. Garhan answers that the blessings of Ormphlis projected by Zenovia were incredibly strong. They helped unseal the goddess's powers with ease. But even after everything he absorbed, one piece is still missing. The knowledge and information needed to control that massive divine power. The part Kivia sealed away in a human form and hid. Now he's going to take it back, and he starts absorbing Kivia's energy. He continues draining Kivia's power. The space around them begins to twist, and even in the elf kingdom, the king says day turning into night like this is a terrible sign. At the Inquisitor's palace, they wonder what Kivia is doing. The clairvoyant says this wild darkness does not belong to the goddess. Just like Leonhardt suspected, someone else is using her power. That has never happened in Ratna's history. This world is protected by the balance of the 6 goddesses, and the moment that darkness breaks that balance, the fangs will appear. Then the demons of Ormflos will come out, everything starts being swallowed by the fangs, and the so-called angels flee while devouring people. Kaive begs Garhan to stop. The power of darkness is something no human can control, and if the fangs keep growing, there may be no way back. She asks if this is really the Ratna he wants, and whether he can hear the screams of innocent people. Garhan says he hears them clearly, but asks if the goddesses ever cared. He talks about the screams of people dying, the helpless ones with no power to fight monsters, the people who lost family to the Terrakios, and those who live for revenge. In the end, all they're left with is anger, because no one listens to them. As he says that, a giant fang opens. A huge monster comes out of it. Garhan finally lets Kivi go and says all that despair is exactly why he chose to become a god. To him, this is how suffering ends. Kivi tells him that no matter how much power he steals from the goddess, he'll never control it the right way. Things won't go the way he expects. Then Barolt says he knew the goddess would try to persuade him. He steps out of the fang and says he was wondering why so many had suddenly appeared. Now he sees the one behind it all as a familiar face, and Garhan clearly isn't here for a friendly visit. Garhan stares him down. Kivi says this is a huge relief. As Garhan walks toward Barolt, he asks him to come along, saying he already knows Barolt has less than 4 months left to live. Barolt answers that if Garhan still remembers that, he's honored. Garhan says that if things keep going like this, all the skill, strength, and experience Barolt worked so long for will turn into nothing, all because the goddess decided it that way. So what was the point of any of it? Zenobia was against this, but if it's Barolt, Garhan is willing to share this power. Once again, he asks him to save Ratna with him, because together they can change the present. Barolt says that if Garhan really had the power to do that, maybe things would be different. But Ratna has had enough of this nonsense. People are dying right now like they're nothing but sacrifices. He calls Garhan a rebellious kid hitting puberty, and asks if he really thinks this is saving the world. Because there are people willing to give themselves up before letting others do it. Some keep fighting while protecting everyone they can, even if they have to stay hidden. And even the ones who can't save others still keep a smile on their face. There are far more good people in this world than idiots like Garhan. Garhan just says Barolt talks too much. Then he grabs Barolt's sword and hurls it toward Prota. Barolt moves first, striking Prota in the stomach and catching the sword at the same time. Prota drops unconscious. Barolt just laughs and says the boy's habit of attacking people he hates reminds him of when they were younger. Garhan asks what he's talking about. Prota is just a Terrakio sent by Ormflos with no emotions, only empty words. Barolt asks if those words were really empty. If they were, then why was Garhan so on guard against the boy's aura? And the funny part is, Barolt still hasn't released his aura yet. That leaves Garhan stunned. He thought that terrifying pressure came from Barolt, but it was all Prota. Meanwhile, Zhang grabs Kivi and escapes using a dark step skill so they won't be noticed. But Garhan sees them anyway. He says he didn't know there was still a live rat left. But Barolt releases part of his aura, and now Garhan gets a taste of Barolt's true power. Barolt asks where Garhan thinks he's going. After all, Barolt himself is the final wall standing in the way of what Garhan wants. Garhan says that answer is enough. In the end, while Zhang takes Kivi away, Leonhardt carries Prota. Prota tells Leonhardt to put him down because Garhan needs to die. Leonhardt shuts him down and says that no matter how badly he wants to fight too, his job is to protect the goddess's envoy. Right now, he can't do anything else. Still, he warns Prota not to think about stepping in. Prota has no idea what a true Valterra really is. When Prota looks back, he realizes this is the true power of the Sword King, and all that energy starts to rise. Aura started gathering into one spot. The body is like a container, and every container has a limit. It can only hold so much aura. But if all that energy is released first, you can pull in far more aura than the body should normally handle. Still, that takes insane focus, like picking up grains of sand from a whole beach without dropping even one. In that state, nobody dared move carelessly. Even Garhan could only watch. And just like coal can become a diamond under huge pressure, all that aura packed into one point created something greater than aura itself, something no one had ever seen. Everyone was stunned by the birth of a new divine power, a godlike force taking shape through the Valterras' fighting spirit. You really are incredible, Barolt. You've gone past everything I expected. I never thought you'd forge a divine power with your own strength. It's still unfinished compared to your darkness, but you still made it. Somehow, you stepped beyond what even a demigod planned. Garhan snaps back, telling him not to mess with him. So this is the power of the gods. Now even the winner isn't certain. Barolt, I'm sure that isn't what you meant when you said you'd become the strongest in the world. Still, come at me with everything you've got. If I did that, people on this YouTube channel would be complaining for a month. What? Aura transformation. Where behind you? Cross impact. Damn it, oh no. What do I do? Everyone stay calm. You'll be safe here. Barolt once said that when a huge quake hits and the water suddenly pulls back, showing the ocean floor, a giant wave is coming, and it'll wipe everything out. A giant wave? Bigger than Barolt? Yes. Bigger than a house? Way bigger. And if you can't escape it, you die. So how did you beat the wave? I woke up. Don't move so much. Your arm is only staying in place because of the glue. Damn, then what do I do? Stay still. There's nothing else to do. Those two aren't human anymore. One became like a god by pushing his own power to the limit, and the other stole the power of the goddess. Yeah, I know I can't jump into a fight like that, but I should at least clean up the mess Garhan made, unless I want trouble later. Divine power of darkness. You're a lot tougher now. Yeah, I think I'm finally getting how to control this power. Spear swords. That shape? What a blasphemy. Now I'll show you something truly divine, not that fake power. Divine manifestation. Veiled sword. So that's a divine sword? Doesn't matter. A sword is still just a sword. What matters is the person using it. Now it's my turn. Looks like the Sword King really can't be killed by swords. All swords belong to you? Then all darkness belongs to me. And darkness is everywhere. Dark chains. But I've got a question, Barolt. How did you miss the reason I left out the goddess of darkness when I named the others? You really didn't know? Light and darkness are the first powers. Where there's light, darkness always follows. That's why, out of all divine powers, nothing surpasses darkness. It doesn't matter how much you argue. You're not the god of darkness. Just a human pretending to be one. And the same is true for you, Barolt. There is a limit, one only those who've reached the edge of the world can feel. Human strength can't change it. That hopeless end, you of all people should know what despair is, as the last survivor of the Voltarian tribe. But still, why? They didn't just reach the peak of human strength through training and effort. They also protected Ratna from transgressors and invaders of the world. As a reward, the 6 goddesses named them heroes, and told them when they would die, so they could use the rest of their lives to keep growing and go beyond their limits. But Barolt barely cared about what the goddesses said about his death. He lived every day like it was his last. Even if they'd told him he had 20 years left, he still would have lived the exact same way. For Garhan, though, 20 years was nowhere near enough. And later at a party, he introduces Holian and Zenovia, while Barolt stays outside. There, he runs into Garhan and jokes that he thought he'd be used to parties like this by now. Garhan says he only stepped out for some air, then stares at Barolt's clothes and asks if he has no sense of style. Barolt shrugs it off. Noble outfits just don't suit him. Garhan laughs, relieved to see he's still the same, then asks if any nobles made offers. Barolt says they want him to handle sea routes, and the reward is big enough that no Valterra would need to work again. Still, he worries they may be planning something. Even so, a good bond between the nobles and the Sword King's tribe could help keep the peace, and if that's true, maybe their job is done. Garhan disagrees. Peace exists because of their crushing strength, he says, and without him the war might have dragged on for 5 more years. It wasn't just him either. Holian helped humans and fairies stand together. And without Zenovia's magic tools, human soldiers never would have stood a chance against the Terrakios. Everything worked because they prepared for that war. And all of it happened while the goddess ignored them. Barolt asks if that's not exactly why the goddesses honored them. Garhan explodes, saying no. The only thing the goddesses gave them was a death sentence. Worse, they're focused on settling the terrestrials in Ratna. Once 3 of them die and only Holian is left, the Terrakios will start another war, and they won't be able to stop it. Not in 20 years, not ever. And without them, peace will disappear. The goddesses abandoned both them and this world. That leaves Barolt shaken. Then Holian arrives, calling for Barolt and saying his island is under attack. Only then does Barolt realize how badly Garhan had been suffering. Some people struggle just to carry their own lives. Garhan carried far more than that. He guided the heroes in the Hunters Guild, ruled his land, led his people, led the empire, made countless promises, and kept moving toward an ideal future. So many lives rested on him, but then he ran into the end of his own life, and a goal no lifetime could ever reach. There was despair no human could overcome. At the same time, Barolt remembered sending his tribe back home, giving them enough food to survive so they wouldn't have to leave the island. After everything that happened, his powerful tribe still died for nothing. Sword King, strongest in the world, what was any of it for? I've already hit my limit. The gift we were given to save the world was despair. That's the truth of this world now. So all we can do is wait for disaster, all because the gods failed. Then why? Even knowing regret, even understanding that pain, why are you still trying to stop me? Why you of all people? You're asking me why? Because I do understand that pain. Because I have regrets too. I regret that night. I regret not asking you to have a drink with me, my friend. So let's settle it this way. The winner gets what he wants. Ryu says there's no way to help him. But Leonhardt says things are bad on his side too. Worse than when he sealed the others before. He figures the gods must have weakened. With the balance broken, closing the rifts is much harder now. He already shut one of the angelic openings, but there are still many more. The protagonist asks how he closed them all at once. But Leonhardt says it wasn't him. Then a cross appears in the sky, lighting up the whole world. Ryu immediately thinks it has to be Barolt. As the sky brightens, the result of the battle becomes clear. Was it a draw? Garhan says that's bad. Barolt agrees. In the end, they still won't know who the strongest is. Garhan laughs and asks if that's really what he's worried about right now. Then Garhan drops to one knee and says Barolt won, because he fought using only his own power. Barolt rejects that idea. There's no such thing as a fair fight in this world, and nobody cares how you got your power. So Garhan asks how Barolt avoided despair after his tribe was wiped out. Barolt says he carried the world's bitterness, just like Garhan did. He too knelt before despair. But if Garhan wants to know the difference, there was still light inside the darkness. Even if the tribe is gone, their story will live on as long as someone inherits it. Nothing in this world lasts forever, and maybe that's why he was able to receive divine power through that truth. Even darkness is only a shadow made by light. Garhan asks if he really can believe that. Baralt says no, don't just believe it. Think about the people who died because of you. If you give up now, every one of those sacrifices becomes meaningless. But then Zenobia drives something through his chest, saying he doesn't get to disappear from this world. She adds that Garhan wasn't the only one who absorbed divine power, and reminds him she'd already said it would be better to wait until Baralt died. Does he even know how much mana it takes her to move between dimensions? And now they'll need 3 times that amount. She says he pushed himself too far, so she's going to transfer some of the divine power to him. Garhan immediately gets angry, saying he knows he told her not to interfere with anything between him and Baralt. Zenobia tells him to think for once. First, they need to get back and recover. After all this, once they become true gods, feelings like this won't matter anymore. Then something suddenly cracks, and when they look, it's Zenobia's legs. Then Baralt strikes first and asks, "Leaving already? What? No reunion party?" Zenobia is stunned and calls him a monstrous idiot, someone who should have died long ago. She fires off a spell at Baralt, sending out a beam of light. All that follows is the blast from the hit. Zenobia freezes in shock. A magic refraction blocked it. Baralt laughs, amazed he's lived long enough to see something like that. Then the whole group appears. Leonhardt warns them not to assume they can stop another one. But Alaji says there's no way they can just let Zenobia's attack go through. Kivir cuts in. This is their chance. Garhan and Zenobia are badly hurt, so she sends Ryu in. He charges up his aura as Zenobia mocks him, asking if an aura fighter really plans to challenge a mage at range. Then she orders them to disappear and forms a supreme magic circle. But Garhan notices something. He tells Zenobia to open a portal right away. What he realized was this. With Leonhardt's power, Ryu boosts his body, and with Atsu's power, he boosts its limit. When those effects cross with the impact that strike smashes Zenobia's spell apart, Garhan still manages to pull Zenobia to safety, but she's left shaken. Her spell got broken that easily. Garhan tells her to stop wasting time and open the portal between dimensions. The problem is Ryu is already almost on them. Garhan quickly summons an elemental sword and says this is just like Tarakion, jumping people when they're weakened. Ryu fires back that they were the ones fighting Baralt, so Garhan has no right to complain. Zenobia is furious, raging that they actually forced her to kneel. She starts casting at MC but gets shot before it lands. Her barrier saves her, and Atsis is surprised she could still cast one in that condition. Still, he interrupted her spell, so he fires again. This time Garhan blocks it and says pulling back now still counts as their win. Zenobia starts the spell again, but Kivir binds her with the goddess's power and asks if she's really running away like this. Zenobia tells her to relax. Next time she sees the envoy, she'll turn her to dust. Then she launches magic at Kivir. At the same time, during him and Ramnia's fight with Garhan, he realizes he can't read his battle cry, so he decides close combat may be the better choice. He ends up using the protagonist's anger against him to defend against his attacks. Ryu soon notices Garhan avoided every killing blow, and after the last exchange, Garhan slips away. But MC says it's not over yet. He's sure they said this would end here. Garhan suddenly gets a flash of Baralt, the moment he lost his arm. Garhan thinks this Tarakion is way too dangerous. When Ryu goes for a side strike, his broken sword starts to fall apart even more. Garhan thinks this is the perfect moment to kill him, but then he notices Baralt is being healed and still watching him. So Garhan kicks his way into the portal and says he'll remember Hanbin's name. He tells him to prove Baralt chose the right path, then disappears into the portal. After that, there's nothing more they can do. Everyone is left shaken and sad by what just happened. Hanbin thinks Baralt risked his life to give him a chance, and he still lost it. Now it's over. His sword breaks apart. Then something flies toward him and lands right behind him. Hanbin turns and sees the sword, and Baralt says that if he'd really been Hanbin's enemy, Hanbin would have died 60 times by now. Then he asks why he's just standing there, because this still isn't over. Saria tells Baralt to stay still. They're still trying to heal him, but Leonhardt's magic starts fading, and Saria asks why he stopped. Leonhardt says it's too late. Baralt has already passed the point where healing can save him. He's only alive because he's using aura to stop the bleeding, and even that won't last. Baralt says they don't have much time. Saria insists he's lying, but Baralt says the real problem is Garhan and Zenobia using the guide of the Terrakios. Fire realizes that once Baralt dies, all that experience will go to Zenobia, and Holian says that's probably true. Baralt says they barely forced those two to retreat, so they need to become stronger if they want to stop them for real. But the final blow that kills him doesn't have to come from the enemy. He tells Hanbin to pick up the sword. Saria asks what he means. Baralt explains that killing can let a warrior change when true warriors face each other, and he has no time left. Kivir says no, this method can't be used, but Baralt tells her she knows this is the only way to save Ratna. Kivir says she can't imagine how much guilt Ramnia would carry for that. He's asking her to take the life of the Sword King himself, and if it has to happen, she wants to be the one to do it. Ramnia thanks Kivir but says Baralt understands. Even knowing that Tarakos are driven by killing, he still wants her to bear this burden, because a warrior's sword needs weight. Baralt laughs and thanks her. Syria tries to stop it, but Leonhardt gently holds her back. Baralt tells Syria she loved his stories ever since she was little. The stories of his people. She's the last proof the Valterra tribe ever existed. Crying, Syria says she doesn't remember them all, and begs him to tell one more. Then she asks, didn't he once say the Sword King was invincible? Baralt says he understands now. People fear death. Then Syria answers that the Sword King is invincible, because the Sword King never truly disappears. He lives on even in the dark. And now it looks like you're the strongest, Ramnia. I'll leave the rest to you, Sword King. Kivir apologizes, and through her tears the system announces, Ramnia, you have killed Baralt, the Sword King. Experience acquired. You have gained enough experience to level up. And that's where this season ends here on this YouTube channel. There aren't any more translated chapters yet,